Synopsis. In a dangerous fantasy realm, a young transmigrator gains powerful abilities for intangibility and teleportation. Joining forces with a strong-willed general, he fights fierce beasts, gains strength through a mystical system, and forms bonds to uphold justice and challenge corruption. Chapter 1, Double Kamui. Did I, really transmigrate? Blaine could only recall being hit by a dump truck, his vision going dark, and then suddenly waking up in another world. Just now, the system informed him that this was the world of AKAME kill. At first, he struggled to accept it. After all, transmigration was something that only happened in novels and comics, right? But now, he had no choice but to face reality. His landing point in this world had been directly on top of a monster's head, startling it awake. It was a tiger-shaped special-class danger beast, massive in size and far more terrifying than an ordinary tiger. Its paws alone dwarfed Blaine's entire body, and its gleaming claws were at least a meter long. Blaine's double Kamui was about to prove useful. That's right, the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui. And not just in one eye, both eyes had it. This was the special ability granted to him by the system upon transmigration. The moment the beast lunged at him, Blaine swiftly activated the intangibility ability of his right eye's Kamui. The danger beast's gaping maw, lined with jagged fangs, passed through him harmlessly. His body phased straight through the massive creature's head, and without wasting a second, he took off in another direction, trying to shake it off. After running for a while, he spotted a woman in a pure white military uniform up ahead. Thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan enhanced vision, he could see her clearly from a distance. Her long blue hair stood out strikingly, and her exquisitely cold expression was like an ice sculpture, delicate features, ice blue eyelashes, piercing eyes, and skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow. But Blaine had no time to admire her beauty, he was still being chased. Even though the danger beast had failed to hit him multiple times, it continued pursuing him relentlessly. After all, danger beasts weren't known for their intelligence. Looks like I dragged an innocent person into this. I should help her. The thought flashed through Blaine's mind. Although he had ways to escape, the woman would likely become the beast's next target. He didn't want innocent people to suffer because of him, and his conscience wouldn't allow him to ignore it. At the same time, he realized he had to shake off the danger beast. His body was noticeably weaker, and his eyes throbbed with pain. If he used another eye technique now, his body might not be able to handle it. His best option was to use his remaining intangibility time to escape. The energy cost of double Kamui was absurdly high, even with the system enhancing his body beyond human limits. Otherwise, a single use of his eye techniques might have killed him outright. He had ways to further strengthen himself, but now wasn't the time to think about that. On this day, Isdeth, newly appointed as a general of the Empire, had been tasked with subjugating a special-class danger beast near the Empire's southern border. She led a squad of soldiers on the mission. However, this was no ordinary special-class danger beast, it was on the verge of evolving into a super rank. At this point, Isdeth had yet to obtain the Ice Taigu, Demon God Manifestation, Demon's Extract. Her entire squad had been wiped out in battle, and even she had to pay a steep price to finally slay the beast. She suddenly noticed a figure in the distance, being chased by a danger beast. Judging by its size and appearance, it was another special-class danger beast. Her brows furrowed slightly. She was still nursing serious injuries and wasn't confident she could take on another one. She wasn't sure if the young man was deliberately leading the beast toward her, but she prepared for battle nonetheless. Without hesitation, she drew a long sword from her waist, a weapon resembling a fencing épée but much heavier, and braced herself. As the black-clad youth charged straight at her, her fighting spirit ignited even further. Blaine ran directly toward Isdeth, completely ignoring the sword tip aimed at his head, and grabbed her wrist. The moment he touched her, Isdeth was affected by his Kamui's intangibility, allowing him to make contact with her. She was stunned when her sword passed cleanly through his head without harming him. In that moment of surprise, she didn't react immediately when he grabbed her wrist. As he pulled her along, Blaine said in a low voice, "I have no hostility toward you." Isdeth's expression flickered. She hadn't expected him to simply grab her and run as if he had every intention of taking her with him. However, she sensed no hostility from him. And in her current condition, she wasn't in a position to fight the danger beast head-on. So, she let him lead her away. Soon, they reached the edge of a cliff. Looking down, it was at least 1,000 meters to the bottom. Without hesitation, Blaine jumped. Isdeth hesitated for a brief moment. She hadn't expected the youth to leap without a second thought, and since he was still holding her wrist, she was pulled down with him. In mid-air, she quickly adjusted her posture, attempting to stab her sword into the cliffside to slow their fall. But to her shock, the blade pierced the rock effortlessly, as if slicing through air. Their descent didn't slow in the slightest. Isteth, having never encountered anything like this before, was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend what was happening. The reason was simple: Blaine was still holding on to her, and she remained affected by his intangibility. Noticing her reaction, Blaine reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll be fine." "Are you a Taiga user?" Isteth quickly deduced that his strange abilities must be tied to some kind of power. In this world, the Empire was an ancient civilization with a 1,000-year history, standing as the most powerful nation. 1,000 years ago, the first emperor had created 48 Taigu, powerful relics forged at great cost to maintain his rule. However, 500 years ago, a great war scattered many Taigu across the land and even beyond the Empire's borders. If this young man was a Taigu user, it would explain his supernatural abilities. Blaine didn't answer her question. For one, he was focused on observing the valley below. For another, he had no idea what a Taiga user even was. That's right, Blaine barely knew anything about the world of AKAME GA Kill. He'd only heard of it but had never watched or read it. He'd heard it was too tragic, so he never dared to experience it firsthand. As a result, he didn't recognize Isteth at all. Even though he remained silent, Isteth continued to stare intently at his crimson eyes. Her instincts told her that these unusual, blood-red pupils were likely a Taigu. After all, what kind of normal person had 3 sickle-shaped tomo in their eyes? Chapter 2, Isteth. Isteth's intuition was razor-sharp. Though the Mangekyo Sharingan's double Kamui wasn't a Taigu, it was undoubtedly the source of Blaine's abilities. Being under Isteth's intense scrutiny for so long made Blaine feel slightly awkward, but he maintained a composed and unreadable demeanor. On the other hand, Isteth felt a hint of disappointment. She hadn't been able to discern anything significant just by observing him. Had Blaine averted his gaze even slightly, she would have been more certain that his eyes were, in fact, a Taigu. Before long, they reached the bottom of the ravine. While Isteth acknowledged Blaine's abilities, she remained cautious. She couldn't dismiss the possibility that he might suddenly let go and send her plummeting. After all, they had only just met. If she wasn't at least this wary, she wouldn't be fit to call herself a general of the Empire. Only when Blaine landed them safely on the surface of a river did she allow herself to relax, just a little. "There's a river down here. But we're floating on the surface, aren't we?" Isteth's voice was cool yet carried an elegant lilt. "Yeah." Blaine responded nonchalantly, still holding onto her wrist as he guided them toward the shore. Only once they reached solid ground did he release her wrist and deactivate intangibility. "Apologies for being so forward. The situation was urgent." Though he had only grabbed her wrist, he was mindful of the fact that she was a woman and thought it proper to acknowledge it. However, Isteth didn't seem to care about such trivialities. She walked over to a large rock and drove her sword into it, testing its solidity. Seeing that it pierced through effortlessly without leaving a single scratch confirmed that everything had returned to normal. This also reaffirmed that, while her sword wasn't a Taigu, it was far from ordinary. The sheer quality of the blade was evident. It could slice through solid rock without sustaining even the slightest dent. This very sword had accompanied her through countless battles, until the day of her final stand. "Looks like things are back to normal." "So, it really was your ability," Isteth said, turning her gaze toward Blaine. For the first time, Blaine took a good look at her. He hadn't had the chance, or the inclination, to do so before. Beyond her striking beauty, she carried herself with a commanding presence. She stood at around 1.7 meters tall, and with her high-heeled boots, she wasn't much shorter than him. Her military uniform was clearly not standard issue for an ordinary soldier, and the aura she exuded radiated dominance and power. Blaine briefly wondered if high-heeled boots would be a hindrance in battle, but he kept the thought to himself. Even without knowing her identity, it was clear from her sheer presence alone that she was no ordinary person. From Isteth's perspective, it wasn't Blaine's slightly youthful yet handsome face or his lean build that intrigued her the most, it was his blood-red eyes, with their peculiar shape. "Something like that," Blaine replied indifferently as he sat down on a nearby rock to rest. Just using intangibility had drained him considerably. Double Kamui was an ability with an enormous energy cost. Even Obito had required Hashirama cells to freely use just a single Kamui, and the toll of double Kamui was even greater. Without enhancements, there was no way Blaine could wield it effortlessly. Now that he had a moment to breathe, he focused on examining the system. With a thought, he brought up the system panel. Host, Blaine. Age, 18. Strength, 20, average for an adult male, 10. Agility, 20, average for an adult male, 10. Constitution, 20, average for an adult male, 10. System points, 0. System shop, LV1. All three of his attributes were at 20, twice that of an average adult male. This, of course, was a starting bonus from the system. Thanks to his 20 points in Constitution, using intangibility hadn't completely exhausted him. His double kamui had been modified by the system. Since he had no chakra in this world, he wouldn't have been able to use it otherwise. Instead of consuming chakra, the ability now drained his body's cells. The higher his constitution, the more active his cells became, granting full body regeneration and increased endurance. This regeneration applied to his body, injuries, and even his eye power, meaning as long as he wasn't instantly killed or blinded, he could recover over time. Strength dictated his physical power. Agility affected movement speed, reaction speed, and perception. But in the end, system points were the most important. They were necessary for upgrades through the system shop. According to the system, he could earn points by hunting danger beasts or defeating enemies. Without this explanation, he wouldn't have even known what a danger beast was. The system had also provided their ranking, from weakest to strongest. Class 4. Class 3. Class 2. Class 1. Special class. Super rank. The stronger the danger beast, the more points he could earn. For now, Blaine simply sat and rested, allowing his body and eye power to regenerate. As for the tiger-shaped special class danger beast from earlier, it likely wasn't foolish enough to jump down after them. If it did, all the better, falling from this height would either kill it outright or cripple it, making it easy prey. The sun's already setting. We should camp here for the night, Isdeth finally said. During her previous battle against the special class danger beast, her horse had been killed, leaving her unable to return to the capital quickly. With years of experience hunting danger beasts, she knew traveling at night was unwise. Many were at their most dangerous after dark, while humans were far more vulnerable. Besides, she was still recovering from her injuries, resting here wasn't a bad idea. You're a soldier of the Empire, aren't you? Blaine asked casually. All he knew about AKAME kill was that it took place in an empire, and that the empire itself was far from benevolent. That was the extent of his knowledge. That's right. To be precise, I'm a general. My name is Isdeth. And you? Isdetha's tone was gentle. Though ruthless toward her enemies, she was known to be kind and approachable toward her subordinates and the Empire's civilians. Since Blaine had just saved her, it was only natural that she wouldn't be hostile. Blaine. As he answered, Blaine became more cautious. From what little he knew, the Empire wasn't exactly a force for good. There was no telling whether its generals were trustworthy. With his naturally cautious personality, he wasn't about to let his guard down. Blaine, huh? I'll remember that. Isdeth, on the other hand, found her first impression of him quite favorable. His name suggested he was from the Empire rather than a foreigner. The fact that he didn't recognize her, despite her high status, implied that, like her, he might have come from the Empire's borderlands rather than the capital, where her name was well known. For him to be out here, encountering a special class danger beast, he was likely hunting it, which showed courage. And, of course, he had just saved her life. Chapter 3, Hunting Dangerous Beasts. Just then, the river suddenly surged, its surface no longer as calm as before. Something was clearly wrong. Blaine suspected that another danger beast was about to appear. Oh, just in time. Isdeth, on the other hand, seemed already certain of the danger beast's presence. Without hesitation, she drew her long sword from the rock, sending her silver-blue hair whipping through the air as an intense battle aura erupted from her. In the next moment, a massive fish-shaped danger beast leaped out of the water. It was at least 4 or 5 meters long, its disproportionately large head lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its gaping maw lunged toward the nearest target, Isdeth. Level 3 Danger Beast. A cold, arrogant smile curled Isdetha's lips, tinged with confidence and disdain. Without a hint of hesitation, she launched herself forward, her agile form soaring several meters into the air. Her sword pierced through the fish's open mouth and emerged from the top of its skull, cutting straight through its head. That single strike was nearly fatal. Isdeth moved with blinding speed. The moment she withdrew her sword, she delivered several more slashes, effortlessly dismembering the fish-shaped danger beast into large chunks. This wasn't mere overkill, she was preparing the meat for dinner later. An ordinary observer wouldn't even be able to track her movements with the naked eye. But Blaine was far from ordinary. Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, Isdeth's actions appeared significantly slowed, as if playing out in slow motion. He couldn't help but think that Isdeth was truly formidable, and for some reason, she gave him a strangely dangerous feeling. Well, that takes care of dinner, but there sure are a lot of danger beasts around here. Isdeth let out a slight sigh. Several more danger beasts had already surrounded them, it seemed this area was teeming with them. Fortunately, none were special-class danger beasts, meaning there was no real pressure in dealing with them. Even without a Taigu, Isdeth's raw physical prowess and combat skills were formidable. At that moment, Blaine began to move as well. He yanked out one of the massive teeth from the fish-shaped danger beast. As expected of a danger beast, even a single tooth was about a meter long, looking exceptionally hard and razor-sharp. "What are you doing?" Isdeth immediately asked, curious about his actions. "Using its tooth as a weapon." Blaine replied plainly. He couldn't afford to rely too much on the double Kamui's dojutsu just yet. While his left eye's Kamui offensive ability could instantly kill any of the danger beasts before him, he had just used intangibility earlier. Using another eye technique so soon without sufficient rest would put too much strain on his body. Besides, he was wary of Isdeth. He felt it best not to reveal any signs of weakness in front of such a dangerous woman. Besides, the base abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan were already overpowered enough. Beyond enhanced vision, its most crucial feature was its predictive insight. He could foresee an enemy's movements before they even happened. For instance, if an opponent so much as raised a hand, he could deduce their next move based on microexpressions and muscle tension, making their actions appear much slower in his eyes. His ability to copy techniques and see through illusions relied on this same insight. These core abilities alone were already broken enough. Blaine decided to rely on close combat for now, just like Isdeth. He wasn't necessarily incapable of fighting danger beasts without his eye techniques. This was the perfect chance to test his own strength. "So your Taigu isn't very offensive?" Isdeth asked, slightly surprised. She seemed to have already assumed that Blaine's abilities came from a Taigu. At the same time, her appreciation for him grew. This young man, who appeared even younger than herself, remained calm in the face of numerous danger beasts. Even without a weapon, he was resourceful enough to fashion one from a slain beast. Blaine, who had no idea what a Taigu was, didn't bother responding. With an expressionless face, he gripped the fish tooth tightly and charged toward the danger beasts. Hunting danger beasts earned him system points. This was his primary motivation for fighting. Isdeth, on the other hand, held back, curious to see how he would fare without using his so-called Taigu. Blaine's first target was a relatively small plant-type danger beast, a grotesque, towering green flower that stood even taller than him. Its massive, gaping mouth could easily swallow him whole. For now, he decided to call it a man-eating flower. Suddenly, the man-eating flower lashed toward him with astonishing speed. Its stalk could freely extend and retract, stretching several meters in an instant. Anyone unfamiliar with this ability would be caught off guard, falling prey to the flower's trap and becoming its next meal. However, the moment the man-eating flower made the slightest pre-attack motion, Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan caught it. With perfect timing, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the strike. Then, as he descended, he landed precisely atop the creature's head, driving the fish tooth into its stalk. When stretched to its limit, the stalk became thin and fragile, only about the width of an arm. The makeshift weapon sliced through it with ease. Boom! The man-eating flower's massive head crashed to the ground. A fountain of blood gushed from the severed stalk, but Blaine sidestepped just in time to avoid being splattered. Ding! The host has slain a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Blaine had efficiently taken down his first danger beast. But he had no time to rest, another one was already charging at him. Using the fallen man-eating flower's head as a springboard, he pushed off with a strong kick and flipped backward, just in time to see two long, scythe-like mantis claws slicing through the spot where he had just been standing. Had he reacted a moment slower, he would have been cleaved in half. That was close. Blaine mentally noted the danger. Fortunately, his cheat was double Kamui. Even relying only on its base abilities, he could still handle this situation with ease. Without hesitation, he drove the fish tooth into the mantis-like danger beast's neck, cleanly severing its head. As the head hit the ground, another notification rang in his mind. Ding! The host has slain a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. However, his makeshift weapon had already developed visible cracks. At this rate, it would break after just a few more uses. Undeterred, he yanked the mantis beast's front claws from its corpse. These scythe-like appendages would serve as his new weapons. Meanwhile, Esteth, who had been silently observing the entire fight, found herself increasingly impressed. This young man had talent. With a taigu, he had the potential to rise to the rank of a general. Chapter 4, A Beautiful but Dangerous Woman. Ding! The host has hunted a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding! The host has hunted a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. Blaine quickly took care of the remaining danger beasts. These creatures, classified as level 3 and 4, were terrifying monsters that posed a significant threat to ordinary citizens of the Empire. That was precisely why they were called danger beasts. However, for Blaine, hunting them was effortless. And this was just his base stats without using the double Kamui Dojutsu. His abilities could still be enhanced further. System points, 10. After this battle, Blaine had accumulated a total of 10 system points. He immediately opened the system shop. System shop LV1. Item, Strength +1. Price, 1 system point. Item, Agility +1. Price, 1 system point. Item, Constitution +1. Price, 1 system point. After a moment of consideration, Blaine decided how to allocate his points. Ding! The host has exchanged 6 system points for Constitution +6. Ding! The host has exchanged 2 system points for Strength +2. Ding! The host has exchanged 2 system points for Agility +2. For now, Constitution was his top priority. It was crucial for determining whether he could properly use the double Kamui Dojutsu. That didn't mean strength and agility were useless, both attributes played an essential role in enhancing his physical combat skills. His body technique set the baseline of his combat prowess, while the double Kamui Dojutsu determined his upper limit. Until he could freely use the double Kamui Dojutsu, his body techniques remained indispensable. But achieving full control over the double Kamui Dojutsu was easier said than done. For instance, Obito could only use single Kamui freely because he possessed Hashirama cells. Kakashi, who inherited Obito's 6 paths power, merely obtained a 1-minute trial of the double Kamui. This implied that Blaine's constitution had to surpass the strength of Hashirama cells, at the very least, to use double Kamui without restrictions. And even then, it was only a possibility. Clap, clap. Just then, Blaine heard the sound of applause. Esteth was clapping as she looked at him. A splendid display. You're quite strong. You flatter me, Blaine replied modestly. He had already noticed that Esteth's physical abilities were superior to his own. As one of the Empire's generals, she was undoubtedly among the strongest in the nation. If you need money, you should harvest the valuable parts from those danger beasts. If not, then get ready for dinner, she said before turning toward the fish-shaped danger beast she had already dismembered. Blaine fell silent for a moment. He had no idea which parts of a danger beast were valuable. Having just transmigrated into this world, he was completely broke, so earning some money was necessary. He would have to ask Esteth for guidance later. By now, Esteth had already started preparing food. She expertly whittled some branches into makeshift skewers, then sliced a large piece of fish into evenly sized chunks before threading them onto the skewers. She was obviously preparing grilled fish. Blaine had intended to help, but upon seeing Esteth's swift and efficient movements, he realized there was nothing for him to do. At that moment, Esteth glanced at him and said, "Just sit and relax. You saved my life earlier, consider this a small way of repaying you." Blaine shook his head slightly and said honestly, "No, it was my fault. I accidentally woke up that special-class danger beast, which led to your predicament." In his view, Esteth didn't owe him anything. He had only resolved a situation he had caused. One thing doesn't cancel out another. "Regardless of the circumstances, you still saved me," Esteth replied. "All right." Blaine accepted her reasoning. Soon, Esteth started the fire and began grilling the fish. Her movements were so practiced that it seemed she had done this countless times before. Blaine and Esteth sat by the fire, waiting for the fish to cook. Here. Esteth handed him one of the first skewers of grilled fish. Thanks. Blaine accepted it but, out of habit, used his Mangekyo Sharingan's insight to check if there was anything unusual about the fish before taking a bite. Despite being from a danger beast, the meat was actually even more delicious than the fish he had eaten in his previous life. In this world, many types of danger beasts could be turned into gourmet dishes. How does it taste? Esteth asked. It's really good, Blaine replied with a serious expression. Esteth gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with her handiwork. Where are you from? Are you here to hunt danger beasts? She asked abruptly. Blaine reacted quickly, fabricating an identity for himself. I'm from a small village in the Southern Empire, but it was destroyed recently by a special class danger beast. As the sole survivor, I had no choice but to wander. I see. Estetha's face remained emotionless, and her tone lacked any trace of sympathy. The weak die. That's just how it is. Only the strong survive. Her words and the cold indifference in her voice sent a slight chill down Blaine's spine. Even though his story about the village and the danger beast was entirely fabricated, Estetha's reaction was chillingly real. Survival of the fittest, taken to the extreme. No doubt about it, this woman is dangerous. At that moment, Blaine mentally labeled Esteth as a beautiful but highly dangerous woman, though he didn't let it show on his face. How about this? Esteth suddenly said, placing a hand on her chest. Come with me to the imperial capital. I can make you my direct subordinate, allowing you to skip the usual military enlistment process. You'd immediately rise to a position of power, second only to a general. That's far better than wandering aimlessly, isn't it? Blaine was silent for a moment before answering, I do plan to go to the imperial capital, but I don't like being bound by others. You won't be, Esteth assured him. You'll belong only to my army, and I'll grant you as much freedom as possible. Even I have to leave the capital frequently to suppress foreign tribes and hunt danger beasts. That level of autonomy should be acceptable to you, right? All right. Blaine accepted Estetha's invitation. He didn't know much about this world yet. Even if Esteth hadn't invited him, he would have chosen to go to the imperial capital, the most important stage of this world. From there, he could slowly piece together what kind of place this truly was. Chapter 5, Aiming to become a general. Of course, Blaine didn't fully trust Esteth. Once someone earned the label of dangerous, it wasn't easy to remove. However, Blaine had his own trump card, the double kamui. At the very least, he had no worries about protecting his own life. So, he didn't fear Esteth. Good. Then we'll spend the night here and head back to the imperial capital first thing in the morning, Esteth said. Blaine asked, since you're a general of the empire, why are you out here alone? I originally came with a squad of soldiers to hunt a special class danger beast, but the intel was wrong. Its strength was far beyond expectations, and during the battle, we also attracted several Class 1 and Class 2 danger beasts. In the end, I managed to take down the target, but I was the only survivor, Esteth explained briefly. I see. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that, Blaine apologized. It's nothing. It's a bit of a shame, but they were too weak, so they died. That's all. Esteth was completely indifferent. Her deep-rooted belief in survival of the fittest made her regard the deaths of her soldiers as insignificant. Blaine remained silent. There was no point arguing with Esteth over this topic. I'm full now. Could you teach me which parts of these danger beasts are valuable? He asked, shifting the conversation. Of course. But you don't know this already. Esteth looked slightly surprised. Given Blaine's earlier display of skill, she had assumed he came from a tribe that hunted danger beasts for a living. Blaine shook his head. Before my village was destroyed, I rarely dealt with danger beasts, so I don't know much about them. In that case, I'll teach you. Esteth stood up, walked to the corpses of the danger beasts Blaine had killed, and drew her long sword from the scabbard at her waist. First, this man-eating flower. Its valuable part is the golden section in the pistol, it has high pharmaceutical value. Demonstrating as she spoke, Esteth used her sword to extract the golden pistol and handed it to Blaine. As a general, she had a high salary and numerous rewards. Unlike Blaine, she had no need for extra money. Next. She proceeded to explain and demonstrate how to extract valuable materials from each danger beast. Blaine quickly realized that Esteth had extensive knowledge in this area. Curious, he asked, you seem very experienced with this, and even earlier, when you were grilling fish, you were incredibly skilled. Did you grow up hunting danger beasts? Yes. I was born into the Partas clan, a tribe specialized in hunting danger beasts. We've been doing it since childhood, Esteth explained. But later, my clan was wiped out by the northern tribes. Just like you, I was the only survivor. After hunting every danger beast in the region, I got bored and decided to enlist in the Imperial Army. Her tone remained completely indifferent, as if recounting an insignificant event. It was as if the annihilation of her entire clan wasn't even worth remembering. Blaine found her both frightening and somewhat pitiable. Perhaps it was that experience that shaped her extreme belief in the law of the jungle. But with such a mindset, she probably wouldn't appreciate his sympathy. In fact, she might find it strange. I see. For a moment, Blaine didn't know what to say. You can sell these materials for money in the Imperial capital, but don't worry about finances. You'll have a generous salary soon enough, Esteth added. As for the remaining danger beast corpses, they were of no further use. Night fell. Neither Blaine nor Esteth planned to travel in the dark. Although Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to see clearly at night, using intangibility earlier had drained him significantly. Resting was the better option. Since Esteth carried nothing but her weapons, both of them simply lay down on the ground to sleep. But it was still early, and with nothing else to do, they started chatting. How old are you? You look young, Esteth asked. 18. You're not much older yourself, Blaine replied. He didn't mind chatting with Esteth. There was nothing else to do, and casual conversation might help him gather useful information. It also felt natural, he wouldn't come across as having any ulterior motives. Then you're 2 years younger than me, Esteth noted. 20. That's impressive. Becoming a general at such a young age is no small feat, Blaine praised. There are other generals around my age, actually. One of them is only 4 or 5 years older than me, Esteth said. The person she was referring to was Najenda. At this time, Najenda had yet to defect and was still Esteth's colleague, often accompanying her on military campaigns. Of course, since Blaine had never even heard of Esteth before, he certainly didn't know Najenda either. You have the potential to become a general too. I hope you'll aim for that as your goal, Esteth added. Me? I guess I could give it a try. Blaine kept his answer vague. For now, he had no clear stance. Since he didn't fully understand this world yet, he could only take things one step at a time. Esteth was undoubtedly dangerous, but at least she wasn't hostile toward him. She was worth observing. Late at night. When it was time to sleep, both Blaine and Esteth simply lay on the ground. Blaine's physical endurance far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and Esteth was even more resilient. Sleeping outdoors posed no problem for either of them. However, their sleep wasn't particularly restful. They had to remain alert in case of sudden danger beast attacks. Blaine also kept his guard up against Esteth. At the slightest movement, he would wake instantly. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. It wasn't until early morning that a danger beast suddenly appeared and disturbed their rest. Esteth reacted first, swiftly cutting down the Class 2 danger beast with just a few strikes. Perfect timing. Now that it's morning, we should get going, she said, flicking the blood from her blade before turning to Blaine. All right, Blaine nodded. With that, the two of them set off toward the Imperial capital, a city that had thrived for over 1,000 years. Chapter 6, Jisei City. Before setting off, Esteth adjusted her military cap. Her cap closely resembled those worn by the British Royal Navy, adding a touch of allure to her already striking appearance. Blaine also thought the cap suited her well. We're currently in the Empire's southern border region, far from the Imperial capital. If we rely solely on walking, we'll waste too much time. Let's head to the nearest city, Jisei, and get 2 horses, Esteth said. Blaine nodded in agreement. On their way to Jisei City, they encountered several more danger beasts. Outside the imperial capital and major cities, danger beasts could be found almost anywhere. City walls weren't just built to defend against rebels, foreign invaders, and hostile tribes, they also served as protection against these deadly creatures. Working together, Blaine and Esteth swiftly eliminated the danger beasts. Ding! The host has hunted a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding! The host has hunted a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. However, due to Estetha's overwhelming strength, Blaine only managed to take down 2 danger beasts, the rest were killed instantly by Esteth. I killed 10, and you only got 2. That means I win, Esteth remarked, casually crushing the skull of the last danger beast beneath her boot. In the distance, the towering walls of Jisei City came into view. Yes, you're incredibly strong, Blaine said, conceding without argument. Though, to be fair, he never agreed to a competition in the first place. Before long, they reached the city gates. The guards stationed there moved to check their identities. Esteth, having only recently been promoted to general, was well known in the imperial capital, but in a remote city like Jisei, her fame hadn't spread as widely. In a world resembling an ancient feudal empire, information traveled slowly. Unless someone had seen Estetha's portrait, they wouldn't recognize her on sight. Hey, you two. Where are you from? State your names. One of the guards barked at them in a rude tone. Before Blaine could respond, Esteth grabbed the guard by the hair with one hand and effortlessly slammed him to the ground. Before the man even had time to react, Estetha's high-heeled boot came down, shattering the bridge of his nose with a sickening crunch. Affa. The guard let out a blood-curdling scream. The other guards stood frozen in shock, never expecting anyone to cause trouble here. Who the hell is that woman? She's gorgeous, but she's absolutely ruthless. She just attacked a city guard like it was nothing. I want to say, well done. Those bastards abuse their power all the time. Last time, a guy got beaten half to death just for speaking up. They even tossed him outside the walls to be eaten alive by danger beasts. I just feel bad for such a beauty. That scumbag governor won't let her off the hook. But we better keep our voices down. If we get caught talking about this, we're dead. The commotion quickly drew the attention of bystanders coming in and out of the city. Many began whispering among themselves. Blaine, seeing that he didn't need to intervene, simply stood by and watched the scene unfold. Within moments, all the guards at the gate surrounded them. Yet, both Blaine and Esteth remained utterly calm, unfazed by the situation. Esteth had absolute confidence in her strength. Blaine, on the other hand, was not only strong himself but also knew Estetha's true identity. You don't have anything to prove you're a general? Blaine quietly asked. I do, but I never bring that kind of thing when I'm out hunting, Esteth replied coldly. Blaine sighed. So, what now? If it comes to it, we'll just slaughter them all, Esteth said, her voice laced with chilling indifference. A dangerous smile appeared on her beautiful face, a mix of excitement and cruelty. Blaine was momentarily speechless. Jisei City was within the Empire's territory, meaning it technically belonged to the same nation Esteth served. These guards were supposed to be her subordinates, yet she was ready to kill them without hesitation. He didn't necessarily disagree with her ruthless approach, this was a world where the weak were preyed upon, after all. But Estetha's interpretation of survival of the fittest was extreme. Wait. I think she might be General Esteth. Just as Esteth was about to draw her sword and start killing, one of the guards finally recognized her. He had seen her portrait by chance. The images had only recently arrived in Jisei City and were currently displayed in the governor's mansion, though they hadn't yet been widely circulated. General Esteth. Are you serious? The youngest general in the Imperial Army? I swear it's her. Then, we're doomed. We just pulled our weapons on a general. Shut up and start bowing. Maybe we can still survive. Panic-stricken, the guards dropped to their knees, frantically kowtowing. They weren't just enforcers of the Empire's corrupt system, they also understood how terrifying it was. Offending a general was practically a death sentence. Fortunately for them, Esteth was relatively lenient toward her own subordinates. She ignored the groveling guards entirely, not sparing them so much as a glance as she strode through the city gates. Blaine followed closely behind. Only after Esteth and Blaine had disappeared into the city did the guards dare to stop bowing and lift their heads. Phew. Thank the heavens she didn't hold it against us. Who was that guy with her? A deputy officer? No way. He wasn't even wearing a proper uniform. Looks more like a personal companion, if you ask me. Who cares? We barely escaped with our lives. Focus. Someone needs to report this to the governor, now. Once inside Jisei City, Esteth headed straight for the governor's mansion, demanding 2 quality horses. The governor had already received word of her arrival from the city guards. "General Esteth, it's an honor to have you here. Just 2 horses. I have plenty of fine goods. If there's anything that catches your eye, please take it as a gift." The governor was a plump, middle-aged man who greeted Esteth with an ingratiating smile. "I don't need anything else," Esteth replied coolly, tossing a pouch of coins onto his desk. She never accepted bribes, nor did she want to owe favors to men like him. Of course, of course. The governor didn't dare argue and quickly ordered his men to bring over 2 of the best horses. Blaine and Esteth mounted their new steeds and continued on their way. However, just as they were about to leave the city, a disturbing scene caught their attention. On the streets of Jisei, a young nobleman with golden hair, dressed in lavish robes, was openly assaulting a young woman and her small daughter. Beside them, a man, likely the husband, lay on the ground, severely wounded and unconscious. Chapter 7, Execution of the Shinga User. "Papa. Papa. She's just a child. Someone, please help us." The young woman cried out in desperation, her voice raw with grief. Beside her, a little girl, her face streaked with tears, clung to the unconscious, gravely injured man. It was clear that the man was the woman's husband and the girl's father. "Sykes is at it again. That bastard has no limits. I've seen him do things like this far too many times. He's the governor's son, spoiled, arrogant, and untouchable. No one dares to stop him. That family is as good as dead. The husband being unconscious might actually be a mercy. At least he won't have to witness what happens next." The onlookers only dared to whisper among themselves, their steps quickening as they passed. No one wanted to stay and watch the horror that was about to unfold. Sykes had already begun tearing the woman's clothes, while one of his guards held the little girl. It was clear she would suffer the same fate soon. No matter how much the mother and daughter screamed, no one stepped forward to help. Not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. The governor controlled the strongest forces in Jisei City, and his son, along with his guards, wielded unchecked power. Opposing them meant certain death. And it wouldn't stop there. Anyone who dared to interfere wouldn't just lose their own life, their families would be dragged down with them. A quick execution would be a mercy. More often, men were tortured, and women were violated. Esteth, however, remained indifferent. Blaine, on the other hand, couldn't stand by any longer. He spurred his horse forward, charging straight toward the scene. "Who the hell are you? Stop right there!" The guards shouted, stepping forward to block his path. Blaine didn't slow down. In fact, he only urged his horse to go faster. Sykes, who was moments away from fully stripping the woman, was forced to leap aside to avoid being trampled. His face twisted in irritation as he turned to glare at the blood-red-eyed young man on horseback. Blaine pulled his horse to a stop in front of the woman, though the little girl was still in the grip of a guard. "You little bastard. You dare stand against me?" Sykes sneered, his expression darkening. Blaine didn't waste words on filth like him. Without a word, he dismounted. Sykes' face contorted with fury. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he barked, "Cut him down." At his command, the guards immediately drew their weapons, swords, axes, and spears glinting in the sunlight. Someone actually dared to step in. That young man is brave. But it's pointless. He won't change anything. He'll just die along with them. The gathered townsfolk whispered their sympathy. As the guards closed in, Blaine made the first move. He dashed toward one of them, a swordsman. Fast. The guard barely had time to react before slashing his sword toward Blaine in a panic. But to Blaine, the attack was slow. Effortlessly, he sidestepped the blade. Then, with a powerful knee strike, he drove his knee into the man's gut. Crack. The swordsman's face twisted in agony. His body convulsed as he doubled over, retching. His strength vanished instantly. Seizing the moment, Blaine snatched the sword from the guard's grip and, without hesitation, slit his throat. The remaining guards hesitated, now realizing that this young man was no ordinary fool. Not far away, Esteth watched the scene unfold, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Blaine to intervene for mere civilians. "You useless trash." Sykes, furious at his guard's incompetence, cursed as he stalked toward Blaine. "So, you've got some skill. Let's see if you can entertain me." His face twisted into a sadistic grin, he enjoyed the thrill of crushing others. A massive, dark green war hammer materialized in his hands. The craftsmanship alone made it clear this was no ordinary weapon. Blaine immediately recognized it as something unusual. The very next moment, Sykes moved. Exploding forward with unnatural speed, he swung the hammer straight for Blaine's skull. But Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan tracked his movements with ease. Leaning back, he dodged the lethal strike, then retaliated. Sykes suddenly felt a sharp pain as Blaine's sword slashed across his abdomen. He staggered, shocked at how fast his opponent had reacted. But the pain only fueled his rage. "You little bastard. I'll turn you into a stain on the ground." With a roar, Sykes' hammer suddenly expanded to more than 10 times its original size. The immense weight strained his arms, causing his veins to bulge and burst. But he was too crazed to care, his only focus was crushing Blaine. Blaine could react fast enough to see the attack coming, but physically dodging the colossal hammer's wide swing was another matter. Realizing this, he activated intangibility. Boom! The hammer slammed into the ground with earth-shaking force, sending tremors through the street. The ground where it landed caved in from the impact. It was a horrifying display of destructive power. Ha 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 ha. Sykes threw back his head and cackled. He was convinced he had smashed Blaine to pulp. Then, his laughter abruptly stopped. A cold blade pierced straight through his throat. His eyes widened in sheer terror. Blaine stood before him, completely unharmed. Impossible. He had seen that attack land. He had felt the impact. Yet Blaine was standing right there, without a scratch. What? What the hell is he? Sykes never got an answer. Blaine stomped on his chest, pinning him to the ground. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he drove his sword into Sykes' heart. Sykes convulsed briefly, his face frozen in terror. Then, he stopped moving. Ding! The host has executed a Shingu user. Reward, 10 system points. Shingu were weapons created by an emperor 500 years ago in an attempt to replicate the legendary 48 Taigu. The attempt failed. These inferior copies were far weaker than the originals and were mockingly referred to as Shingu. However, even as failures, Shingu still vastly outclassed ordinary weapons. The Warhammer's ability to enlarge more than tenfold had been one of its unique properties. Estetha's eyes gleamed with interest. She had witnessed it clearly. Blaine had taken the full force of the hammer without dodging. And yet, he emerged from the impact completely unscathed, like a ghost passing through solid matter. Then, in one seamless motion, he had struck Sykes down. Blaine's Taigu is truly formidable, she murmured to herself. Chapter 8, teased by his death. It seemed that Blaine's Taigu could also affect others. Isteth recalled their first encounter when Blaine had used intangibility on both of them. Sykes was actually killed. Who is that young man? Could he be a Taigu user? Sykes' Warhammer was an incredibly powerful Shingu, yet that young man defeated him so easily. Even if he's not a true Taigu user, he's at least strong enough to fight one. He got exactly what he deserved. That scum terrorized people for far too long. He finally met someone who wouldn't tolerate his tyranny. The townspeople were both shocked and delighted that Sykes had been slain. However, none of them dared to celebrate too loudly, fearing potential retaliation. After killing Sykes, Blaine turned his cold gaze toward the remaining guards. They had all been his accomplices, and just moments ago, they were ready to cut him down. He had no intention of letting them go. 2 of the guards were still frozen in shock, unable to react. Blaine swiftly cut them down. The rest panicked, dropping their weapons as they tried to flee. But Blaine wouldn't give them the chance. He pursued and eliminated them one by one. Their desperate, uncoordinated escape only sealed their fate. If they had scattered in different directions, they might have had a chance. After all, even with his superior speed, Blaine wouldn't have been able to chase all of them down. Meanwhile, Isteth showed no reaction to Blaine's slaughter of Sykes and his men. She certainly wasn't about to reprimand him. In her mind, the weak being killed by the strong was simply the natural order of the world. Once the fight was over, Blaine approached the young woman and her daughter. It's over now. Take him to get treated, he should survive. Here, take this. He tossed them a bag of coins. The him he referred to was the bloodied, unconscious man, the young woman's husband. As for the money, Blaine had picked it off one of the dead guards. He didn't need it, but this nearly shattered family did. Thank you. Thank you so much. Even after quickly adjusting her clothes, the young woman still looked disheveled. Sykes had nearly torn them to shreds. But at this moment, she didn't care about her appearance. She only cared about expressing her gratitude to her savior, bowing repeatedly. Her daughter followed suit. Blaine smiled softly, a sincere, unguarded expression of relief. Then, the mother and daughter helped the injured man to his feet and left. Blaine turned to mount his horse, but before he could, he noticed Esteth striding toward him with an imposing air. His expression immediately grew serious. He had never lowered his guard around her, not for a second. Was she upset that he had acted on his own? That he had killed so many people, including the governor's son? After all, Esteth was an imperial general. It would be entirely reasonable for her to side with the governor of Gisei over a stranger she had just met. A governor wasn't a minor official in the empire. Blaine braced himself, fully prepared for a battle. But when Esteth reached him, he sensed no hostility. Then, suddenly, she raised her right hand. Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan immediately tracked her movement. She was reaching for his chin. It wasn't an attack. Because of that, Blaine didn't waste his energy activating intangibility. Instead, he instinctively took a half-step back. However, Esteth immediately closed the distance, gently pinching his chin between her thumb and forefinger. Blaine blinked in confusion. What are you doing? He had expected her to confront him. Instead, she was teasing him. He couldn't wrap his head around it. All around them, the watching townsfolk erupted into murmurs. Is this a public seduction? But that guy is crazy strong. How is he the one getting teased? Look at her uniform, it's not just any military outfit. Could she be an officer of the Empire? Maybe they're just a couple flirting. If that ice-cold beauty is an imperial officer, no wonder that guy dared to kill the governor's son. Feeling the odd stares from the crowd, Blaine, who had been indifferent just moments ago, suddenly found himself feeling a little embarrassed. Smile again. Esteth's tone was firm, almost commanding. What? Blaine was completely lost now. I want to see a more genuine smile, she said bluntly. The one you had just now, it moved me a little. The natural smile he had shown when speaking to the mother and daughter had stirred something in her. She didn't understand why. Up until now, Esteth had never thought about things like love. The concept had simply never entered her mind. She had no idea what this strange, subtle feeling meant. All she knew was that she wanted to see Blaine's real smile again, not just a faint one, but a true, wholehearted smile. A smile? Blaine was even more confused now. Did I smile just now? He vaguely remembered unconsciously smiling in relief. But being asked to force a smile? That wasn't something he could do. He wasn't the type to smile often. Occasionally, he might do it instinctively, but forcing it felt unnatural. Besides, a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder smiling? Wouldn't that just make him look like one of those deranged Uchiha lunatics? Of course, that was just his own perception. He had never actually seen what his own smile looked like. This is kind of difficult for me, he admitted awkwardly. Really? Esteth tilted her head slightly, then murmured, Are you embarrassed because of all the people watching? Blaine opened his mouth to correct her misunderstanding. But before he could, she had already decided that was the case. Well then, she said casually, we don't have to rush. Once we're back in the imperial capital, you won't have to be shy in my room. Wait, that's not. Blaine started to protest, but Esteth didn't give him the chance. Besides, she continued, it seems we have a little problem right now. Blaine turned his head. And saw them. From all directions, a large number of guards were closing in. It was clear why. Sykes, the governor's son, was dead. Chapter 9, He's Mine. As the guards from the governor's mansion surrounded the area, Governor Severe arrived in a rage. They didn't yet know who had killed Sykes, but they were about to find out. Sykes. Severe ran to his son's lifeless body, his grief-stricken voice echoing through the square. Who killed my son? His bloodshot eyes burned with fury, his presence alone sending a chill through the crowd. No one dared to move. No one dared to meet his gaze. After all, Severe was even more terrifying than his son. Who saw the murderer? If anyone dares to protect them, you'll all die. His voice was laced with venom. He intended to find the culprit by any means necessary, even if it meant rounding up and torturing every single person in the area until someone confessed. The color drained from the faces of the townsfolk. Many of them had seen exactly who had killed Sykes. But to them, that young man had done the right thing. They didn't want Blaine to suffer revenge, but if they kept quiet, Sevier would turn his wrath on them first. They were just ordinary people. Torture terrified them. It was only a matter of time before someone broke under the pressure. Before that could happen, Blaine stepped forward. "It was me." "What? You?" Sevier's face twisted in shock. He had assumed Blaine was simply one of Estetha's subordinates. Until this moment, he hadn't even considered the possibility that Blaine was the one responsible. "General Esteth." Sevier snarled, turning to her. "That brat is your subordinate. You owe me an explanation." His fury was uncontrollable, but he still addressed Esteth with respect. In the Empire's hierarchy, a governor ranked below a general. Even so, he wasn't entirely beneath Esteth, he didn't have to bow and scrape before her. And no matter who Blaine was, Sevier wanted justice for his son. Esteth didn't answer. Instead, she walked toward Sevier. A faint smile played on her lips, one that carried a dangerous edge. No one else seemed to notice. No one except Blaine. But he didn't say a word. He was curious to see how Esteth would handle this. Sevier assumed Esteth had come to negotiate. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to deal with the young man who had killed his son. Beheading him was too merciful. No, he wanted him slowly, brutally tortured to death. Only then could he begin to ease his rage. Esteth stepped right up to him. Up close, Sevier couldn't help but admire her. Her beauty was unparalleled. Her figure, her poise, her aura, everything about her was utterly captivating. A vile thought entered his mind. If he played his cards right, maybe he could use this situation to his advantage. Maybe, he could take liberties with her. Lust flickered in his eyes. And Esteth saw it instantly. A moment later, her sword was in her hand. And it pierced straight through Sevier's right eye. It happened so fast that Sevier didn't even realize what was happening. He prided himself on being the strongest in Jisei City, far stronger than Sykes. He was a Shingu user. But against Esteth, who wielded neither a Taigu nor a Shingu, he was utterly powerless. After all, Esteth hadn't needed a legendary weapon to rise to the rank of general. She had done it through sheer ability alone. And in the near future, once she obtained a Taigu, she would become the undisputed strongest in the Empire. For a split second, Sevier was stunned. Then the pain hit. An agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. "Agag!" He screamed, clutching at his destroyed eye as blood poured from the socket. "You thought you could order me around?" Estetha's voice was deathly cold. The very air around them felt like it had frozen. "And no. That's not Aggh." Before he could finish his sentence, Esteth drove her blade into his other eye. Total blindness. For a man like Sevier, who had lived in luxury, indulging in every pleasure imaginable, this was a fate worse than death. But Esteth wasn't finished yet. As he collapsed to his knees, writhing in agony, she lifted her boot and stomped down on the back of his skull. Hard. With a sickening crunch, his head caved in like a crushed melon. Sevier was dead before he even hit the ground. The guards surrounding Blaine and Esteth stood frozen in horror. Some of them were trembling so badly that their weapons slipped from their hands, clattering onto the cobblestone. Esteth didn't even spare Sevier's corpse a glance. Instead, she turned to the remaining guards and said coldly, "He's mine. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first." The weight of her gaze sent a shiver down their spines. It was not a threat. It was a promise. That was all it took. Panic broke out. The guards scrambled to flee, tossing away their weapons to run faster. Esteth let them go. She had no interest in wasting her time chasing down such pathetic prey. Blaine, however, was once again taken aback by Estetha's ruthlessness. Even a governor, an imperial official, was nothing to her. She could have easily sold him out. Yet she had crushed Sevier without hesitation. Blaine doubted she had done it for his sake. It was more likely that Sevier's arrogance had annoyed her. And that lustful look in his eyes had sealed his fate. "Now that the governor is dead, no one is left to govern Jisei City," Blaine noted, stepping up beside her. "It doesn't matter. The imperial capital will send someone to replace him," Esteth said dismissively. "But won't this cause problems for you?" This whole situation started because of me. I should have handled it alone. Blaine had no intention of dragging her into his mess. Esteth, however, merely smirked. It's no problem. If anyone gives me trouble for this, I'll just kill them too. She spoke as if it were the simplest thing in the world. And besides. She turned to Blaine, her smirk widening slightly. You're mine. That means this concerns me too. Chapter 10, Shingu Dual Blades. Don't say things that can be easily misunderstood. Blaine said, feeling slightly speechless. He could tell that Esteth definitely didn't mean it that way, so he didn't give it any further thought. This guy had a decent Shingu. You can use it for now. With that, Esteth used her longsword to hook the pair of crossed scabbards on Severe's back and then tossed them to Blaine. Blaine caught the scabbards, instantly recognizing that they contained two swords. Are both of these weapons Shingu? He couldn't help but ask. That's right. To be precise, they are part of the same Shingu because this Shingu is called dual blade style. Esteth continued, your Taigu is purely defensive, right? This Shingu will help balance things out by increasing your offensive capability. Though it was named dual blades, in works like these, swords and blades are often interchangeable, so dual swords could still be referred to by that name. I see. Blaine nodded slightly. He had indeed been lacking a proper weapon. He preferred swords over heavy weapons like war hammers, which was why he hadn't paid any attention to Sykes' Shingu before. As for Esteth mistaking his double kamui for a Taigu, he had no intention of correcting her. Letting her believe what she wanted was the best option. He hadn't confirmed or denied anything, it was entirely Esteth's own assumption. Blaine secured the crossed scabbards onto his back, then curiously drew the swords. One was black, the other white. The black sword fit naturally in his left hand, while the white one settled in his right. They were identical twin swords, their only difference being color. The weight and balance in his grip were leagues apart from the standard longsword he'd taken from a guard earlier. The craftsmanship and quality were clearly superior. Judging by the name, the Shingu's ability was straightforward, allowing the user to wield both blades simultaneously. When it comes to Taigu, a person can only wield one at a time. That's an iron rule, any more would overload the body and be life-threatening. At this moment, Esteth decided to explain further. Shingu may not be as extreme as Taigu, but in most cases, a person can only own one. Dual blades is an exception. Even though it consists of two swords, the strain it places on the user is no different from that of a single Shingu. While it doesn't have any special abilities beyond allowing dual wielding, its base stats are exceptional, both its offensive power and durability surpass those of ordinary Shingu. That said, using both a Taigu and a Shingu at the same time, won't that put too much strain on your body? If it feels like too much, just discard it. Even after all that, Esteth still expressed concern for Blaine's physical state. Very few people could handle equipping both a Taigu and a Shingu simultaneously. The burden was usually too much to bear. I'll be fine. At least for now. Blaine replied. His Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't a Taigu, but he had to admit, Shingu were extraordinary. He could clearly feel the added strain when wielding this one. However, his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. The burden was negligible, and as his body grew even stronger, he would barely notice it at all. Good. Satisfied with his response, Esteth collected Sykes' Shingu, a massive war hammer. Of course, she had no intention of using it herself. A weapon like that didn't suit her at all. She planned to turn it in at the imperial capital. Shingu weren't meant to be left in the hands of commoners. With that, Blaine and Esteth continued on horseback toward the capital. Before long, news of the governor's death spread across Jisei City. I heard the governor was killed in the streets. Is that true? Of course it's true. His son, Sykes, was the first to die. Then the governor tried to avenge him, but he got taken out too. Word is, it was General Esteth from the imperial capital who killed him. The governor was definitely killed by General Esteth, but Sykes was taken out by some young man. Apparently, that young man is her lover. General Esteth. What's a general from the imperial capital doing here? Maybe she's just a righteous general who despises evil. After all, Severe and Sykes got exactly what they deserved. General Esteth and that young man really avenged us. Given the distance between Jisei City and the imperial capital, it was inevitable that they would encounter multiple danger beasts along the way. However, with his new Shingu, Blaine's efficiency in hunting them had increased significantly. His black and white swords were razor-sharp, and there was no need to worry about durability. Even after slaying several danger beasts, they showed no signs of wear. At that moment, Blaine used his black sword to sever the head of a snake-like danger beast and immediately followed up with his white sword, stabbing into its brain. In his experience, decapitation alone wasn't enough to kill a snake, so he assumed the same principle applied to the snake-type danger beast. Sure enough, it wasn't until he delivered the finishing strike that the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has slain a Class 2 danger beast. Reward, 5 system points. This time, I hunted 6, and you took down 5 danger beasts. I suppose that means I win, just barely. Isdeth adjusted her military cap, which had been tilted slightly due to the battle. She figured that once she returned to the imperial capital, it would be time to choose a proper Taigu. After all, against truly powerful opponents, especially superclass danger beasts, she was still at a disadvantage. A Taigu would change that. The imperial capital's current minister controlled a number of Taigu, and every newly promoted general had the opportunity to select one. Isdeth, who firmly believed in the law of the jungle, would never let such an opportunity slip by. She had no interest in Shingu, only Taigu were worth her attention. She had simply been too busy since her promotion to visit the minister and claim one. I never said we were competing. Blaine muttered in exasperation. Maybe it was because he had been aggressively hunting danger beasts to earn system points, but his actions had unintentionally sparked Isdeth's competitive nature as well. Chapter 11, The Kind and Simple Young Lady. Finally, Blaine and Isdeth arrived in the imperial capital. The moment the guards at the southern city gate saw Isdeth, they immediately stepped aside to let them pass. There was no way they wouldn't recognize General Isdeth. Though they didn't know who Blaine was, it was clear that he was traveling with Isdeth, so they didn't stop him either. Only 2 of them returned. I remember General Isdeth leading thousands into battle. What happened to the rest? There must have been an accident. If it were just a single special class danger beast, it wouldn't have turned out this bad. Still, General Isdeth looks completely fine, so there's no need for us to worry. As Blaine and Isdeth disappeared into the city, the gate guards exchanged hushed whispers. Upon entering the imperial capital, the contrast was immediately apparent. It was far more prosperous than Jisei's city. But that was to be expected. It would be laughable if the capital were less developed than a regional city. In the distance, the grand and imposing royal palace stood tall, the residence of the emperor himself. However, even in such a prosperous city, poverty was still visible. There were destitute people scattered along the streets, some barely surviving. Well, this is a feudal empire, after all, and a corrupt one at that. General Isdeth. We've got new dishes on the menu today. Be sure to stop by and try them, I guarantee you'll love them. A restaurant owner called out enthusiastically as they passed. I will. I'll come by when I have time, Isdeth replied with a friendly nod, showing no signs of arrogance. General Isdeth. Our shop is offering huge discounts. Come take a look. General Isdeth. As they walked through the bustling streets, Blaine noticed that many shopkeepers seemed to know Isdeth personally, greeting her with familiarity. More surprisingly, Isdeth responded with equal warmth, carrying herself without the air of a high-ranking general. Blaine found himself seeing another side of her. She was kind and approachable toward the common folk, but when it came to the truly downtrodden, the impoverished, the abused, the persecuted, she held not a shred of sympathy. In other words, Isdeth treated her people well, but that didn't mean she actually cared about them. If a powerful individual committed atrocities against the weak, she wouldn't even bat an eye. To put it bluntly, in her worldview, the weak deserved to be trampled by the strong. The strong could do as they pleased with the weak. The only reason she didn't personally harm them was because she had no interest in doing so. But if they were her enemies, then it wouldn't matter if they were old, young, sick, or disabled, she would show no mercy. Blaine couldn't help but think to himself, this woman's personality is truly something else. I need to meet with the Prime Minister to handle some matters and arrange your status and position. In the meantime, take a look around and familiarize yourself with the capital. If you run into any trouble, just mention my name, but try to avoid it if possible. As they neared the royal palace, Isdeth gave Blaine these instructions. Got it. Blaine nodded slightly. It was the perfect opportunity to sell the danger beast materials he had gathered along the way. Keeping them on him served no purpose. With that, the two temporarily parted ways. As he wandered through the city, Blaine came across a shop that dealt in danger beast materials. "You looking for something, young man? Or maybe you've got something to sell? I can give you a fair estimate." The shopkeeper greeted him with a wide grin. "These are danger beast materials." Blaine placed a bundle of cloth-wrapped materials on the table. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. There were at least a dozen different kinds. This young man looked fairly young, but if he could hunt this many danger beasts on his own, he was clearly powerful. Sensing a valuable customer, the shopkeeper quickly adjusted his offer, giving Blaine a slightly higher price than the market rate. Of course, he wouldn't take a loss, his profit margin would just be a bit slimmer. "Consider this my way of making a new friend. If you ever need anything, be sure to come back to my shop," the shopkeeper said with an even brighter smile. "All right." Blaine accepted the bag of coins, tucking it into his inner pocket before leaving. Carrying so much physical currency was a hassle. He suddenly found himself missing the convenience of digital payments from his previous life. Here, money was divided into gold, silver, and copper coins, each with its own value. Since he was paid entirely in gold coins, it wasn't too bad. But if he had been given silver or copper coins, the sheer quantity would have been an even bigger headache. After finishing his business, Blaine continued to explore the city, taking in its sights and observing the daily lives of its people. As he aimlessly roamed the streets, a carriage suddenly pulled up beside him, accompanied by several guards. Having spent some time in the capital, Blaine had already gotten a sense of the social hierarchy. One glance was enough to tell him that this was the carriage of a wealthy noble. Ordinary citizens couldn't afford such luxury, let alone travel with an escort. Inside the carriage sat a young noblewoman. She wore an elegant blue dress, her golden curls framing a delicate, adorable face. She was slender, and the jewelry she wore was clearly expensive, far beyond what any commoner could afford. Blaine wasn't sure why the carriage had stopped next to him, but then he overheard the girl speaking to her escort. "My lady, you're at it again. I can't help it. I just like doing this." With that, the girl stepped down from the carriage and walked straight toward him. "Do you need something from me?" Blaine asked. Are you from out of town?" "You don't look like a local," the girl said with a bright, cheerful smile. A faint blush dusted her cheeks. "Yeah. I just arrived in the capital," Blaine replied with a slight nod. It didn't surprise him that she could tell, his attire was noticeably different, and he had been wandering aimlessly, looking as though he had no particular destination. "Do you need any help? You seem a little lost. If you don't have a place to stay, why don't you spend the night at my house?" She was warm and enthusiastic, her demeanor exuding the innocence of a kind and simple noble lady. Chapter 12, cute on the outside, vicious on the inside. "I'm not lost, just wandering around. But I don't have a place to stay yet," Blaine replied. "Then come to my house. It's quite big, and I can even offer you some delicious food," the blonde girl said with a bright smile. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll gladly accept your offer." Blaine didn't refuse. Of course, that didn't mean he naively believed this girl was as kind and innocent as she appeared. He was simply curious about how nobles lived in this world. A stranger going out of their way to be this friendly for no apparent reason. That was enough to make anyone wary. Who knew what kind of plans she might have for him? Even if she did have ulterior motives, he had nothing to fear. With double Kamui, he could handle anything. Besides, he had no idea how long his death would take to finish her business. He couldn't just wait around for her, he needed to explore the empire on his own and gather information through different means. Great. It's settled then. The blonde girl giggled, looking pleased with herself for helping someone. "But I still need to do some shopping, so I won't be heading home right away," she suddenly remembered and informed Blaine. "No problem. Walking around a bit sounds good. I'd like to get more familiar with the capital anyway." Blaine responded casually. "Perfect. Then hop in the carriage with me." With that, she climbed back inside. The carriage was spacious enough to seat 4 people, and Blaine sat across from her. "My lady, is this really appropriate?" One of the guards standing outside hesitated. After all, Blaine looked like an ordinary commoner. It wasn't just improper for him to sit in the same carriage as their lady, they also had concerns about her safety. "It's fine, there's nothing to worry about," the blonde girl reassured them. "All right then." The guards had no choice but to go along with it, continuing to escort the carriage while keeping a close eye on what was happening inside. "By the way, what's your name?" I'm Arya, the girl introduced herself. Blaine, he answered. Blaine. That's such a nice name. Arya praised. Suddenly, she leaned in close, staring directly into his eyes. Blaine could feel her breath on his face and instinctively leaned back slightly. Your eyes are really special, they look amazing, Arya remarked as she observed his blood-red pupils, which bore an intricate pattern. Is that so? Thanks. Blaine was a little surprised by the compliment. But at that moment, Arya's true thoughts were far from kind. A filthy country bumpkin like him dares to have such beautiful eyes. She had already decided, she would sweet-talk him into coming home with her, then carve out those mesmerizing eyes as a keepsake before torturing him to death. Yet outwardly, her expression remained a picture of innocence, her sweet smile perfectly masking the cruelty within. Seriously, if only I had eyes as beautiful as yours, she said with an air of longing. Are you unhappy with your own eyes? Blaine asked. He found it odd that a girl like Arya would admire his Mangekyo Sharingan. To him, these eyes were indeed impressive, but more because of their power and aesthetic appeal. Most girls probably wouldn't think the same way. I don't think mine look that good. It's always been a bit of a bother, Arya replied, nodding. I don't think they look bad at all. In fact, they're as beautiful as sapphires. Blaine spoke honestly. Arya's large, bright eyes were already stunning, and they paired perfectly with her golden curls and turquoise irises. He couldn't understand why she would think otherwise. You really think so? Arya seemed genuinely surprised. Of course. I think you should have more confidence in your beauty, Miss Arya. Blaine nodded. Arya fell silent for a moment, her previously smug expression briefly freezing. Moments ago, she had been entertaining the idea of ruthlessly torturing him to death, yet now, something inside her wavered, just for a second. But only for a second. The hesitation vanished as quickly as it came, and she soon regained her usual bright smile. You're right. I should be more confident. Thanks, Blaine, she said cheerfully. The carriage came to a stop in a busy shopping district. As soon as Arya stepped out, she excitedly hurried toward a clothing store, two of her guards following close behind. Blaine, on the other hand, had no interest in shopping, so he remained by the carriage. One of the guards was left behind as well, tasked with watching over the vehicle. Seemingly bored, the guard struck up a conversation with Blaine. See that palace over there? As an outsider, you probably don't know what our emperor is like. He gestured toward the grand structure in the distance. They were deep within the imperial capital now, and the royal palace sat at its very center, surrounded by towering walls. Ordinary citizens likely had no chance of ever stepping inside. I'd like to hear more. Blaine was genuinely interested. He knew little about the emperor and wanted to learn more about how the empire was run. The emperor is actually just a child. He doesn't rule the empire, the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes is the prime minister. The guard's expression darkened. He's the one responsible for the empire's corruption and darkness. The imperial capital is an even crueler place than you might think. Then, lowering his voice, he added. But you'd best keep your mouth shut about this. Even though it's common knowledge, if the wrong person hears you talking, you might just lose your head. Blaine gave a small nod. I understand. This was useful information. And the prime minister the guard mentioned, he was likely the same one as Death had referred to earlier. Blaine also couldn't shake the feeling that the guard was subtly warning him about something. If the capital was truly as corrupt and ruthless as the guard described, then was Arya's kindness genuine? He hoped he was overthinking things, but still, he made sure to stay on guard. Not long after, Arya emerged from the store. She wasn't carrying anything herself, but her two guards were practically drowning in bags, their arms and even heads piled high with purchases. With a sweet and innocent smile, Arya waved at Blaine. Blaine, come over here. Let's go shopping together. Chapter 13, Flirting with Other Girls. All right. Blaine accepted Arya's invitation. Then let's go. Next, we'll check out that shop. Arya looked adorable, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My lady, wait for us. The two escorts hurriedly chased after them after placing all of Arya's purchases in the carriage. Blaine, is there anything you want? I can buy it for you, Arya asked. Not for now. I'll just have a look, Blaine replied. As they continued, Arya entered store after store, buying an absurd amount of goods. It was as if she bought anything that caught her eye, like she was stocking up rather than shopping casually. With her family's wealth, she had no reason to hold back. The ones suffering, however, were her two escorts, who were struggling to carry all the purchases back and forth. Blaine, as a bystander, said nothing but was undoubtedly surprised by Arya's excessive shopping habits. I think that's everything. Let me see if there's anything else I need to do. Arya pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, right. I just need to get my hair done." "Your hair?" Blaine asked curiously. "Yeah, I go every so often to straighten my curls. Unfortunately, natural curls never stay straight, and it's such a hassle," Arya sighed. "You don't like your natural curls?" Blaine questioned. "Of course not. They're so ugly. Can't you tell?" Arya frowned in frustration. Whether it was her previous dissatisfaction with her eyes or now her discontent with her naturally curly hair, this was the real her, so real that she could easily torment and kill out of jealousy. In the original story, Tatsumi's childhood friends, Ayasu and Seo, fell victim to Arya and her family's deception. Ayasu was poisoned with the Labora virus by Arya's mother, who had a habit of observing infected individuals and documenting their conditions. Ultimately, he died from the illness. As for Seo, Arya tortured her to death simply because she envied her long, straight black hair. However, Blaine knew none of this. If he had, he wouldn't still be interacting with Arya. "I really can't tell," Blaine said sincerely. "I think you look great just as you are." "You're just trying to make me feel better," Arya muttered, though she did feel a bit comforted. To her, outsiders from the countryside were no different from livestock, and she hardly took a "farm animals" word seriously. "I'm being honest. Blonde hair with natural curls isn't ugly at all," Blaine said matter-of-factly. "Miss Arya, you really don't have enough confidence in your own beauty. You're already so cute." Humph. Even though Arya viewed Blaine as a mere outsider, she couldn't deny that being called cute pleased her a little. For some reason, she suddenly felt no desire to torment or kill him. Maybe, she should just let this guy go. Just then, Blaine felt a chilling gaze on his back, making his spine tingle. Instinctively, he turned around, only to meet Estetha's icy stare. Her beautiful face was cold and slightly shadowed with displeasure, as if something had upset her. "Blaine, what's wrong?" Arya asked, noticing his sudden reaction. Following his gaze, she turned around and locked eyes with Estetha. Instantly, Arya felt suffocated. Terror drained the color from her face as she quickly looked away. She recognized the woman immediately, General Estetha. But why was she here? And why was she looking at her with such a terrifying expression? "You seem to be enjoying yourself, flirting with other girls," Estetha remarked as she approached, her voice carrying a strange undertone. She had just received her imperial arms, the ice-based Taigu, demon god manifestation, demon's extract, from the Prime Minister. Taigu were incredibly powerful weapons, but they required compatibility with their users. If the affinity was lacking, they couldn't be wielded properly. Estetha's Taigu, created from the blood of a legendary superclass danger beast from the northern lands, was a blood-based weapon. Many had tried using it before her, but even a small sip of the blood drove them insane with bloodlust. Estetha, however, not only resisted the Taigu's madness but also drank the entire container of blood without hesitation. It was a perfect match, because she was already consumed by an inherent thirst for slaughter. Demon god manifestation, demon's extract was hailed as one of the strongest Taigu, though much of that reputation stemmed from Estetha's own overwhelming power and mastery over it. At this moment, the mark on her chest symbolized her bond with the Taigu. Having secured her new power and taken care of other matters, she had gone looking for Blaine. It didn't take long, she had merely asked the Imperial guards patrolling the city streets where he was. And then, she had seen him. Shopping. Walking side by side with some blonde girl. The sight inexplicably irritated her. "I'm just showing her around while familiarizing myself with the capital," Blaine said calmly. Arya suddenly realized that Blaine actually knew General Estetha, and their relationship was clearly unusual. Otherwise, why would Estetha look at her that way? Wait, if he knew General Estetha, then was he really just some random foreigner? Would a mere, stupid outsider have the chance to associate with someone of her stature? But at this point, she no longer cared about Blaine's origins. Estetha was now standing before her. Even though Estetha had approached for Blaine, Arya was still terrified. She knew she wasn't entirely uninvolved in whatever was happening. Under the sheer weight of Estetha's presence, Arya's body froze. She couldn't even bring herself to breathe properly. No matter how wealthy her family was, they were still just merchants. They had no power to stand against the overwhelming might of General Esteth. Chapter 14, Vice Captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force. Let's go. I'm done here. With that, Esteth prepared to leave with Blaine. Where to next? Blaine asked. I'll take you to get acquainted with your new position. As they left, Esteth didn't spare Arya a single glance. She wasn't entirely sure why she felt irritated, but the reason was simple: at this point, she had no real concept of love. Romantic feelings had never crossed her mind. It wasn't until later that something clicked, making her suddenly interested in the idea of a relationship. And when that happened, she had 5 key requirements for a potential partner. Ambition, preferably someone aiming to become a general. Courage, even if unarmed, he should be willing to hunt danger beasts with her. A background similar to hers, someone from the border regions, not the imperial capital. Younger than her, easier to dominate. A pure smile. From Esteth's perspective, Blaine happened to meet nearly all of these criteria. The only thing missing was the pure smile. He had only ever shown a genuine smile once, back in Jisei City, and that single moment had left an impression on her, though not strong enough to be considered love at first sight. Still, since she had yet to understand romance, she wasn't aware of what these feelings meant. She just knew she found the blonde girl annoying for some reason. For Arya, however, being ignored by Esteth was a relief. She had been scared out of her wits moments ago, her face still deathly pale. Seeing Esteth walk away without doing anything to her, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. My lady, we should leave, quickly. One of the guards whispered nervously to Arya, his voice trembling. After all, who wouldn't panic at the sight of General Esteth? Arya nodded quickly and quietly slipped back toward the carriage. Meanwhile, Esteth's presence had drawn the attention of nearly everyone in the area. She was immensely popular in the imperial capital, not just for her beauty, but for her overwhelming strength as a general. More importantly, she was known as the most approachable general in the empire, treating commoners far better than most nobles did. Wasn't that Lady Arya? I heard her family is, not exactly normal. They trick newcomers into trusting them, then lock them up and torture them. I've heard that rumor too. Looks like she tried to lure in another young man, but it turns out he's someone General Esteth knows. That must be it. That guy's definitely no ordinary person. Just look at how casually he talks to Esteth, he doesn't act like one of her subordinates. That crazy noble nearly got herself into serious trouble this time. While the crowd continued murmuring amongst themselves, Arya's carriage quickly sped away, loaded with her excessive shopping haul. My lady, we really almost offended someone untouchable this time. The guards were still shaken by their encounter with Esteth. As Arya's personal guards, they were well aware of her family's twisted hobbies, something they never dared to question. They were just hired hands, and none of them were foolish enough to risk their jobs, or their lives, over a misplaced sense of justice. The only one with any conscience was the guard who had spoken to Blaine earlier. He had subtly tried to warn him but hadn't dared to be too direct. In the original story, this same guard had also given Tatsumi a vague warning, though Tatsumi completely failed to pick up on it. Knowing just how depraved Arya's tastes were, the guards were understandably terrified. If something had actually happened to that young man, their lives would have been in danger as well. After all, Esteth was infamous for her cruelty. I thought he looked like an outsider, but I never imagined he actually knew that crazy woman. Arya's face darkened, suddenly losing the charm she had displayed earlier. Since Esteth wasn't around, she freely referred to her as a crazy woman in private. At least she could be grateful she hadn't actually done anything to Blaine yet. Not that it mattered, she had already lost interest in him. Even if Esteth hadn't shown up, she wouldn't have bothered torturing him. Either way, she had dodged a bullet this time. As they walked, Esteth began explaining Blaine's new role to him. I spoke with the Prime Minister, but there's no way to make you skip straight from a civilian to my deputy. Simply put, you lack the necessary merits, Esteth stated. But I figured you wouldn't be satisfied starting as a regular soldier either. So after some discussion, the Prime Minister decided to place you in the Imperial Capital Security Force. They're short a deputy commander right now, so you'll be filling that position. It's already a pretty good starting point. Even when she first arrived in the Imperial capital, Esteth had to prove herself in combat before earning a position as an official soldier. Given that soldiers were paid well and the Empire was in a state of corruption, recruitment standards had only become stricter over the years, after all, the Empire couldn't afford to maintain a bloated army. In other words, Esteth had already bent the rules for Blaine. Getting him in as a regular soldier would have been an achievement, let alone making him the deputy commander of the Imperial Capital Security Force, a position much higher than an ordinary soldier. It was a safe, comfortable job. No need to march into battle, just routine patrols around the city. That's actually pretty good. Thanks, Blaine said, recognizing how much effort Esteth had put into securing this for him. This is just your starting point, Esteth replied. With your abilities and potential, I have no doubt you'll earn the merits needed to become a general soon enough. It was clear, this was what she wanted for him. To rise through the ranks, to reach for the same goal she had once set for herself. Yeah, I'll do my best, Blaine answered. He wanted to see more of the Imperial capital. More of the Empire itself. If he became a general, he would have a broader perspective, more insight into the workings of the world around him. Only then could he decide what he truly wanted to do in this world. But let me make one thing clear, Esteth said suddenly. You may not be joining my campaigns just yet, but you're already mine. If you ever need anything, come to me. And another thing, I don't want to see a repeat of today's events. Her tone shifted as she reached out, pinching Blaine's chin and tilting it up slightly. Do you understand? Chapter 15, The Empire's Strongest. Hearing the unmistakable authority in Esteth's voice, Blaine couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He had figured it out, Esteth was the embodiment of a queen. And her desire for control was overwhelming. Didn't you say you'd give me freedom? But here you are, still trying to control me, he said as he took a step back, breaking free from her grip on his chin. Blaine had no interest in being dominated. He wasn't a masochist. I meant relative freedom, not absolute freedom, Esteth said coolly. Besides, do you even know what that woman's true nature is? That woman? You mean Arya? Blaine asked, curious. It seemed like Esteth knew something about her. That's right. Her name is Arya, and she's a repeat offender. She regularly deceives newcomers from the countryside, luring them into her home, fulfilling their desires just to toy with them before torturing them to death, Esteth said matter-of-factly. Of course, someone like you wouldn't have ended up as one of her victims, but just know she had no good intentions toward you. The atrocities committed by Arya's family weren't exactly a secret, just something the general public remained unaware of. Their victims were usually naive outsiders who had just arrived in the imperial capital. Esteth, naturally, was well aware of their crimes, but she had never been interested in dealing with them. I see. Blaine nodded slightly. Though he had been wary of Arya, he hadn't expected her sweet exterior to hide such cruelty. Thinking back, it was hard to tell how much of what she had said to him was the truth. Still, now that he was about to become the deputy commander of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he might just have the chance to deal with that twisted noblewoman. But surely others know about this too. Has no one ever done anything about them? Blaine asked. By his standards, this was an unspeakable crime. And yet, not only had Arya and her family avoided punishment, but it seemed like no one had even attempted to intervene. If it were a case of the power of wealth, he might have understood. But Arya's family wasn't some high-ranking political force, just a wealthy noble house. The fact that they could act so brazenly without consequence was absurd. It could only mean one thing, whether it was the officials at the top or the Imperial Capital Security Force at the bottom, the Empire simply didn't care about the lives of outsiders. And perhaps, even the lives of its own citizens weren't valued. The Empire was even darker than he had imagined. I don't know, and I have neither the interest nor the patience to care about such things, Esteth replied bluntly. Figures. Someone like you wouldn't care about things like this, Blaine sighed. Their worldviews were completely different. But he wasn't going to waste time trying to change her. Esteth had spent 20 years shaping her beliefs, there was no way she would suddenly alter them just because someone told her to. Oh. You talk as if you know me well, Esteth said, intrigued. Then tell me, what kind of person do you think I am? Probably, a queen-like personality. And someone who strongly believes in survival of the fittest, Blaine answered honestly. You're not wrong. Esteth made no attempt to deny it. You believe in survival of the fittest so strongly, is it because of your childhood experiences? Blaine asked. Maybe. If my father and the rest of my clan had been strong enough, they wouldn't have been slaughtered by the northern tribes. Isn't that a simple truth, she replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Blaine wanted to argue but ultimately chose not to. Then again, you're right, he said. The northern tribes were invaders, but in a world where the strong rule over the weak, having reason on your side means nothing if you lack power. The weak are trampled regardless of how just their cause may be. It was like that old saying, fall behind, and you'll be left to suffer. If a nation is destroyed, if its people are wiped out, then concepts of justice and evil become meaningless. The only thing that matters is strength, the ability to survive. No matter whether it was his previous world or this one, both operated under the same brutal rule, the strong thrive, the weak perish. This truth was undeniable. But Estetha's interpretation of it was extreme. See? We get along just fine, Estetha said with a smirk, assuming Blaine was starting to agree with her. Blaine remained silent and instead changed the subject. So you don't hate the northern tribes, he asked. Of course not. The weak being slaughtered is natural. But regardless of what they did to my people, it won't change the fact that I'll slaughter them when I go to war, she said indifferently. Maybe your people were weak, Blaine admitted, but they didn't deserve to die. They were innocent. Their deaths weren't natural. Estetha's expression turned slightly cold. Not wanting to start an argument, Blaine continued, I'm just stating my opinion. That's all. But I am curious, if I were stronger than you, what would you, as the weaker one, think then? If that ever happens, then whether you kill me, make me your servant, or force me into submission, I won't have any complaints, Estetha said with a cold smile. But unfortunately for you, that won't happen. I will be the strongest in this empire. She wasn't boasting. If anything, she was the only one truly qualified to say those words. Now that she had obtained the Ice Taigu, her absolute strength was inevitable. What she didn't realize was that Blaine wasn't bound by the rules of this world. As a transmigrator, he was an anomaly, one she couldn't predict. We'll see about that, Blaine said with a faint smile. He wasn't planning anything strange. But he was certain of one thing, dealing with Estetha in the future was going to be troublesome. And the best way to handle trouble, was to be stronger than it. Just then, Estetha suddenly changed the topic again. Without warning, she reached out and gently touched Blaine's face. You can smile, can't you? Why not smile a little brighter? Her sudden shift in demeanor completely shattered the previously tense atmosphere. In an instant, the conversation's intensity vanished, replaced by something entirely different. Chapter 16, The Justice Girl, Saryu. Molested again. Feeling the cool, soft touch on his face, Blaine realized just how cold Estetha's hands were. With a speechless expression, he moved her hand away. If you want me to smile on command, I won't be able to. Still, he couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in her. It wasn't just her hands, there was a faint chill radiating from her entire body. It was barely perceptible, but Blaine's sharp senses picked up on it. She hadn't felt like this before. Then there was the mark on her chest. He had noticed it earlier but hadn't said anything about it until now. That mark on your chest, it wasn't there before, was it? Blaine finally asked. He suspected that whatever was changing about Estetha had something to do with that mark. Could it be related to the Taigu she had just obtained? That's right. I received my Ice Taigu today. After drinking a full pot of blood, this mark appeared, Estetha explained. Blood? So there are Taigu that use blood too? Blaine was a little surprised. He had always assumed Taigu were physical weapons, blades, swords, spears, hammers, and so on. But now, a blood-based Taigu had entered the mix. This is my first time seeing one as well, but the 48 Taigu are all unique and unpredictable. You don't seem very familiar with them, do you? You should take some time to study ancient records. If you ever face another Taigu user, you don't want to be caught off guard by an unknown ability, Estetha suggested. Yeah, I'll look into it. Blaine nodded. His biggest weakness right now was a lack of knowledge about this world. When it came to Taigu, he was completely in the dark. Estetha was right, understanding them would be crucial. Even though he had double Kamui, he couldn't afford to be careless. He still didn't know if there was a Taigu out there capable of countering it. Blaine had since parted ways with Estetha and was on his way to report to the Imperial Capital Security Force. As he walked through the streets, someone suddenly called out to him. Excuse me. Are you Blaine? Hearing his name, he turned his head. Standing before him was a young girl with orange hair tied in a high ponytail, bright orange eyes, and a cute appearance. She was dressed in a gray breastplate and shoulder armor, standard gear for the security force. Despite her friendly and cheerful smile, Blaine had learned his lesson from Arya. In a place like the Imperial capital, he wasn't about to take people at face value. "That's me," he replied. "We received orders from General Death to escort you," the orange-haired girl said, giving him a formal salute before introducing herself. "I'm Sari Ubiquitous, a new recruit in the Imperial Capital Security Force." At this point, it seemed that Sariu had not yet obtained her biological Taigu, magical beast transformation, Hecatonkires. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have Koro with her. "I'm new here too." "No need to be so formal," Blaine said. "That's different. You're the vice captain." "I'm just a rookie, we're in completely different leagues," Sariu corrected him. "All right then." With that, Blaine and Sariu set off toward the security force headquarters. Along the way, Sariu eagerly struck up a conversation, her cheerful energy apparent. "Vice Captain Blaine, what made you join the Imperial Capital Security Force? You must have some noble ideals, right?" She was clearly curious. The security force members didn't know much about Blaine's background. All they knew was that he had been appointed by the Prime Minister and personally recommended by General Death. As a result, many assumed he was some kind of rising talent. Nothing that noble, really. Blaine felt a little awkward, unsure how to answer. The truth was, he had simply taken the position as a means to learn more about the world. "Come on, you're just being modest, aren't you?" Sariu grinned, unconvinced. "I, on the other hand, joined the security force to uphold justice and eliminate all evil." Her expression turned serious, her gaze filled with conviction. She wasn't joking. "That's an admirable goal," Blaine said. But only if her sense of justice was truly just and not something twisted. Of course, he didn't know anything about her yet. From his perspective, if she genuinely had a strong sense of justice, maybe she could bring some light to the darkness of the Imperial capital. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Right? Sariu beamed, clearly pleased that the vice captain had acknowledged her sense of justice. Before long, they arrived at the security force headquarters. "Vice Captain Blaine, we're here," Sariu announced. Looking around, Blaine noticed that all the security force members wore the same breastplate and shoulder armor. This uniform was clearly a symbol of their unit. There weren't any complicated formalities. Since he had already been assigned the role of vice captain, all that was left was to meet the captain and familiarize himself with the rest of the team. And apparently, Sariu was assigned to assist him with that. Blaine was starting to think she was just a rookie doing errands. "Vice Captain Blaine, I'll take you to meet Captain Ogre first," Sariu said. "Captain Ogre is incredible. He even has a nickname, Ogre the Demon. Criminals are terrified of him. If I had his strength, I'd be able to carry out justice even better. That's why I'm trying to become his apprentice." "Is that so?" "Well, good luck with that," Blaine responded casually. A few moments later, they arrived in front of a large office. "Captain Ogre is inside," Sariu said. "All right, thanks." Blaine pushed open the door. Inside, sitting behind a large desk, was a tall, middle-aged man with a vicious scar over his left eye. Blaine's attention was quickly drawn to the room itself. It was far more extravagant than he had expected. Was the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force really living this luxuriously? "Captain Ogre, this is Vice Captain Blaine. I've brought him here," Sariu said respectfully, saluting again. "Good," Ogre nodded, giving her a look that signaled she was dismissed. Turning to Blaine, he spoke in a polite tone. "Vice Captain Blaine, we don't know much about you, but we do know you're no ordinary man. Looking forward to working with you." Despite his position, Ogre wasn't putting on airs. After all, anyone personally endorsed by General Death was not someone he dared to treat lightly. Chapter 17, A Gentle and Kind Person. Blaine and Ogre exchanged a few pleasantries, keeping the conversation friendly. There wasn't much to talk about, and after some formalities, their discussion came to an end. After leaving Ogre's office, Sariu continued leading Blaine around to meet the other members of the force. As they turned a corner, voices drifted over from the other side, out of sight. "Is that idiot Sariu still going on about justice all the time?" "Yeah, she's been like that since day one. She's almost 20 now, isn't she? And she's still this naive. She really has no idea what the Imperial Capital Security Force actually does. Then again, she's an out-of-town recruit, and you guys dump all the grunt work on her. She doesn't even get to join us for the fun stuff. Hey, keep your voice down. You never know who might be listening. Hearing this, Saryu abruptly stopped in her tracks. Saryu. Blaine's voice carried a hint of concern. I am fine, she said, lifting her head with a forced smile. Blaine remained silent. As a newcomer with average strength, Saryu was an easy target for bullying. It was likely that even escorting him today was a task someone had dumped on her. But he was also curious, what exactly did they mean by fun stuff? Without hesitation, he stepped forward and asked, what was that interesting thing you were talking about just now? Who's there? The group of soldiers immediately spun around. They saw Saryu standing there, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. However, something about him seemed oddly familiar, like they had seen him somewhere before. The one with spiky hair was the first to realize. He suddenly recalled a certain portrait, and this guy's face, especially his distinct eyes, matched it. And he was with Saryu. Plus, no outsider could just waltz into the security force's headquarters. Which meant Vice Captain Blaine. The man quickly straightened up and saluted. The others, realizing what was happening, followed suit. As for Blaine's question, none of them dared to answer. Blaine didn't press them. He figured that, given some time, he'd find out for himself what the security force was really up to. Instead, he continued, by the way, do you guys make a habit of picking on Saryu? Cold sweat immediately formed on their foreheads. And no. I've never done anything like that. Some shook their heads frantically. Others looked guilty, avoiding eye contact. It better stay that way, Blaine said casually. He hadn't actually done anything to them, but the message was clear. From now on, they'd think twice before messing with Saryu, even badmouthing her in private would come with risks. Saryu, realizing that Blaine was standing up for her, was visibly surprised. For a moment, she simply stared at him, stunned. Then, gratitude welled up in her heart. Ever since she arrived in the imperial capital, this was the first time someone had treated her with such kindness. Afterward, she continued leading Blaine through the security force headquarters. As they walked, she suddenly said, Vice Captain Blaine, you're such a kind and gentle person. I wouldn't say that. I just thought they were going too far, so I reminded them, Blaine replied. He didn't see his actions as anything special, just what any decent person would do. No, my intuition is very sharp. Vice Captain Blaine is definitely a just and righteous person. I should learn from you, Saryu said, her tone filled with conviction. Blaine noticed how stubborn she seemed about this and decided to change the subject. By the way, how did you and the others recognize me so quickly? You already have a portrait of me? He was genuinely curious. This was his first time meeting the security force members, and technology in this world wasn't advanced enough for cameras to exist. Yet Saryu had recognized him instantly, and so had those soldiers. Yeah. General Death gave us a portrait. I happen to have it right now, Saryu replied. She actually had one made. Let me see. Saryu nodded and pulled a rolled-up piece of parchment from her uniform, handing it to him. Blaine unrolled it and was immediately stunned. The artwork was abstract. To put it bluntly, it was only slightly better than a child's doodle. The only truly recognizable features were his blood-red eyes and the rough depiction of double Kamui. The portrait was crude, but the facial features were somewhat similar. With his distinct Mangekyo Sharingan, it wasn't hard to identify him from it. Who drew this? Blaine asked, though he already had a strong suspicion. No idea. I just know that General Death had it sent over, Saryu said. Got it. Yeah, it had to be Estetha's masterpiece. He never would have expected someone as dominant and powerful as her to be absolutely terrible at drawing. Not that he planned on saying anything about it. After settling into his role at the security force, Blaine went to see Ogre again. He had unfinished business. Captain Ogre, are you aware of a noble family that lures in outsiders and kills them? Blaine asked directly. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they haven't paid their protection fee this month. About time we sent someone to remind them, Ogre said nonchalantly. Blaine's brow furrowed. Protection fee. You know they prey on innocent people, and you're protecting them? Of course. Who cares about some country bumpkins? As long as we're getting paid, what's the problem? Ogre grinned. That noble pays us a hefty sum every month to indulge in their little hobbies. Honestly, it's a pretty sweet deal, don't you think? Blaine was silent for a moment. Then, standing up, he said in a cold voice, too bad. I'm dealing with them, soon. Ogre froze, taking a second to process what he had just heard. Then his eyes widened in shock. Wah, you're joking, right? I don't joke about things like this. With that, Blaine turned and walked away. Ogre sat there, his expression darkening. This brat didn't take the ogre seriously at all. Chapter 18, The Change in Seiryu. Although this kid might be someone valued by the Prime Minister and General Esteth, that was only a possibility. From his interactions with him, Ogre saw nothing more than a naive young man. Willing to eliminate a noble who brought significant benefits to the imperial capital just for the sake of some useless outsiders, wasn't that the behavior of a reckless fool? At this moment, Ogre had already decided to kill Blaine. As a local tyrant, he had only been polite to Blaine out of respect for General Esteth. But now, this kid dared to disrespect him so blatantly, he was practically asking for it. Ogre had plenty of ways to make someone disappear without a trace. As the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had done such things more times than he could count. General Esteth was often away on military campaigns, leaving her little time to oversee matters in the Imperial capital. In the end, cases like this would be forgotten, and no one would dare hold him accountable. In his view, Esteth couldn't possibly care too much about this kid, so there shouldn't be any problems. Not long after leaving Ogre's office, Blaine happened to run into Seiryu. Vice Captain Blaine. You just came from Captain Ogre's office, right? Was there evil that needed judgment? Seiryu's expression was full of excitement. Something like that. There's a noble who takes pleasure in torturing and killing foreigners who come to the imperial capital. Blaine briefly explained the noble's crimes. What unforgivable evil! Seiryu gasped in shock. She couldn't believe something like that could happen in the imperial capital. She immediately asked, what did Captain Ogre say? Are we going to judge that wicked noble right away? He took a protective stance. That noble regularly pays protection money to the security force, Blaine replied. What? That can't be possible. Seiryu was utterly stunned. To her, Captain Ogre was a relentless enforcer of justice, feared by all evildoers as the Demon Ogre. She couldn't believe he would ever do such a thing. The truth was, Ogre had always been like this, whether in this timeline or the original one. Extorting merchants, shielding corrupt nobles in exchange for money, illegally amassing wealth, and framing innocent civilians when things went south were all routine for him. But Seiryu had never been exposed to these matters and had no idea what kind of person Ogre truly was. In her eyes, he was the very embodiment of justice. That was why, after Ogre was assassinated by Night Raid, she saw them as absolute evil and pursued relentless vengeance against them. Anyway, that's the situation. I'll handle the noble myself, Blaine said indifferently. Wait. Let me talk to Captain Ogre. There must be some misunderstanding. Seiryu said urgently. Without waiting for a response, she immediately ran off to find Ogre. Just as Ogre was contemplating the best way to get rid of Blaine, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He snapped out of his musings and said coldly, "Come in." Seiryu quickly pushed open the door and stepped inside, speaking urgently, "Captain Ogre. I've heard what Vice Captain Blaine said about that noble. I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding. You would never tolerate such evil, right?" Hearing this topic come up again, Ogre's patience wore thin. He snapped, "Are you kidding me? Those nobles are the ones paying us. Only an idiot would get rid of them." Seiryu was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. At this point, Seiryu had yet to demonstrate her extraordinary talent, so Ogre didn't care about her in the slightest. Her so-called talent was her ability to form a contract with the biological Taigu, magical beast transformation, Hekatonkires, which she later named Koro. In its normal state, it resembled a small dog. Only after this did the Imperial Capital Security Force start valuing her. Originally, she had been tricked into becoming a test subject. To put it bluntly, they never even considered her a person. Everyone else who had attempted to bond with Hekatonkires had died. It was only later that Ogre took her in as his apprentice, carefully keeping her in the dark about his crimes, maintaining his image as her righteous mentor. But right now, Seiryu was nothing more than an ordinary recruit, even ridiculed as a fool by many of her colleagues. Naturally, Ogre couldn't care less about her. He wasn't worried about her reporting him either. The majority of the imperial capital's officials and generals were already corrupt, covering for one another. Who would believe the words of a naive girl? And if she became a problem, well, he could always silence her. He'd just make both Blaine and Seria disappear. Get lost before I really get angry, Ogre said coldly, as if he were shooing away a stray dog. Seria stood there, her head lowered. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned away, utterly heartbroken, and walked out of the room. Her steps were stiff and unnatural, the weight of what had just happened had shattered her worldview. Outside, Blaine had been leaning against the wall, silently listening to the conversation inside. As expected, the outcome was exactly what he had anticipated. He let out a quiet sigh and turned to leave, ready to focus on more pressing matters. He didn't say anything to Seria, deciding it was best to let her process things on her own. But just as he was about to leave, Seria suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the front of his shirt. Her head was lowered as she trembled, unable to hold back her sobs. Tears streamed down her face. Why? I always believed Captain Ogre was a true enforcer of justice. Who knows? Maybe this is just human nature, Blaine murmured after a brief silence. Hearing her sobs, his gaze softened. Without thinking, he reached out and gently patted her head. Though he wasn't particularly close to Seria, she was the only one in the Imperial Capital Security Force who shared his views on that noble. However, Seria quickly regained her composure. She wiped away her tears and straightened up. I'm very sorry, Vice Captain Blaine. That was disgraceful of me. It's fine. As long as you're back to yourself, Blaine said with a faint smile. Please wait a moment. I'll grab my gear, then I'll accompany you to purge this evil. Without another word, Seria dashed back to her dormitory, returning moments later with a massive sword, one that looked completely out of place with her petite frame. Chapter 19, A Fierce Side. You're using such a heavy greatsword as your weapon. Looks like you've got some serious strength, Blaine remarked. It's not too bad. I've been training in martial arts since I was a kid, but I'm still nowhere near Vice Captain Blaine's level, Seria replied with a cheerful laugh. She strapped the greatsword onto her back with ease, moving as if it weighed nothing. Before they began their mission, Blaine made sure to allocate his points. System points, 24. These were all accumulated from his previous hunts of danger beasts. Ding! Host has exchanged Constitution plus 14, deducting 14 system points. Ding! Host has exchanged Strength plus 5, deducting 5 system points. Ding! Host has exchanged Agility plus 5, deducting 5 system points. As always, Blaine prioritized Constitution in his stat distribution. Final attributes. Constitution, 40. Strength, 27. Agility, 27. In terms of raw physical ability, setting aside the double Kamui Dojutsu, Blaine still had a long way to go. He had come to realize that the people in this world possessed an incredibly high physical potential. His death was an obvious example, but even Seria's raw physicality surpassed what was considered the human limit in his previous world. Ordinary people were weak, but the strong were truly strong. After asking around, Blaine quickly learned the location of Aria's family estate. Wearing the breastplate and shoulder guards of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he and Seria were immediately recognized as enforcers. Some passers-by eagerly approached to curry favor, likely conditioned by frequent extortion, hoping a bit of flattery might make the officers go easy on them. Blaine, of course, ignored them. Upon arriving at their destination, they found themselves in front of a grand and luxurious mansion. It stood in stark contrast to the common buildings that lined the streets. This noble's wealth is even more ridiculous than I expected, Blaine murmured. Wow, it's huge. Seria gasped in amazement. This is the power of the aristocracy. No wonder Ogre was so eager to protect them, Blaine said indifferently. Seria, however, was too eager to enact justice to wait any longer. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and smashed open the gate with a single powerful swing of her sword. Imperial Capital Security Force, Seria ubiquitous, she bellowed at the entrance. In the name of justice, I hereby condemn you, evildoers. Her dramatic entrance immediately sent the entire mansion into chaos, and the noble's hired guards rushed out in full force. Blaine noticed something alarming. Seria's once cheerful and innocent expression had twisted into something feral. The contrast between her usual demeanor and the sheer bloodlust in her gaze was staggering, as if she had become an entirely different person. Blaine could feel the killing intent radiating from her. It was unsettling. I had a feeling she wasn't as simple as she seemed, he thought. This world really is something else. The Imperial Capital Security Force. The guards halted in shock upon recognizing the uniforms of Blaine and Seiryu. "Go warn the master," one of them shouted. They immediately assumed this was about their protection fees. But Seiryu had no intention of waiting. Gripping her great sword tightly, she lunged at them with incredible speed. Despite often being the target of ridicule from her colleagues, Seiryu only revealed this ruthless side of herself when she believed she was carrying out justice. Even now, among the Imperial Capital Security Force, the only people stronger than her were Ogre and Blaine. Just before she struck, Blaine called out, "Hold it." Seiryu immediately halted. Even in her frenzied state, she was still obedient when it came to Vice Captain Blaine's commands. She turned to him, confused. Blaine stepped up beside her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Before we've confirmed the full situation, don't be so hasty." "But..." Seiryu hesitated, her instincts screamed that evil should be executed immediately. But Blaine had a point. Lowering her head, she relented, "Understood." The guards visibly relaxed. For a moment, they genuinely believed this girl was about to butcher them on the spot. It wasn't a matter of whether they could fight back, the issue was that no one wanted to cross the Imperial Capital Security Force. The consequences would be dire. Soon, Aria's father arrived, accompanied by Aria and her mother. Aria's father had the appearance of a kindly gentleman, and her mother was a refined beauty with a warm, gentle demeanor. At a glance, they looked like an ordinary, affluent noble family. It was hard to imagine them as murderous psychopaths. But based on what Blaine had learned, there was little doubt that they were exactly that. "Blaine. What brings you here?" Aria asked, immediately recognizing him. "Aria, do you know that gentleman?" her mother asked curiously. "Yes, we met not long ago," Aria replied. Aria's father took a step forward and addressed them with a polite smile. "May I ask what brings you two here today?" "If it's about the protection fee, we'll pay it right away." "Protection fee?" Blaine raised an eyebrow. "So you're admitting your crimes?" Seiryu's expression immediately darkened. "Vice Captain Blaine, can I execute them now?" she asked eagerly. "Not yet." Blaine flicked her forehead with a light hand chop. "Ugh." The impact snapped Seiryu out of her murderous trance, and her expression returned to normal. Blaine had stopped her because he knew she was likely to kill them on the spot. For now, the bigger priority was locating any surviving victims. According to his intel, there were many, and they were still being held captive somewhere. Aria and her mother's faces paled with fear. The orange-haired girl beside Blaine had looked ready to slaughter them where they stood. Blaine, however, didn't waste any more time on pleasantries. "Based on your actions, you are under arrest," he stated flatly. "Now, take me to the victims." What victims?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." Aria's father visibly broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting nervously. His guilty reaction betrayed him immediately. Seeing the criminals still trying to lie their way out, Seiryu's fingers tightened around her sword hilt. She was itching to execute them on the spot. But she couldn't disobey Vice Captain Blaine's orders. Chapter 20, Justice, Executed. "If you insist on denying the truth, then we'll have no choice but to use force," Blaine said coldly. Aria's father hesitated for a moment, his expression wavering, but then his eyes turned ruthless as if he had made up his mind. He raised his hand, signaling the guards around them. His face twisted into something cruel and menacing, his previous gentle demeanor nothing more than a facade. "Kill them all." At his command, the guards surrounded Blaine and Seiryu. Blaine's gaze darkened as he shook his head in disappointment. He no longer restrained Seiryu and instead gave her a simple reminder. "Take care of yourself. Try not to get hurt." "Yes." With that, Seiryu unleashed her so-called justice without restraint. Though the guards were far stronger than ordinary people, they were no match for someone chosen to serve in the Imperial Capital Security Force. Wielding her massive sword, Seiryu carved through them effortlessly, heads rolling one after another. Wait. Wait. We were just hired. They're the ones responsible." Some guards, overwhelmed with terror, dropped their weapons as their legs gave out beneath them. Kneeling on the ground, they pleaded desperately for mercy. "You are all accomplices. Once tainted by evil, the only redemption is death." Seiryu's expression remained ice-cold, utterly devoid of mercy. Ever since the day bandits slaughtered her parents, she had developed an unyielding hatred for evil. "Justice, executed." No matter how much they wept and begged, Seiryu swung her great sword without hesitation. With her merciless rampage, Blaine hardly needed to lift a finger. Within moments, the guards had either been slain or lost their will to fight. Arya and her parents stood frozen in terror. The orange-haired girl's strength was beyond anything they had imagined. She had single-handedly wiped out all the guards they had hired. Attacking the security force is another crime to add to your list. If you don't start talking, I won't be able to stop her, Blaine said, his tone indifferent. He was, of course, referring to Seiryu. By now, nearly all the guards had been slaughtered. The few that remained wouldn't last much longer. Once they were gone, Arya and her parents would be next. After all, in Seiryu's eyes, they were the embodiment of evil. Realizing what was about to happen, Arya's father broke down. All right. I'll talk. I'll take you to the place. Then lead the way. Now, Blaine ordered. At that moment, Seiryu had already finished off the remaining guards. Bloodlust still clouding her mind, she didn't seem to notice that Arya's family had surrendered. Gripping her sword tightly, she charged straight at them. Why isn't she stopping? Arya's father shouted in panic. Arya and her mother clung to each other, trembling. Before Seiryu could strike, Blaine stepped in and caught her wrist. Seiryu blinked, snapping back to reality. Vice Captain Blaine. They're still useful, Blaine explained. Fine. Though reluctant, Seiryu withdrew her sword. Blaine and Seiryu followed Arya's family to a forested area outside the palace. In the middle of the woods stood a large building, which at first glance looked like a warehouse. However, the moment they opened the doors, it became clear this was no ordinary storage facility. The space was filled with an array of horrific torture devices, some still occupied by victims in various states of suffering. Corpses dangled from hooks on the ceiling, some headless, some missing limbs, others barely clinging to life. Along both sides of the room, rows of iron cages held prisoners with festering, reddened flesh, ravaged by disease. This was the work of Arya's mother, who took pleasure in infecting them with the labor virus, her favorite pastime. Blaine's stomach churned at the sheer brutality. Seiryu, on the other hand, remained unfazed. A sight like this didn't scare her, it only strengthened her conviction to eradicate all evil. Why did you do this to them? Blaine asked, his voice heavy with disgust. Arya's father scoffed. What's the big deal? These country bumpkins are nothing more than livestock, a waste of resources. We can do whatever we please with them. Exactly, Arya's mother added gleefully. Why treat livestock like humans? I love infecting them with the labor virus, watching their condition worsen day by day, and recording it in my diary. It's simply addicting. Arya remained silent, her emotions conflicted. She had never expected that the young man she had taken an interest in would bring about her family's downfall. Some of the words he had spoken to her that day still lingered in her mind. She had been raised in this environment, her beliefs molded by her parents. Vice Captain Blaine, can we pass judgment now? Seiryu asked coldly. To her, these three were beyond salvation. Let the court handle them. And while we're at it, we can take down Ogre as well. Keeping them alive had its uses. They could testify against Ogre, making his conviction inevitable. If they were executed now, it would take far more effort to bring him down. Moreover, allowing Seiryu to carry out an unauthorized execution could lead to legal complications. It was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. The court's verdict was swift. Arya's parents were sentenced to public execution by beheading for their countless atrocities. As for Arya, though she had fewer victims, each one had been chosen out of her jealousy. She was sentenced to life in prison. Blaine and Seiryu attended the trial, watching from the gallery. As Arya and her parents were led away, she passed by Blaine and, to his surprise, suddenly spoke. That day, the things you said to me, did you really mean them? Or were you just trying to fool me? Blaine hesitated before understanding what she was referring to. After a brief pause, he nodded. I meant every word. Your eyes and hair are beautiful. You're already cute, there was never any reason to envy others. I see. Thank you. A faint, complex smile lingered on Arya's lips as she was led away. Chapter 21, Taigu Experiment. As a result of this case, Ogre, the current captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, found himself in deep trouble. Arya's family had exposed him in court, implicating him in sheltering them from justice. That brat acted so fast. And that damn kid Seiryu was with him too. Since some officials in the court were also colluding with Ogre, he quickly learned the details of the situation and knew that Blaine and Seiryu were responsible. His expression was dark and grim. While he had a way to suppress this problem, it would be troublesome to execute. At the very least, he could buy himself some time. And within that time, he had to make both of them disappear. Otherwise, he would never have peace of mind. Leaving them alive would only lead to future consequences. In fact, Ogre had already devised a plan. Now, he just needed to put it into action. That damn brat Seiryu was eager to get stronger, wasn't she? Then he would lure her into participating in the Taigu experiment. So far, every single test subject had died, without exception, after being devoured by the Taigu's power. Getting rid of Seiryu would be the easiest. As for Blaine, he was a trickier problem. After all, he had ties to Generalist Death. One wrong move, and he could end up in an irreversible situation. But no matter what, Blaine had to die. At that moment, Blaine and Seiryu had already left the courtroom and were on their way back to the Imperial Capital Security Force headquarters. Seiryu, when you killed those people earlier, did you feel even a little uncomfortable? Blaine suddenly asked. Not at all. Eliminating those evil scum was refreshing. Seiryu's expression lit up with a twisted excitement, her cheeks flushing slightly as if relishing the memory of the slaughter. Blaine fell silent. Seiryu really has a problem. Her obsession with justice and evil had reached near delusional levels. Much like Estetha's extreme survival of the fittest ideology, Seiryu possessed an equally distorted sense of justice. To her, no matter the severity of a person's crimes, all wrongdoers deserved the same punishment, death. She carried out executions with ruthless efficiency, believing that any trace of evil warranted immediate extermination. This kind of decisiveness wasn't inherently right or wrong, but it certainly couldn't be called justice. To Blaine, killing, regardless of the justification, had nothing to do with justice. He had no qualms about eliminating his enemies, but he would never claim righteousness as his motive. Seiryu's most dangerous trait was that her definition of evil was entirely subjective. If she ever lost her ability to discern right from wrong, she would spiral into an even darker, more twisted path. In truth, absolute justice and evil rarely existed in this world. That made Seiryu's mindset all the more dangerous. Blaine figured he should try to guide her in the right direction if he ever got the chance, before she went too far. For now, though, lecturing her would be pointless. Someone as extreme as Seiryu wouldn't be swayed by logic alone. By the way, Vice Captain Blaine, back in the courtroom, your conversation with that girl. Seiryu hesitated slightly, then frowned. A person as vile as her, what's cute about that? She hadn't spoken too bluntly, but just thinking about Arya's face filled her with disgust. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Her appearance is indeed cute, but inside, she's twisted and rotten to the core, Blaine replied calmly. What I said back there was simply in the hope that she'd recognize her own sins while rotting in a dungeon. If possible, he wanted Arya to at least understand what she had done wrong. Unlike her parents, who had gone to their executions without the slightest remorse, still believing those they killed were nothing more than livestock, Arya had been sentenced to life in prison. She still had a chance at redemption. Then, am I not as cute as her? Seiryu suddenly muttered in a barely audible voice. She seemed a bit embarrassed, her face tinged with a faint blush. Blaine blinked in surprise before chuckling. Seiryu is, of course, very cute. But when you're butchering people and leaving behind a mess of severed limbs, not so much. That can't be helped. Those people were tainted with evil. Seiryu pouted, looking somewhat wronged. Blaine didn't press the conversation further. Changing her mindset wouldn't happen overnight. Blaine and Seiryu didn't always operate together. As a vice captain, Blaine had a relatively easy workload. Seiryu, on the other hand, was frequently assigned patrol duties. Ogre took advantage of this and sent someone to lure her in. As for Blaine, he just had to wait for the right moment when he left headquarters. You must be Seiryu of the Imperial Capital Security Force, correct? A well-dressed man approached Seiryu as she patrolled the streets. Yes, I am Seiryu of the Imperial Capital Security Force. May I ask what this is about? Do you need assistance with something? She greeted him with a friendly smile. I'm a staff member of an experimental facility directly under the royal family. We've selected you to participate in a Taigu experiment, so I've come to find you. The man explained his purpose. Taigu experiment? Seryu's eyes instantly lit up with interest. You mean those legendary, incredibly powerful Taigu? That's right. This one is called Magical Beast Transformation, Hekatonkairs. It hasn't found a suitable wielder yet, but we believe you have a high chance of compatibility. The man smiled, though there was something off about it. Not that Seryu noticed. Really? She was ecstatic. She had always wanted greater power to enforce justice, and Taigu were known as the strongest weapons in existence. There was no way she'd let this opportunity slip away. I'll do it. Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Seryu. If you're ready, please come with me now. Without hesitation, Seryu followed him. Elsewhere, Blaine finally had a reason to leave headquarters. He had received a tip-off from a civilian and was on his way to investigate. But halfway there, he suddenly sensed something. Someone was tailing him. No, several people. Whoever they were skilled. Their movements were subtle, their presence well hidden. This wasn't something an ordinary person could pull off. Assassins? Blaine deliberately changed course, heading toward an isolated alley with little foot traffic. Then, he abruptly stopped and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Come out, you sneaky rats. Chapter 22, Kamui's Offensive. As Blaine's words fell, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, approaching from different directions. They stepped out slowly, revealing themselves. Not bad, you actually noticed us. So, you deliberately led us here. As expected, our assassination target isn't simple, but unfortunately for you, we're your opponents. Their voices carried a tone of arrogance, making it clear they didn't take Blaine seriously. Oh. I take it you're Ogre's assassins, Blaine said calmly. At the moment, Ogre was the only person in the capital who had serious conflict with him. The assassins didn't deny it. A burly, bald man with a scruffy beard sneered, since you already know, just accept your fate. Maybe we'll grant you a quick death. A heavily made-up woman, wearing a revealing outfit, cracked a leather whip against the ground with a sharp snap. Enough talk, let's finish this and collect our reward. But before either of them could act, the third assassin, a tall, thin man wielding a blood-red broadsword, had already lunged at Blaine, striking first. Blaine remained composed, his expression unchanging, but he wasn't careless. He swiftly drew his black and white twin swords, relying solely on his eye's insight to counter his opponent. The moment the tall man moved, Blaine had already seen through his attack pattern. He stepped forward, meeting the assault head-on. His twin blades clashed against the broadsword, deflecting it, and in the same motion, he seized an opening to counterattack. Blaine's black sword aimed straight for his opponent's throat, yet, in an unnatural display, the man's neck retracted backward, stretching like rubber. His control over his body was disturbingly abnormal. Blaine's strike barely grazed him. Even as his white sword followed with a horizontal slash, it only managed to leave a shallow cut on the man's neck, far from a fatal wound. Realizing the danger, the tall man quickly retreated. Blaine didn't pursue. The other 2 assassins had already closed in. What a disgrace, running away from this kid, the woman mocked as she attacked. The tall man scowled, irritated by her words. Mind your own damn business. Don't underestimate him, the bald man warned grimly, his tone the most serious of the 3. That brief exchange had already proven that this young man wasn't ordinary. Even if they doubted he could take on all 3 of them at once, letting him escape would mean losing the bounty, and their reputation. In the blink of an eye, Blaine found himself surrounded. At this distance, even his Mangekyo Sharingan's insight wasn't enough. His taijutsu wasn't superior to theirs, and these weren't ordinary thugs, they had skill, coordination, and had effectively cut off his escape routes. Even though he could predict all their movements at once, his speed wasn't fast enough to evade attacks from 3 angles simultaneously. Cornered, Blaine had no choice but to activate Kamui's intangibility. He deliberately didn't dodge, allowing the woman's whip to strike. Got him, she exclaimed in delight, her eyes gleaming. She relished using her whip to torment pretty boys like him. But then, something impossible happened. Her whip phased straight through Blaine's body, as if he weren't even there. Instead, it struck the tall man behind him with a loud crack. Ah! What the hell, you crazy woman, the man howled in pain. I don't know, she stammered, completely stunned. Why had her attack passed through Blaine and hit her own ally instead? Blaine seized the opportunity. In one swift motion, his white sword pierced straight through her heart. This was the power of Kamui's intangibility, making him untouchable while leaving his enemies open to counterattacks. Of course, to land his own strikes, he had to briefly disable the effect, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to touch his opponents either. The woman's eyes widened in shock, filled with terror and confusion. All she saw in response were Blaine's cold, merciless blood-red eyes. Then, she collapsed, dead. Ding! The host has eliminated Imperial Fist Temple Expert and earned 9 system point. It was clear that while her whip wasn't a Shingu, her combat ability was on par with a Shinguiser. The remaining 2 assassins likely possessed similar strength. As for the so-called Imperial Fist Temple, Blaine had no idea what it was. He would investigate later. In reality, the Imperial Fist Temple was an elite training ground for the Empire's martial artists, emphasizing brutal physical conditioning. Its strongest warriors, the 4 Rakshasa demons, had honed their bodies to the point of controlling them at will, capable of fighting Taiga users barehanded. But these 3 clearly weren't among them. The 4 Rakshasa demons served as the Prime Minister's personal executioners, far beyond someone like Ogre's reach. Limei, she's dead. The tall man stared in disbelief at his fallen comrade. They had come here brimming with confidence, yet in mere moments, they had already lost one of their own. The bald man clenched his fists, his face dark with rage. We have to kill him, avenge Limei. Blaine had no objections. He planned to eliminate both of them anyway. Unlike the others, the bald man wielded no weapon. He relied solely on brute strength. If he got a hold of someone, tearing off their limbs was child's play. He was the most troublesome of the 3. But Blaine wasn't hesitant. His left eye focused sharply on the bald man's neck, activating Kamui's offensive ability. In an instant, the space around his throat distorted. Kamui's offensive ability worked by warping space itself. As long as his left eye locked onto a target, no physical defense could resist it. Even the most durable armor was meaningless against spatial distortion. With both eyes, the technique's speed was even greater, far too fast for most to react. What? The bald man's eyes widened in shock as he felt a terrifying force pulling at his neck. Panic surged through him. He was stronger than the average Shingu user, yet he couldn't even comprehend what was happening. A second later, his neck twisted violently, snapping instantly. Chapter 23, Koro. As the bald brute's neck snapped, his head rolled to the ground, his expression frozen in the moment before death. He likely had no idea how he died. Blaine gained system points from the kill. Ding! The host has eliminated an Imperial Fist Temple Master and received 12 system points. However, using the dojutsu of offensive Kamui had taken a massive toll on him. He had activated his dojutsu twice, once for defensive intangibility and once for offensive spatial distortion, pushing his body to its limits. Of course, this limit referred to the threshold before his combat abilities were affected. If he used a third dojutsu in quick succession, his body would weaken to the point of hindering battle. This proved that his current constitution stat of 40 was still far from enough. However, it was a clear improvement from when a single use of Kamui would leave him exhausted. While he could use Kamui again to instantly kill the remaining tall and thin man, there was no need. His base Mangekyo Sharingan abilities were more than enough to deal with him. Overexerting himself was unnecessary, especially since he couldn't be certain whether more assassins were lurking nearby. Playing it safe was the smarter move. System points, 21. Ding! The host has exchanged Constitution plus 15, deducting 15 system points. Ding! The host has exchanged Strength plus 3, deducting 3 system points. Ding! The host has exchanged Agility plus 3, deducting 3 system points. To ensure his condition remained optimal, Blaine immediately converted his newly earned system points into attributes. Constitution, 55. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. With a substantial increase in Constitution, his body recovered significantly. Meanwhile, the tall and thin man stood frozen in shock. After witnessing both Limei and the bald brute die in such an eerie manner, he was utterly paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Blaine struck. 3 moves later, his opponent was decapitated. Initially, Blaine hadn't fully understood the man's ability to control his body. But with enough intel, dealing with him became effortless. Ding! The host has eliminated an Imperial Fist Temple Master and received 9 system points. Ding! The host has exchanged Constitution plus 9, deducting 9 system points. Constitution, 64. Blaine immediately used his system points to boost his constitution. Then, without hesitation, he turned and left the alley, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. He wasn't in a hurry to confront Ogre. His job came first, he could settle that score later. Meanwhile, in a sterile, white-walled room. After conducting compatibility tests on Seiryu, the biological Taigu, magical beast transformation, Hekatonkairs unexpectedly reacted to her from within its nutrient container. This had never happened before. Normally, Hekatonkairs remained motionless when faced with unsuitable test subjects. Seiryu noticed several body bags lined up around the room, but in her naivety, she only found it strange rather than suspicious. And just like that, the Taigu experiment was a success. Seiryu became the only test subject to survive, the sole person to form a bond with magical beast transformation, Hekatonkairs. At this moment, she was holding a small, white puppy with two tiny black dots for eyes. It looked adorable, rubbing its head against her affectionately, clearly recognizing her as its master. Only now did the staff dare to open the reinforced steel door and step inside. They stared at Seiryu as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Especially the staff member who had been colluding with Ogre, he was the most shocked. He had merely taken Ogre's request to ensure this girl's accidental death, never expecting her to become the experiment's only success. An ironic twist of fate. He quickly adjusted his attitude. Producing a successful Taigu user was far more valuable than whatever plans Ogre had. Now that Seiryu had become the master of Hekatonkairs, harming her was no longer an option. Taigu wielders were an invaluable asset to the Empire. He decided not to inform Ogre about the experiment's outcome. In fact, he intended to cut ties with him altogether, as if nothing had ever happened. Congratulations, Miss Seiryu. Your experiment was a complete success. This Taigu is now bound to you. He smiled as he spoke. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Seiryu responded with heartfelt gratitude, completely unaware that she was supposed to be a victim. Instead, she had gained a powerful Taigu by sheer luck. The staff, feeling guilty, avoided the subject entirely. Miss Seiryu, once you return, take time to familiarize yourself with your Taigu's abilities. Try to practice and build synergy with it. Understood. With that, Seiryu cheerfully left, Hekatonkairs in her arms. On her way back to the Imperial Capital Security Force, Seiryu held up the little puppy and mused, I should give you a name. Calling you by your full title is a hassle. Chio. Hekatonkairs made a small noise, as if it understood her. After thinking for a moment, Seiryu decided, I'll call you Koro. How does that sound? Chio. Koro excitedly waved its tiny limbs, seeming to approve of the name. Then from now on, we're partners, Koro. Seiryu held Koro close, not viewing it as just a weapon, but as a companion. I'll introduce you to Vice Captain Blaine. He's also a warrior of justice. She believed it was her righteous heart that had allowed Koro to bond with her. So naturally, she was convinced Koro would also like Vice Captain Blaine. With that in mind, she quickened her pace toward the Imperial Capital Security Force headquarters. However, after searching for a while, she couldn't find Blaine anywhere. Left with no choice, she went to ask Ogre. Ogre was stunned to see Seiryu alive. Did the assassin not make a move yet? How incompetent. Although he was aware of Hekatonkairs, he had never seen what it actually looked like. So he failed to recognize the small puppy at Seiryu's feet as the legendary Taigu. After all, no one had ever successfully bonded with it, so he simply assumed the staff hadn't initiated the experiment yet. Moreover, Koro was timidly peeking out from behind Seiryu, its small frame hardly exuding the presence one would expect from a Taigu. You're looking for Blaine. Hearing her question, Ogre burst into laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. He's probably been torn to pieces by now. But if you want, I can show you his corpse. What? For a moment, Seiryu was speechless. Then, realization hit. Her expression contorted into a vicious snarl, her voice dropping to a chilling tone. Koro, prepare to judge the guilty. Chapter 24, Seiryu takes a master. At Seiryu's command, Koro's body suddenly began to grow enormous. The Taigu Hekatonkairs had the ability to gigantify, drastically increasing both its strength and defense. As long as its core remained intact, it would continue to regenerate, no matter how much damage it took. Koro also had a secret technique, Berserk Mode, which made it grow even larger, its body packed with bulging muscles, enhancing its power to an extreme degree. However, the side effect was severe, it would be completely immobilized for months afterward. To Seiryu, Vice Captain Blaine was the person she held dearest, the embodiment of the justice she revered above all else. Ogre had already been tainted by evil, but now, he had also killed the most important person in her life, Vice Captain Blaine. She could never allow such evil to continue to exist. As Ogre watched Koro, now dozens of times larger, towering behind Seiryu, his smirk instantly froze. What the hell is that? He hadn't yet realized that this was the Taiga Hekatonkaiers. Seiryu didn't waste any words and ordered Koro to attack. Snapping out of his shock, Ogre finally grasped the situation. This was a beast-type Taigu, most likely the rumored magical beast transformation, Hekatonkaiers. This damn brat actually managed to bond with a Taigu? But there was no time to dwell on it, Koro was already lunging at him. Ogre immediately drew his sword to defend himself. But deep down, he knew he stood no chance. Taigu were simply too powerful. Even though his sword was no ordinary weapon, it was nothing compared to a Taigu, not even on par with a Shingu. His martial skills were formidable, but against a Taigu, they were meaningless. And worse, his opponent wasn't just Koro, there was also Seiryu. Ogre's entire focus was locked onto Koro, and in that split second, he failed to notice Seiryu. Koro's overwhelming strength forced Ogre back again and again. Seizing the moment, Seiryu leaped onto Koro's back, using its head as a springboard. She flipped through the air, sword in hand, and slashed downward, aiming straight for Ogre's head. Only then did Ogre realize that Seiryu was also a combatant, but it was already too late. Pushed to his limits by Koro, he had no strength left to block. In the next instant, Ogre's head was split open. Koro, devour the wicked. Seiryu's voice was cold and unwavering. Without hesitation, Koro opened its massive jaws and swallowed Ogre's corpse whole. With the battle over, the ferocity in Seiryu's expression faded. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed into a duck-sitting position on the ground. Her eyes were red, but she smiled. Vice Captain Blaine, I have avenged you. I will carry on your will and uphold justice until my last breath. But at that exact moment, Blaine returned. The fierce battle had caused a massive disturbance, throwing the Imperial capital's security forces into chaos. Hearing the commotion, Blaine rushed over. And what he found was a blood-soaked battlefield. Chunks of flesh littered the ground. Ogre's body was nowhere to be seen, but the blood dripping from Koro's mouth left no room for doubt. Then, he overheard Seiryu's declaration. His mouth twitched slightly as he sighed. Seiryu, I'm not dead, you know. A voice. A familiar voice. At first, Seiryu thought she was hallucinating. Her eyes widened in shock, and she spun around, only to see a very much alive Blaine standing there. For a moment, she was frozen. Then, she bolted toward him and threw herself into his arms. Blaine nearly phased out of reflex, but he stopped himself. After all, there was no killing intent in her embrace. Vice Captain Blaine. I thought you were. Before she could finish, tears streamed down her face. Seeing him alive, seeing him safe, overwhelmed her with relief. It looks like Ogre must have told you something. Blaine quickly pieced together what had happened and explained, it's true that 3 assassins from the Imperial Fist Temple tried to take me out. But I killed them all. You're not hurt, are you? Seiryu immediately reached to lift Blaine's shirt, eager to check for wounds. Blaine stopped her, calmly stating, of course not. Those guys weren't strong enough to touch me. That's amazing. Seiryu beamed with admiration. I've also eliminated Ogre. These villains deserve to be purged. Seiryu's eyes shone with anticipation as she leaned forward slightly. It was clear, she was waiting for praise. Perhaps even hoping for a pat on the head. Blaine hesitated. If he wasn't careful with his words, his praise might push Seiryu further down an extreme path. She was already dangerously devoted to the idea of absolute justice. If left unchecked. Seiryu, you did well. He patted her head gently. But I don't want you to become fixated on absolute justice or absolute evil. Seiryu's smile faltered slightly. Why? Because absolute justice and absolute evil don't exist. And just because someone has sinned, doesn't always mean they deserve to die. Blaine saw this as a chance to guide her. For example, if someone stole a steamed bun just to survive, they'd technically be committing a crime. But what if that same person later saved countless lives? Would you call them good or evil? Seryu's mind went blank. This. I don't know. Blaine continued, see. No one is purely good or evil. Ogre was a ruthless criminal, his death was justified. But a simple thief? They should be punished accordingly, but that doesn't mean they deserve to die. Blaine wasn't just speculating. In the original timeline, even petty thieves were executed by Seryu, either devoured by Koro or personally beheaded. The question of whether a thief deserved to die wasn't what worried him most. It was the fear that Seryu's black and white sense of morality would spiral further, blinding her to shades of gray. If that happened, tragedy would follow. I understand. Seryu lowered her head slightly. Blaine wasn't sure if she truly accepted his words, but at least she wasn't arguing. Frankly, he was probably the only person she'd even consider listening to. If anyone else had tried to tell her this, she might have just cut them down on the spot. Blaine sighed. I know this might be hard for you to accept, but I really do want to help you. If you ever need to talk, you can always come to me. Yes. Still hugging him, Seryu squeezed him even tighter. Then, out of nowhere. Vice Captain Blaine, can you be my master? I feel like I still have a lot to learn. Chapter 25, The Revolutionary Army. Become my disciple. Blaine was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Seryu to make such a request. Is that, not allowed? Seryu asked softly. It's not that I can't, but I honestly don't have much to teach you. If you don't mind that, then I have no objections, Blaine replied frankly. His strength came from the double kamui and the system's enhancements, so he felt he had nothing to teach Seryu. What was he supposed to do, teach her how to allocate skill points? But Seryu didn't care in the slightest. She immediately declared, then from now on, I'll call you master. Blaine nodded slightly. At that moment, his attention turned to the small dog beside Seryu, which let out a satisfied burp. Ogre had likely ended up as this creature's meal. Seryu, this is? Blaine asked. Oh, right. I should introduce you, master. This is Koro, my new partner, I just met him today, Seryu said, picking up Koro. He's cute, but he looks a bit different from an ordinary dog. Blaine had an instinctive feeling that Koro was no ordinary creature. That's because he's a taigu. Apparently, he's called Magical Beast Transformation, Hekatonkires, but that name's too much of a mouthful, so I just call him Koro, Seryu explained. A taigu, huh? Blaine was a bit surprised. This was his first time encountering a biological taigu. So far, he had seen weapon-type taigu, blood-type taigu, and now, a biological taigu. There were likely even more varieties. Speaking of which, he had nearly forgotten, he should make time to study ancient records on taigu and their abilities. That way, if he ever faced an enemy taigu user, he wouldn't be caught off guard by their special abilities. Chirp. Koro let out a cheerful noise. Looks like Koro can sense Master's righteous heart, he really likes you. Seryu said happily. Blaine had a different theory. Koro was probably just influenced by Seryu's enthusiasm rather than sensing any so-called righteous heart in him. With the death of Ogre, the former captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, Blaine was appointed as his successor. As for Seryu and Koro, who had killed Ogre, neither faced any punishment. Seryu was an important taigu user, and Ogre himself had been a highly controversial figure. After his death, not a single person spoke up for him. The citizens, on the other hand, cheered. After all, they had suffered under Ogre for far too long. He had committed countless atrocities against the common people. Blaine and Seryu continued their duties in the Imperial Capital Security Force. Blaine's daily routine consisted of handling various affairs, sparring with Seryu, and studying books on taigu in the library. In a spacious training ground, Blaine and Seryu were once again engaged in a sparring session, hand-to-hand combat. Seryu relied on these sessions to improve her martial arts skills. She was growing stronger, but she still couldn't surpass Blaine. His Mangekyo Sharingan was simply too broken. Even without using techniques like intangibility, the heightened perception granted by his Mangekyo already gave him an overwhelming advantage. After today's training session, Seryu sat on the ground, gulping down water. Thanks for your help again today, Master. I'll work even harder. Don't push yourself too hard. Moderation is important, Blaine advised. I know, but I still want to grow stronger as soon as possible, otherwise, I won't be able to eliminate evil, Seryu said firmly. Here we go again. Didn't we already talk about this? Blaine sighed. Anyway, what's the next evil you plan to eliminate? I took what you said to heart, Master. I've been thinking about it these past few days. Different crimes deserve different punishments, but I still don't fully understand where the lines should be drawn. That's why I'll need to ask for your guidance from time to time. Ever since Blaine had spoken to her about justice and morality, Seiryu had been contemplating it daily. And the more she thought about it, the more she realized, her master was right. Good. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime, Blaine nodded. It seemed that his words hadn't gone to waste, Seiryu had genuinely listened. As for the evil I want to eradicate, of course, it's the Revolutionary Army rebels and the foreign tribes. Especially the assassination group Night Raid, which has suddenly become active in the capital. I think they're the greatest evil, Seiryu said with conviction. The Revolutionary Army. It's not so easy to label them as purely good or evil. You should give that some serious thought, Blaine said thoughtfully. Anyone familiar with history knew that the rise and fall of feudal dynasties followed an almost inevitable cycle. The fact that Taigu had existed for over 1,000 years meant that the empire itself had also endured for that long, a remarkable feat. Given the current state of affairs, the empire was already deep in a classic period of corruption and decay. The emergence of a revolutionary force was only natural, there was no simple justice or evil to assign here. One regime would fall, another would rise, and history would repeat itself. Seiryu frowned. But the Revolutionary Army? Blaine interrupted, shaking his head. Actually, from what I've seen, most of the Revolutionary Army's members are impoverished civilians who have suffered under the empire. And the official who was assassinated by Night Raid 2 days ago? He appeared to be a just and upright man, but in reality, he had dealings with Ogre, he was a corrupt official. Blaine continued, of course, we can't take things at face value. Whether it's your perspective or mine, let's hold off on making final judgments for now. We'll see things with our own eyes first, then decide. Seiryu nodded obediently. Understood. I really should consult with you more often, Master, I still have so much to learn. As for the foreign tribes, that depends on the situation, Blaine said. In most cases, they're invaders, pillaging, slaughtering, and seizing land. That's hardly justifiable. No matter how much turmoil exists within the empire, foreign forces have no right to interfere. He recalled that Isthetha's entire tribe had been massacred by the invading northern tribes, there was no need to debate whether they were justified or not. From his perspective, it wasn't a matter of justice or evil. If one's homeland was invaded, retaliation was a given, no matter the distance, enemies had to be eliminated. I see. I heard that General Isteth recently led a campaign against the foreign tribes. And after that, General Najenda defected, taking a group of rebels and joining the Revolutionary Army. But General Isteth hunted down all of the rebels. Only Najenda managed to escape with the help of the Revolutionary Army, Seiryu recalled. Blaine mused, I'm guessing she saw something during the campaign against the foreign tribes. After all, Isteth was ruthless, she showed no mercy to her enemies. Najenda had likely witnessed something during the war that she simply couldn't accept. Chapter 26, Isthetha's return. There was no clear right or wrong in these matters. If Isteth didn't show cruelty to the foreign tribes, those same tribes would turn around and massacre innocent civilians along the empire's borders. Unless complete unification was achieved, this endless cycle of blood feuds would never stop. This world had yet to reach the level of civilization that Blaine had known before his transmigration. It was just as unreasonable to judge ancient feudal dynasties by modern moral standards. During the feudal era, treating enemy soldiers and civilians with kindness was nearly impossible, and armies were far from being highly disciplined. One could only say that General Najenda was simply too kind-hearted. Of course, Isthetha's army's brutality was just a catalyst. The real reason for Najenda's defection lay in the empire's deep-seated corruption and darkness, something a general like her could not have been unaware of. Najenda has now joined the Revolutionary Army. No, she shouldn't even be called a general anymore, she's a rebel, Seiryu said. But for now, the most dangerous threat is still Night Raid. They've been wreaking havoc in the capital, and from what I've heard, every member of Night Raid is a Taiga user. For now, let's just observe, Blaine said calmly. Unless they start indiscriminately killing innocents or come looking for trouble, there's no need to consider them enemies just yet. As long as Night Raid was truly targeting corrupt officials and criminals, Blaine had no reason to oppose them. The darkness of the Empire was caused by those very people. Blaine wouldn't mind seeing them all eliminated. That day, someone arrived at the palace, requesting an audience with the Prime Minister. Inside the Grand Hall, the current Prime Minister was feasting greedily. His name was Honest, the true mastermind behind the Empire's corruption and decline. He appeared obese, but beneath the fat was a powerful physique. In his youth, he had undergone strict training, which allowed him to maintain his health despite his excessive drinking and gluttony. Lord Honest, Ogre, the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, has been killed. The ones responsible were Vice Captain Blaine and a Taiga user named Seryu. Judging by Blaine's actions, it doesn't seem like he's on our side. The man kneeling before Honest was a high-ranking official, clearly someone who had been associated with Ogre. He was also one of the many corrupt bureaucrats in Honest's faction. I already heard about it. Ogre's death is truly heartbreaking. It's made my appetite surge. I had to eat 2 extra sausages just to cope with the grief, Honest said, eyes glistening with crocodile tears as he spoke nonsense, never once pausing from his feast. The official, long accustomed to Honest's bizarre behavior, remained unfazed. But don't concern yourself with Blaine, he was personally recommended by General Esteth, Honest said, his expression shifting in an instant, faster than flipping a page in a book. I also heard that Ogre hired 3 masters from the Imperial Fist Temple to assassinate Blaine, only for all of them to be slaughtered instead. No wonder Esteth values him so highly. He's probably quite the capable killer. Honest and Esteth had a mutually beneficial relationship. Honest knew that Esteth cared only for war and had no interest in politics, which made her trustworthy in his eyes. He needed Esteth to defend the Empire from external threats and to solidify its rule. At the same time, he saw her as a counterbalance to Great General Budo. Great General Budo was the highest-ranking commander of the Empire's military. Before Esteth rose to power, Budo had been known as the Empire's strongest warrior. Even after Esteth's rise, they were still considered equals in strength. This made Honest wary of Budo's influence. Meanwhile, Esteth had no interest in politics, she only cared about power and combat. Honest had given her full military authority, even granting her a taigu, allowing her to indulge in battle and bloodshed. Esteth had always been interested in fighting Budo, which made her more than willing to cooperate with Honest. Blaine, as someone personally recruited by Esteth, naturally had Honest's favor, certainly more than someone like Ogre. In fact, Honest hoped that the people under Esteth's command would become even stronger, making it easier to counter Budo's influence. Is that so? The official immediately panicked. I was foolish, I didn't realize he was someone General Esteth valued. He knew all too well how unpredictable Honest was. One wrong word, and he could lose his life. But Honest barely spared him a glance. Instead, he muttered to himself, let's have him transferred to the assassination unit. Expand their numbers to deal with Night Raid and the Revolutionary Army. Understood. The official dared not say another word, fearing he might accidentally offend Honest. As he left the palace, tail between his legs, Esteth walked in from outside. She didn't even spare the fleeing man a glance. Esteth, just in time. That Blaine you recommended has been making things rather interesting lately, Honest said, welcoming her with a grin. Oh. Let's hear it, Esteth replied, intrigued. Unlike the other officials who had to kneel before Honest, Esteth stood as his equal. The former captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, Ogre, was killed a few days ago. That fool hired 3 experts from the Imperial Fist Temple to assassinate Blaine, only to end up dead himself. Your recommendation was clearly well placed, Honest said. Of course. Those 3 alone never stood a chance against him, Esteth said, showing not the slightest surprise. She had already known Blaine was powerful. Also, it seems he's taken on an apprentice, someone named Seryu. This apprentice of his is quite interesting as well, having successfully bonded with the Taigu Hekatonkires, Honest added, half speaking to Esteth, half musing to himself. Now that I think about it, this Taigu user might be a good fit for the assassination unit as well. Seryu? Esteth had no idea who that was, but the name sounded feminine. Her gaze grew sharp. A woman? Seems like it. I don't know much, but from what I've heard, she's a little girl who never stops talking about justice, Honest said, waving dismissively. As someone who almost never left the palace, Honest only knew about Blaine and Seryu through his subordinates. I see. I'll pay a visit to the Imperial Capital Security Force, Esteth said. With that, she turned and left. Honest watched her go, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Huh. Why does it feel like Isdeth is in a bad mood today? Maybe it's just my imagination. Chapter 27, Confused about Love. Not long ago, General Isdeth led an army to crush the southwestern foreign tribes. In just a few days, she returned with a resounding victory, a feat no previous general had ever accomplished. Of course, this excluded General Budo, who rarely left the imperial capital, as his primary duty was guarding the palace. With this latest triumph, Isdetha's reputation soared once again. As she walked through the streets, she was constantly surrounded by admirers. Before long, she arrived at the Imperial Capital Security Force headquarters. Is that General Isdeth? Why is she suddenly here? Could it be because of what happened to Captain Ogre? But that doesn't make sense, Captain Blaine is under General Isdetha's command now. Shoo, don't bring up Captain Ogre. If Captain Blaine hears you, we'll be in trouble. Isdetha's presence immediately drew the attention of the surrounding guards. She casually stopped one of them and asked, "Do you know where Blaine is?" The soldier, awed by her presence, quickly responded, "Captain Blaine should be at the training ground. I'll notify him right away." "No need. I'll go find him myself," Isdeth said indifferently. Meanwhile, Blaine was in the middle of his usual training session with Seriu. During a break, he flipped through a book he had found in the study, a pictorial guide on Taigu. Books detailing Taigu were rare, and this was the only one he had come across that contained illustrations. Though it only documented a dozen or so Taigu, even that much knowledge was incredibly valuable. The first Taigu listed was National Defense Machine God, Shikudazer. The first and strongest Taigu, known as the Supreme Taigu. Only an emperor of royal blood can wield it. It is said to possess godlike power, but few have ever seen it. Its exclusive secret ability remains unknown. Blaine frowned. The emperor's personal Taigu was supposedly the strongest, yet there was almost no information on its actual capabilities. He continued browsing through various Taigu, blades, swords, rings, gloves, armor, even hekatonkires, which Koro had bonded with. Two Taigu in particular caught his attention, one cut killer, Murasame, and dimensional formation, Shambhala. Murasame, also known as the demon blade, inflicted a deadly curse with even the slightest cut. Once poisoned, there was no antidote, the victim would die almost instantly. Without prior knowledge, facing a Taigu user wielding Murasame would be a death sentence. Shambhala, on the other hand, was a spatial Taigu that allowed its user to teleport targets to pre-marked locations. If someone were sent directly into a volcano or another lethal environment. Blaine found it interesting, but it didn't compare to his double Kamui, which far outclassed Shambhala in terms of spatial manipulation. The only downside was that double Kamui consumed far more energy. Unfortunately, there was no mention of Isdetha's Taigu in the book. He didn't see any blood-type Taigu listed, which confirmed that her weapon wasn't included. After reading through the dozen or so Taigu, Blaine reaffirmed just how dangerous they could be. Fighting a Taigu user required caution, recklessness could lead to instant death. "Master, are all those Taigu?" Seriu, exhausted from training, leaned against Blaine's shoulder, catching her breath. Koro lay motionless on Blaine's lap, looking more like a stuffed animal than a living creature. Just then, the training hall doors burst open with a loud bang. Blaine looked up, only to see Isdeth standing in the entrance, having kicked the doors open. "You? What are you doing here?" Blaine asked, slightly surprised. He hadn't seen Isdeth in a while, and now she had suddenly appeared. Isdeth didn't answer. Instead, her icy blue eyes flickered as they locked onto the orange-haired girl leaning against Blaine's shoulder. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Realizing Isdeth had entered, Seriu immediately stood up and saluted. "General Isdeth." Koro rolled off Blaine's lap and hit the ground with a thud. Isdeth ignored Seriu entirely and walked straight up to Blaine. "Didn't I already tell you? I don't want to see this happening again." Blaine blinked, momentarily confused. Then, it hit him. Wait, you were serious about that? If Isdeth hadn't brought it up, he would have completely forgotten. Seriu, utterly lost, looked back and forth between Blaine and Isdeth in confusion. "Of course, I was serious," Isdeth stated without hesitation. "Alright, but we were just taking a break." "This isn't the same as last time," Blaine explained. "That's right. Master and I were training so intensely that I almost collapsed from exhaustion," Seriu added with a grin. Blaine's mouth twitched. "Please don't phrase it like that, it's way too easy to misinterpret." Isdeth, however, remained unaffected. Her mind went straight to the logical assumption that Blaine and Seriou had simply been sparring. "By the way, why are you so against me interacting with other women?" Blaine finally asked. "Yeah, why?" Isdeth muttered, her expression momentarily lost in thought. She genuinely didn't know. She had no experience with romance, nor did she understand her own emotions. "You don't know either." "Okay." Blaine sighed. He had briefly considered the possibility that Isdeth had feelings for him, which would explain her behavior. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Isdeth was a complete battle maniac. Someone like her wouldn't be interested in romance. And now, his assumption was proven correct. Good thing he hadn't gotten ahead of himself, otherwise, it would have been really awkward. Blaine decided not to dwell on it. Maybe Isdeth was just an overbearing queen with a strong sense of control. "So, do you know why?" Isdeth suddenly asked him. "How the hell would I know?" "Even you don't know," Blaine said, exasperated. Isdeth fell silent. As she thought about it, she realized something strange: she wasn't acting like her usual self. Something had changed. Her emotions shouldn't be affected by trivial matters like this. So why was she feeling this way? Isdeth couldn't figure it out. But the more confused she became, the more she wanted an answer. And the only possible answer had to be connected to Blaine, because it was his presence that had made her feel this way in the first place. Chapter 28, AKAME and Kurome. Isdeth pushed aside the messy thoughts in her mind. "The Prime Minister seems to want you transferred to the assassination unit," she said to Blaine. "What kind of place is that?" "A department for carrying out assassinations?" Blaine asked. "Something like that. Their main targets are rebels, like Night Raid, which has been making a lot of noise recently. I don't know the details, but the assassination unit operates under the intelligence agency," Isdeth explained casually. "In any case, it's technically a promotion. You've been climbing the ranks pretty fast. At this rate, it won't be long before you replace Najenda as a general." "So, am I expected to go there in the next couple of days?" Blaine asked. He was intrigued by this new role. It would give him a chance to interact with the so-called rebels, in other words, the Revolutionary Army. Blaine wanted to determine where he truly stood. Would he continue climbing the military ladder and become a high-ranking officer? Or would he side with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the empire and establish a new one? Perhaps he would support the royalists, ensuring the young emperor's survival while eliminating the true root of corruption, the Prime Minister. As for becoming Prime Minister himself or even seizing the throne, he had no interest. He wasn't skilled in politics, nor did he care for it. Managing an entire empire wasn't something he was arrogant enough to consider. Since he had ended up in this world, he had to do something. He couldn't just spend his days hunting danger beasts. That would be far too dull. But for now, Blaine hadn't made up his mind. He didn't know the exact military strength of the empire, the Revolutionary Army, or the foreign tribes. Jumping headfirst into helping the revolution could be disastrous. If the Empire and the Revolutionary Army crippled each other, leaving the foreign tribes to invade in the aftermath, wouldn't that just lead to a repeat of the Ming dynasty's downfall? It should be within the next few days. "The assassination unit has been in turmoil recently," Isdeth said. "What happened?" Blaine asked curiously. "The elite group within the assassination unit, 7 of them, are either dead or on the run. Even their commander was killed, and his Taigu, Murasame, was stolen. The one who killed him was a girl named AKAME. Apparently, she defected to Night Raid," Isdeth said indifferently. She had no sympathy for the deaths of those people. However, Night Raid piqued her interest. She had heard that every single member was a Taigu user. And Isdeth loved fighting strong opponents. Even Najenda had been allowed to escape on purpose. Isdeth could have killed her before the Revolutionary Army arrived, but she wanted Najenda to return stronger. It would make for a far more enjoyable battle. That was just Isdeth's twisted sense of fun. Murasame. Blaine had just read about that Taigu in the book earlier. So, the elite forces of the assassination unit are basically gone. No wonder they want me and Seriou to go there, Blaine muttered. Pretty much. I heard there's still a Taigu user named Kurome in the assassination unit. She didn't defect. But the rest of the members aren't worth much, Isdeth said bluntly. Still, this is a good opportunity. The assassination unit is in shambles right now. If you make an impact, you'll climb the ranks even faster. That makes sense. Blaine turned to Seriou. What about you, Seiryu? Do you want this? My opinion? Seiryu blinked, as if the thought had never crossed her mind. To her, obedience to the Empire was absolute. The idea of having a choice in the matter had never even occurred to her. Of course I do. I want to fight alongside Master and carry out justice. Right, Koro? Seiryu looked at her partner. Chirp. Koro jumped up, letting out a cheerful noise. Then it's settled. I should be returning to the front lines anyway, Esteth said before turning to leave. Her priority was still war, nothing else mattered more. After all, she hadn't even figured out what she really felt about Blaine. As for Seiryu working with Blaine in the assassination unit, Esteth didn't mind. As long as she didn't have to see Blaine getting close to another woman, she wouldn't feel that strange discomfort again. It wasn't as if she would go so far as to forbid him from interacting with other women altogether. As Esteth left, Seiryu watched her go with admiration. General Esteth is incredible. She never stops hunting down evil. Then, turning to Blaine, she asked curiously, Master, you seem really close to General Esteth. Have you known her for a long time? Not really. We only met recently, Blaine replied. Really? Seiryu looked surprised. It feels like you two have a special connection, though. She wasn't sure what exactly made it seem that way, but something about their dynamic felt different. The next day, Blaine received an official summons. A replacement would be sent to take over his and Seiryu's positions in the security force. They were to report to the assassination unit immediately. Since both of the unit's previous commanders had been killed by AKAME, Blaine was assigned as the new leader. Seiryu would be his assistant. Their job was to train the remaining members of the assassination unit, most of whom were under 20, around the same age as Blaine and Seiryu. Blaine had already received a personnel file and was reviewing it on the way to the unit's base. The file contained names, weapons, strengths, weaknesses, and background information. And one detail stood out. Every single member of the assassination unit was an orphan. So they specifically select orphans to be trained as killers. Blaine mused. Classic. Scanning the list, he noted that there was only one other Taiga user in the unit. A few had Shingu, but the majority wielded ordinary weapons. The Taiga user was Kurome, Akame's younger sister. Her Taigu, March of the Dead, Yatsufusa, allowed her to control the bodies of those slain by it, effectively turning them into puppets. She could command up to 8 corpses at a time, and they retained the abilities they had in life. However, the more puppets she controlled, the weaker her own combat ability became. All things considered, it was an incredibly powerful Taigu. Akame and Kurome, huh? Blaine muttered to himself, deep in thought. Chapter 29, The Empire's Assassination Corps. The base of the Empire's assassination unit was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere due to the series of recent events. The elite group of 7 had once been the most promising, chosen from a batch of children subjected to rigorous assassination training as the top performers. But now, not a single one remained, either dead or gone. Most notably, Akame had outright defected, taking the Taiga Murasame with her. The only members left in the assassination squad were those who originally ranked below the top 7. With their current weakened state, they faced the very real danger of being abandoned by the Empire. If their future performance was deemed unsatisfactory, the Empire would likely discard them and train a new generation instead. And being abandoned meant facing punishment. The rules of the assassination squad were ruthless, anyone who became too weak would be dealt with. Simply put, if they lost their usefulness, they would be eliminated. And if the entire unit was abandoned, their fate would be far worse than simple punishment. What do we do now? Our only real hope is Kurome, right? She can wield a Taigu, she's far stronger than the rest of us. But our enemies aren't just a single Taigu user. Akame is among them, and she has Murasame in her hands. There's no other way, we have to take things one step at a time. I heard that 2 people from the Imperial Capital Security Force will be sent to assist us today. I wonder how strong they are. The security force? They don't even have a single Shingu user, let alone a Taigu user. We can't count on them. We're on our own. In the base, a few dozen members of the assassination squad gathered, discussing their grim situation. Their best bet was Kurome, the wielder of the Taiga Yatsufusa. She was ranked 8th, the strongest among those outside the Elite 7. To be precise, Kurome had originally been tied with Akame for 7th place. AKAME had carried Kurome through the trials, but the elite squad did not allow familial bonds. As a result, Kurome was removed from the elite ranks and given the 8th position. None of the current assassination squad members knew about this, not even Kurome herself. At that moment, Kurome sat alone in a corner, lost in thought. No one dared to approach her, sensing her foul mood. It was clear why. Her sister had betrayed the Empire. Kurome couldn't understand AKAME's decision and resented her for it. From now on, she would have to see her sister as an enemy. Meanwhile, Blaine and Seiryu arrived at the base of the Empire's assassination corps, their carriage coming to a halt before a looming building. "Are you Blaine and Seiryu?" A staff member approached to receive them. He wore a white lab coat, suggesting he was part of the research division. Blaine gave a slight nod. Seiryu, on the other hand, was much more enthusiastic. Yes. I'm Seiryu from the Imperial Capital Security Force. All right. From now on, you will be in charge of the enhanced team. There will also be times when we require your cooperation. The staff member spoke directly, wasting no time on pleasantries. Blaine simply nodded, saying nothing more. He had already learned the general structure of the assassination unit. The corps had been divided into an elite team and an enhanced team. The elite team was already gone, so there was no point dwelling on it. The enhanced team, on the other hand, consisted of those who had been deemed weaker than the elite 7. To compensate, they had been forcibly injected with special drugs to boost their abilities. That was all Blaine knew for now. You have full authority over them. There's no need to report to us. I'll take you to meet them. The staff member then led Blaine and Seiryu to the resting area, a spacious room where dozens of young assassins sat, chatting amongst themselves. As soon as the staff member entered, the room fell silent. "This is your new manager, and this is your commanding officer." After the brief introduction, the staff member had no further role to play and promptly left. The assassins immediately began whispering among themselves. "They're from the security force, and they're supposed to be our managers and officers. They look about our age. They seem a lot weaker than the previous managers. Looks like we really are being abandoned if these are the people they sent to take charge." Blaine's youthful and refined appearance only fueled their doubts. Their previous managers had been formidable. The elite squad's leader had been one of the 4 Rakshasa demons of the previous generation from the Imperial Fist Temple and the former wielder of Murasame. The enhanced team's manager had been an experienced Imperial officer. Now, the ones taking over were 2 young people who looked no different from them. Naturally, skepticism spread through the ranks. Blaine didn't need to hear their whispers to understand their reaction. Seeing their expressions was enough. He let out a small, awkward chuckle. "Looks like we're being underestimated. They don't seem to know anything about Master," Seiryu muttered, unfazed. "But with Master's abilities, it won't be a problem." Blaine cleared his throat lightly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "Let's start with introductions. My name is Blaine. I was previously the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force. Before arriving, I familiarized myself with your situation. I look forward to working with you." The assassins nodded. They still harbored doubts and dissatisfaction, but Blaine was now their superior. They dared not be openly disrespectful or defiant. After all, their manager had the power to decide their fate. "I'm Seiryu. And this is Koro. Let's all do our best together." Seiryu beamed with an innocent, carefree smile, while Koro, her companion, appeared harmless. To the assassins, this only made them seem even more unreliable. But neither Seiryu nor Koro were as simple as they looked. "All right, let me get to know each of you properly," Blaine said, glancing at the roster. Unlike the elite squad, the list contained names but no portraits. A strange silence fell over the group. The assassins exchanged uncertain looks. "What is it?" Blaine asked, puzzled. "Well, the previous managers never used our names," a girl finally spoke up. "They called us by numbers. I was number 24, that was my ranking." In other words, their previous superiors hadn't even bothered to learn their names. They had always been treated as mere tools, used until they broke, then discarded. Blaine nodded slowly. "I see. But that was then. From now on, I'll be calling you by your names, not numbers." Chapter 30, Kurome. "You're Senna, right? The Shinga user who took over Prometheus from Tsukushi. And you're Kelly, the former captain of Team B. And you, Joe, I remember you were the captain of Team C. Blaine had everyone introduce themselves one by one, carefully memorizing their faces as he went. Thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had an almost perfect photographic memory. For example, he had glanced at the roster back in the carriage, and even now, he still recalled every detail about the individuals on the list. Seiryu stood beside him, also trying to memorize the names and faces of their new comrades. The assassins were growing increasingly surprised. This new manager actually seemed to care about them. He wasn't holding a roster or any kind of notes, yet the moment someone said their name, he could immediately recall information about them. This meant that he had already memorized their details beforehand. Many of them began to change their opinion of Blaine. Whether or not he was strong, at the very least, he seemed approachable. But then again, could this just be a test? Considering that possibility, they remained cautious, unwilling to let their guard down. Finally, Blaine turned to the girl sitting in the corner. Although he had never met Kurome before, his memory was sharp. Since her name hadn't come up yet, it was easy to deduce that the dark-haired, black-eyed girl must be Kurome. Compared to the others, her outfit was somewhat unique, a black cropped top, a short black skirt, and thigh-high stockings. She had a petite frame, slightly long short hair, and delicate, doll-like features. Her expression was blank and somewhat dazed. In her hands, she held a katana with mysterious characters engraved on the hilt, likely the Taiga Yatsufusa. On the table beside her lay a bag of snacks, labeled Kurome's treats. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Kurome? Blaine asked directly. Yes. Kurome blinked, snapping out of her thoughts as she lifted her head slightly to look at him. Her gaze was immediately drawn to his blood-red eyes. They were the same color as her sister AKAME's. However, unlike AKAME's, Blaine's eyes had strange patterns swirling within them. Sister. The word slipped from Kurome's lips instinctively. No, I'm not your sister, AKAME. I'm your new manager, Blaine. Blaine's voice was calm, cutting off any misunderstanding. Sorry. I got distracted for a moment. Kurome lowered her head slightly. She knew, of course, that her sister wasn't here. It's fine. Blaine turned away, preparing to address the group again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Seiryu opening her mouth, seemingly about to say something to Kurome. Without hesitation, he grabbed the back of her collar and dragged her away. He could already guess what she wanted to say, probably something along the lines of Kurome is just, AKAME is evil. The last thing he needed was for Seiryu to start pushing that ideology onto others. You were originally divided into 4 teams, A, B, C, and D. But now, with only about 20 of you left, we'll be merging you into just 2 teams, A and B. Blaine looked at the group. For now, I'll be in charge of Team A, and Seiryu will handle Team B. We'll see how it works out. The original team divisions hadn't been based on strength. The squads had been fairly balanced, and he planned to keep that balance while redistributing them. As for captains, Kurome will lead Team A, and Kelly will remain the captain of Team B. Blaine continued, if anyone has objections, feel free to speak up. Most of the group shook their heads, while a few remained silent. They were too used to obeying orders to question them. Blaine waited a few moments, but no one spoke. All right, then that's settled. Starting tomorrow, we begin our first training session under my command. At his words, the expressions of nearly everyone turned serious. Every previous training session had resulted in injuries, sometimes even deaths. Their former managers had been strict. If someone got hurt, the entire team would be punished with imprisonment. And if an injured person couldn't recover quickly enough, they would be disposed of without hesitation. Everyone nodded solemnly, mentally preparing themselves for another round of hellish training. That night, Blaine and Seiryu remained at the assassination squad's base. Blaine spent some time finalizing the next day's training plan. Early the next morning, Blaine and Seiryu led the squad out of the Imperial capital, heading toward a designated location. Commander Blaine, what's our training exercise this time? Midway through the journey, Kelly, the captain of Team B, approached and asked. Hunting danger beasts, Blaine replied casually. Hunting danger beasts. Kelly looked surprised. The others also showed varying degrees of shock. Their past training had almost always been about assassination, killing people, many of whom were even stronger than Shinga users. By comparison, hunting danger beasts seemed much easier. However, none of them dared to relax just yet. If the mission required them to hunt special class or even superclass danger beasts, it wouldn't be easy at all. That's right, Blaine confirmed. For this training, the two teams will not be separated. He then elaborated, the targets you need to hunt are, 20 second-class danger beasts, 10 first-class danger beasts, and 2 special-class danger beasts. Blaine carried a map marked with locations where danger beasts were frequently spotted within the Empire. Outside human settlements, the land belonged to the danger beasts. Some areas had higher concentrations of them, while others were home to rarer, deadlier ones, special-class or even superclass beasts. Upon hearing the details, the assassins' eyes sharpened. Good thing they hadn't let their guard down, this was going to be brutal. At least they wouldn't have to split up. With Curome, their strongest member, they had a better chance of surviving the challenge. Blaine glanced at Curome. Even during training, she carried that bag labeled Curome's treats. He found it a bit curious, was it really just snacks? Sensing his gaze, Curome blinked at him, tilting her head slightly. Then, as if realizing something, she suddenly pulled the bag closer to her chest, looking at him with a blank yet wary expression. I'm not sharing. Chapter 31, Special Class Danger Beast. I'm not going to take your snacks. Blaine spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Then, he and Seiryu led the group into a dense forest, a place where danger beasts were commonly found, perfect for training. Upon arriving, Blaine came to a halt. Team A and B, don't stray too far from each other, he instructed. That way, you can provide support if needed. Seiryu and I will only step in if your lives are in immediate danger. Otherwise, you're on your own. Yes. We understand. The group nodded in unison. That said, none of them put much faith in his words. Their previous managers had never cared whether they lived or died. Even if Blaine seemed different, they weren't about to let their guard down. Preparing for the worst was second nature to them. After that, Team A and Team B split up, though they remained within close proximity. Blaine had set identical training objectives for both teams, they each had to hunt 10 second-class danger beasts, 5 first-class danger beasts, and 1 special-class danger beast. Naturally, Blaine and Seiryu accompanied them. Before long, Team A, led by Curome, encountered a third-class danger beast. However, since third-class beasts weren't part of their training target, they didn't need to engage. You don't need to worry about this one. I'll take care of it, Blaine said immediately. The moment he finished speaking, he dashed forward at high speed, his twin swords flashing as they struck the creature's massive head. Ding! Host has slain a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. By eliminating these lower-tier threats, Blaine not only ensured smoother training for the team but also gained system points in the process. The members of Class A widened their eyes slightly. Even though it was just a third-class danger beast, they could tell that their commander's combat skills were far from ordinary. He might be young, but he had some real ability. That said, they doubted he was stronger than Gazuki, the former manager of the elite squad. After all, Gazuki had been both one of the 4 Rakshasa demons and a Taiga user. Blaine's behavior also struck them as unusually kind. If it were their previous manager, they would have been forced to fight through everything in their path, making their training significantly more difficult. However, Blaine simply found it inefficient to let them waste energy on weaker beasts. Plus, the extra system points didn't hurt. Meanwhile, Seiryu took a similar approach. Any third and fourth class danger beasts outside the training objectives were swiftly eliminated by her. Justice, executed. Her face contorted into its usual crazed expression as she swung her sword, sending a danger beast's head flying. She looked more ruthless than the monster itself. Thanks to recent physical training, her hand-to-hand combat skills had improved, and her strength and speed had noticeably increased. Koro clung to her neck like an accessory, as if Seiryu didn't see the need to let him waste energy on such insignificant evil. Blaine had previously advised Seiryu to be more objective when judging people, but he had never said anything about danger beasts. To her, they were all evil and needed to be eradicated. And honestly, danger beasts weren't something that required moral objectivity. They were a threat to humanity, killing them was simply practical. Why do I feel like Officer Seiryu looks a little terrifying. No wonder she became our commander. She's definitely not as simple as she seems. She's scary. I definitely don't want to get disciplined by her. Even these assassins, hardened by years of killing, felt uneasy watching Seiryu in action. As time passed, both Team A and Team B began encountering second-class and first-class danger beasts. Blaine noticed something peculiar, all of them, almost simultaneously, retrieved small white pills from their pockets and swallowed them. So the enhanced team needs to keep taking drugs to maintain their abilities. Blaine made a mental note of this. His knowledge on the matter was still incomplete, so he wasn't entirely sure how the process worked. At first, Kurome didn't use Yatsufusa's ability to manipulate corpses. Instead, she fought the danger beasts with the sword itself. The corpse puppetry ability consumed a lot of stamina, so she only planned to use it when absolutely necessary, like against a powerful opponent. Still, as a Taigu, Yatsufusa was far superior to any ordinary weapon in sharpness and durability, making it incredibly effective even without its special abilities. After Team A took down 3 second-class danger beasts and 1 first-class danger beast, Blaine gained a clearer understanding of their individual strengths. Overall, Team A was solid, there was no obvious weak link. Perhaps the ones who had been weak had already been disciplined long ago. The most exceptional member, of course, was Kurome. She wasn't just powerful, her combat sense was sharp, and she remained composed in battle. And this was without even using Yatsufusa's corpse-controlling ability. Team B was also strong. To maintain balance, Blaine had assigned more Shinga users to Team B, since Kurome's presence in Team A gave them an overwhelming advantage. Ding! Host has slain a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding! Host has slain a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. As time passed, Blaine accumulated a substantial number of system points. Team A had progressed slightly faster than Team B, having slain 1 more first-class danger beast. Now that night had fallen, Blaine decided it was time to set up camp. Everyone did well today, he announced as they gathered around the campfire. Team A hunted 7 second-class and 3 first-class danger beasts. Team B was just slightly behind with 1 fewer first-class kill, but they still performed admirably. For these trained assassins, second- and first-class danger beasts weren't much of a challenge. At most, some of them sustained minor injuries. But special-class danger beasts were a different story. That would be the real test. Commander Blaine, are you not the strict type? Kelly, the captain of Team B, couldn't help but ask. They had been on edge the entire time, fearing that one misstep would lead to their discipline. Having a commander who wasn't excessively harsh was something they weren't used to. There's a limit to how strict one should be, Blaine replied. You haven't done anything wrong, so why would I be needlessly harsh? Kelly was momentarily at a loss for words. This commander was completely different from their previous ones. If it had been their old manager, even being slightly slower than Team A would have earned them a severe scolding, or worse, punishment. At that moment, Blaine suddenly stood up. He had sensed something. Kurome, gripping Yatsufusa tightly, issued a warning. A danger beast is approaching. It might be a special class one. Chapter 32, Taigu, Yatsufusa. Blaine immediately turned toward the source of the disturbance. Though the dense forest obstructed his view, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a danger beast. Focusing his gaze, he saw that it appeared to be a plant-type danger beast, and its size was extraordinarily massive, far larger than the Class 1 and Class 2 danger beasts he had encountered before. It was highly likely to be a special class danger beast. Prepare for battle. Stay alert. His stern command made everyone tense up. Facing a possible special class danger beast, their expressions turned grim. They had to successfully take down their target while ensuring they didn't sustain severe injuries, otherwise, they would be executed. This mindset had long been ingrained in them. Before long, the special class danger beast emerged before them. It was an oddly shaped creature with a deep green body, unrecognizable as any known plant. Towering over 10 meters tall, it had no obvious lethal appendages but could move swiftly using its unique root system. This is a verdant chrysis. It really is a special class danger beast, Seryu was the first to recognize it. Watch out for the venom it sprays, it's extremely toxic. However, her warning came a moment too late. Before she could finish speaking, the verdant chrysis mouth released a burst of green venom, scattering it in multiple directions like a showerhead. Everyone managed to dodge just in time, except for one girl with twin ponytails. A stray droplet grazed her arm. The venom immediately seeped into her skin, spreading rapidly through her bloodstream. Ah! No, no! I don't want to die yet. Dark green streaks began appearing across her skin, a clear sign of poisoning. A wave of weakness and pain overtook her body. In reality, the verdant chrysis venom was far deadlier than what she was experiencing. Ordinarily, within minutes, the victim's heart would fail, leading to death. Even if the antidote was administered in time, there would still be lingering aftereffects. The longer the delay, the more severe they would be. However, thanks to prior treatments, her body had a much higher poison resistance than the average person. She wouldn't succumb so easily, and the speed of her physical decline had significantly slowed. Yet, her greatest fear wasn't death by poison, it was the irreversible aftereffects of the antidote. These aftereffects could impair her physical abilities. If she fell below the required standards, she would be disposed of. Quick! Get the antidote for Yasha! Kelly shouted urgently. Fortunately, they had stocked up on antidotes, and one of them was effective against the green kith's poison. I got it. A young boy frantically rummaged through his backpack before finally retrieving the antidote. He hurriedly administered it to Yasha, who soon fell unconscious. I just hope the aftereffects aren't too severe. If she can't meet the standard, she'll... The boy muttered anxiously. No time to worry about that now, first, we take down that damn beast. Kelly growled, his face dark. He had a bad feeling that they were about to lose another comrade. Yes. The boy gently laid Yasha on the ground and grabbed his sword, ready to join the fight. Kurome, seeing Yasha's condition, narrowed her eyes. A cold, murderous glint flickered within them. Yatsufusa. Determined to avenge her comrade, she activated the power of her Taigu. Meanwhile, Blaine and Seryu remained on the sidelines, watching the battle unfold. They would only step in if someone's life was in immediate danger. Master, are we really just going to stand by? Seryu asked, concerned. There's no need to worry. They were trained by the Empire's assassination unit. If they can't even handle a special class danger beast, how are they supposed to take on Night Raid? Blaine said calmly. A special class danger beast was roughly on par with an average Taiga user and far stronger than a typical Shingu user. The assassins in this unit, even those without Shingu, were close to the level of Shingu users. Those who wielded Shingu were even stronger, especially Kurome, a Taiga user. If they couldn't defeat a special class danger beast, they had no hope against Night Raid. At that moment, Kurome activated Yatsufusa's ability, summoning 5 corpse puppets in an instant. In life, these 5 had been named Natera, Doya, Wall, Henter, and Rokugu. At a glance, they didn't even look like corpses. But they were indeed dead, retaining only a faint trace of self-awareness derived from their final obsessions. They followed Kurome's orders without question. More importantly, they still possessed the full strength they had in life. Doya, dressed in the attire of the northern tribes, wielded twin pistols. Working in tandem with Senna, who used the gun-type Shingu, Prometheus, she fired precise shots that pierced the verdant Chrysis' mouth. Natera, a light blonde youth dressed in white with a white mask, focused solely on protecting Kurome. Since controlling the corpse puppet significantly weakened Kurome's own combat ability, his role was critical. With the rest of the team launching a relentless assault, the special class danger beast, verdant Chrysis, was soon on the verge of death. Let me finish it. Kurome stepped forward. Her corpse puppets obediently halted their attacks. The others also stopped, knowing full well what was coming. Kurome intended to turn the verdant Chrysis into another corpse puppet. With a single strike, she ended its life. Immediately, Yatsufusa's blade changed, black runes surging into the verdant Chrysis' body. Within moments, it was transformed into a new corpse puppet. The battle was over. Without hesitation, Kurome reabsorbed all of her corpse puppets, including the newly acquired verdant Chrysis, back into Yatsufusa. Controlling so many at once was a heavy burden on her stamina. Just as everyone began to relax, a sudden tremor shook the ground. Another special class danger beast burst forth. A massive black scorpion emerged from underground, its enormous body spanning several meters. Its gaping maw could swallow a person whole in a single bite. Its target was the nearest girl. The attack happened so abruptly that even Kurome had no time to summon a puppet to intervene. Run! Kurome, reacting the fastest, shouted in warning. But it was too late. The scorpion was far quicker than its prey. The girl's face was filled with horror and despair as the monstrous creature lunged at her, completely unaware of the barely perceptible spatial distortion forming in front of her. Chapter 33, Teleportation. The moment the black giant scorpion burst out of the ground, Blaine immediately reacted. This was undoubtedly a special class danger beast, otherwise, it wouldn't have such a strong ability to conceal its presence. Just moments ago, Blaine hadn't sensed any trace of it underground. There was no question that the orphans' lives were in danger. He had to intervene. Running wouldn't be fast enough, so he decisively activated the dojutsu of double kamui. Both his left and right eyes possessed the ability to open a space portal. It wasn't an ability exclusive to either eye, rather, one could open portals over long distances, while the other functioned at close range. Because he had both, Blaine could use them simultaneously. His right eye's kamui transported him into kamui space, while his left eye's kamui opened a portal at a distant location. On top of that, double kamui significantly increased his teleportation speed, allowing him to move almost as if he were teleporting instantaneously. As for why he didn't use the offensive power of his left eye, its long-range attacks were strong, but they typically only severed limbs. Against a massive, highly resilient special-class danger beast, it would be difficult to land a one-hit kill. If he failed to kill the black giant scorpion instantly, not only would he have wasted his eye power, but he also wouldn't have time to save the girl. To ensure her safety, he chose to teleport himself over instead. In the blink of an eye, Blaine emerged from the distant portal, appearing as if out of thin air between the girl and the black giant scorpion. With a swift strike, his black and white twin sword slashed at the scorpion's head. The beast had no time to react to the sudden appearance of a human before it suffered a devastating blow. The defense of a special-class danger beast was truly formidable, especially for one like the black giant scorpion, which was covered in a tough exoskeleton. Even with his attack, Blaine wasn't able to decapitate it in one strike. Commander Blaine. The girl behind him finally reacted. Get back to safety, he warned. She quickly retreated to her companions. The scorpion stiffened from the heavy blow to its head, but within moments, it started regenerating at a visible speed. Clearly, while it lacked particularly lethal attacks, its defense and regeneration abilities were an enormous problem. Blaine took advantage of the moment before its head fully regenerated and launched another attack. It wasn't often he had to use his Shingu's dual blades ability. His black and white swords danced in rapid succession, his movements fluid and practiced, like a true master of dual wielding. In a single burst of attacks, he not only severed the scorpion's head but also hacked off its two massive pincers. Is it dead? That damn thing just burst out of the ground, it almost got us. But how did Commander Blaine get here so fast? Wasn't he with Commander Seiryu? She only just arrived. I have no idea. Everything happened so fast, I didn't even catch his movements. It was like he teleported or something. That speed was insane. As the group was still recovering from the shock, Seiryu arrived with Koro, rushing to Blaine's side. In truth, only a few seconds had passed, Blaine's reaction and speed were just that fast. Need my help, Master? The evil still isn't quite dead, Seiryu asked. She was right. Even after all this, the black giant scorpion was still clinging to life. Good thing Blaine hadn't used his left eye's long-range attack, at most, it would have twisted the scorpion's head off, and the girl would have been doomed. No need, he said calmly. I want to see if this thing can still regenerate when it's nothing but meat scraps. More importantly, he needed to personally kill it to earn system points. If Seiryu took the final blow, all his effort would go to waste. His gaze hardened, and the speed of his slashes increased even further. In no time, the black giant scorpion was reduced to a pile of flesh. By the time he had sliced through half of its body, it was already dead. Ding! The host has slain a special-class danger beast. Reward, 20 system points. Killing the black giant scorpion had been a hassle, but the rewards were worth it. System points, 46. Blaine opened his system panel and saw his newly accumulated points. Ding! The host has exchanged Constitution plus 26, consuming 26 system points. Ding! The host has exchanged Strength plus 10, consuming 10 system points. Ding! The host has exchanged Agility plus 10, consuming 10 system points. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Constitution, 90. With his points allocated, Blaine turned to the others and said, "Looks like we're having scorpion meat for dinner. Special class danger beast meat should be even tastier." The group had braced themselves for a reprimand, but instead, Blaine casually talked about food. Just then, Yasha, who had been poisoned by verdant chrysis earlier, began to regain consciousness. "Yasha. How do you feel?" Kelly asked immediately. The others gathered around, all concerned for her condition. Yasha checked her body and quickly realized she was far weaker than before. She covered her eyes with the back of her hand, unable to hold back her tears. With her current state, she no longer met the assassination unit standards. When they returned, she would be disposed of. She didn't want to die. But that was the cruel reality. There had never been a single exception. Anyone who fell below the standard was executed. The moment they saw her expression, everyone understood. The group fell silent, their faces filled with sorrow. Some turned away, secretly wiping away tears. Kurome also watched Yasha with a pained expression. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she drew Yatsufusa from its sheath. Before you get disposed of, I'll set you free. Just like Natala. That way, we'll always be together. Her voice was chillingly emotionless, her expression frighteningly cold. She didn't want to lose a comrade, so she would keep her close in the only way she knew how. In other words, Kurome intended to kill Yasha herself using Yatsufusa and turn her into one of her corpse dolls. Kelly hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. The others also looked conflicted but didn't speak up. They all understood. The death that came with disposal was cruel and humiliating. Compared to that, Kurome's way was almost merciful. At least Yasha would stay by their side, even in death. Even Yasha accepted it. Tears streaming down her face, she moved her hand away and nodded, giving Kurome permission. But just as Kurome was about to drive Yatsufusa into Yasha's heart, a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. A confused and exasperated voice followed. "What the hell were you thinking, you idiot?" Chapter 34, Kurome really is an idiot. Huh? Why, did he just call me an idiot? Kurome's expression froze in shock, her eyes staring blankly at Blaine. She's not dead, yet you want to use Yatsufusa to turn her into a corpse puppet? Blaine looked completely baffled. You guys don't actually think I'm going to discipline her, do you? He was aware of the so-called punishment system, but it wasn't something imposed by the higher-ups, it had been put in place by the previous manager of the enhanced unit. In contrast, the former manager of the elite unit never enforced such a rule. None of the Elite 7 had ever been disciplined, they had either fallen to powerful enemies or left the Empire entirely. Aside from AKAME, the so-called traitor, two other members of the elite unit, Najasho and Pony, had vanished, taking the Shingu Water Dragon's sword and Yaktobottoms with them. If Blaine hadn't taken over the assassination squad, the punishment system would likely still be in place. No wonder Kurome and the others reacted so strangely. "Commander, my body. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Please, I don't want to be disciplined. Let Kurome kill me instead." Lying on the ground, Yasha pleaded with Blaine. At least this way, she could stay with everyone in some form. Kurome wanted to say something but held back. She had always followed orders without question, never defying the Empire, or her commanders. If Blaine insisted on executing Yasha as a form of punishment, she wouldn't utter a single word of protest. "So when exactly did I say I was going to punish you?" Blaine was at a loss for words. The moment he spoke, the entire group froze. Kurome was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. "What?" Yasha, equally bewildered, stared at Blaine in disbelief. "Didn't you hear me? The punishment system was something your former commander came up with. I have no intention of following his rules, I have my own way of managing things," Blaine said flatly. Then I... Yasha murmured in a daze. "You'll be fine. Just rest and recover when we get back, or if necessary, someone can escort you now," Blaine said. "Really?" Yasha couldn't believe it. Did she actually have a chance to live? "Of course. In my squad, there is no punishment system. Train as usual, and if you're injured and can't continue fighting, just return and heal. You don't have to worry about anything else," Blaine stated firmly. His words left not only Yasha but everyone else in shock. This commander, was he just too kind? For the first time, they felt warmth and kindness from a superior. It was an unfamiliar sensation. Commander Seryu was another example. While terrifying in battle, she was surprisingly friendly when interacting with them, often laughing and chatting. Of course, if the goal was to cultivate heartless killers, Blaine's leniency might be seen as a flaw. But he didn't care. He was here for the money, not to serve the Empire. He did things his own way. Besides, no rational person would treat a living soldier like disposable trash and discipline them to death, right? So Yasha doesn't have to die? Kurome asked, still somewhat dazed. Kurome. You really are an idiot. I've already explained this twice now, Blaine said, exasperated. He had been crystal clear. At the same time, he noticed that Kurome fluctuated between being a naive airhead and a ruthless killer. That cold, detached look on her face earlier, the one that suggested she was ready to kill her own comrade without hesitation, wasn't something a normal person would have. It was clear that the Empire had twisted everyone in the assassination squad in one way or another. I'm not an idiot. Kurome muttered under her breath, sounding slightly disgruntled. Only now did everyone truly process the situation. Yasha wasn't going to be disciplined. She could go back and recover. Kelly immediately reached out to help Yasha up. Yasha, should I go with you to get treatment? Realizing she wasn't going to die, Yasha's energy returned. Actually, I'm not that bad off, just weak. I can still fight. If you're able to move, you can continue training with us. Since Yasha was a member of Team B, Blaine turned to Seryu. Seryu, keep an eye on her for now. Yes, Master. Seryu nodded enthusiastically. Wait, so Blaine is actually Seryu's master? Someone in the group asked, curiosity piqued. That's right. Master is incredibly strong, so I've been learning from him, Seryu replied proudly. Commander Blaine is really strong. After witnessing Blaine's battle with the special class danger beast, everyone had been left in awe. His sheer speed was something none of them could even react to. But above all, it was his kindness that had completely won them over. For now, let's prepare dinner. Training resumes tomorrow morning. But stay alert, we might get attacked by danger beasts tonight. Team A and Team B will take turns keeping watch, Blaine instructed. Got it. I'll handle the cooking. I know exactly what seasoning makes scorpion meat taste amazing. The atmosphere had lightened considerably, and everyone worked together to prepare the meal. Blaine was tending the fire using the chopped wood, having started it with the traditional fire drilling method. With his current strength, it was a trivial task. Just then, Kurome walked over and sat down beside him. She seemed to have something on her mind, but she hesitated, remaining silent as she simply watched him. Do you need something? Blaine finally asked. Not really. I just can't believe how different you are from our previous commander, Kurome said softly, tilting her head back to gaze at the night sky. I mean, I'm just thinking like a normal person. Your last commander was so deranged that I seem unusual by comparison, Blaine said with a sigh. This empire had far too many twisted people. So much so that being rational now seemed strange. Kurome was silent for a while. If you had been our commander back then, maybe my sister wouldn't have betrayed us. As she mentioned her sister, she instinctively hugged her knees, looking small and vulnerable. Chapter 35, Naturally Oblivious, Naturally Dark. That's hard to say. Blaine said, your sister is AKAME, right? Didn't she tell you anything before she left? Ever since hearing the name AKAME, he'd been paying attention. After all, this world was AKAME GA kill, which meant AKAME was likely the protagonist. Blaine made a mental note to stay alert. If he ever encountered AKAME, he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, protagonists always had their plot armor. She did. My sister tried to persuade me for a long time, but I refused. I will never betray the Empire, nor will I betray my fallen and living comrades. Kurome spoke with firm conviction. I see. Then doesn't that mean you'll have to fight AKAME? Blaine couldn't help but ask. That's right. So, I'll kill my sister with my own hands, this way, she'll be with me forever. Kurome's expression darkened again, just as it had before with Yasha. This time, she seemed even more twisted. If she used Yatsufusa to kill AKAME, then yes, AKAME would never leave her side. But that AKAME would be nothing more than a corpse puppet. What meaning was there in that? Blaine couldn't understand. Are you sure about this? After being killed by Yatsufusa, a corpse puppet shouldn't retain its former consciousness, right? Correct. Only lingering obsessions remain, but that's just an instinctual reaction. The puppet itself has no awareness. Kurome continued, I love my sister the most, but she betrayed the Empire and betrayed us. I'll make her part of Yatsufusa so that she'll never leave me again. Blaine hesitated to say more. This was ultimately a personal matter between AKAME and Kurome. As an outsider, it wasn't his place to interfere. Before long, the food was ready. Some of the scorpion meat was used for stew, while the rest was grilled. A danger beast of this size, classified as special class, was more than enough to feed all 20-plus people to their fill. As they enjoyed dinner, laughter and conversation filled the air. "Master, try this. I grilled it myself." Seryu approached, holding out a skewer of scorpion meat. From the way she did it, it seemed like she wanted to feed him directly rather than have him take it. Blaine didn't mind and took a small bite. "How is it?" Seryu looked at him expectantly. It's good." Blaine nodded. Hee. Seryu beamed with delight. "Commander Seryu and Commander Blaine seem to have a really good relationship," Yasha remarked. Her condition was neither too severe nor too light. The poison had damaged her body, and while she could still function normally, her physical recovery and growth would be permanently slowed. Her overall strength would never return to what it once was. It wasn't just Yasha, others in the group felt the same way. "Of course. After all, I like Master the most," Seryu declared boldly, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Blaine was caught off guard. That sounded almost like a confession. But when he saw Seryu's innocent, straightforward expression, he realized she probably didn't mean it the way it sounded. "Whoa. That's a confession, right?" That was totally a confession. "Commander Seryu is amazing. She's so bold. Honestly, I'm kinda jealous. Makes me want to fall in love, too. Not that I'd ever get the chance." The group erupted into chatter. As assassins of the Empire, they were forced to cut off such emotions. Even sisters like AKAME and Kurome weren't allowed to be in the same unit, let alone entertain romantic relationships. But now, with a new commander, who knew what might change? Realizing they had misunderstood, Blaine quickly corrected them. "That's not what she meant." Just as he said, Seryu herself didn't even understand what they were talking about. She was too naive in some ways, but at the same time, terrifying in others. To her, the world was strictly divided into justice and evil, with no in-between. She would only listen to Blaine's guidance. At that moment, a girl with long blue hair curiously asked, "Commander Seryu, I hope you don't mind me asking, but do you want to date Commander Blaine?" "Date? What does that mean?" Seryu tilted her head, looking genuinely confused. The blue-haired girl awkwardly shook her head. "And never mind." She was stunned by how innocent Seryu was. The rest of the team was equally amazed. Blaine sighed. Just as he thought, Seryu had almost no understanding of these things. Meanwhile, Kurome remained completely uninterested in the conversation, silently eating her grilled meat as if nothing else mattered. As the night deepened, exhaustion set in. They had spent the entire day hunting danger beasts, and everyone was eager to rest. Team A would rest first while Team B stood guard, then they would switch roles at midnight. Blaine found a suitable spot, lay down, and closed his eyes. His sleep was always light, staying alert in case of any sudden threats. But with Seryu around, he felt somewhat reassured. As a teammate, Seryu was incredibly reliable. As an enemy, she'd be a nightmare. Towards the second half of the night, Seryu approached to wake him. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Master, it's time to switch." Blaine had already woken the moment she got near. "Got it." He sat up immediately, fully alert. Team A and Team B swapped shifts, splitting into pairs to cover different positions. Blaine was paired with Kurome. He greeted her, "How was your sleep? Did you get enough rest?" Kurome yawned, looking drowsy. "Not bad. I should be fine. The energy I spent using Yatsufusa has recovered." "All right." Blaine nodded, saying nothing more. After a while, Kurome suddenly spoke up. "Once training is over, I want to apply for leave to visit Saiga." "Saiga? That's a high-risk area where super-ranked danger beasts appear, isn't it?" Blaine recalled seeing it on the map. "Yes. If I'm lucky, I might find the super-ranked danger beast, Death to Go, hibernating there. If I catch it asleep, I can kill it with Yatsufusa." Kurome explained her intent. "But that place is extremely dangerous. You're planning to go alone?" Blaine frowned. "Yeah. I don't want to drag anyone else into such a risky mission." Kurome nodded slightly. "Then I'll go with you. At least let me watch your back," Blaine suggested after a moment of thought. "But..." Kurome hesitated. She didn't want to involve her commander in this. Blaine immediately cut her off. I'm your commander. How could I let you go alone on such a dangerous mission? Kurome blinked in surprise. Then, a rare smile appeared on her face. All right. Chapter 36, the contrast is too strong. Early morning. As the sky brightened, visibility improved significantly, even though the sun had yet to rise. The members of Team B were already awake, getting up early to resume their unfinished training. Yesterday, the special class danger beast, Verdant Chrysis, was taken down by Kurome. Team A is progressing much faster than us, we can't afford to lag too far behind, said Captain Kelly, rallying his team. The commander has been so good to us, so we mustn't disappoint him. The entire team nodded firmly in agreement. As before, Team A and Team B split up but stayed within a reasonable distance to support each other if needed. Seiryu, in particular, kept a close eye on Yasha, who was physically weaker than the others. Throughout the morning, they encountered several danger beasts, but very few were Class 1 or 2, leaving their training objectives incomplete. The most challenging task, hunting a special class danger beast, remained unmet. Finally, after completing their targets for Class 1 and Class 2 danger beasts, they discovered a special class danger beast in a swamp. It was a massive, spider-like creature with a black body, crimson front claws, 6 legs, and 6 red eyes. Scattered around it were countless spider eggs. Once the battle began, it was almost certain that a swarm of baby spiders would hatch and attack. This should be the special class danger beast known as Bloodbath Mother. Its main body isn't particularly strong, but those spider eggs are the real problem. There are at least 1,000 spiderlings, each as strong as a Class 4 danger beast. They're the real threat here, Kelly warned in a hushed tone. We need to take it down in one decisive strike. If the Bloodbath Mother dies, the spiderlings will either scatter or cease attacking. The faster we kill it, the better. A single Class 4 danger beast wasn't much of a threat, but 1,000 of them? That was an entirely different challenge. Without hesitation, Team B sprang into action. Those wielding melee-type Shingu charged forward, while Senna, the only member equipped with a long-range firearm-type Shingu, Prometheus, provided cover fire from a distance. Prometheus was modeled after the Imperial Arm, Roman artillery, Pumpkin, but its power was far inferior. Unlike Pumpkin, which increased in strength under greater danger, Prometheus lacked such an ability. However, it was still a formidable weapon, capable of performing ricochet shots, bouncing attacks, and other special firing techniques. Its main drawback was decreased accuracy with continuous shooting. Despite their best efforts, an instant kill was unlikely. Alarmed, the Bloodbath Mother immediately activated its defense mechanism, hatching the spiderlings. From all directions, a wave of baby spiders surged forth. Calling them baby spiders was misleading. They were each about half the size of an adult human, merely small in comparison to the Bloodbath Mother itself. Kill it now. Before we get surrounded. Kelly shouted. Working together, they successfully eliminated the Bloodbath Mother before the spider swarm could overwhelm them. With the mother dead, the spiderlings either froze in place or scattered in different directions. They had no intention of chasing after them, only the special class danger beast mattered. Kelly let out a sigh of relief. Guess we got a bit lucky. Among special class danger beasts, the Bloodbath Mother is relatively easy to handle, provided you understand its habits. The others chimed in. We only just finished our training objectives, but Team A is still way ahead of us. Let's head back. Yasha needs to rest and recover as soon as possible. However, just as they were about to leave, they felt the ground tremble unnaturally. More danger beasts. And from the sound of it, more than one. If they're all Class 1, this could be a real problem. Damn it. Did the bloodstains here attract them? Should we call for Team A's support? Their expressions darkened. After a long day of hunting, exhaustion was setting in. The effort to quickly eliminate the special class danger beast had drained their stamina. They were in no condition to take on multiple Class 1 danger beasts. The concern wasn't whether they could win, the real issue was avoiding casualties. A victory with heavy losses would be meaningless. Within moments, the creatures appeared in their field of vision. 5 Class 1 danger beasts. Seeing this, Kelly made a swift decision. We should call for backup, or maybe if Commander Seiryu. Before he could finish his sentence, Seiryu had already drawn the massive sword from her back. Your training is complete. You don't need to deal with these Class 1 danger beasts. Leave them to me and Koro. As she spoke, her expression twisted into a feral grin. A terrifying aura of bloodlust radiated from her, sending a chill down Kelly's spine. Those who dare to harm our comrades, evil shall not be forgiven. With a furious cry, she commanded, Koro, hunt down these evildoers. She stomped the ground, causing cracks to form beneath her feet, and launched herself forward like an arrow. In one hand, she gripped her enormous sword. With the other, she hurled Koro toward the enemy. Most of the team had assumed Koro was nothing more than Seryu's adorable pet, a harmless companion with little combat ability. But as they worried for Koro's safety, the creature suddenly transformed. In an instant, Koro grew into a monstrous beast, larger than any of the Class 1 danger beasts. Gone was its cute appearance. Its massive, bulging eyes glared menacingly, mirroring the vicious expression on Seryu's face. Seryu, relying solely on her martial prowess, was able to battle a Class 1 danger beast head-on. But Koro? It ripped through them like they were nothing. With a single swipe, Koro tore the head off a 5-meter-tall bear-like danger beast, then casually tossed it into its mouth, chewing noisily. Its powerful jaws crushed the skull effortlessly, bone fragments crunching between its teeth before being swallowed whole. In mere moments, Seryu had slain one of the beasts, while Koro had shredded the remaining 4. Even the wounds Koro sustained healed rapidly. As long as its core remained intact, it was virtually immortal. As a biological-type taigu, Koro was on par with superclass danger beasts. After all, many taigu were crafted from the remains of such creatures. Even without activating its special ability, Berserk Mode, Koro utterly dominated the battlefield. Against Class 1 danger beasts, it was complete overkill. The rest of Team B stood frozen, stunned by the sheer brutality of the scene. Just then, Blaine arrived with Team A to check on the situation. He had heard the commotion but, knowing Seryu was present, chose not to rush over using double Kamui. Master. Koro and I defeated those evildoers. Seryu called out excitedly, running up to Blaine with an eager expression, clearly expecting praise. Koro had already reverted to its small, puppy-like form. Wagging its tail, it nuzzled against Blaine's chin affectionately. The stark contrast between their earlier ferocity and their current behavior left the members of Team B utterly speechless. They stood there, stunned, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Chapter 37, Conflict of Interest. Commander Seryu is already so strong, and yet she's still Commander Blaine's apprentice. If that's the case, just how strong is Commander Blaine? It feels like Commander Blaine has never truly revealed his real strength. We really underestimated him before. It looks like the Empire hasn't abandoned us after all. Not only is our current commander stronger than the previous one, but he also treats us well. Everyone couldn't help but express their amazement. Well done. I knew you and Koro would protect everyone. Blaine praised Seryu and Koro. By the way, how did it go? Team B's training should be finished by now, right? Blaine asked Seryu. Yes. Although they weren't as efficient as Team A, everyone worked hard to reach their goals. Seryu nodded. Then let's head back. Yasha needs time to recover as well. Blaine said. With that, the group started their return journey. On the way, Seryu noticed that Team B seemed particularly focused on Koro, who was walking beside her. What's wrong? Do you want to play with Koro? She asked them curiously. And no, it's not that. We were just surprised. Koro usually looks so cute, but seeing him fight like that. Kelly explained awkwardly. Right now, they were honestly a little afraid of Koro. Noticing the faint trace of fear on their faces, Seryu picked Koro up and smiled. Don't worry, Koro is completely harmless to anyone except bad guys. Oh, okay. They felt a little relieved. But then, a troubling thought crossed their minds. We aren't exactly good people, are we? Back at the base. Didn't you go hunting danger beasts? You must have collected a lot of materials. You can hand them over now. As soon as they returned, some staff members approached them. It seemed to be a standard procedure within the assassination unit. Kurome, Kelly, and the others had no complaints and were ready to hand over their loot. However, Blaine found it strange. They had risked their lives to hunt these danger beasts, so why were they expected to give up everything they had gained? Even though these children currently depended on the Empire's assassination unit, it was still excessive to demand they surrender all their spoils. Blaine directly asked the staff, after handing over the Danger Beast materials, do they receive any kind of reward or payment? No. The staff member replied bluntly. That doesn't seem fair, does it? They worked hard to hunt those beasts. Blaine furrowed his brows slightly, though his tone remained calm. Jerome, Kelly, and the others were visibly surprised. Commander Blaine was actually standing up for them. In truth, they had long since accepted the rules of the assassination unit. They never even considered questioning them. Besides, for some reason, the enhanced team had never produced a traitor or deserter. The same couldn't be said for the elite team. Their circumstances were different, which might explain why among just 7 members, 1 had betrayed them, and 2 had deserted. What are you talking about? They just need to obey orders. As their commander, you should know that better than anyone. The staff found Blaine's reaction odd. Previous commanders had been far more ruthless. In fact, many of the existing rules were set by their predecessors. However, the rule about confiscating Danger Beast materials had been implemented purely for their own benefit. I don't see it that way. Either compensate them fairly, or let them keep what they've earned. Blaine stated flatly. The staff members' expressions darkened. They were obviously unhappy with Blaine's stance, but there was little they could do. After all, Blaine outranked them within the assassination unit. They had only 2 choices, compromise and take a share of the profit, or get nothing at all. What baffled them most was that Blaine himself should have benefited from this system. They had always shared a cut of the profits with the previous commanders and were prepared to do the same with Blaine. So why was he willing to give up part of their earnings for the sake of those workhorses? To the assassination unit, these children were nothing more than tools. Why should they care about them? Since the assassin training program began, the Empire had never once treated these children as human beings. Fine. We'll give them half of the profits from the material trade. That should be enough, right? The staff had no choice but to concede. Half was better than nothing. That'll do. Blaine didn't push them further. After collecting the materials, the staff quickly left. Commander Blaine, we don't really need the money. Serving the Empire is already an honor. Kelly admitted. He didn't want their commander to get into conflicts with the staff over them. The other team members felt the same. Don't be ridiculous. This is something you rightfully deserve. Sure, the base provides food and shelter, but don't you need money when you go out in the capital? Blaine said. No, actually. Kelly scratched his head. We've never gone out in the capital before, so we've never needed to spend money. Is that so? Blaine was slightly surprised. So they never left the base except for training missions? In that case, you all did well in this training. As a reward, you'll have 3 days of leave. Use this time to explore the capital, but be mindful of your safety. Try not to go out at night. Recently, Night Raid had been especially active in the capital, always moving under the cover of darkness. Since the assassination unit was their enemy, there was a chance they could be targeted. Wait, really? That's amazing. There's a place in the capital I've always wanted to visit. And the next scheduled ability enhancement is in 5 days, so it won't interfere with our break. Excited, everyone eagerly discussed where they wanted to go. For the first time, they would get to experience what it was like to take a break and enjoy themselves. Seeing their joy, a small smile appeared on Blaine's face. Just then, Jerome, who had been standing behind him, tugged lightly at his sleeve. Commander, don't forget about that thing. You promised to come with me. Chapter 38, Feed Me. Blaine immediately realized what Jerome was referring to. She wanted to head to Saiga Cave in search of a hibernating super-rank danger beast. Of course I haven't forgotten. Blaine replied. Then we can leave today or tomorrow. Jerome said right away. Let's go today. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll be back. It'd be best if we return while everyone is still on break. Blaine hoped Jerome would have a chance to enjoy some rest as well. Seiryu, while they're out exploring the Imperial capital, I'll leave them in your care. He turned to Seiryu. With her protecting them, he could be at ease. Leave it to me. Seiryu lifted Koro in her arms and declared, if we run into any evildoers, Koro and I will judge them in the name of justice. Blaine flicked her forehead. I told you not to keep going on about justice and evil all the time. I got it. Seiryu lowered her head obediently. Before leaving, they took Yasha to receive medical treatment, heading straight to the base's research personnel. Blaine and Seiryu accompanied her. It's the toxin of a special class danger beast, verdant chrysis. It doesn't seem too severe, so she must have taken the antidote in time. However, recovering from the physical weakness will be difficult. Medicine has its limits. If it were a normal toxin, it could be neutralized with basic antidotes. The researchers were assessing Yasha's condition. Though they didn't say it outright, they were surprised that Blaine hadn't simply disposed of her. If it had been the previous commander, that would have been the outcome without question. After all, the researchers had participated in such disposals before. No matter how difficult, as long as she can recover, that's all that matters. I'll leave her treatment in your hands. Blaine said. As long as you approve. The researcher nodded. From now on, she should come in for treatment every night. Once she resumes training or missions, we can reduce it to once a week. They outlined a preliminary plan. No need for that. Until she's fully recovered and able to fight normally, she won't be participating in training or missions. Blaine stated firmly. That works too. We'll follow your orders. The researcher agreed, though his curiosity deepened. He couldn't help but remark, it's rare to find someone like you in a place like this. Blaine chuckled wryly. Yeah, being normal around here makes you the odd one. As Blaine and the others left, the researcher watched his retreating figure. This new commander clearly didn't understand the full extent of the assassination unit's dark underbelly. He couldn't help but wonder, once he learned the truth, how would he react? Commander Seiryu, can I hold Koro? In the break room, a girl hesitantly asked Seiryu. Of course. Seiryu tossed Koro to her like a stuffed toy. The girl panicked but managed to catch Koro, handling him with extreme caution. Koro is actually a taigu. Without my command, he won't attack anyone, so there's no need to be so careful. Seiryu reassured her with a smile. She was ruthless toward enemies but had complete trust in her comrades. She was so open that she casually revealed Koro's nature as a taigu, something that could be considered a trump card. A taigu, huh? I've heard of biological taigu before. No wonder Koro was so strong. Kelly muttered in amazement. The sight of Koro in his massive form, tearing apart danger beasts, was still fresh in his mind. Truly, a taigu was on another level. Just then, Kurome stood up, signaling that it was time to move out. Kurome, are you really going to Saiga Cave? That place is way too dangerous. Commander Blaine will be with her, so it should be fine. Yeah, and Kurome is a taiga user. Nothing short of a super-ranked danger beast could be a real threat to them. Everyone was clearly worried about Kurome. But she didn't explain her reason for going. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. Kurome assured them. With that, she and Blaine set off. Saiga Cave was located on the western border of the empire. The journey from the imperial capital was long, far too long to travel by horse. A horseback trip would take several days, wasting valuable time, so Blaine requested a flying mount from the empire. It was a Class 1 bird-type danger beast. Though wild, danger beasts could be tamed, and the empire had an entire division dedicated to training them. Even his death had done it numerous times. Records showed that special-class danger beasts had been successfully domesticated, though superclass ones remained untamable. Superclass danger beasts, after all, were used as raw materials for many taigu and existed on an entirely different level from special-class ones. Blaine's mount resembled an enormous dragonfly, large enough to carry multiple passengers and significantly faster than a horse. Are you holding on? We're about to take off. Blaine reminded Kurome. She grasped his sleeve with one hand. This way, I won't fall. As usual, her other hand clutched her bag of Kurome's snacks, never letting go. Blaine found himself curious once again. Before he could say anything, Kurome had already sensed his gaze. Just like last time, she looked up at him with a blank yet serious expression. I'm not sharing. Blaine sighed. No, I was just wondering, do you like sweets that much? You always have them with you. I do love sweets, but these cookies also contain medicine. It's convenient to mix the two. Kurome explained. I see. But it seems like you rely on medicine a lot, as if you always need to take it. Blaine was beginning to suspect this medicine was far from ordinary. Yeah. It's necessary to maintain our bodily functions. If we don't take it regularly, we suffer. Kurome's tone was completely flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. Blaine fell silent. From her description, this sounded like a drug with severe addiction and withdrawal effects. The side effects must be serious, perhaps even worse than he thought. Feed me. Kurome suddenly said. Huh? Blaine blinked in confusion. My hands are full. I need you to feed me. One hand gripped her snack bag, the other held onto his sleeve. She truly had no free hands. She sat there, waiting patiently, looking almost like a kitten expecting to be fed. Her expression remained calm, blank, even, completely unbothered by the situation. Chapter 39, Saiga Cave. Although it wasn't a big deal in itself, the fact that Kurome could stay this calm was simply due to her naturally blank demeanor. All right. Blaine took a small cookie from Kurome's snack bag. He could immediately feel her gaze fixated on him, as if she was afraid he'd take the opportunity to steal one for himself. Relax, I'm not going to take your cookies. Saying this, he carefully held the cookie by its edge with his thumb and forefinger, preparing to feed it to her. Kurome slightly opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. Blaine made sure to be extra careful, releasing the cookie just before it touched her lips so that it would slide into her mouth on its own. After all, they had only recently met, so it was better to maintain some sense of distance. Watching Kurome munch on the cookie with a blank yet content expression, he couldn't help but feel like he was feeding a pet. Want more? Blaine asked. 2 more. Kurome replied. By now, their flying danger beast had been in the air for a while. It was a smooth ride, with the only issue being the strong winds. However, Blaine had no fear of crashing. With double Kamui, he had plenty of ways to handle any situation. Taking Kurome along wouldn't be a problem either. That was, until an unexpected situation arose. It wasn't entirely surprising, since airborne danger beasts existed, it was only natural that the sky wasn't completely safe. Sure enough, a bird-type danger beast appeared ahead. It resembled a hawk, though it seemed to be even faster than their own Class 1 mount. Its long, razor-sharp beak and talons looked exceptionally lethal. Figures. Can't expect a completely smooth ride. Blaine muttered. It's also a Class 1 danger beast. I can't fight well in the air, but I can summon Doya to take it down with her dual pistols. Kurome reached for Yatsufusa. Doya was one of the corpses controlled by Yatsufusa and the only one with ranged combat abilities. No need for that. Blaine said casually. The next moment, his left eye sharpened, turning bloodshot as he focused on the danger beast's neck. Despite its high-speed movement, Blaine's perception allowed him to predict its trajectory. Spatial distortion wasn't truly instantaneous. Even with his enhanced Kamui, it still required a fraction of a second, meaning he needed to account for movement. However, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, such calculations were trivial. As space twisted violently, the hawk-like danger beast suddenly had its neck snapped. The effect was simple, its neck was transferred into the Kamui dimension, instantly severing its head from its body. Both halves plummeted from the sky. Most Class 1 danger beasts lacked exceptional traits like regeneration or extreme durability, so his left eye Kamui was more than enough to take care of it. Ding! Host has slain a Class 1 danger beast. Reward, 10 system points. What just happened? Kurome asked, her voice tinged with surprise. She hadn't seen Blaine make a move, yet the danger beast had dropped dead in an instant. Nothing. Just think of it as one of my abilities. Blaine replied nonchalantly. The secret of double Kamui couldn't be exposed so easily. As long as no one knew how it worked, it was practically invincible. At the very least, he would never find himself in a truly hopeless situation. The only drawback, aside from its massive energy consumption, was that Kamui's intangibility had a time limit. A single Mangekyo Sharingan could sustain intangibility for a maximum of 5 minutes. However, with both eyes awakened, his duration exceeded 5 minutes, possibly even 10. He had never tested the upper limit, but when he used it to evade a special class danger beast with his death, he was certain it had lasted longer than 5 minutes. That said, it wasn't much of a weakness. As long as no one knew his limits, he could simply deactivate and reactivate intangibility, effectively resetting the timer. In short, unless his ability was exposed, he was practically untouchable. I see. So it must be a Taigu ability, right? Is it your eyes? I've never heard of an eye-type Taigu before. Kurome's instincts were sharp. She had always suspected that Commander Blaine's eyes were unusual. Her sister, AKAME, was born with blood-red eyes, but Blaine's were clearly different, unnatural, carrying strange patterns within them. It wasn't unreasonable to assume they were linked to a taigu. After all, Estetha's blood-based taigu, Demon's Extract, left a distinctive mark on her chest. If Blaine's eyes bore a unique symbol, it could very well be his taigu's mark. Blaine remained silent, neither confirming nor denying it. Even with a flying mount, it took them several hours to reach Saiga Cave. By the time they arrived, it was nearly dusk. Now, they would have to continue on foot. A large mount like this would only hinder their movements from here on. Wait for us here. Blaine patted the danger beast's head. It might not understand his words, but it had been trained well enough to stay put. The cave is just ahead. We should go in before nightfall, at least that way, we won't have to deal with the danger beasts outside. Kurome pointed toward the vast limestone terrain before them. Inside a cave like this, there was no difference between day and night. Without a proper light source, they wouldn't be able to see a thing. Of course, Blaine and Kurome had come prepared. With that, they ventured into Saiga Cave. The entrance was deserted. It was no surprise, any place known to house a superclass danger beast was essentially a death trap. No ordinary person would dare set foot here. They encountered very few danger beasts along the way. The stronger a danger beast was, the more territorial it became, meaning most weaker ones instinctively avoided these grounds. Before long, darkness swallowed the cave. Blaine and Kurome each took out a luminous pearl, a special light source crafted from the eyes of a special class danger beast. Unlike ordinary torches or lanterns, these pearls emitted an intense glow and never ran out of power. As they ventured deeper into what seemed like a bottomless abyss, the number of remains increased. Most were danger beast skeletons, but a few were unmistakably human. Kurome's grip never left Yatsufusa's hilt, ready for anything that might come their way. Chapter 40, Kamui Enchantment, Kamui Yatsufusa. These bones are pretty old, and there are quite a few large danger beast remains here. It seems like a superclass danger beast was definitely active in this area. But we can't be sure if it's still hibernating or if it's already moved to another habitat. Blaine whispered his analysis. Given the sheer size of a superclass danger beast, even after venturing this deep into Saiga Cave, the passage ahead remained incredibly vast. We'll find out once we reach the very bottom. Kurome's tone was resolute, despite knowing how dangerous this was. She had no choice, if she wanted to strengthen Yatsufusa, she needed to act fast. Otherwise, she would never be able to defeat her sister. As they ventured further down, the temperature steadily dropped. It's getting cold. Kurome muttered, noticing the chill. Cold temperatures could affect the body's physical capabilities, just as athletes perform worse in freezing weather, the frigid depths of this cave would also hinder movement and reaction time. However, Kurome had a way to counteract the effects: drugs. This time, she wasn't reaching for the cookies infused with mild medicinal compounds meant for sustaining bodily functions. Instead, she took out a white pill, one that could forcibly enhance her abilities in a short period of time. But, of course, the stronger the effect, the worse the side effects. Just as Kurome was about to take the pill, Blaine suddenly took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. The unexpected gesture caught Kurome off guard. She froze, the pill still in her hand, just inches from her lips. These drugs must have serious side effects. If possible, I hope you won't rely on them too much. Blaine explained. He planned to investigate this matter further once they returned to the base. What exactly had the Empire done to these children in the assassination unit? Kurome's lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Silently, she put the pill away, then pulled Blaine's coat around her and whispered, "Thanks. This feeling wasn't so bad." For now, it was just the cold, and there was no real urgency to take the pill. She had simply gotten too used to relying on them. But if they encountered a crisis she couldn't handle, she wouldn't hesitate to take it. The deepest part of Saiga Cave was far deeper than Blaine had expected. They had no idea how long they had been descending before finally reaching the bottom. They hadn't encountered a single danger beast along the way, which only confirmed that something terrifying lurked at the deepest level. Thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan, Blaine was the first to see what lay ahead. Sure enough, there it was, a superclass danger beast. Although Blaine had never encountered one before, the sheer size of this creature made it obvious. It dwarfed any special class danger beast he had seen, standing at least 100 meters tall. This had to be the death to Gul Kurome had mentioned. Fortunately, it appeared to be in hibernation, lying motionless on the cave floor. Its appearance was bizarre, like a massive dinosaur, but with no flesh, only a skeletal frame of gleaming white bones. Its eye sockets were empty black voids. If not for its steady, rhythmic breathing, one might have mistaken it for a lifeless skeleton. I see it. It's still hibernating. Let's be careful going down, we can't risk waking it. Blaine whispered to Kurome. Kurome nodded slightly. Her heart pounded in excitement, she had taken a gamble, and she had won. Her luck couldn't have been better. A superclass danger beast. If she could add it to Yatsufusa, her strength would skyrocket. Blaine and Kurome carefully descended to the cave floor, drawing closer to the massive creature. This is definitely death to go. I'm making my move. Kurome murmured, keeping her voice low as she slowly unsheathed Yatsufusa. Blaine stayed alert, ready to react in case anything went wrong. Kurome knew she couldn't kill a super-ranked danger beast in one strike, so she immediately summoned the corpses stored in Yatsufusa. Her plan was to severely wound death to go first, only then could she finish it off with the final blow. Before the battle began, Kurome instinctively reached for her pills again. She needed them to fight at full strength. Blaine immediately stopped her. If you don't take those pills, I'll help you. Kurome's eyes widened slightly in shock. Even now, he was still trying to stop her from taking them. Also, lend me Yatsufusa for a bit. Blaine held out his hand. He wasn't offering his help for free, there had to be some benefits for him too. If he used Yatsufusa to kill a superclass danger beast, he would receive a massive system points reward, while Kurome would still gain the enhanced power of Yatsufusa. It was a win-win situation. Kurome hesitated. Normally, a Taigu user would never let someone else wield their Taigu. But Blaine was her commander, someone she was supposed to obey without question. Then, she suddenly realized something. Wait. You're already a Taigu user. You can't wield a second Taigu at the same time. That doesn't apply to me. Blaine responded calmly. His double Kamui wasn't a Taigu to begin with, so the supposed iron rule of Taigu didn't affect him. Without waiting for further argument, he reached out and grasped Yatsufusa's hilt, taking the blade from Kurome's hands. The moment he touched it, he felt an immediate and indescribable discomfort, likely a rejection reaction from the Taigu. If someone wasn't compatible with a Taigu, they wouldn't be able to use its full power. In many cases, the power would be significantly weakened. Some Taigu, like Isthetha's blood-based Demon's Extract, even drove incompatible users insane. Of course, that Taigu was an exception. Most weren't that extreme. Regardless, it was clear that Blaine couldn't fully harness Yatsufusa's abilities. After all, he and Kurome had completely different personalities, there was no way he could wield it as seamlessly as she could. But that didn't matter. To him, Yatsufusa was just a tool. A tool that would now carry the power of Kamui. In the next instant, Blaine channeled Kamui's energy into the blade, enchanting it as if imbuing a weapon with magic. With this, Yatsufusa gained the power of Kamui, an absolute attack that ignored all physical defenses. Chapter 41, Beheading a Superclass Danger Beast. The principle was the same as Kamui Shuriken, both belonged to the same type of ability. In theory, Blaine could also imbue his black and white dual swords with the power of Kamui if he wished. However, borrowing Kurome's Yatsufusa allowed him to achieve two goals at once, earning system points while also adding the superclass danger beast, Death to Go, to Yatsufusa's ranks. Wielding the Kamui-enhanced Yatsufusa, Blaine slashed directly at Death to Go, who was still in hibernation. The blade, imbued with Kamui's power, tore through the beast's incredibly hard bones with ease, what was once an impenetrable defense now crumbled like brittle paper. The sudden injury jolted Death to Go awake, but before it could react, its massive skull was severed in a single strike. Kurome's eyes widened in shock. She knew just how formidable superclass danger beasts like Death to Go were, their destructive energy waves could alter terrain, and their skeletal bodies had no discernible weak points. Her Yatsufusa was primarily used for summoning corpse puppets, its sharpness was far from exceptional among weapon-type Tigas. For Blaine to decapitate such a beast so effortlessly was beyond her comprehension. Was he somehow more compatible with Yatsufusa than she was, able to draw out a strength she never could? Attack together. Pushing aside her surprise, Kurome commanded her corpse puppets to strike. Though Death to Go was not particularly resilient compared to some other danger beasts, decapitation alone wasn't enough to guarantee its death. The corpse puppets, summoned before Blaine borrowed Yatsufusa, still followed Kurome's orders. However, their attacks barely made a dent, the beast's defenses remained nearly impenetrable. Fortunately, having just awakened from hibernation, Death to Ghoul was far weaker than usual. With its head severed, it had little ability to fight back. Blaine, on the other hand, was cutting through it with ease. His first strike had taken its head, and his second cleanly severed its right arm. Realizing that Blaine's attacks were by far the most effective, Kurome swiftly called out, "Its only weakness is the heart. Destroy it, and you'll kill it for good." She had thoroughly researched Death to Ghoul before the hunt, ensuring she understood its abilities, habits, and weaknesses. Upon hearing her words, Blaine reversed his grip and drove his blade straight into Death to Ghoul's chest. No matter how thick or sturdy its bones were, they stood no chance against Kamui Yatsufusa. The moment his blade pierced through, he felt the presence of a massive, pulsating heart, one brimming with life. But in an instant, that life was snuffed out. Ding! The host has slain a superclass danger beast and received 50 system points. As the notification rang out, the black incantations of Yatsufusa seeped into Death to Ghoul's body. In the blink of an eye, the once dead beast stirred again, resurrected. Death to Ghoul was no longer an enemy, it was now a part of Yatsufusa. Blaine returned the weapon to Kurome. "Thanks. If it weren't for you, I would have had to pay a heavy price," she said sincerely. "No big deal," Blaine replied casually. On the surface, he looked unfazed, completely unharmed. In reality, both his body and eye power had been pushed to their limits. Kamui enchantment was an incredibly draining ability, far more exhausting than simple intangibility or spatial transfer. Each swing of his blade consumed his energy at an alarming rate. After just 3 strikes, he was already nearing his limit. He sighed inwardly, maybe he had gone a little overboard trying to show off. That said, Kamui enchantment had undoubtedly been the best method for the situation. At least he had gained 50 system points, it was a worthwhile trade. After all, his stamina and eye power would recover on their own, but system points wouldn't accumulate automatically. "Commander, your eyes are bleeding." Kurome's voice suddenly pulled him from his thoughts. "Huh?" Blaine raised a hand to his face and wiped beneath his eye. Sure enough, his fingers came away stained with fresh blood. He must not have noticed it until Kurome pointed it out. Compared to the sharp pain in his eyes and the slight blurring of his vision, the bleeding was trivial. The pain alone overshadowed the sensation of blood trickling down his face. Fortunately, his regenerative abilities would gradually restore his vision and ease the discomfort. "You really pushed yourself too hard using 2 Tigas at once, didn't you?" Kurome asked, her concern evident. "I'm fine, don't worry," Blaine said with a faint smile. He couldn't exactly explain the details of his dual Kamui ability. Kurome, however, didn't seem convinced. Taking out a white handkerchief, she gently wiped away the lingering blood beneath his eyes. "Commander, don't push yourself like that again. Leave the rest to me," she said. "All right," Blaine nodded slightly. At the same time, he accessed the system menu in his mind. System points, 60. Ding. The host has exchanged Constitution plus 40, deducting 40 system points. Ding. The host has exchanged Strength plus 10, deducting 10 system points. Ding. The host has exchanged Agility plus 10, deducting 10 system points. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Constitution, 130. With the upgrades, Blaine felt himself recovering rapidly. He suddenly realized the importance of keeping spare system points. In a crisis, instantly boosting his stats could be a game-changer, almost like having a second life. Meanwhile, Kurome remained fixated on how Blaine had managed to wield Yatsufusa with such devastating power. She walked over to Death to Ghoul and attempted a slash of her own. The result was clear, her strike barely scratched the surface, leaving only a shallow mark on its bone. Even without using her full strength, she knew that even at her best, she could never achieve the effortless, razor-sharp cuts that Blaine had displayed. This only confirmed that if Blaine hadn't been there, hunting this superclass danger beast would have come at a steep cost for her. At the very least, she would have had to rely heavily on recovery drugs. "Commander Blaine, how did you manage to cut through its bones so easily? Could it be that you're actually more suited to be Yatsufusa's wielder than I am?" She turned to him, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer. Chapter 42, A Quilt. Blaine felt slightly embarrassed and tried to brush the topic aside. Regardless, you're the true owner of Yatsufusa. Even if you handed it over to me, wielding two Tigas at the same time would be too much of a burden. So don't overthink it. Okay. Kurome nodded. Given the current situation, if Blaine had actually wanted to take Yatsufusa from her, she wouldn't have hesitated to agree. But in truth, he wasn't suited for Yatsufusa. Even if he took it, he wouldn't be able to draw out its full power, and besides, he had no interest in doing such a thing in the first place. This mission went pretty smoothly. Should we head back now? Blaine asked, changing the subject. But considering the time, it should already be night outside. I think it would be better to return in the morning, Kurome said. She had a point. Traveling at night, especially flying, was not ideal. Although she had acquired a superclass Danger Beast corpse puppet, Death to Go wasn't suited for aerial combat. This cave, however, was a perfect place to rest for the night. The lingering scent of Death to Go would deter most creatures from approaching, and only another superclass Danger Beast would dare venture here. Even then, the sheer noise of its massive body would wake them up long before it got close. Alright, we'll head back tomorrow, Blaine agreed. A night of rest would give his body and eye power time to recover naturally. I'll go bring my mount inside the cave. Leaving it outside might be dangerous. With that, he prepared to head back to the surface. I'll come with you, Kurome said, immediately following him. She was still worried that he hadn't fully recovered. At the same time, Death to Go vanished as Kurome recalled it into Yatsufusa, storing it away until it was needed again. Of course, finding a mount wasn't really an issue for them. If necessary, Kurome could simply track down a Class 1 or Special Class Flying type Danger Beast and kill it with Yatsufusa. However, since their current mount was borrowed from the Empire, they had a responsibility to take care of it. Their return to the surface was much quicker than when they had descended into the cave. By the time they emerged, the sky had already darkened. The area was quiet, no sign of any danger beasts. However, just as they were about to retrieve their mount and take it back to the cave, the creature suddenly grew restless. Its unease suggested it had sensed a threat. Blaine's expression hardened as he quickly scanned his surroundings. A short distance away, he spotted a large figure. As expected, a danger beast has appeared. Judging by its size, it's probably a special class. Even in this darkness, you can still see so clearly, Commander. Kurome asked, slightly impressed. Then again, she reminded herself, it was a Taigu, having night vision was nothing unusual. Blaine was about to draw his black and white dual swords when Kurome spoke up. This time, let me protect you. I'll use Death to Go's power. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Blaine said without hesitation. This would also be a good chance to test the strength of a superclass danger beast in action. Yatsufusa. Kurome activated her Taigu, summoning Death to Go. The ground trembled violently as two massive skeletal hands burst forth, followed by the towering, nearly 100-meter-tall behemoth. Though it resembled a dinosaur, Death to Go's arms were structured more like human hands, allowing it to wield them with surprising dexterity. With one massive hand, Death to Go scooped up Blaine, Kurome, and their mount. Despite being a Class 1 danger beast, the mount was barely the size of its palm. The special class danger beast in the distance froze for a moment before turning to flee, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming presence of a superclass danger beast. But now that she had summoned Death to Go, Kurome wasn't about to let it go. Death to Go, blow it to pieces. At her command, Death to Go threw its head back and began gathering energy. It inhaled violently, drawing in the surrounding air and compressing it into a terrifyingly dense mass of energy. When the buildup reached its peak, a devastating energy blast erupted toward the fleeing danger beast. Boom! The explosion obliterated the landscape, instantly transforming the plains and hills into a deep canyon. The terrain itself had been altered. As for the special class danger beast, it had been completely vaporized, reduced to nothing. No wonder it's a superclass danger beast. That power is insane, Blaine muttered, surveying the destruction before him. If he used this creature's body as a material for a new Taigu, he could probably create an incredibly powerful firearm-type weapon. After witnessing Death to Go's overwhelming display, no other danger beasts dared to approach. Even their mount had been scared stiff, trembling uncontrollably in Death to Go's massive hand. Once Death to Go returned them to the ground, Kurome recalled it back into Yatsufusa. Afterward, they spent some time calming the mount before leading it back into the cave. Halfway in, they stopped. They wouldn't be going all the way to the deepest part of the cave. This spot should be good for the night. It's not too cold here, Blaine said. The deeper sections of the cave were freezing, far from ideal for resting. Their mount carried some supplies for overnight stays. Blaine casually grabbed a blanket, laid it on the ground, and lay down to rest. However, there was only one quilt, and it was Curome's. Blaine hadn't thought to bring one for himself. With his constitution being several times that of a normal person, he wasn't concerned about the cold. "Commander, don't you need a quilt?" Curome asked. "I'm fine." "You use it," Blaine replied. Hearing no further response, he assumed she had already gone to sleep. Then he heard soft footsteps approaching. Puzzled, he turned his head, only to see Curome walking toward him, carrying the quilt. "You." Before he could finish, Curome lay down beside him, spreading the quilt over both of them. It was a bit small for two people, so she moved in closer. "This way, you won't get cold," she said calmly. Her tone was neutral, but a faint blush had appeared on her face. She deliberately turned her back to him, not wanting him to see. Chapter 43, Leon. Blaine fell silent, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. He really didn't need the blanket, but he hadn't expected Curome to be so concerned about him. She probably thought his body was still weak from using 2 Tigas at once. "I don't know what to say, but thank you." After thinking it over, that was all Blaine could manage. Hearing no response from Curome, he assumed she had actually fallen asleep this time. But that wasn't the case. Curome was simply too shy to reply. She wasn't oblivious, she understood that her actions were a bit bold. But after everything Commander Blaine had done for her today, she couldn't just let him go to sleep and risk catching a cold. "Good night." Blaine didn't overthink it. He said good night and went straight to sleep. A while later, Curome waited until she was sure Blaine had dozed off before whispering near his ear, "Good night." Blaine had indeed fallen asleep, but Curome's movement stirred him awake again. However, he only opened his eyes briefly, making no other movements. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Blaine and Curome set out on their mounts and returned to the imperial capital. For breakfast, they made do with the dry rations they had brought along. By midday, they arrived back in the capital. After returning the mounts, Blaine turned to Curome. "Are we heading straight back to base, or do you want to take a walk around the city? Our leave doesn't end for another 2 days. "If possible, I'd like to have lunch here," Curome answered without hesitation. The assassination unit usually ate at the base canteen, and it was only during missions that they had the chance to dine out at restaurants or taverns. Compared to those places, the base's food was much more mediocre. "All right, pick a restaurant you like," Blaine said. After spending the past few days with her, he had realized that Curome was a bit of a foodie. It wasn't hard to guess that she wasn't exactly fond of the base's meals. Curome quickly chose a restaurant, drawn in by the rich aroma of meat wafting from within. "This way, we have open seats," a waiter greeted them upon entry. Blaine handed Curome the menu. "Order whatever you want." The restaurant served a variety of dishes, including ones made from danger beasts as well as more common home-style meals. Curome immediately ordered 10 meat dishes, and that still might not be enough for her. Blaine, on the other hand, opted for a much simpler meal: 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, a bowl of soup, and 2 servings of white rice. "Would you like any alcohol? Or just plain water?" the waiter asked. "Just water," Blaine replied casually. 10 minutes later, the food started arriving. As they ate, a striking young woman with golden hair and eyes, a curvaceous figure, and revealing attire walked past them. She took a seat behind Curome and ordered several bottles of alcohol. At first, Blaine didn't pay her any mind. However, his peripheral vision soon caught her glancing at him and Curome. Seated across from Curome, Blaine could just barely see the blonde woman from the corner of his eye. His instincts were sharp, where an ordinary person might dismiss it as nothing, he remained cautious. Of course, there was always the possibility that he was being overly alert. Regardless, Blaine made a mental note of her presence while maintaining a completely natural demeanor, continuing his meal as usual. Curome, on the other hand, was oblivious to the woman behind her. She was too focused on the meat in front of her to notice anything else. However, Blaine's instincts proved to be right. The blonde woman was actually Leon, a member of the assassin group Night Raid. She had come to the capital for a drink as usual but happened to run into Blaine and Curome at the restaurant. More notably, she immediately recognized Curome as AKAME's younger sister. Which meant the young man sitting across from her was most likely a member of the Empire's assassination unit as well. That realization led Leon to observe them more closely, an action that did not go unnoticed by Blaine. "Oh no, I think I've been spotted." At that moment, Leon vaguely sensed that she might have been noticed and couldn't help but think to herself. Fortunately, she had never exposed her identity as a member of Night Raid. Otherwise, she wouldn't be strolling so openly through the streets of the Imperial capital every day. Well, whatever. I'll just finish my drink and leave. With that thought, she continued drinking as if nothing had happened. She no longer paid any attention to Blaine and Curome. Moving around in broad daylight, especially in a crowded place like this, was too risky for someone like her. If her identity were exposed here, it would only bring trouble. Let alone a fight. AKAME had warned them before that Curome was extremely dangerous, and as for the other young man's strength, it was still unknown. Leon definitely wouldn't act recklessly. Sure enough, 10 meat dishes weren't enough for Curome. She ended up ordering 2 more. "You should be full now, right?" Blaine asked. "Yeah, let's go." After taking her last bite, Curome got up, ready to leave. Blaine suddenly realized that despite eating so much, Curome didn't look the slightest bit full. Not to mention, her figure was incredibly slim, completely at odds with her massive appetite. Where did all that food even go? A mystery with no explanation. "Before we go, at least get rid of the rice on your face." Blaine noticed a grain of rice stuck near Curome's cheek and pointed it out. Even though she had already wiped her mouth, that tiny piece had somehow survived. "Where is it? Help me take it off." When it came to eating, Curome was completely unfazed. Expressionless, she even asked Blaine to remove it for her. Without hesitation, Blaine reached out and plucked the tiny grain of rice from her face. Just as he was about to casually flick it into the trash. "Wait." Curome stopped him. "What?" Blaine asked, slightly puzzled. The next moment, Curome grabbed his wrist, leaned in, and gently took the grain of rice from his fingertip with her lips. "Food shouldn't be wasted." She spoke in a deadpan voice, her face blank as ever. Blaine was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that at all. His expression stiffened slightly. The warmth of her lips still lingered on his fingertips. Chapter 44, Night Raid. There was a secret base hidden in the mountains about 10 kilometers north of the Imperial capital. It was the current headquarters of the assassination group Night Raid. At present, Night Raid had 7 members: Mine, Najenda, AKAME, Lubbock, Shiel, Leon, and Bullet. Almost all of them were Taiga users, with the sole exception of their leader, Najenda. Her previous Taigu, Pumpkin, had been passed on to Mine, and the Revolutionary Army had yet to assign her a new one. After paying for her meal, Leon made her way back to Night Raid's headquarters, eager to report on her encounter with Curome. "Leon, why are you back so early today?" Najenda asked as soon as she saw her return. Aside from Shiel and Mine, who were outside training, the rest of Night Raid's members were inside the base. "I was planning to stay in the capital a little longer, but I ran into Curome while I was eating at a restaurant." Leon's expression was unusually serious. She was normally much more carefree. "Curome." AKAME's eyes flickered at the mention of the name. "Curome, huh?" Lubbock sighed. Everyone knew that Curome was one of the most formidable enemies within the Empire's assassination unit. Still, given AKAME and Curome's relationship, Lubbock hesitated to discuss her too casually. "AKAME, what do you think?" Najenda asked directly. "Something feels off. As far as I know, the enhanced team is never allowed to roam the Imperial capital freely unless they're on a mission. Could they be setting something up?" AKAME voiced her concerns. "That does sound suspicious. If they're planning something against Night Raid, we'll need to be extra cautious during our missions from now on." Najenda nodded slightly. "Good thing we have AKAME on our side now. Thanks to her, we know so much more about the Empire's assassination unit," Leon said with a grin. "Hey, don't say it like that." Lubbock quickly whispered a warning to her. AKAME had only recently joined Night Raid, and she had spent far more time with the Empire's assassination unit. That was where her real bonds had been, especially with one particular person. "What's the problem? AKAME's already made it clear, hasn't she?" Leon casually draped an arm over AKAME's shoulder. "That's right. I've already made up my mind. Even if I have to face Curome, I won't hold back." AKAME's gaze was firm. It's because I love her that I want to save her as soon as possible. AKAME had become nothing more than a tool of the Empire, a killing machine. AKAME saw no other way. If she couldn't bring her back, she would have to set her free herself. Good. We haven't forgotten our agreement. When it comes to AKAME, you'll be the one to deal with her. Negenda reaffirmed the promise. The only condition AKAME set when joining the Revolutionary Army was that AKAME be left to her. Whether AKAME intended to save her or kill her, the Revolutionary Army had no objections. At this point, saving AKAME seemed nearly impossible. AKAME had already spent days trying to persuade her, but it had all been in vain. If AKAME had defected, the Revolutionary Army's odds against the Empire would have significantly improved. But at the very least, AKAME's resolve to personally end things meant one less threat on the battlefield, and a weaker Empire. The rest of Night Raid didn't question AKAME's resolve, they all respected her decision. Oh, right. There was a boy with AKAME at the time. He looked kinda familiar, but I just can't remember where I've seen him before. Leone spoke up again. Back then, she had been too cautious about exposing herself, so she didn't dare stare too long at AKAME or the boy. As a result, her impression of his face was vague. Do you remember any distinguishing features? Negenda asked. Let me think. After a brief moment, Leone recalled the most striking detail. His eyes, they were red, just like AKAME's. But his were even more scarlet, and there were strange patterns in them. She then added, that boy definitely isn't ordinary. The moment I spotted AKAME, I only glanced their way a couple of times, but he seemed to have noticed me almost immediately. From your description. Negenda appeared to have a thought. She walked over to her desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a portrait. Is this him? Yes, that's him. Leone nodded. No wonder he looked familiar, it's this guy. The Revolutionary Army had numerous spies in the imperial capital. After all, many of its members had once been imperial officials or military officers, like former General Negenda and former Soldier Bullet. For Night Raid, which specialized in assassinations within the capital, the Imperial Capital Security Force was one of their main obstacles. That meant someone like Blaine, who had previously served as the force's captain, would naturally be a person of interest. It wasn't surprising that his portrait had circulated within the Revolutionary Army. He used to be the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, but in the past couple of days, they suddenly replaced him. I was wondering where he disappeared to, and it turns out he ended up with the Empire's assassination unit. Negenda speculated. Blaine. I don't recall him being corrupt or tyrannical, do you? Lubbock asked. No, ever since he took over as captain of the security force, he's done a lot of good. For one, he was responsible for the downfall of the previous captain, Ogre, which saved us quite a bit of trouble. Public perception of the security force also improved significantly under him. Negenda continued, he was one of the Empire's rare few officials with a conscience. My guess is that he was reassigned to the assassination unit by his superiors. The only question is, what's his position over there? Still, considering his way of doing things, it's a little odd that he hasn't been framed by the Prime Minister or his lackeys. Bullet commented. Back when he and General Liver were still in the military, they had been arrested simply for refusing to bribe or flatter the Prime Minister. Liver was imprisoned, while Bullet himself was falsely accused of treason. Unable to stomach the Empire's corruption any longer, he escaped before his arrest and defected to the Revolutionary Army. In comparison, Blaine had done things far more radical than he ever had. It's hard to say. Being transferred to the assassination unit might actually mean he was set up. We'll have to wait and observe. Negenda voiced her thoughts. If the opportunity presents itself, we might even consider inviting him to join Night Raid. Chapter 45, Sharing Snacks. Meanwhile, Blaine had no idea what was happening at Night Raid's headquarters, he didn't even know who Leone was. After he and AKAME left the restaurant, Leone didn't follow them, so he didn't think much of the blonde woman from earlier. As they walked through the streets of the Imperial capital. Commander, are you really not going to use these 3 days off for more training? AKAME suddenly asked. It seemed like she was hoping to take advantage of this break to train even more. What's wrong? Do you think 3 days of rest is too much? You want extra training instead? Blaine asked in return. Yes. AKAME nodded. That way, we'll be stronger when facing those Night Raid members. My sister alone is already incredibly powerful. There's no need to be so tense. Rest is important, too. Being on edge all the time isn't good for you. Blaine smiled. For these 3 days, just relax and enjoy your time off. Yes, Commander. Kurome never disobeyed a direct order. Besides, Blaine's words reminded her of how excited her teammates were when they found out they had 3 days off. Maybe she really was being too rigid. Should we go find Seryu and the others, or just wander around? Blaine asked for her preference. He didn't really mind either way. After all, when he worked for the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had already explored every corner of the city. Let's just walk around. Kurome chose the latter. Just then, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. It was because of a pastry shop by the roadside. You want some? Blaine asked immediately. Even though she had just eaten lunch, Kurome, ever the foodie, was already drawn in by the desserts. Then let's go in. I remember this place, they make some really good pastries. Blaine led Kurome inside. Well, if it isn't Captain Blaine. Haven't seen you around for a few days. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly as soon as he saw him. Since Blaine used to patrol the streets daily, many shop owners were familiar with him. Looks like business is doing well today. No surprise, your sweets are really something else. Blaine greeted him in return. It's our greatest honor to receive such praise from Captain Blaine. The owner beamed, clearly flattered. Old man, don't just stand there, ask Captain Blaine and the young lady next to him what they'd like. The shopkeeper's wife nudged him. She had already noticed the girl beside Blaine practically drooling at the sight of the pastries. Captain Blaine, and this young lady. What can I get for you? As he spoke, the shopkeeper couldn't help but take a closer look at the cute, dark-haired girl standing beside Blaine. By the way, is she a new recruit in the Imperial Capital Security Force? I don't think I've seen her before. No, actually, I don't work for the security force anymore. I've transferred to a different position, she's my current colleague. Blaine explained simply. Oh, I see. But in that case. The shopkeeper trailed off. What he really wanted to say was that the security force had finally replaced that tyrant ogre with a righteous captain like Blaine, only for Blaine to leave after such a short time. It was a shame, a real loss, in his opinion. But he didn't voice his thoughts. If someone with ill intentions overheard and reported it to the new captain, he could get into serious trouble. So, he quickly changed the subject. What would you two like? Everything here was freshly made this morning, guaranteed to be top quality. Blaine turned to Kurome. You decide. Then I won't hold back. Kurome proceeded to order 3 of every dessert that looked good to her. You're ordering that much? Even 4 people wouldn't be able to finish it all. The shopkeeper was taken aback. For an average person, this amount of food was absurd for just 2 people. Since everything had already been prepared that morning, he simply packed up the desserts and handed them over. Blaine and Kurome found a table and sat down. Kurome immediately started digging in, while Blaine just watched. He was still full from lunch. Besides, he figured Kurome would be pretty possessive of her food, so he didn't bother trying to take any. Looking at her now, he couldn't help but think that their earlier meal probably hadn't been enough for her. She was still going strong, as if she had barely eaten at all. Halfway through, Kurome finally noticed that Blaine hadn't touched anything. She paused, looked up at him, and asked. Commander, aren't you going to eat? She had ordered 3 of everything, but she had only planned on eating 2 herself, the 3rd portion was meant for him. No, you go ahead. Blaine shook his head slightly. Really? That's a shame. I had ordered 1 for you. Kurome said casually. No, seriously, I cannot eat that much. Blaine was taken aback. Even if he hadn't been full, there was no way he could handle that portion. At that moment, Kurome seemed to have found a pastry that was especially delicious. Without hesitation, she picked up a piece with her fork and held it up to Blaine. This one is really good. Do you want to try it, Commander? She didn't even think twice about using her own fork, holding it directly to his mouth. Blaine hesitated for a moment. He had been about to say something, but then he realized, if Kurome herself didn't care about sharing, why should he make a big deal out of it? So, without another word, he simply leaned in and took a bite. It is good. Soft, not too greasy, and just the right amount of sweetness. I haven't had this one before, thanks. After savoring it, Blaine gave his honest thoughts. Huh, so you do share when something tastes good. Or is it just the cookies because of their special ingredients? Blaine suddenly recalled how Kurome always made sure no one else ate her cookies. Maybe it was because they contained something extra. That is one reason, Kurome admitted. But she didn't say the other reason. She wasn't willing to share sweets with just anyone. Meanwhile, across the shop, the owner and his wife had been watching the entire exchange unfold. "Old man, I swore that Saryu girl was Captain Blaine's girlfriend, but I guess I was way off." "Yeah, same here. Looks like this cute little lady is the real one," they whispered to each other. But not quietly enough. Blaine and Kurome heard everything. Kurome's cute face immediately turned slightly red, but she just kept her head down and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Chapter 46, Medical Data. Blaine noticed Kurome's embarrassed expression as her pace of eating slowed significantly, as if she had lost her appetite. Her face was slightly flushed as she lowered her head, nibbling at her dessert in small bites. Sensing that Kurome was feeling troubled, Blaine quickly stepped in to clear up the misunderstanding. He explained to the shop owner and his wife, "No, she and I are just colleagues. It's not what you think." "Oh, we were being too presumptuous." Realizing their mistake, the shop owner and his wife felt they had overstepped. How could they be so nosy about Captain Blaine's personal affairs? However, upon hearing Blaine's words, Kurome's face immediately darkened. The shyness she had just shown vanished completely. Blaine was puzzled. Why did it feel like Kurome was suddenly upset? Still, seeing her appetite return, he figured everything was fine. In truth, Kurome was just amusing herself. Kurome devoured all the snacks. "You should be full now, right?" Blaine asked, astonished by her appetite. "I'm full," Kurome replied flatly. Yet, she didn't show any discomfort from overeating. Blaine couldn't help but wonder, could she still eat more? After that, the two continued strolling through the streets, casually taking in the sights and observing the people around them. "It seems like a lot of people really admire you, Commander," Kurome remarked. On their way, many people had greeted Blaine, not out of flattery, but with genuine respect. "Well, I used to work for the Imperial Capital Security Force. Don't you remember?" Blaine responded casually. "But I think it's more because of the kind of person you are," Kurome said. After spending these past few days with him, she had come to understand Blaine's character. It didn't surprise her at all that he had earned the people's respect during his time in the security force. "Maybe so, but I only did what was expected of me, whether back then in the security force or now in the assassination unit," Blaine said, not wanting to take any credit. In his view, he was simply doing his job and following his own sense of judgment. He never saw himself as noble or righteous. "But to us, there's probably no commander more considerate than you," Kurome said with a faint smile. "Is it really that exaggerated?" But as he thought about it, Blaine realized there was some truth to it. Prime Minister Honest practically ruled the empire with an iron grip. When even the highest-ranking officials were corrupt and ruthless, it was no surprise that the rest of the government was rotten to the core. Blaine, however, was an exception. Perhaps due to his Estetha's influence, the Prime Minister still placed some trust in him. Otherwise, back when he was captain of the security force, he would have been an easy target for the corrupt officials. Having his death backing him certainly made a difference. If someone else had been put in charge of the Empire's assassination unit, the previous brutal system would likely have remained, or even worsened. "So, Commander, please don't leave your post so easily. And I hope you'll continue to look after us," Kurome said sincerely. She didn't want to experience the pain of losing another comrade, whether through disciplinary actions or on a mission. Blaine was the only leader who had changed the system and actually cared about their safety. That, to her, was something truly rare. Blaine nodded. "I don't plan on leaving so easily. Unless something unexpected happens. You never know with these things." After dinner, Blaine and Kurome returned to their base. The assassination unit's base, of course, was also located within the Imperial capital. "Kurome and Commander Blaine are back so soon. I thought it would take a few days. The Saiga cave is pretty far from the capital. They must have switched to a danger beast mount, right? I'm not sure if Kurome managed to do what she wanted, but at least she doesn't seem injured." "That's good." Hearing everyone's concern, Kurome smiled and said, "Actually, the commander and I returned at noon. We just spent some time walking around the city." "Oh, so you went out with the commander? We were worried you wouldn't get to enjoy any time off, but I guess we didn't need to worry after all." While Kurome chatted with the others, Blaine quietly left on his own. Noticing this, Seiryu quickly followed. "Master, is something wrong? You seem troubled," she asked. "It's nothing. I just want to investigate something, specifically, the drugs Kurome and the others take regularly," Blaine replied. "Oh, that's a relief. I thought something bad had happened on your mission," Seiryu said, letting out a breath. At least it wasn't anything concerning his health. Blaine headed straight for the laboratory. With so much data stored there, he figured he would find the information he needed. Seiryu followed closely behind. Inside the lab, several researchers were still at work. Blaine wasted no time. "I want to see the records on the drugs," he stated. The researchers didn't refuse. The information was classified only to outsiders and the young operatives, but Blaine and Seiryu had full clearance. Once he obtained the files, Blaine flipped through them. His pupils shrank, and his brow furrowed slightly. The drugs were far from ordinary. According to the documents, the drugs administered to the Empire's assassination unit had severe negative effects on the brain. The enhanced abilities they provided came at the cost of drastically shortening the user's lifespan. Beyond that, the drugs created an extreme dependency. If the operatives went too long without taking them, not only would their physical abilities deteriorate, but they would also suffer agonizing withdrawal symptoms. One of the previous administrator's punishments involved locking underperforming squads in solitary confinement and depriving them of the drugs for several days. The records even detailed a case where a teenage operative had used the drugs excessively, causing his body to deteriorate to that of an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. Once his weakened state began interfering with missions, he was promptly disciplined. Additionally, the entire enhanced team underwent regular forced brainwashing. This was why, no matter what happened, Kurome and the others never even considered betraying the Empire. And that wasn't even the worst of it. There were countless other cruel policies, most of which were direct orders from the higher-ups. The previous administrator had merely been following those commands. Blaine suddenly became aware of the danger he was in. Everything he had done since taking over had gone against the superior's rules. This is unbelievable. These drugs are incredibly dangerous. Seiryu exclaimed, staring at the documents in disbelief. They were always just tools. If they lose their usefulness, they're discarded. What's there to be so shocked about? A nearby researcher spoke in a completely indifferent tone. Chapter 47, Kurome's concern. Exactly. As their managers and commanders, you really shouldn't be this surprised. They're newcomers, so they probably just found out about all this. A word of advice, these policies were set by the bigwigs above. If you don't enforce them properly, you'll be the ones in trouble. The researchers showed little to no concern for the children. They only cared about following orders. Anyone with rebellious thoughts had already been dealt with, and those who remained were the obedient ones. You. Seiryu was about to lose her temper, but Blaine raised a hand, stopping her. I can take these documents with me, right? He asked the researchers. Of course. But if this leads to any trouble, the responsibility falls on you, one of them replied. As for what Blaine and Seiryu intended to do with the documents, the researchers didn't care. It wasn't their concern, Blaine and Seiryu outranked them. No problem. With that, Blaine took the most crucial documents and left. He kept a firm grip on Seiryu's arm, preventing her from doing anything reckless. Once they stepped outside the lab, Blaine finally spoke. The priority right now is finding a way to wake Kurome and the others up, to make them stop willingly accepting these drugs and the Empire's control. If we had lashed out at those researchers, we'd have lost our positions on the spot. His current rank at least allowed him to stay close to Kurome and the others. Forcibly separating them from the Empire's assassination unit wasn't an option either. The documents stated that the enhanced team had undergone countless brainwashing sessions. The chances of successfully pulling them away were extremely slim. Blaine still remembered what Kurome had told him. Before AKAME defected, she had tried persuading Kurome for a long time, but Kurome never agreed. Even her own sister, the person she was closest to, couldn't convince her. That alone proved just how deeply the brainwashing ran. There was no way Blaine could expect to break through it so easily. Yes, Seiryu murmured, lowering her head as she listened to her master's words. In short, taking direct action is the worst option. As infuriating as those researchers' words were, the real problem isn't them, it's the so-called higher-ups, or rather, the corrupt and decaying Empire itself, Blaine continued. The Empire. Seiryu hesitated. She had always believed that serving the Empire was absolute justice. Her parents had been Imperial soldiers, and she had inherited that belief from them. But hearing her master describe the Empire as dark and corrupt, she instinctively wanted to argue. Yet, she couldn't find a single reason to refute him. Memories of past events resurfaced, the nobles who slaughtered foreigners for sport, Captain Ogre, and now this horrifying revelation. Seiryu had already come to see Kurome and the others as her comrades. And as someone who valued her comrades deeply, she couldn't accept the Empire's assassination unit treating them so cruelly. Could it be that, only the higher-ups in the Empire's assassination unit are corrupt, while the Empire itself should still be? Seiryu tried to convince Blaine to change his view of the Empire, but even she was struggling to convince herself. Her belief was shaken, and the conflict on her face was clear. Blaine didn't rush her to accept the truth. Instead, he said calmly, "Take your time. It's okay. I'll be here to help you see the full picture of this Empire." After all, even he hadn't fully grasped everything about it yet. Seiryu's heart was stirred. She nodded firmly. For now, let's have Kurome and the others go through this information first, Blaine said, his eyes glinting as he spoke. Blaine and Seiryu brought the documents they had retrieved from the lab to the assassination unit's usual rest area. "There's something I want you all to see, though I'm sure you already know parts of it," Blaine said, placing the documents on the table. Kurome was the first to pick them up, while the others gathered around to read. They quickly went through the contents. Kurome's expression changed slightly, but she didn't have much of a reaction. Some things were unexpected, while others were just confirmation of what they had already assumed. For instance, the side effects of the drugs, they had been well aware of them. They weren't oblivious. They had been brainwashed, not made stupid. They could clearly feel the toll the drugs took on their bodies. What caught Kurome off guard, however, was the section on brainwashing. This was something none of them had ever known. They had always believed they were simply undergoing routine enhancements and were unconscious during the process. They never realized those sessions were actually brainwashing procedures. The documents were passed around, and soon, everyone had finished reading. Brainwashing? What exactly have we been brainwashed to believe? No idea. Maybe just to make us more loyal to the Empire. Honestly, that seems unnecessary. Yeah. We would never betray the Empire anyway, so why go to such lengths? Blaine observed their reactions, it was just as he expected. They had been brainwashed so thoroughly that they couldn't even recognize the effects of it. He decided not to bring up the brainwashing for now. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe him, not after going through it countless times. What about the drugs? Do you have any thoughts on them? Blaine asked. Not really. There's no other choice, Kelly replied with an indifferent smile. Since we're not as strong as the elite squad, this is the only way for us to gain power. If it weren't for these drugs, we probably would have been disciplined from the start. After all, if we can't serve the Empire properly, we have no value. The others nodded in agreement. Their thoughts were the same, because they had all been conditioned to think that way. Blaine wasn't surprised by their response. He turned to Kurome. What about you? Do you think the same way? Yeah, Kurome replied without hesitation. If we want to fight the rebels, we have to be willing to make sacrifices. Seiryu still found it hard to accept. Fighting the rebels was one thing, but the brainwashing, the drugs, the punishments, those were something else entirely. Even if they were meant to fight the rebels, did they really have to go through all this cruelty? I see. Blaine let out a quiet sigh. They had been brainwashed to this extent, there was no way he could change their minds with just words. He would have to take things slowly. Kurome, however, didn't dwell on the documents for long. Instead, she turned her attention to Blaine, looking concerned. Commander, let me go for a walk with you later. It feels like you're worrying too much about us, you seem really burdened. Chapter 48, Strolling with Kurome, Encountering AKAME and Night Raid. Yes, Commander, let Kurome go with you for a walk. We're really fine, so you don't have to worry about us, Kelly added. It wasn't just Kurome and Kelly, everyone else also brushed off the contents of the documents, thinking Blaine was simply concerned for them. None of them realized how severely Blaine's actions had violated the rules. If the higher-ups found out, they would undoubtedly have him and Seiryu arrested. Alright, maybe I was just overthinking things, Blaine said, using the moment to drop the topic. No one in the assassination unit was affected by the documents. If he kept pushing the issue, it would only backfire. For now, it was best to let it go. Wait for me a moment, Blaine said to Kurome before picking up the documents, preparing to return them to the lab. As expected, Seiryu followed him. Master, we can't get through to them at all, she said. This is the power of brainwashing. When someone has been conditioned to this extent, no amount of reasoning can persuade them. We can only take our time and find opportunities to change them, Blaine replied quietly. Alright, until then, I'll do my best to protect everyone. Seiryu said with determination. Blaine and Seiryu returned the documents to the lab. The researchers didn't bother asking what they had done with them. As promised, Blaine and Kurome went out for a walk to clear their minds, strolling through the streets of the imperial capital. Not long after they left, the rest of the assassination unit began chatting among themselves. Do you think Kurome actually has feelings for Commander Blaine? I've noticed she seems pretty close to him. Probably. Kurome is friendly with us, but she's never invited a guy for a walk before. True. Commander Blaine has always been good to us. It wouldn't be surprising if Kurome started liking him. Besides, she's at that age now. Kelly chimed in, that's exactly why I tried to create an opportunity for her earlier. She mentioned the commander's name twice while we were chatting tonight. Hearing them talk so excitedly about Blaine and Kurome, Seiryu murmured to herself, Kurome likes Master. For some reason, she felt a dull pressure in her chest. She should have been happy for her master, after all, it was a good thing that someone liked him. But why did she feel so uneasy? Seiryu couldn't understand what was wrong with her. Maybe she was just tired. A good night's sleep should fix it. If Kurome had been alone, the guards at the base wouldn't have easily allowed her to leave without a commander's permission. With Blaine accompanying her, however, they encountered no obstacles. The imperial capital was brightly lit at night. Most of the shops along the streets had already closed, and there were far fewer pedestrians compared to the daytime. Occasionally, a few scattered figures could be seen moving through the dimly lit roads. In such a quiet atmosphere, it was actually a good setting for Blaine and Kurome to take a walk and clear their minds. Commander, before you worked in the Imperial Capital Security Force, were you a soldier stationed in the capital? Kurome suddenly asked, shifting the conversation to something more casual. No, my hometown was a small village on the southern border. I only arrived in the capital recently, because my village was destroyed by a danger beast, Blaine responded. I see. I can't really remember much about my life before joining the assassination unit. I was too young at the time. All I remember is wandering with my sister, Kurome recalled. You must really miss her, right? I do, which is why I'm going to kill her, so she'll never be able to leave my side again. Kurome spoke with a bright smile, yet the words that came out of her mouth were chilling. In that moment, her innocent expression took on an eerie undertone. Blaine felt slightly awkward. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought up AKAME. Just then, several figures darted swiftly across the rooftops not far ahead. Blaine's keen perception allowed him to spot them immediately. However, their faces were obscured by black cloaks, leaving only the tall man clad in armor somewhat distinguishable, though even his face remained hidden. Did you see them? That should be the Taiga user of demon armor. They must be Night Raid, Blaine whispered to Kurome. Yes, my sister is among them. Kurome's right hand was already gripping the hilt of Yatsufusa, her expression cold. Commander, this is the perfect chance to wipe out Night Raid tonight. Let's follow them first and see, Blaine said, not immediately agreeing to engage. His stance toward Night Raid wasn't exactly hostile. During his time as captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had already learned a fair amount about them. After all, he had been in charge of maintaining public order in the capital. Every target assassinated by Night Raid had been far from innocent. They were all scum, people like Ogre, whose deaths were well deserved. That was why, back then, he had deliberately turned a blind eye to Night Raid's actions. He had chosen not to confront them directly. Otherwise, he would have crossed paths with them much sooner. Now, Blaine and Kurome moved to pursue the figures swiftly traversing the rooftops. Naturally, their targets had already noticed they were being followed. Leon glanced behind them, eyes widening in surprise. Wait, is that Blaine and Kurome? Looks like luck's on our side. Mine's expression grew serious. This route was supposed to be the safest, we timed it to avoid all of the capital's patrols at this hour. Was this really just a coincidence? Or did they predict our movements in advance? In reality, it really was just bad luck. If Blaine and Kurome hadn't randomly gone for a late-night stroll, they wouldn't have been spotted at all. This complicates the assassination. We'll have to reschedule the hit for another day. Should we just take them out now? Bullet, who stood out from the group due to his full-body armored Taigu, spoke up. His armor concealed his identity completely, making a disguise unnecessary. You guys go ahead. I'll deal with Kurome myself, AKAME suddenly declared, coming to a stop. Now that they had been discovered, tonight's assassination was no longer feasible. She needed to end things with Kurome quickly, before the Empire's assassination unit or the military caught wind of their presence and closed in on them. No way we're letting you handle this alone. If we're fighting, we might as well take them both down together, Leon said immediately. Exactly. There are only 2 of them, and we have 6 Taiga users. We should eliminate them quickly and then rework our assassination plan, Mine added, already pulling out her Taigu, pumpkin, brimming with confidence. But the boss mentioned that Blaine is someone we could potentially win over. Try not to kill him, Bullet reminded them. What a coincidence, of all people, they had to run into them tonight. At this point, all 6 members of Night Raid had stopped, seemingly waiting for Blaine and Kurome to come to them. Blaine and Kurome arrived in front of them, and sensing the tension, Blaine instinctively grabbed Kurome's hand, ready to activate his intangibility ability at any moment. Kurome hadn't expected him to suddenly take her hand, and she let out a soft protest. Commander, now isn't the time for this. However, Blaine showed no intention of letting go. His grip was firm, his stance unwavering. What? The moment AKAME saw Kurome's hand in Blaine's, she completely lost her composure. Chapter 49, AKAME and Kurome's Resolve. AKAME was an undeniable siscon. Unless it was a man she personally approved of, she couldn't stand seeing Kurome getting close to any other guy. So at this moment, AKAME completely lost her composure. However, she was still capable of assessing the situation and quickly suppressed her emotions, reverting to the cold, ruthless assassin she had trained to be. Drawing Murasame from its sheath, she made her decision. Tonight, she would personally put Kurome to rest. You're still flirting in front of us at a time like this? Mine deliberately lowered the hood of her cloak, raising Pumpkin and aiming it directly at Kurome. Without hesitation, she fired a blast of compressed energy. Their primary target was Kurome. They knew she had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Empire, there was no reasoning with her. Kurome instinctively tried to dodge, but her hand was still held by Blaine. Trust me, Blaine said calmly. Just those 2 words were enough to put Kurome at ease. In her heart, Commander Blaine was someone she could trust. All right. She nodded slightly. However, just as the energy blast from Pumpkin was about to hit her, she instinctively raised Yatsufusa to block it. Yet, to her astonishment, she felt nothing. It was as if the attack had passed right through her body, without a trace, without impact, without pain. Huh. Before Kurome could make sense of what happened, a loud boom erupted behind her. She turned around, an abandoned wall just behind her had been blasted to rubble. Thankfully, no bystanders were harmed. What just happened? That attack had been aimed directly at her. Could it be Commander Blaine's Taigu ability? What? Mine was just as shocked. Her own attack had gone straight through them. Be careful. Their abilities are weird, she immediately warned the others. Hearing this, AKAME and the rest of Night Raid held back from attacking right away. You're Kurome's sister, AKAME, right? Blaine finally spoke to her. AKAME gave a slight nod, her expression grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. She didn't bother to conceal her face. By now, word of her defection to the Revolutionary Army had spread throughout the Empire. Among Night Raid, her identity had been exposed the earliest, her wanted posters were plastered all over the capital. Blaine could clearly see that her face was almost identical to the one on the bounty posters. Long, flowing black hair. Crimson eyes. Her features bore a strong resemblance to Kurome's, delicate yet sharp. Dressed in a black dress and cloak, her figure was slender, taller than Kurome's. You two finally get to see each other again, yet you're already drawing your swords. Blaine had sensed AKAME's killing intent toward Kurome. He knew Kurome wanted to kill AKAME, but he hadn't expected AKAME to feel the same way. The sisters who once depended on each other for survival were now set on each other's deaths. There is no other choice. I have to end Kurome's suffering with my own hands, AKAME said firmly. I'm going to kill my sister too, so she'll stay by my side forever, Kurome replied with a soft chuckle. Enough. I won't let you kill Kurome. But if you insist on fighting, don't blame me for not holding back. Blaine's voice grew cold. He remained neutral toward Night Raid and the Revolutionary Army, but that didn't mean he would tolerate them harming the people around him. This might be a personal matter between the sisters, but there was no way he would stand by and watch Kurome die. AKAME, should we? Leon whispered. Retreat. His ability is strange, and we can't afford to take unnecessary risks without a guaranteed quick victory, AKAME said decisively, staying calm. Moreover, the noise from Pumpkin's blast had likely alerted the Imperial Capital Security Force. The approaching figures in the distance were probably them. The Empire's assassination unit and military forces wouldn't be far behind either. Lingering here would only lead to disaster. Let's go. Lubbock was the first to turn back along their original escape route, followed closely by AKAME, Mine, and the others. AKAME glanced back one last time at Blaine and Kurome. They weren't chasing after them. Sure enough, shortly after Night Raid withdrew, the Imperial Capital Security Force arrived at the scene. However, when they got there, only Blaine and Kurome remained. Captain Blaine. We detected signs of a battle here. Did you encounter Night Raid? Although Blaine had left his position days ago, the security force members still habitually addressed him as their captain. They retreated, Blaine said with a nod. Sorry you had to rush over for nothing. Not at all, Captain. This is our duty. As expected of Captain Blaine. Night Raid must have been planning to assassinate another high-ranking official tonight, but you intercepted them. Sigh, with Captain Blaine's strength, it really is a waste for him to be stationed in the security force. The officers naturally assumed Blaine had driven Night Raid away. As for Kurome, they didn't recognize her. From appearance alone, she seemed like a fragile young girl. They also didn't know where Blaine was currently assigned, only that he had been transferred elsewhere. The security force then proceeded with their investigation, scanning the area. There were hardly any signs of battle, only the collapsed wall from Pumpkin's blast. Seeing this, their admiration for Blaine only deepened. They believed he had driven off Night Raid within moments and remained completely unscathed. Given that Night Raid usually operated in groups of at least 2 or 3 Taiga users, this was an impressive feat in their eyes. While the officers processed the scene, Kurome was still lost in thought about what had just happened. Commander, are you trying to stop me from killing my sister? She asked. Maybe. But what I can say for sure is, I will protect you, because... Blaine paused. Kurome's eyes wavered slightly as she looked up at him, as if his words had struck something deep inside her. Because I'm your commander. Blaine smiled. The light in Kurome's eyes immediately dulled. Her lips puffed slightly, and her expression soured, clearly displeased. Forget about my sister for now. More importantly, Commander, how long do you plan on holding my hand? As if in retaliation, she deliberately emphasized the fact that Blaine was still holding on to her. Chapter 50, Siscon Sentiment. Ah, sorry, I forgot, Blaine said, quickly letting go of Kurome's hand with a slightly awkward smile. Why are you apologizing? I never said I disliked it, Kurome replied. What is even happening right now? Blaine sighed, feeling exasperated. Let's keep walking, Kurome said, stepping forward with a light-hearted pace. As Blaine caught up, Kurome suddenly asked, Commander, we could have fought back just now. Why did it feel like you were deliberately avoiding a fight? All 6 of them are Taiga users. The situation wasn't in our favor, my body hasn't fully recovered yet, and it's not exactly a good idea for you to summon a superclass danger beast in the middle of the Imperial capital. So. Blaine explained. His tone was calm and natural, not giving off the slightest hint of deception. In truth, what he said was only half true. His body had long since recovered, he was just making up an excuse to mislead Kurome. After all, she had been thoroughly brainwashed by the Empire. If she ever realized that he didn't actually view Night Raid as an enemy, things could take an unpredictable turn. For now, it was safer to keep certain things from her. That makes sense. Kurome accepted his explanation without hesitation. She had always assumed Blaine's Mangekyo Sharingan was a Taigu, and since using 2 Tigas at once had severe consequences, it was entirely reasonable that his body hadn't fully recovered yet. As for the superclass danger beast, what Blaine said was also true, there were too many civilians in the capital, and the sheer size and destructive power of such a creature would inevitably lead to massive casualties. While the 5 remaining Yatsufusa members were strong, taking on 6 Taiga users from Night Raid at the same time was still a significant risk. It's always best if they withdraw on their own. If a fight breaks out, it's a completely different situation, Blaine continued, smoothly reinforcing his point. If it were just me, that would be one thing, but I also have to worry about your safety. I don't want you getting hurt. I see, Kurome said, nodding. Being cared for like this wasn't a bad feeling. The two continued their walk. However, Kurome couldn't shake certain thoughts from her mind. Out of nowhere, she began speaking to herself. When my sister first asked me to escape the assassination unit with her, I was torn. But in the end, I just couldn't accept it. We have to prove how strong we are and earn our commander's recognition. We have to fight for the Empire. If we don't, then all our fallen comrades would have died for nothing. I think my sister didn't just betray the Empire, she also betrayed those comrades who died before her. She chose her ideals over her own sister. She spoke in a steady stream, everything centered around her sister. Blaine listened in silence. He wanted to understand what was really going on in Kurome's mind. My sister's goal is to save the people suffering under the Empire, to try and change it, maybe even the entire world. And honestly, that kind of determination is what I love most about her. Kurome clutched her head, her face pained. But even though I admire that part of her, I still can't forgive her. My thoughts are a mess. Every time I try to think deeply about this, my mind just turns to chaos. She was aware of her own contradictions, yet she couldn't understand why they existed. No matter how hard she tried, her mind wouldn't allow her to fully process this issue. It's obvious, you've undergone too much brainwashing, Blaine said seriously. The documents we found mentioned that only the enhanced team underwent brainwashing. The elite team was trained differently. That's why, when AKAME realized the darkness of the Empire, she was able to leave and join the Revolutionary Army. And when Pony was about to be disciplined for her unrecoverable injuries, she chose to run away. Pony, once part of the Elite 7, hadn't joined the Revolutionary Army but had instead fled in search of their former captain, Najasho. Kurome's deep contradictions were undoubtedly the result of brainwashing. She loved the sister who fought for her ideals, yet she couldn't forgive her. That was because, buried deep in her subconscious, an ironclad command had been implanted: never betray the Empire. No, that's not it, Kurome immediately rejected his words. A person who has been successfully brainwashed rarely believes that they have been manipulated. Kurome was no exception. Blaine knew this, so he didn't push the topic further. Whether or not that's the case, I won't let you continue being used like this. Enough about that for now. Weren't we supposed to be relaxing? Instead, we've just added more to our worries, Blaine said, his tone softening. Yeah, Kurome murmured, giving a small nod and forcing those thoughts out of her mind. At least for now, she would just enjoy the walk with her commander. Meanwhile, AKAME and the others had returned to the Night Raid base. Boss, we ran into Blaine and Kurome during the operation, so we had no choice but to put the assassination plan on hold for now, Leon reported to Najenda. You encountered those two? Well, nothing can be done about that. As long as no one was hurt, it's fine, Najenda replied, showing no signs of blaming them. That said, what did you all think of Blaine after coming into contact with him? I don't think he had much interest in fighting us, Bullet mused, rubbing his chin. When we retreated, he didn't try to stop us. If he had, we probably wouldn't have gotten away so easily. At this point, Bullet had already dispelled his demon armor form, revealing his tall figure and distinctive pompadour hairstyle. For some reason, it's kind of irritating. It feels like he looked down on us, Mine grumbled. I don't think he was underestimating us, just that he didn't want to fight, Shill said with a smile. What I'm more curious about is that strange ability, Lubbock added. Mine's Taigu, Pumpkin, couldn't hit Kurome at all. That kind of ability should only come from a Taigu, but Kurome already has Yatsufusa. That means it must be Blaine's Taigu. And it looks like he can share its effects with Kurome, Lubbock analyzed. Blaine, huh? He kinda seemed like Kurome's little boyfriend, don't you think, AKAME? Leon suddenly smirked. Unlike the others, her focus had been entirely different. She had noticed AKAME's reaction back then, it was adorable. Finding it amusing, she deliberately prodded her again. I won't acknowledge him until I know exactly how he feels about Kurome, AKAME stated, her expression completely serious as she voiced her big sister declaration. Chapter 51, Stopping the Brainwashing. After hearing the group's descriptions, Najenda had a general idea of the situation. Still, she wanted to confirm something. So, was he hostile toward you at all? No, not at all, AKAME replied. Though, when I said I was going to kill Kurome, he did direct a brief killing intent at me. As Night Raid's ace assassin, AKAME was highly attuned to detecting hostility and bloodlust from others. It was a skill she had honed back in the Empire's assassination unit. Her former commander, Gazuki, had also possessed the ability to sense the world of killing intent. This skill had proven invaluable when dealing with spies. That just proves he's not actually hostile toward us, doesn't it? Najenda said. In that case, I'd say he's someone worth recruiting. She continued, tonight's events could be considered either bad luck or good luck. But at the very least, this direct encounter saved us the trouble of having to observe him from afar. So, boss, you're planning to invite him to join Night Raid? Leon asked. Yes. We'll see if an opportunity presents itself. I want to speak with him in person, Najenda nodded. Just as she had done when recruiting AKAME, deliberately revealing her location so the Empire's assassination unit would send AKAME to assassinate her, she planned to create an opportunity for a direct conversation. We're getting another new comrade. She'll said excitedly. She'll had long, flowing purple hair, matching purple eyes, and a deep fondness for the color. Her entire outfit, including her Cheongsam-style dress, was purple. Among Night Raid, she was the only one who wore glasses, giving her a quiet and elegant appearance. Though pretty, she was known for being clumsy and a bit of an airhead. Her Taigu, cutter of creation, Extase, was a massive scissor-shaped weapon capable of cutting through anything. It was also highly durable and could be used for defense. Mine, however, crossed her arms. Don't get too excited just yet. That guy might not even accept the offer. He could be just as stubborn as General Budo. The twin-tailed girl with pink hair, mine, was the current wielder of the gun-type Tiger Roman artillery, Pumpkin. Petite and cute, she wore a light pink dress that matched her hair and eyes. Though her features were adorable, her personality had a sharp edge, carrying a touch of arrogance. Najenda had originally been the owner of Pumpkin, but after losing her right eye and right arm during her defection, thanks to his death, she was no longer fit to use a gun-type Taigu. Seeing that mine was a natural sharpshooter, she had entrusted the weapon to her. That being said, Najenda continued, Blaine holds a commander-level position in the Empire's assassination unit, right? Did you pick up on anything after interacting with him? AKAME shook her head slightly. Given how young Blaine looked, around the same age as Kurome, it was hard for her to believe that he held a high-ranking position. I see. Then let's have the Revolutionary Army send someone to investigate, Najenda decided. The Empire's assassination unit base is heavily guarded. Is it really safe to send someone in? AKAME asked, slightly concerned. Don't worry. We have a Taigu user who specializes in this kind of work, Najenda said confidently. The Empire's assassination unit, base headquarters. Vacation time had come to an end, and it was time for the members of the assassination unit to set aside their leisure. Having undergone strict and relentless training, they were disciplined enough to control themselves. What followed was their scheduled drug enhancement. At regular intervals, the base conducted these so-called enhancements on all members of the assassination unit. But in truth, drug enhancement was nothing more than a cover. What the researchers were really doing was brainwashing. Ever since Blaine had shown Kurome and the others the classified documents, they had learned the truth behind the enhancements. Yet, despite knowing, they still had no desire to resist. They willingly submitted themselves to brainwashing once more. The entire process was simple. Members of the assassination unit would be taken to a designated underground chamber, where they would be seated in chairs, their hands cuffed. A sedative would then be injected to put them to sleep. Once unconscious, the conditioning would begin, hypnosis and psychological reinforcement, all centered around a single core command. Never betray the Empire. However, today's brainwashing session was interrupted. Blaine, are you trying to obstruct our work? Drug enhancement is a strict order from the higher-ups. You have no right to interfere. If the superiors find out what you're doing, you should understand the consequences. As the staff prepared to escort the assassination unit members for their scheduled session, they were stopped by Blaine. Drug enhancement? Wouldn't brainwashing be a more accurate term? Blaine's expression darkened slightly as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, the researchers paled in shock. You're saying that in front of them? Kurome, Kelly, and the rest of the assassination unit were standing nearby. The higher-ups had strictly forbidden them from ever learning the truth behind these enhancements. Anyone who leaked this secret would be executed. Even the researchers themselves could face punishment if the truth got out. Yet, in reality, Kurome and the others had already known about the brainwashing for a while. They simply didn't care. Right now, their expressions were filled with concern, not over the brainwashing itself, but over the potential consequences of a direct confrontation between Blaine and the researchers. None of them had fully realized just how severe Blaine's actions were. "That's right," Blaine said, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Not only did I say it in front of them, I also showed them the documents." "So, what do you plan to do?" The researchers were stunned. "Are you insane? Do you have any idea what this means? You must have a death wish. Why waste your time on those tools?" One of the staff sneered. "What do we plan to do? Obviously, we'll report you to the higher-ups. You'll be dealt with soon enough." Their resentment toward Blaine had already been simmering since the last Danger Beast materials incident. They had been forced to let that matter go, but they had never forgotten it. Now, Blaine had handed them the perfect excuse for retaliation. It was only at this moment that Kurome and the others realized how serious the situation was. "What do you mean? Commander Blaine is going to be punished?" Kurome's expression tensed, her voice sharp with urgency. "Of course. He's committed a major taboo, he will be executed. Though, I doubt it'll be quick." A staff member smirked coldly. "Before that, he'll go through some extensive interrogation. Not only him, Seiryu will also be treated as an accomplice." Yet, despite these threats, Blaine and Seiryu showed no trace of fear. They remained calm, indifferent. In fact, Seiryu's expression slowly twisted into something deranged. Chapter 52, Jia Foundation. "It's really that serious? Commander Blaine is going to be punished by the Empire because of us? This has to be a joke, right? Commander, please explain to them. There might still be a chance, right?" Upon learning that Commander Blaine and Commander Seiryu were facing punishment, everyone in the assassination unit panicked. They had already lost so many comrades, and now even their two most trusted commanders were about to be taken from them. Kurome's expression darkened with sadness, but if this was the Empire's decree, there was nothing she could do. If she had ever thought of changing this fate, she and AKAME wouldn't have parted ways, and their former comrades wouldn't have been disposed of one after another. Chance. Keep dreaming. Even if you beg for mercy now, it's too late. The staff laughed arrogantly. Watching Blaine and Seiryu grovel would be amusing, but seeing them tortured was far more satisfying. "Master, can I kill them?" Seiryu sneered as she turned to Blaine. The staff's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The arrogance they had just displayed vanished, replaced by sheer terror as they stared at Seiryu. What do you think you're doing? Do I even need to say it? Naturally, I'm here to pass judgment on you evildoers." A grin spread across Seiryu's face, not one of arrogance, but a twisted, terrifying smile. "Why you dare? What you're doing is a grave crime. A capital offense." Some of the staff shouted, desperately trying to invoke the rules of the Empire's assassination unit to intimidate Blaine and Seiryu. Others had already decided to flee, turning swiftly to make their escape. "Leave no one alive." Blaine spoke calmly. With their master's approval, Seiryu and Koro sprang into action. Most of the staff were ordinary people with little combat ability, but they had their own means of survival. Each had concealed a special drug within their molars, far more potent than the ones used by assassination unit members. While the effects were stronger, the side effects were also severe. Their bodies swelled rapidly, muscles expanding until their clothes ripped apart, transforming them into monstrous figures. Kill you." Bulging veins covered their faces, their speech slurred and their minds clouded. But in the end, ordinary people were still ordinary people. No matter how much the drug enhanced their abilities, it could never bridge the overwhelming gap in strength. At this point, there was no room for mercy. If Blaine left them alive, his superiors would surely come after him and Seiryu. Eliminating them now would at least buy some time. He didn't even need to use the dojutsu of double kamui. The base abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan and the black and white dual swords of his Shingu were more than enough to crush these fools. Just moments later. With the last staff member's head severed by Seiryu without a trace of emotion, every person present had been wiped out by Blaine and Seiryu. Seiryu then ordered Koro to devour the bodies, leaving behind only bloodstains and the remnants of battle. Watching the slaughter unfold before their eyes, Kurome, Kelly, and the others stood in stunned silence. "See, Commander, doesn't this make your situation even more dangerous?" Kelly was the first to speak, his voice trembling slightly. "That's true, but so what?" Blaine remained calm. "You all need to think this through. Everything I did was for your sake. Do you really believe brainwashing hasn't affected you at all? After being brainwashed, none of you are the same as before. Doesn't that scare you? Whether your unwavering loyalty to the Empire is a result of brainwashing or not, you won't believe me if I say it now. But given time, you'll come to realize the truth." Blaine had a theory: there had to be a reason why the assassination unit members were subjected to regular brainwashing. If the brainwashing were permanent, there would be no need to repeat the process so many times. Which meant its effects were temporary. If Kurome and the others were no longer subjected to it, the brainwashing's hold on them would gradually fade. "Commander, you suddenly tell us all this, but we don't know what to do." "Yeah, we can't resist them like you did. And even if we did, we'd just be executed. We're supposed to obey the Empire without question." The assassination unit members were overwhelmed, their thoughts in turmoil. "Do you really think those people represented the Empire? That just because they ordered you to do something, you had to obey?" Blaine spoke bluntly. "Right now, I'm the one in charge of the Imperial Assassination Unit. I'll be the one to change the system. You don't have to worry, I'll take responsibility for everything. And Koro and I will help you return to the path of justice." Seiryu picked up Koro and smiled at them. Her bright, cheerful expression was a stark contrast to the bloodthirsty look she had worn during the fight. Koro, having already digested the bodies, had returned to his usual form. "If you don't want to lose any more comrades, then trust us. I might not represent the Empire, but at least I'm better than those guys. And besides, I'm your leader." Blaine smiled. His words struck a chord. Not only did he avoid directly challenging the brainwashing they had undergone, but his argument was undeniably persuasive. At no point did he ask them to betray the Empire. "I don't want to lose any more comrades, and I don't want to lose you either, Commander. I trust you." Kurome was the first to speak. The others nodded in agreement. Blaine wasn't trying to rebel against the assassination unit, he wanted to change it from within. That was something they could accept. The staff killed today were only a fraction of the total, the rest had no idea what had transpired here. The base would continue functioning as usual. Meanwhile, the researchers responsible for the brainwashing were puzzled by the unit's failure to report to the underground chamber on schedule. As for the dead staff members, it was as if they had vanished without a trace. No one knew what had happened to them, except Blaine, Seiryu, and Kurome. Koro had even consumed their bones, and it would be easy to clean up the remaining blood and battle scars. Blaine simply informed the researchers that an internal incident had occurred, leading to the mysterious disappearance of several staff members. As a result, this round of brainwashing was temporarily cancelled. Meanwhile, as chaos brewed within the Imperial Assassination Unit, a spy from the Revolutionary Army had infiltrated the capital. Lurking near the unit's base, they waited for the perfect moment to strike, utilizing the transformation ability of the Taigu Jia Foundation. Chapter 53, Little Black Cat Chelsea. The so-called high-ranking superior of the Imperial Assassination Unit was a royal palace official named Saikyu. His status was second only to Prime Minister Honest. In fact, Saikyu was the very founder of the Imperial Assassination Unit. For now, word of what had transpired within the assassination unit had yet to reach him. Until Saikyu realized what was happening, Blaine had complete control over the unit, a window of time sufficient for him to accomplish many things. Today, as usual, Blaine and Seiryu led the assassination unit out for training. Ding! The host has hunted a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding! The host has hunted a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. The assassination unit successfully completed their training objectives, and Blaine gained a substantial number of system points along the way. Though a few members were injured, the overall mood was light-hearted and relaxed. After all, Commander Blaine had reformed the assassination unit system, completely abolishing the previous punishment policy. They no longer had to fear being punished for getting injured, nor would they lose comrades so easily anymore. The only thing that worried them now was the fate of Commanders Blaine and Seiryu, both of whom had blatantly defied orders from their superiors. On the way back, just outside the base gates, Blaine spotted a small black cat in the grass nearby. It looked like a stray, and it was injured. Seeing the wounded kitten, Blaine immediately walked over. "Master?" Seiryu, noticing his movements, asked in confusion. Blaine crouched down and cautiously reached out to touch the kitten. After a couple of tentative gestures, he realized it wasn't hissing or recoiling. That was a good sign, it meant the kitten was naturally docile. Gaining confidence, Blaine gently stroked the kitten's head. Of course, if it suddenly attacked, he would be able to react instantly. Meow. The black kitten didn't resist at all. If anything, it seemed to enjoy the attention. "Oh, it's a little cat, and it looks hurt." Seiryu had walked over as well. "Yes. Its front leg is injured, and it seems weak, probably malnourished." Blaine carefully observed its condition. What a cute kitten. Kurome and the others had also gathered around. It seemed Kurome had a fondness for small, adorable animals. "I'll treat its wounds first, then find a good home for it." As he spoke, Blaine lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck and cradled it in his arms. The kitten remained calm, it didn't claw at him, didn't hiss. Instead, it nuzzled its head against him. What a well-behaved little thing. Too bad we can't keep pets, Kelly sighed. The issue wasn't just whether they could have pets, the Imperial Assassination Unit had stripped them of all personal freedom. "If you want to keep a pet, that can be arranged. Once I fully take control of the Assassination Unit, I'll lift those restrictions." Blaine's words carried a quiet certainty. Fully take control. Kelly and the others exchanged glances, assuming Blaine must have some plan to negotiate with the higher-ups. However, Blaine's intentions were far different from what they imagined. And so, with the kitten in his arms, Blaine brought it into the base. Ordinarily, only animals designated for experimentation were allowed inside. But since it was Blaine carrying the cat, the guards said nothing. In reality, the injured stray cat was actually Chelsea in disguise. She possessed the Taigu Phantasmagoria, Gia Foundation, which allowed her to transform into anything she desired through sheer will. Disguising herself as an injured stray cat made it easier for her to move unnoticed near the Imperial Assassination Unit's base. Her original plan was to find an opportunity to infiltrate the base, but she hadn't expected things to take such an unexpected turn. When Blaine had walked toward her earlier, her first instinct had been to run. However, considering her current appearance, a cat with an injured front leg, running too fast would have seemed unnatural. To avoid arousing suspicion, she chose to remain still, feigning obedience while carefully observing the situation. If things took a turn for the worse, she could always abandon the mission and escape. What surprised Chelsea, however, was how unexpectedly kind-hearted her target, Blaine, turned out to be. He actually intended to take her into the base and treat her wounds. Of course, he wasn't an assassination target but rather a surveillance target. The Revolutionary Army had tasked Chelsea with monitoring Blaine to determine whether he was someone they could recruit. In the end, Blaine's actions played right into her hands. She had already been searching for a way to infiltrate the base. Although this was essentially walking into the lion's den, espionage was always a dangerous game. And until now, she had never failed. She trusted both her own skills and the capabilities of her Taigu. Blaine carried the black kitten, Chelsea in disguise, into the lounge. He asked the lab technicians for medicine suitable for treating animal wounds, including disinfectants, before beginning to treat her injuries. Seiryu, Kurome, and the others stood nearby, watching. The ability of Gia Foundation was indeed formidable. Up until now, Blaine had yet to notice that the small black cat was actually a transformed human. As long as Chelsea didn't act in a way that contradicted typical feline behavior, no one would see through her disguise. Meow. When the disinfectant was applied, Chelsea even pretended to wince and struggle slightly, making her act all the more convincing. The strengths of Gia Foundation were evident, but so were its weaknesses. It lacked any real combat ability, making it more suited for reconnaissance, infiltration, and assassination. It wasn't until he began treating the wound that Blaine sensed something off. Chelsea had created the injury using the cosmetic abilities of her Taigu. It was so lifelike that it was virtually indistinguishable from a real wound to the naked eye. However, Blaine's eyes were far from ordinary. With the keen perception of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he detected the slightest inconsistency. Chelsea's only misstep was her lack of intel on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not even the Revolutionary Army, nor anyone else in the world, knew the truth about Blaine's eyes. As a result, Chelsea remained completely unaware that her disguise had already been exposed. On the surface, however, Blaine showed no reaction. He simply continued tending to the black kitten's injury with patience and care. Internally, though, he was now on high alert. This cat was almost certainly a transformed human, likely due to a taigu's ability. In a world filled with all kinds of bizarre taigu, one capable of transformation wasn't particularly surprising. For now, he had no intention of exposing her. Instead, he wanted to see just what this little black cat was planning to do next. Chapter 54, Bathing the Little Black Cat. Blaine figured the most likely explanation was that the kitten was a spy sent by the Revolutionary Army. After all, the Empire's assassination unit's greatest enemy, and practically its only one, was the Revolutionary Army. The unit had been created specifically to combat them. While the possibility of a foreign spy couldn't be completely ruled out, it was highly unlikely. Foreigners had little to do with them. After tending to the black kitten's wound, Blaine bandaged it up and even tied a small bow. Though he already suspected something was off about the little creature, he was willing to play along. Acting as if nothing had happened, Blaine casually went to find food for the kitten. There are still some snacks in the base. Let's give it some biscuits for now, he said. Specialized cat food didn't exist in this world, and even if it did, one would have to gather the ingredients and make it from scratch. Besides, this little one wasn't really a cat but a human. From that perspective, biscuits were actually a better choice than cat food. However, the biscuits had all been bought by Kurome, and some of them hadn't yet been laced with medicinal ingredients. Blaine needed to check first. Kurome, can you spare some of your biscuits for the kitten? If it's just a little, that's fine. Considering it was Blaine asking, and the fact that Kurome had a soft spot for cute animals, she relented. Of course, no need to give too many. It's not like it can eat that much. Blaine took a few small biscuits and grabbed a little bowl to place them in. Watching him, Chelsea thought to herself, this guy's surprisingly considerate. If he had just thrown the biscuits on the ground, she would have had to put up with the dirt. Having a bowl was much better. Maintaining her act, Chelsea naturally sniffed the food first before starting to eat. Kurome, Kelly, and the others gathered around like curious children, watching the little black cat eat. Having never owned a pet before, they found the sight rather fascinating. Being stared at by so many people made Chelsea a little uncomfortable. Seriously? Have these guys never seen a cat eat before? She thought. Then again, it made sense. From what she knew, the Imperial Assassination Unit had no freedom whatsoever. The Empire had molded them into nothing more than pure killing machines. Chelsea understood the Assassination Unit well. The organization she had previously belonged to, Orberg, had clashed with them head-on. In the end, the unit's elite squad suffered heavy losses, while Orberg was completely wiped out, save for Chelsea herself. Most notably, their leader, Mairead Orberg, had been killed by AKAME back when she was still with the Assassination Unit. Mairead was one of the key figures who ultimately led AKAME to defect to the Revolutionary Army. Meow. After finishing the biscuits Blaine gave her, the little black cat didn't ask for more but simply tucked her paws in and rested. Looks like she's full, Blaine noted. Seryu reached out, wanting to pet the kitten. Chelsea maintained her well-behaved cat persona. At the same time, she grew wary of the small white creature nearby. It looked like an innocent puppy, but something about it felt off. There were biological Tigas, after all. This little thing could very well be one of them. Chelsea raised her guard against Koro. Next, I need to give it a bath and deworm it. There should be some herbs in the lab for deworming. I'll bathe it first, then take care of the deworming, Blaine suddenly said. A bath? Deworming was one thing, but bathing was another. Chelsea couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Even though she was currently in the body of a small female cat, being bathed by someone else meant being touched all over. That thought alone made her uncomfortable. No matter what, she was still human on the inside. But at this point, she had no choice but to go along with it, abandoning the mission wasn't an option. As an assassin, she was willing to do whatever it took to complete her mission. Even if it meant sacrificing an important comrade, she had to be prepared to let go when necessary. Such sacrifices were a necessary price, and she believed they were worth it. That was why, in the original story, even though Chelsea knew AKAME was the primary reason for the annihilation of the Orberg, she showed no hostility toward her. As fellow Revolutionary Army members, their shared interests took precedence, and Chelsea treated AKAME well. At the very least, the Orberg's downfall had severely weakened the Empire's assassination unit, and it had also led to AKAME joining their side. To Chelsea, those sacrifices had been worth it. Right now, all she had to do was grit her teeth and endure it. After all, she was in a cat's body, this shouldn't be too unbearable. Meanwhile, Blaine hadn't even considered whether the black kitten was male or female. He wasn't overthinking it, he just felt that bathing a stray cat was the natural course of action. But before he could take the kitten to bathe, an unexpected guest arrived from the Empire's assassination unit. "Commander, General Esteth is here," a young man reported to Blaine. "All right, I'll go meet her," Blaine nodded slightly. Esteth's sudden appearance didn't surprise him anymore. As he prepared to meet her, he kept the small black cat in his arms. If he let it go, there was no telling if it would try to attack Curome and the others. It was safer to keep an eye on it himself. General Esteth. That woman, the one said to be the Empire's strongest. Chelsea, still cradled in Blaine's arms, was well aware of Esteth's reputation. To the Revolutionary Army, she was the most dangerous enemy, the single greatest obstacle standing between them and the overthrow of Prime Minister Honest. Running into Esteth on this mission was unexpected, but Chelsea remained calm. Even if she came face to face with Esteth, she was confident she wouldn't be exposed. Esteth's Taigu was purely offensive, it had no abilities to counter her Jia foundation. Chelsea was certain of that. Blaine had only taken a few steps out of the resting area when he ran into Esteth at the hallway corner. "You're already here. I was just about to come out and greet you," Blaine said, stopping in his tracks. The woman standing before him was breathtaking, dressed in a military uniform with a matching cap, her presence exuded power. She was Esteth, the Empire's strongest. Blaine. Esteth had just begun to speak when her gaze landed on the small black cat in his arms. "You like these kinds of little things?" she asked, looking slightly surprised. Chapter 55, Esteth's Midnight Training Plan. What Esteth truly meant was that she hadn't expected Blaine to be fond of such weak creatures. In contrast, she had no interest in these so-called cute little animals. Something so fragile, she could kill it with a flick of her wrist, and even then, it wouldn't be satisfying. "Well, I like small animals like kittens and puppies," Blaine admitted with a nod. "I see. So you have a soft spot for cute little things." "How adorable," Esteth said with a teasing smile. Blaine suddenly felt like he was being mocked. Did Esteth just compare him to a little girl? "No, I just..." Before he could clarify, Esteth cut him off. "No need to explain. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this cute little secret of yours. It'll stay between us." To Esteth, seeing this softer side of Blaine wasn't off-putting, in fact, it only made her desire to dominate him even stronger. Meanwhile, Chelsea, nestled in Blaine's arms, was quietly laughing to herself. This wasn't just a secret between the two of them anymore, she, as an unexpected third party, had just become privy to it. Esteth, however, gave Blaine no chance to argue and swiftly changed the subject. "Blaine, I heard about how you repelled Night Raid before. Well done." She praised him without hesitation. "There's even a rumor going around that, like me, you let them go just so you could enjoy an even more exhilarating battle in the future." Blaine felt that this rumor had spun a little too far. That being said, if he had truly gone all out back then, with the sheer brutality of Double Camui's first strike, Night Raid would have suffered devastating losses, and he could have walked away unscathed. But there had been no reason for that. He had no grudge against Night Raid, why waste the effort fighting them? "As expected, we're quite compatible. When the time comes, you should come work under me," Esteth said directly. Blaine's pupils narrowed slightly. "And when exactly will that time be?" Esteth's words completely pushed aside any lingering thoughts about her earlier teasing. "Once I've conquered the northern tribes, that'll be the right time," Esteth answered without a hint of concealment. "Right now, they're the biggest threat aside from the Revolutionary Army. Some people estimate it'll take the Empire at least a year to subjugate them." She smirked, her expression brimming with unwavering confidence. "But I'll show them what true power is. That so-called 1 year is a joke. It won't take me 6 months, no, not even half a month, to flatten the northern region. By then, with my military achievements, you'll have built up your own reputation and merits. Prime Minister Honest won't dare oppose it. And if he does, I have ways to make him agree." As she spoke of the northern tribes, her dangerous smile carried absolute certainty, an unshakable confidence born from sheer strength. To her, the northern tribe's 400,000-strong army was nothing more than a swarm of insignificant ants. "I understand." Blaine gave a slight nod. On the surface, he showed no reaction, but inwardly, he wasn't pleased. There were still many things he had yet to deal with. The situation with the Imperial Assassination Unit had already progressed to this point, he couldn't just abandon it halfway. He had to see things through to the end, at least until he had everything settled here. Of course, Blaine wasn't helping the Assassination Unit out of pure goodwill. He had been gradually working toward his own goal, establishing an organization of his own. Seiryu and the members of the Imperial Assassination Unit were the perfect candidates. Once he fully took control of the unit, forming his own organization would be the natural next step. The Empire, its death, the Revolutionary Army, Night Raid, why should he serve under anyone? Still, Blaine said nothing to his death. Instead, he simply acknowledged her words with a short response. There was no need to mention his plans before his death had dealt with the northern tribes. If he brought it up now, it would no doubt displease her, perhaps even make her turn against him entirely. Given her overwhelming need for control, she was more than capable of doing just that. Of course, I won't have you at the same level as the three beasts. You'll be my deputy general, no one but me will have the authority to order you around, not even Minister Honest, Esteth added. Hearing this, Chelsea knew she needed to accelerate her mission. At the very least, before Esteth subdued the northern tribes, she had to determine whether Blaine was someone worth recruiting into the Revolutionary Army. Alright, Blaine nodded again. But, you don't seem very happy. Is the position not good enough for you? Esteth mused. No, it's not that. I've always been like this, haven't I? Blaine said with a slightly awkward smile. He simply wasn't the type to smile often, that was all. Esteth didn't press the matter further. Instead, she gently cupped both sides of his face with her hands. That's why you should smile more. You actually look really good when you do. You're the first person to ever say that, Blaine remarked. Maybe it's just because I'm straightforward, Esteth replied without hesitation. She was always direct, unless she truly didn't understand something, she had no hesitation in speaking her mind. That's very obvious, Blaine agreed. Esteth released his face and continued, I have plenty of time today, so I'll stick around and watch you work. Show me around first. Alright. Blaine hadn't expected Esteth to stay. He had assumed she would just relay some information and leave, like she had last time. But I still need to give this little guy a bath. Why don't you have a seat for a while? Blaine suggested. So, in your eyes, this little thing is more important than me? Estetha's gaze turned noticeably colder. No, it's just that I just got back from training the assassination unit outside, so I need to wash up as well. I figured I'd bathe it at the same time, Blaine explained casually, unfazed. He hadn't expected Esteth to be bothered by something so trivial, but fortunately, he reacted quickly. Meanwhile, Chelsea, still in her kitten form, nearly bristled in alarm. She barely managed to suppress her reaction, any unusual movement might make Esteth suspicious. A moment ago, it had been Blaine struggling to deal with Esteth. Now, it was Chelsea's turn. She had completely forgotten about the whole bath situation. Chapter 56, turns out it's a little she-cat. Forget it. Go take your bath. I'll look around on my own, Esteth said before casually stepping into the nearest room. It happened to be the assassination unit's break room. Inside were Seiryu, Kurome, and the others. Despite seeing so many people inside, Esteth showed no surprise. You're the members of the assassination unit, correct? Yes, General Esteth, Kurome responded respectfully. The others also showed expressions of reverence. Though this was their first time meeting Esteth in person, they had seen her portrait before, so they recognized her immediately. General Esteth, where is Commander Blaine? Kurome asked. He took a cat to bathe, Esteth replied. Oh, I see. Kurome relaxed a little. She had been worried that General Esteth had come to trouble Commander Blaine over the incident from last time. After all, the mysterious disappearance of those staff members would eventually come to light. What's on your mind? Are you worried that I'd do something to Blaine? Estetha's sharp eyes immediately caught the brief flicker of relief on Kurome's face, making her curious. However, she wasn't thinking about the missing staff members. Not only was she completely unaware of that matter, but even if she knew, she wouldn't have cared in the slightest. No, not at all, Kurome quickly regained her composure and shook her head as if nothing had happened. Is that so? Esteth smirked, her presence completely overwhelming Kurome. As a general of the Empire, Esteth already had absolute authority over her. Having been conditioned by the Imperial Assassination Unit for so long, there was no way Curome could openly defy a superior. "General Esteth, is there a reason for your visit today?" Seriou asked, standing at attention out of habit. "Nothing major. I came to see Blaine and check on his work," Esteth replied casually. "It really seems like General Esteth and Master are close." "You always make time to visit him," Seriou said, her voice full of innocent admiration. "That's right," Esteth admitted without hesitation. "He even saved my life once. You could say I still owe him a favor." Hearing how close Commander Blaine and General Esteth were, Curome became more interested. And judging from Seriou's words, Esteth made time to visit Blaine despite her busy schedule. That wasn't just a good relationship, it was a close one. If there were urgent matters, that would be understandable. But if Esteth was coming just to see Blaine, then that was suspicious. Master actually saved General Esteth before. Seriou was visibly surprised. The rest of the assassination unit members were also caught off guard. It seemed Commander Blaine was even more extraordinary than they had imagined. After all, General Esteth was known as the strongest in the Empire. Curome, however, remained indifferent. She had already witnessed Blaine effortlessly slay a superclass danger beast with her own eyes. Even though the beast had been hibernating and not in peak condition, the fact that Blaine had defeated it so easily spoke volumes about his strength. If she had been the one facing it, she wouldn't have had such an easy time. Esteth didn't bother explaining and didn't care how they interpreted it. Back then, she hadn't yet acquired her Taigu, Demon's Extract. If she had, no mere superclass danger beast would have been a threat to her. But she never made excuses for her losses. The truth was, Blaine had saved her, and there was no denying it. So, soon enough, I'll make him my deputy general. That should settle the favor. Esteth spoke as if it were a simple matter. Of course, she never intended for Blaine to stop at deputy general. Her real plan was to push him into the position of general. This was the ultimate goal of Esteth's Blaine development plan. In her eyes, promoting Blaine directly to deputy general was already a generous reward. And from a normal perspective, it certainly was. Who else could rise so many ranks in such a short time? Even Esteth, the Empire's strongest, had climbed her way up through years of effort. When she first arrived in the imperial capital, she had participated in numerous tournaments, winning every single one before she was finally accepted into the military. But Blaine had his own ambitions, and becoming Esteth's second-in-command didn't align with his plans. "I see. General Esteth is so kind." Seriou beamed, genuinely happy for her master's bright future. To her, this was nothing but good news. However, Curome and Kelly had different reactions. If Blaine became Esteth's deputy general, wouldn't that mean he would no longer be in charge of the Imperial Assassination Unit? Curome's expression wavered. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "So Commander Blaine won't be our superior anymore?" "Of course. But if you miss him, you can always visit him at my place," Esteth said casually. She was completely unaware of the strict regulations governing the Imperial Assassination Unit, otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a suggestion. "All right," Curome muttered, looking slightly downcast. She had hoped Blaine would remain their commander, but in just a matter of days, he was already being reassigned. And the next leader? No, it was almost certain that whoever took over wouldn't be any different from the previous ones. Not everyone had Blaine's guts, to outright defy orders from high-ranking officials. But in front of General Esteth, Curome couldn't voice any complaints. Meanwhile, on the other side, Blaine had already taken the small black cat to the bathhouse. He planned to bathe the kitten first and worry about himself later. As for what he had said to Esteth earlier, it had just been an excuse. Knowing full well that this black cat was actually someone transformed, there was no way he was going to bathe alongside them. As he prepared the warm water and was about to place the kitten in the basin, a thought struck him. He should probably confirm whether it was a male or female cat first. So, he lifted the black kitten up for a closer look. At that moment, Chelsea felt utterly hopeless. She kept reminding herself, these sacrifices were necessary, they were worth it for the mission. Because of that, the black kitten in Blaine's hands showed no signs of embarrassment. A female. Blaine was taken aback. Didn't that mean this black kitten was likely a woman in disguise? Chapter 57, a rare and precious kindness. Of course, there was still the possibility that a man had turned into a female cat. For a taigu, such a transformation wouldn't be difficult. Blaine thought to himself that it would be best to just assume this cat was male, or better yet, not think about it at all. Still, while bathing the black kitten, he instinctively avoided certain sensitive areas. Meanwhile, Chelsea did her best to suppress her embarrassment, letting Blaine handle her body without resistance. To her surprise, his touch was gentle yet efficient. It was still humiliating, but at least it wasn't unbearable. Huh. What caught Chelsea's attention was how he seemed to be deliberately avoiding certain areas, either brushing over them quickly or skipping them entirely. Could it be, he had figured it out? She quickly dismissed the thought. That was impossible. As long as she didn't slip up, her taigu, Jia foundation, had never failed before. Besides, there wasn't even the slightest trace of suspicion on his face. As Chelsea mulled over this, Blaine had already finished washing her. He lifted her out of the basin, emptied the dirty water, and refilled it with fresh warm water before placing her back in. Gently scratching the black cat's chin, he said in a soft voice, "All right, you can wash yourself now." Hearing this, Chelsea suddenly felt that this guy was unexpectedly kind. In an empire as dark as this one, especially in the imperial capital, it was rare to find someone like him. If he were just an ordinary citizen, it wouldn't be surprising. But Blaine was someone who held a managerial role in the Imperial Assassination Unit and had even earned the favor of General Death. He was undeniably a powerful individual. In the current state of the Empire, nearly everyone with power was tainted by corruption and crime, including the Revolutionary Army. Killing was killing, no matter the justification. No side was innocent. And yet, in this ruthless world, he was still gentle enough to care for a stray cat. To Chelsea, that was a rare thing indeed. Perhaps that was why the Revolutionary Army had ordered her to monitor him instead of assassinating him. Even so, she couldn't judge Blaine too quickly, she needed to observe him for a while longer. She now felt certain he hadn't suspected anything earlier. This was probably just his natural kindness. With that in mind, Chelsea focused on playing her role properly, acting just as a pet cat should. Once the black kitten was clean, Blaine used a towel to dry it off. He then placed the kitten in the room outside the bathroom, shutting the door behind him as he prepared to take his own bath. He wasn't worried about it running off. If he heard the door open, he'd immediately notice and wouldn't give it the chance to cause trouble. Of course, Chelsea wouldn't reveal her identity at a time like this. She still needed to stay undercover and observe Blaine carefully. If nothing unexpected happened, she planned to remain in her kitten form until her mission was complete. For now, Chelsea curled up on Blaine's bed to rest, taking the opportunity to examine his room. It was simple, neat, and sparsely furnished, far from the messy, rough image she had imagined. Back when she worked under a certain governor, that man had been a complete slob, reeking of alcohol every day. That governor had been cruel and tyrannical, and when Chelsea stumbled upon the Taiga Jia Foundation in his treasure vault, she took the opportunity to assassinate him before joining the Revolutionary Army. 10 minutes later, Blaine emerged from the bathroom. He had changed into the standard attire of the Imperial Assassination Unit, an all-black, form-fitting outfit designed for combat and stealth. Meow. Seeing him return, the black kitten immediately got up, jumped off the bed, and slowly padded over to him, almost as if it had already accepted him as its master. Blaine sighed internally. This guy was really committed to the act. If not for his Mangekyo Sharingan detecting the faint anomaly in that wound earlier, no normal person would ever suspect that this little black cat was actually human. Picking up the kitten, he made his way back to the rest area, where Esteth was still waiting. "You're back. Looks like you're done washing up," Esteth noted, seeing him in fresh clothes. "Yeah. I cleaned it up too," Blaine replied, setting the now spotless black kitten on the floor. "I still don't quite understand why you care so much about such a small thing," Esteth remarked indifferently. Though she saw it as a rare, cute side of Blaine, understanding it was another matter entirely. This kind of thing doesn't really need a reason. "There's nothing complicated about it," Blaine said with a hint of helplessness. He didn't even know how to explain it to Esteth. "Master, shouldn't you give it a name? Like you did with Koro?" Serious suddenly asked. "Good point. Might as well name it." Blaine nodded slightly. Since the person-turned-kitten was so dedicated to the act, he figured he might as well play along. "I'll just call it Shady." Blaine wasn't great at naming things, and since it was a black kitten, the name Shady seemed fitting enough. "That's a pretty straightforward name, but it does sound nice," Serious commented. Serious was being polite, but Esteth was more direct. "Blaine, it seems naming isn't exactly your strong suit. Meanwhile, Chelsea was secretly amused. Though this wasn't important information, it was still somewhat entertaining. I guess it is a bit lacking, Blaine admitted. Well then, can you show me around now? Isdeth asked. Of course. Happy to oblige, Blaine responded with a nod. He had some things he wanted to ask Isdeth as well. Seeing Blaine pick up the kitten again, Isdeth raised an eyebrow. You're bringing it with you? Just how much do you like these little things? No, it's still injured and hasn't fully recovered. I need to keep an eye on it, Blaine explained naturally. In truth, he had just come up with the excuse on the spot. But there was some truth to it, he really couldn't afford to let this little one out of his sight. Clearly, Blaine had no intention of letting Isdeth find out the kitten's real identity. Oh. You're more considerate than I expected. I didn't realize you cared so much about me. Hearing Blaine's words, Chelsea was slightly surprised. Chapter 58, The Conscience Faction. With the little black cat in his arms, Blaine led Isdeth on a tour of the Imperial Assassination Unit's base. You really are amazing, Master. Even walking alongside General Isdeth, you remain completely at ease. Seriu watched them leave together, smiling with admiration. However, the other Assassination Unit members, including Kurome, weren't as cheerful. After all, Commander Blaine would soon be leaving them. They had finally found a superior worth following, only to lose him so soon. Kurome's feelings were the most complicated of all. It seemed that Blaine had become more than just an important figure in her eyes. Oh, right. There's something I wanted to ask you, Blaine said as he walked alongside Isdeth. Since she was free today, it was a good opportunity to probe her about the inner workings of the Empire. What is it? Isdeth asked casually, as if telling him to ask whatever he wanted. I'm a bit curious, aside from Prime Minister Honest's faction, are there any other factions in the palace? Blaine got straight to the point. He still wasn't sure if Honest's faction completely dominated the palace or if there were other forces opposing them. Judging by how corrupt the imperial capital had become, it was obvious that Honest's influence was overwhelming. If you want to put it that way, there's also a so-called conscience faction, that's what the rebels call them. Isdeth answered indifferently. They're under the protection of Great General Budo, including the former Prime Minister. If not for that, Honest would have wiped them out long ago. But don't worry, that old hardliner Budo strictly follows the ancestral edicts and won't interfere in politics. He only uses his authority to shield those officials. Of course, there's no guarantee he won't step in if he reaches his limit. But when that time comes, I'll deal with him. I've been wanting to fight him anyway. After hearing Isdeth's explanation, Blaine had a better grasp of the situation. Naturally, he had heard of Great General Budo. He was the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, a descendant of a long line of generals who had served the Empire for generations. He was one of the few individuals in the Empire who could be called the strongest, standing alongside Isdeth. While Budo protected certain conscientious officials, they were powerless against Honest and remained on the defensive. Still, at least Honest's faction didn't have complete control over the entire Empire. So, I take it you're on the Prime Minister's side, then? Blaine remarked. You could say that, Isdeth replied with a slight nod. That guy serves my interests, so long as he lets me indulge in battle, that's all that matters to me. The Empire is facing both internal and external crises, isn't it? Besides the rebels, there are also hostile tribes from the north, west, and south eyeing its territory, Blaine continued, wanting to clarify the overall situation. Yes. And every now and then, pirates run wild along the southern coasts, Isdeth added. But I'll personally deal with those tribes. As for Budo, that old relic may be at odds with us, but he's reliable enough to keep the imperial capital under control. I see. That's all I needed to know. Blaine had gotten the answers he was looking for. At the very least, there were still officials in the palace with a conscience, not everyone was rotten to the core. As for this conversation, he didn't mind if the little black cat overheard it. The Revolutionary Army probably already knew all of this anyway. Blaine finished showing Isdeth around the base. There wasn't much to see since the base itself wasn't very large. For the most part, they had just been chatting as they walked. Once their conversation wrapped up, Isdeth was ready to leave. Well then, I'll be going. Once I've pacified the northern tribes, I'll come find you again. Don't forget what I said today, Isdeth remarked. I can tell your assassination unit members don't want to part with you. Make sure to say a proper goodbye when the time comes. Blaine didn't say much. With that, Esteth left. Back in the lounge, Blaine immediately noticed something off about everyone's expressions, except for Seryu's. "Commander, has General Esteth already left?" Kelly asked cautiously. "Yes, she's gone." "Why?" Blaine asked, a bit puzzled. Could it be, as Esteth had mentioned, that everyone felt reluctant now that they had heard he would be transferring to her command? "I heard you're going to be assigned to General Esteth's unit soon. Is that true?" Kurome asked as soon as she confirmed Esteth was gone. "It's probably true, but nothing has been completely finalized yet," Blaine answered vaguely. He still hadn't fully taken control of the Imperial Assassination Unit, so he wasn't about to reveal his plans prematurely. "But realistically, Commander, transferring to General Esteth's side would be a better opportunity. Our unit doesn't hold much influence in the grand scheme of things." "Yeah, and General Esteth is doing what's best for you. We shouldn't be selfish. I wonder if Commander Seryu will transfer with Commander Blaine. It would still be nice if she stayed behind." Although everyone was reluctant about Blaine leaving, they understood the reasoning behind it. Besides, they had no right to interfere in their commander's affairs. If anything, it was only because Blaine had been lenient with them that they even dared to voice their opinions now. Under past leadership, they wouldn't have spoken out at all. Kurome remained silent for a moment. He said it wasn't finalized yet, but she felt that Blaine wouldn't refuse such an offer. Staying here would only make him a bigger target for retaliation from higher-ups. She knew she shouldn't be so selfish. But in the next moment, she acted on impulse. "No. I still want to be selfish." Kurome suddenly grabbed Blaine's hand and pulled him out of the room. She even led him directly to her quarters, ensuring no one else could overhear their conversation. Meanwhile, Chelsea, still in her black cat form, was dangling in Blaine's other hand. "Commander. Why are you leaving so soon? Didn't you say you'd always look after us?" With the door now locked behind her, Kurome looked at Blaine with a troubled expression. "Or, before General Esteth pacifies the northern tribes, why don't we take out Night Raid? If we gain enough recognition from the Empire, maybe we could join General Esteth's forces together." Chelsea found this rather interesting. It seemed like a good show was about to unfold. She had a feeling this little sister might have certain feelings for Blaine. Chapter 59, It's All For You. Blaine let out a small sigh. "Why are you all overthinking this? I already told you, it's not set in stone yet. I need time to consider my options." Kurome froze for a moment. Commander Blaine was seriously thinking this over. Did something like this even require consideration? Becoming General Esteth's deputy was an opportunity countless people could only dream of. Not only would it remove the burden of dealing with the high-ranking officials of the Imperial Assassination Unit, but Esteth also didn't seem nearly as strict with Blaine. In fact, their relationship even seemed somewhat ambiguous. From Blaine's perspective, this had to be nothing but good news, right? So Kurome had only voiced a small complaint. She had never actually said she didn't want him to go. Her real plan was to eliminate Night Raid before he left, securing a major victory for the Assassination Unit. That way, they might have enough merit to negotiate with the Empire for their future. It was a slim chance, but it was worth trying. So she couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this a great opportunity? Why do you still need to think about it, Commander?" "It's for your sake," Blaine replied. "You think I can just walk away that easily? If I do leave for Esteth's side, what happens to you all? I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving everything in Seryu's hands." In a way, he wasn't wrong. Restructuring the Imperial Assassination Unit into a new organization was already a vast improvement over what it used to be. And truthfully, he couldn't fully trust Seryu just yet. Her warped sense of justice still hadn't been corrected. The unit members had already been deeply brainwashed, and if they ended up following Seryu's lead without his influence. "Commander." Kurome was visibly moved by his words. Meanwhile, Chelsea quietly took mental notes on Blaine's personality. A certain level of kindness, gentleness, and loyalty, those were the traits she temporarily attributed to him. She was beginning to understand why the assassination unit members were so reluctant to let him go. They had been trained under inhumane methods by the Empire, yet Blaine actually seemed to care about them. But what she found even more curious wasn't he worried about his own position? Going against the Empire's usual training methods was bound to cause trouble for him. Even danger. "I understand now. I was wrong to assume, Commander, Kurome said, finally calming down. But this is General Estetha's order. If you go against it, there will be consequences, right? For the first time, she was genuinely worried for him. Probably, Blaine admitted. I'll deal with it when the time comes. In that case, we should still deal with Night Raid as soon as possible, Kurome insisted. She had already made up her mind. In the end, she believed Blaine wouldn't disobey Estetha's orders. Instead of dragging him down, they should be doing their part. There's no need to rush into a fight with Night Raid, Blaine said calmly. You don't have to be so focused on earning merit. He added, just train when you need to train, rest when you need to rest, that's all. If the assassination unit engaged Night Raid now, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. The worst? A complete wipeout of the assassination unit. And that outcome was far more likely. Neither scenario was something Blaine wanted. But Kurome was about to protest when Blaine cut her off. This time, just listen to me. You always follow your commander's orders, don't you? Yes, Commander. I was being out of line, Kurome admitted. She realized she had pushed too far. Had this been their previous commander, she would have been punished for even speaking up. Anyway, don't worry too much, I'll figure something out, Blaine reassured her. Alright, Kurome said with a faint smile, nodding slightly. She still wasn't entirely at ease, but she felt better than before. For now, this matter was settled. Kurome and the others had just returned from training today, so as usual, Blaine gave them some time off. This allowed the assassination unit members to walk around the streets of the imperial capital, giving them a chance to observe and better understand the city's current state. Without regular reinforcement, the effects of their brainwashing would gradually weaken. And by seeing the reality of the imperial capital firsthand, that process would only accelerate. Blaine's idea was undoubtedly effective. In the original story, AKAME had begun questioning the Empire only after witnessing too much of its darkness. Eventually, her doubts led her to join the Revolutionary Army. As Blaine walked through the streets with the assassination unit, he stopped by a market stall to buy ingredients for making nutritious porridge. I wonder how that family is doing. Their child couldn't afford medical treatment, so I gave them some money. They should have gotten the medicine by now. Why don't we stop by and check on them later? Last time, I met a few young girls who had come from out of town. I gave them some money for lodging. I hope they've found work by now. Everyone recalled various encounters from their previous time off. They didn't react much to the sight of impoverished civilians scattered across the streets. They simply felt a bit of pity and offered small acts of help when they could. After all, they had been taught by the Empire that the people's suffering was caused by the rebels who had destabilized the nation. To them, seeing poverty only reinforced their belief in fighting against the so-called traitors. Listening to their conversations, Blaine thought to himself that their perception of the Empire was still far too naive. When he had served as the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had seen countless cases of outsiders being swindled, abused, or even tortured to death. Crime lurked in every corner of the city. Back then, he had been overwhelmed, constantly dealing with all sorts of incidents. During his tenure, the city's security had improved significantly. But after his resignation, he had no idea how the new captain was handling things. Most likely, they were no different from Ogre, the previous one. Blaine followed the assassination unit members to check on a family that had been struggling to afford their child's treatment. Chelsea, watching all of this unfold, found herself a bit surprised. The members of the assassination unit actually seemed to care about the less fortunate. Was it because they weren't inherently bad people? Or had Blaine somehow changed them? Chapter 60, Seeking Justice. The outskirts of the imperial capital. A rundown thatched hut. This was where the impoverished family lived. Compared to the bustling streets of the imperial capital, the hut looked pitifully shabby. And families like this, too poor to even afford medicine, were far from uncommon in the capital. Including Blaine and Seryu, the entire imperial assassination unit had around 20 members. The tiny hut couldn't possibly fit them all. It looks like those kind young people from last time. An old woman, frail and thin to the point of being skin and bones, sat at the entrance. The stool beneath her creaked as if it might collapse at any moment. "Grandma, wasn't your grandson sick last time? How is he now? He should be recovering by now, right?" Kelly asked with optimism in his voice. However, the old woman's expression immediately darkened. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "I truly appreciate your kindness last time, but, the medicine we bought with that money turned out to be fake. My husband went to demand justice and got beaten for it. Now, we have no choice but to hope little Shota can hold on. What? They actually sold you fake medicine? Kelly was shocked. A pharmacy openly selling fake medicine, and beating someone for confronting them? This was happening right in the imperial capital. Wasn't anyone regulating this? The rest of the team also found it hard to believe. This isn't surprising at all. The capital is far worse than you imagine, Blaine said calmly. I used to work for the Imperial Capital Security Force, so I know this better than you. Hearing this, the group fell silent for a moment, then their thoughts quickly turned to the rebels. This must be the rebels doing, right? If it weren't for them, the Empire wouldn't be in such a mess. Exactly. That's why we have to fight them, to restore order. We need to prove ourselves with real achievements. Hunting danger beasts every day won't earn us any recognition from the Empire. Hearing their words, the old woman looked confused. This has nothing to do with the rebels or the Revolutionary Army, does it? My husband said that the pharmacy only dares to act so brazenly because it has connections with a high-ranking official in the capital. Right then, a hunched old man slowly stepped out of the hut. His body was covered in visible wounds, crudely bandaged with makeshift materials. Fortunately, his injuries weren't too severe, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get out of bed. You must all be young men who recently came from outside to enlist, right? The old man coughed, clasping his hands behind his back. The current state of the imperial capital has nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. Back when the previous prime minister was in power, things were much better than they are now. Cough, cough. He took a breath and added, to be honest, I only wish the Revolutionary Army would overthrow those high and mighty officials who don't care if the common people live or die. That way, at least we'd have a chance to survive. You have no idea how many people have starved to death this year. This. Kelly and the others were left speechless. Their expressions grew tense. The firm belief they held, that the rebels were the root of all evil, began to waver, if only slightly. Blaine, who had been silent this whole time, remained that way. He knew that words alone wouldn't be enough to change their minds. They needed to see the truth for themselves, to witness firsthand what was really happening. Only then could the effects of their brainwashing begin to wear off. Where is the pharmacy? We'll help you get justice. Kurome spoke up, cutting straight to the point. She wasn't just looking to settle the matter, she also wanted to get to the bottom of what had really happened. Maybe just forget about it. The old woman looked worried. This won't do you any good. It might even put you in danger. It's fine, just tell us. I was the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, and I can't just ignore something like this. Blaine spoke firmly. That's right. Leave it to us. Seryu, former vice captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, reporting for duty. Seryu declared, holding Koro in her arms, her face radiating righteous enthusiasm. The former captain. Wait. Are you Captain Blaine? The old man suddenly reacted, his eyes widening in realization. Though he had never met Blaine in person, the captain's reputation had long since spread throughout the imperial capital. Everyone knew of the upright and just Captain Blaine. Unfortunately, his tenure had been brief, he had come suddenly and left just as quickly. Without him, the security force had quickly returned to its former corrupt state. Now, not only had Captain Blaine reappeared before him, but Vice Captain Seryu as well. And they were offering to help. The old man found it hard to believe. That's me, Blaine confirmed with a nod. I see. I really can't just swallow this injustice. I'll take you there right now. A fire lit in the old man's eyes, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Hearing that this was Captain Blaine, even the old woman stopped trying to dissuade them. Because if they didn't get the medicine soon, their grandson likely wouldn't make it through the day. They arrived at the pharmacy. Why the hell are there so many people all of a sudden? Wait, isn't that the old man from last time? Looks like he brought some backup to cause trouble. He sure has some guts. A wrinkled old fool like him still has the nerve to stir up trouble. This time, let's just cut off his arms and legs so he won't be a problem anymore. Hold up. Those people, look at their clothes. Something's off. And that young guy in front. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. What's there to be afraid of? That man is upstairs right now, discussing business with the boss. With him around, it doesn't matter who these people are. The pharmacy workers immediately became wary of Blaine and his group. However, it was clear that none of them had recognized him yet. "I heard you sold fake medicine and injured this old man. Return the money, and don't even think about skipping the compensation." Kelly got straight to the point. "Ha! You little bastard, you trying to joke with me?" One of the workers sneered and burst into laughter. Within moments, burly men emerged from all directions, surrounding Blaine's group. Clearly, these were the pharmacy's personal enforcers. Their practiced movements made it obvious that this wasn't the first time they'd resorted to intimidation and violence. Selling fake medicine, strong-arming the weak, it was just business as usual. Seiryu, meanwhile, was struggling to contain herself. The desire to execute justice burned in her eyes, her expression twisting with anticipation. These thugs had come at the perfect time. "Kneel and beg all you want, it won't save you. Beat them to death," the worker bellowed. But just then, the so-called big shot came down from the second floor. Seeing the commotion, he frowned. "What's going on? What's with all this noise?" "Lord Cole, just some fools who don't know their place. We'll handle them right away." The worker's arrogance instantly turned into bootlicking the moment he addressed Lord Cole. However, the moment Cole got a clear look at Blaine and Seryu's faces, his expression froze. His glasses nearly slipped off his nose from sheer shock. Then, in a flash, he turned and slapped the worker across the face. The sharp crack echoed through the pharmacy. "You absolute moron, do you even know what the hell you're saying?" Chapter 61, Resolute Compensation. The clerk clutched his numb, aching face, staring at Lord Cole in utter disbelief. He hadn't said anything wrong, had he? Why was Lord Cole so furious? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what he had done to provoke such wrath. Did I do something wrong?" he stammered, his face filled with shock and confusion. The other clerks and the personal guards were just as stunned, frozen in place, too afraid to move. "Open your damn eyes and look properly. Those two over there are the former Captain Blaine and Vice Captain Seiryu of the Imperial Capital Security Force." This group of fools had made Cole so furious he looked like he was about to explode. His rage alone was terrifying to witness. Although Blaine and Seryu's ranks, both past and present, weren't necessarily higher than his, the people backing Blaine were an entirely different matter. Rumors had already spread through the royal palace that General Esdeath had personally recommended Blaine to Prime Minister Honest. The likelihood of this being true was high, and while no one knew exactly how much Esdeath valued Blaine, one thing was certain: Cole had no intention of testing his luck by making an enemy out of him. Blaine and Seiryu had a reputation for handling dirty work with ruthless efficiency. Whenever they were assigned to clean up a mess, they made sure it was dealt with, no matter the cost. Several officials of similar status to Cole had already been caught up in their actions. Those with strong enough connections barely managed to escape, while the rest either ended up arrested or outright executed. Blaine had made countless enemies during that time, yet even now, no one dared to lay a hand on him. That alone was proof that he was not someone to be trifled with. The real reason for this was simple: Prime Minister Honest didn't care about the lives of his subordinates, whether they were civilians or low-ranking officials who had pledged loyalty to him. Even in the original tale, when his own son was killed, he remained indifferent. With Esdeath's backing, there was no chance he would ever act against Blaine. Vice Captain Seiryu. Captain Blaine. The realization finally hit the clerk like a bolt of lightning. No wonder that man had seemed so familiar. His face turned deathly pale as panic set in. He was doomed. He didn't entirely understand why Lord Cole feared a former captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force so much, but at this point, understanding didn't matter. Lord Cole's wrath was already in full force. It was too late for regret now. All he could do was pray that Lord Cole wouldn't have him executed on the spot. Cole, meanwhile, had no patience left to deal with this fool. Forcing a smile, he immediately bowed his head and spoke in an apologetic tone. "Captain Blaine, Vice Captain Seiryu, I sincerely apologize. These blind idiots have offended you. I'll make sure they are properly punished later." The old man hiding behind Blaine was utterly shocked. He knew Blaine had once been the captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, but he never imagined that even someone like Lord Cole would have to bow and scrape before him. As the commotion grew, more and more onlookers gathered, eager to see what was happening. "It's Captain Blaine. No wonder Lord Cole is so afraid of him. So that's Captain Blaine. Before, no one dared to report anything to the Imperial Capital Security Force because of Cole's influence. But today, these scumbags are finally getting what they deserve. I wonder who brought Captain Blaine here. Was it that old man? I remember he came to seek justice a few days ago and got beaten up. I never thought he'd actually know Captain Blaine. By the way, I heard a rumor. Captain Blaine is General Estetha's kept man. I don't know if it's true or not. Really? I heard people call him her lover instead. But either way, it explains why Cole is so terrified of him. The crowd kept their distance, whispering among themselves without fear of being overheard. In the end, Cole's quick decision to apologize was the smartest move he could have made. Otherwise, with the members of the assassination unit present, any one of them could have wiped out the thugs surrounding them, let alone Cole and the shop assistants, who had no real strength to speak of. There's no need for pointless chatter. I just want this matter resolved, Blaine said coldly. Hearing this, Cole froze for a moment, unsure what Blaine was referring to. But he had a pretty good guess. This pharmacy had been involved in shady dealings for a long time. The only reason he protected them was because they shared their profits with him. Cole shot a sharp glare at the clerk beside him, signaling him to explain the situation properly. The clerk quickly leaned in and whispered nervously, "We sold that old man over there some fake medicine. When he realized it and came to confront us, we beat him up. We figured he was just some helpless old geezer we could push around. We never imagined he'd be able to call in Captain Blaine." Cole's eyes darkened as he shot the clerk another furious glare. He didn't care whether this mess had been intentional or not, all he knew was that these fools had just caused him a massive headache. Once this was over, he was going to make sure every single one of them paid for it. The clerk, now panicked, stammered, Anyway, they're here to demand compensation. If we return the money for the fake medicine in full and offer some extra compensation, that should be enough to settle things." Cole's expression eased slightly. Turning to Blaine, he quickly said, "Absolutely. We will return the full amount and ensure proper compensation for the harm done." Blaine gave a small nod. Under Cole's orders, the pharmacy manager returned every coin they had taken from the old man, along with a substantial compensation sum. Not only that, but they also provided him with the real medicine he needed, free of charge, and personally apologized to him. It was humiliating, but it was still far better than losing their lives. The old man chose to accept it. He neither wanted nor dared to push things further. If he completely fell out with the pharmacy, his family might suffer retaliation later on. And with that, the matter seemed to be settled. Saryu, however, was visibly disappointed. She had been hoping for the chance to personally execute these evil people. "Koro, I bet you really wanted to eat them, huh? But no, you can't act without Master's permission," she said sweetly, as if she were comforting a child. Hearing such terrifying words spoken in such a gentle tone, the pharmacy staff and bystanders shuddered, feeling a deep sense of fear. Of course, Blaine had no intention of letting these people off so easily. All he had to do was apply some pressure on the Imperial Capital Security Force, and they would take care of the rest. And it wasn't just Blaine, Kurome and the others weren't about to let this go either. They hadn't come here just to help the old man seek justice. They wanted to uncover the true root of this issue. Was it a result of the rebels' uprising? Or was it yet another internal failure of the Empire itself? Chapter 62, Chelsea, an interesting fellow. "So, you've done this kind of thing plenty of times, haven't you?" Kurome stared at Cole with cold, disdainful eyes, as if looking at filth. "And you were the one who allowed it to happen?" Her words echoed the thoughts of Kelly and the others. If Cole was the root of the problem, then this had nothing to do with the rebels at all. "Little girl, I have no idea what you're talking about," Cole said with a forced smile. There was no way he could admit to it outright. Everyone knew the truth, but if he said it himself, it would change everything. Still playing dumb? Kurome drew her sword, Yatsufusa, and pressed it against Cole's neck. The message was clear: one more useless word, and his throat would be slit on the spot. Cole's body stiffened with fear, a violent shudder running through him. He hadn't expected her to actually go through with it. Looking into Kurome's merciless, murder-filled gaze, he realized she would kill him without hesitation. Blaine, standing nearby, showed no reaction, as if silently allowing Kurome to handle Cole however she pleased. With his life hanging by a thread, Cole had no choice but to give in. "Why yes. I was the one who allowed it. I've told you everything." Facing death, his pride meant nothing. If he had that kind of backbone, he wouldn't have fallen this low in the first place. Even after confessing, fear still gripped him. What if she killed him anyway? But in the next moment, Kurome smoothly sheathed Yatsufusa. She had gotten the answer she wanted, or rather, she had only needed an answer. There was no reason to create unnecessary trouble for Commander Blaine. As a member of the Empire's assassination unit, killing an official would inevitably drag Blaine into the mess. By now, the rest of the assassination unit had also heard Cole's confession. So, this wasn't about the rebels after all. It was a problem within the Empire itself. After they left the pharmacy, the old man repeatedly thanked them before hurrying home with the money and medicine to treat his grandson. Blaine and the others followed him to confirm that the medicine was real before finally leaving with peace of mind. However, after the incident, the mood among the members of the Empire's assassination unit was noticeably off. Blaine could guess the reason. They were struggling to process what had just happened with Cole. Commander Blaine was right. The Imperial capital isn't as great as we thought. But it's not entirely hopeless. If we can rein in corrupt officials, things could still improve. That's true. Too bad that's not our job. All we can do is fight the rebels and try to create some form of stability for the people. As they left the thatched cottage, the group started discussing their thoughts. Although their core beliefs hadn't completely changed, they had begun to waver, a promising sign. You helped a few little girls last time, didn't you? You should check on them again, Blaine suggested, continuing to guide them. Yet, deep down, he couldn't shake an ominous feeling. In a place like the Imperial capital, women who came from outside, whether young girls or grown women, were at constant risk of falling into unspeakable horrors. Few ever made it out alive. Having worked in the capital, Blaine was all too familiar with these kinds of tragedies. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel uneasy too, Kurome murmured with a slight nod. After what had just happened, their illusions about the capital had been shattered. Meanwhile, Chelsea remained lazily nestled in Blaine's arms, watching the others with interest. To her, the members of the Empire's assassination unit were hopelessly brainwashed, a perfect product of the Empire's deranged ruling class. But she had noticed something else. Was Blaine trying to change them? If he could truly influence the assassination unit, it would be a huge advantage for the Revolutionary Army. Chelsea found Blaine more and more intriguing. Among all the Empire's officials she had encountered, he was by far the most unusual. This mission was turning out to be far more interesting than expected. The next few days certainly wouldn't be boring. Following their memories, the assassination unit returned to the area where they had previously helped the 4 little girls. Though they didn't know exactly where the girls were now, they could ask around. Upon seeing Captain Blaine, the local shopkeepers were surprisingly eager to help. There are a lot of girls from other regions who fit that description. Do you have anything more specific? Ah, I remember you. I saw you helping those 4 girls last time. They checked into a nearby inn afterward. They've been coming here for meals pretty often these past few days, but today, they mentioned they found jobs, as secretaries for a noble. That noble is seriously bad news. Word is, he specifically hires girls from outside the capital, and none of them are ever seen again. Think about it, does a job like secretary really suit little kids? Going from shop to shop, they quickly gathered enough information to feel uneasy. If what the shopkeepers said was true, then this noble was deeply suspicious. Wasting no time, they headed straight for his estate to investigate. The guards at the gate tried to stop them, but the moment Blaine revealed his former status as a captain of the Imperial Capital Security Force, they were granted entry without resistance. Someone's here. TSK. Just when I was about to try something new. Inside the mansion, a noble brat named Jabigai clicked his tongue in irritation, halting what he was doing when he heard approaching footsteps. Expecting to see someone familiar, his expression quickly twisted into a scowl when he spotted several unfamiliar figures standing in the hall. Who the hell are you? He snapped. How dare you interrupt my fun? But the moment Kurome and the others saw the scene inside, their faces darkened in shock. Kurome's expression turned heavy, some of the girls averted their eyes in horror, while the men clenched their fists in anger. Because right there in the hall, stripped of their clothes and bound by the guards, were the 4 girls they had helped before. Near them, several black dogs strained against their leashes, their bodies trembling with excitement, not the kind that suggested they were about to bite. As for Jabigai, he stood before them wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, his entire appearance reeking of indecency. The assassination unit instantly understood what was about to happen. Blaine sighed internally. His bad feeling had been right after all, But at least they had arrived in time, before the worst could happen. Kurome's expression turned ice-cold as she drew Yatsufusa, her sharp gaze radiating pure murderous intent. "Commander," she asked, her voice devoid of warmth. "Can I kill him?" Chapter 63, Nutritious Porridge. Hearing Kurome, a girl who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, threatened to kill him, the nobleman Jabigai was first confused, then enraged. "Little girl, you've got some dangerous thoughts," he sneered. "But I have to say, you're quite the beauty." Still half-dressed, Jabigai casually reached for a sword nearby. He assumed the people in front of him were just a bunch of self-righteous kids playing hero. They might look intimidating, dressed in full gear, but he was a Shinga user, and he had plenty of guards on his side. "Oh. Now that I'm getting a closer look, you little girls are quite a sight." Jabigai ran a hand over his chin, his gaze lewdly sweeping over Kurome, Seryu, and the other women in the group. At that moment, he started entertaining some vile ideas of his own. Kurome's expression turned ice-cold, filled with nothing but disgust. Seryu, though not entirely understanding the depth of his intentions, found his gaze unsettling and unbearable. "Master, I want to rip out his eyes and feed them to Koro," Seryu declared. "Kill them all," Blaine ordered flatly, granting Kurome and Seryu full permission to act. Kurome didn't hesitate for a second. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Jabigai and severing his right arm, the one holding the Shingu, with a single, clean strike. A Shingu user was nothing compared to a Taiga user, especially one as skilled as Kurome. Before Jabigai could even register what had happened, Seryu followed up, swinging her massive sword with full force and smashing his face to a pulp. His eyes shot out of their sockets, rolling across the floor. Koro, like a real hunting beast, pounced and devoured them in an instant. The last thing Jabigai ever saw was Seryu's twisted, monstrous grin, the most horrifying image of his life, and also the very last. The rest of the assassination unit moved as well, driven by their rage toward the noble's atrocities. The guards stood no chance against them. Within minutes, every single one of them, including the aggressive black hounds, was slaughtered. The 4 girls who had been held captive sat frozen on the ground, their eyes blank, their minds shattered by fear. Blaine's gaze fell on their torn clothing. Without hesitation, he removed his outer coat and draped it over one of them. "You all give them something to wear too," he instructed. "Their clothes are beyond saving." The others immediately followed suit. With their bodies covered and realizing that these people had come to rescue them, the girls' expressions softened, a faint light returning to their eyes. Is that Seryu?" A blonde girl was the first to recognize her. Seryu had been the one who showed them kindness before, helping them when they first arrived. The other girls also recognized the familiar faces around her. Seryu nodded. "Sorry we were late." Tears welled up in the blonde girl's eyes. "You're not late at all. Thank you so much." After some time, the 4 girls slowly regained their composure. The emotional scars would take longer to heal, but at least the worst had been prevented. "We've made up our minds, we're going back to the countryside. At least we won't have to face horrors like this again. The imperial capital is nothing like what we imagined. There's no point in staying. I don't want to go through this ever again. I miss my parents." Now that their minds were clear, their decision was final. They had come to the capital hoping to make something of themselves, to bring prosperity to their home, or at the very least, send money back to their families. But after what they had just endured, all those dreams had been shattered. The imperial capital had nothing left to offer them. "That's for the best," Blaine said, tossing them a pouch filled with coins. "Use this to buy some new clothes, hire some guards to escort you, and take the rest home to your families." For him, it was just a small sum. For them, it was a fortune. They repeatedly bowed and thanked Blaine, Seryu, and the others before carefully accepting the money and leaving. Their first stop was a nearby clothing store to buy proper clothes. Once dressed, they returned the borrowed coats before finally bidding Blaine's group farewell. With that, it was time for Blaine and the others to leave as well. Before they did, Blaine's gaze landed on the Shingu lying on the ground. "Take that with us," he instructed. "We'll see if anyone in the group is compatible with it." If he was going to build his own organization, strengthening his members was essential. Both T-Gus and Shin-Gus were valuable assets worth collecting. After all, the Revolutionary Army had long been doing the same, seizing T-Gus whenever possible, not just to strengthen themselves, but to weaken the Empire as well. Today's day off was supposed to be a time for rest and enjoyment. But after everything that had happened, the mood within the assassination unit was far from pleasant. And the more they experienced situations like this, the faster the effects of their brainwashing would fade. For Blaine, that was undoubtedly a good thing. Back at the assassination unit's base, Blaine set about preparing some nutritious porridge for the little black cat. While he was in the kitchen, chopping ingredients and tending to the meal, the kitten remained in the bedroom. Chelsea, as usual, was sprawled lazily on Blaine's bed. From her spot, she could only catch glimpses of his silhouette through the kitchen window and hear the steady rhythm of his knife against the cutting board. She didn't think much of it, just assumed he was making dinner as usual. After all, in this world, the concept of nutritious porridge didn't really exist. Even if she had noticed the odd assortment of ingredients Blaine had bought earlier, she wouldn't have guessed what he was making. After some time, Blaine emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of porridge. He placed it on the table, then gently picked up the little black cat from the bed and set it down in front of the bowl. Chelsea stared at the porridge, momentarily confused. He actually made this just for me. The thought surprised her. And to her further astonishment, the aroma was rich and inviting. Clearly, he had put a lot of effort into it. She couldn't help but feel that Blaine's personality was completely at odds with the Imperial Assassination Unit. Then again, the kids in the assassination unit didn't seem inherently bad either. Curious, Chelsea gave the porridge a tentative lick. To her surprise, even from a human's perspective, it tasted delicious. Pleased, she rubbed her head against Blaine's palm, as if to show her approval. Chapter 64, Plans to create the Akatsuki organization. Blaine couldn't help but think that this little black cat had impressive acting skills. If it weren't originally human, it would be the perfect pet, beautiful, obedient, and quiet. A model house cat. Unfortunately, in the end, this little guy was still human. Before long, the little black cat finished the bowl of nutritious porridge. Blaine tidied up the dishes before heading off to have his own dinner. Late at night, when it was time to sleep, the little black cat was also in the bedroom. However, Chelsea clearly had no intention of sleeping on the floor. Just like the night before, she waited until Blaine was asleep before sneaking onto the bed and burrowing under the covers. In reality, Blaine wasn't fully asleep. The moment he heard the faintest sound, he knew the little black cat had crawled under the blankets again. Wanting to ensure a more peaceful sleep, he deliberately shifted, letting his hand rest directly on the little black cat. This way, if she made any unusual movements, he could react immediately. Chelsea tensed the moment a large hand covered her body, nearly jolting upright in alarm. But when she realized Blaine hadn't woken up or made any further movements, she relaxed. Still, being held down by his hand and sleeping in this position felt odd. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. During their short 2-day break, the members of the Imperial Assassination Unit witnessed one shocking event after another in the Imperial capital. If it had only been 1 or 2 incidents, they might have been able to brush it off. But experiencing so much in such a short time, and seeing it all with their own eyes, left them shaken. Doubt crept into their hearts. Was the empire truly as great as they had believed? Was absolute obedience to such an empire really the right thing to do? Even when it was time to resume training, these thoughts still weighed on their minds. Commander Blaine, are we hunting danger beasts again today? Kelly, trying to shift his focus, brought up the day's training. Blaine nodded. Yes. Though we've been hunting danger beasts, the difficulty of each session will continue to increase. Understood. Kelly and the others had no objections, but something felt off. The previous commanders had always incorporated assassination into their training, rarely focusing on combat against danger beasts. After all, their ultimate goal was to fight the rebels of Night Raid. Sharpening their skills through killing was considered the most effective way to prepare. Yet Commander Blaine had never included assassination in their training. That alone felt strange to them. Ding! The host has slain a level 4 danger beast. Reward, 1 system point. Ding! The host has slain a level 3 danger beast. Reward, 3 system points. Ding! The host has accumulated 200 system points, meeting a hidden condition. System Shop LV1 has been upgraded to LV2. During training, a new system notification suddenly echoed in Blaine's mind. System Shop. So it really could be upgraded. Blaine wasn't too surprised. From the beginning, he had noticed that System Shop on his personal panel had a LV1 suffix, which suggested it could be leveled up. He had just never known how, until now. Apparently, accumulating enough system points was the key. Eager to see what had changed, Blaine accessed the system shop with his mind. The first page still displayed the same items as LV1, apart from the 3 core attributes. However, scrolling further revealed the newly unlocked LV2 inventory. System Shop LV2. Note, the following items are system-modified versions. Item, Red Cloud Robe. Description, the signature attire of the Akatsuki organization. Offers better defense than standard clothing but has no significant practical effects, so it's relatively inexpensive. Price, 1 system point. Item, White Mask, Set. Description, includes the White Mask and the Uchiha fan. Prices increase progressively. The White Mask is the base item, granting +10 to all attributes. The Uchiha fan must be used in conjunction with it. Price, 10 system points, base price. Item, Ocular Power. Description, directly enhances ocular abilities. Reaching a certain threshold can evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Price, 1 system point. Item, Crimson Night Blade, Set. Description, includes the Tiger Skin Mask and the Crimson Night Blade, Tachi. Prices increase progressively. The Tiger Skin Mask is the base item, granting +10 to all attributes. The Crimson Night Blade must be used in conjunction with it. Price, 10 system points, base price. The newly unlocked LV2 items genuinely surprised Blaine. The first item, the Red Cloud Robe, immediately sparked inspiration. Since he was already planning to establish a new organization, why not name it Akatsuki? The original Akatsuki had been founded to end the chaos in Amigakure and bring peace. In that case, his goal would be to put an end to the Empire's turmoil. As for ocular power, it hardly needed an explanation. If it truly allowed him to obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the potential was immense, but the requirements were surely steep. And then there were the White Mask set and Crimson Night Blade set, both incredibly cost-effective. For just 10 system points, he could acquire a mask that boosted all attributes by +10. Not to mention, he was in dire need of a powerful, reliable weapon. Whether it was the Uchiha fan or the Crimson Night Blade, either one would be a perfect fit. After completing the training, Blaine began planning his next move. He intended to kill Saikyu, the founder of the Empire's assassination unit. Once Saikyu was dead, he would have full control over the unit. At the same time, Saikyu had already come to see Blaine as a serious threat. News of Blaine's actions within the Empire's assassination unit had gradually reached Saikyu, such as terminating brainwashing, granting leave, and abolishing the disciplinary action system. Blaine had defied Saikyu far too many times, overturning almost every rule he had established. Any high-ranking figure in Saikyu's position would find this intolerable. Although Blaine was unaware of Saikyu's growing hostility, he had long been mentally prepared for such a situation. It wouldn't interfere with his next steps. Meanwhile, after several days of observation, Chelsea felt she had gathered enough information about Blaine and was ready to report back on her surveillance. On the way back to the base after training, she seized a moment when no one was paying attention and quietly slipped away. Blaine could have chased after her, but he chose not to. He had already realized that this little black cat was only here to gather intelligence. If she had any intention of attacking, she would have done so by now. It was actually beneficial for the Revolutionary Army to recognize that the Empire's assassination unit was undergoing changes. That way, future encounters wouldn't have to immediately turn into deadly battles. At that moment, Blaine opened the system shop and exchanged his points for a white mask. Ding! The host has redeemed White Mask X1, deducting system points X10. Chapter 65, Saikyu. Imperial Capital, Royal Palace. A long, luxurious dining table was filled with an extravagant feast. As always, Prime Minister Honest indulged in binge eating, stuffing himself almost constantly. However, what was different today was the presence of someone sitting across from him. Though this person didn't partake in the meal, the fact that he could sit with Honest was proof of his high status. He was none other than Saikyu, the second most powerful official in the palace, ranking just below Honest. Unlike the gluttonous and rotund Honest, Saikyu had a tall and slender build. He wore small, round glasses, slicked back his greasy hair, and always carried a peculiar book in his hand. That book was, in fact, the Complete Book of the World, Rongo Rongo. It contained maps of nations across the world, with the empire's territories documented in the greatest detail. The maps meticulously recorded information about minerals, vegetation, and geological features, while the book's final pages even predicted potential large-scale disasters in the future. It was, without a doubt, a divine artifact for governing a nation. Psyche, something must be on your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for me so suddenly. At a glance, Honest knew that trouble was brewing again. You're right. To put it bluntly, it's about Blaine. You were the one who assigned him to the Empire's assassination unit, but he's been nothing but trouble for me. Psyche's expression was grim as he recounted all of Blaine's so-called good deeds. Since Blaine was Honest's appointee and had ties to General Esteth, Psyche had to consult Honest before making any moves against him. Honest nodded, slightly surprised. This guy really doesn't know how to stay in line. Back when Blaine was in the Imperial Capital Security Force, he had always acted recklessly, doing whatever he pleased. However, at the time, the people he offended were just insignificant figures in Honest's eyes, so he never paid much attention. But now that Psyche was involved, things were entirely different. The reason was simple: Psyche brought Honest immense benefits, much like Esteth did. Psyche's intellect, along with his Taigu, the complete book of the world, Rongo, was invaluable to the Empire. After all, Honest himself barely managed the country, delegating most responsibilities to Psyche. His mind was consumed only by pleasure and personal gain. The one thing he did most often was eliminate anyone in the court who dared to oppose him. Even a single slip of the tongue from an official could result in an immediate execution by Honest's decree. As a result, fewer and fewer conscientious officials dared to speak up. Those who remained silent could only survive under the protection of Great General Budo's authority, unless they abandoned their dignity and morals entirely, choosing to submit to the corrupt prime minister. For matters unrelated to his personal interests, Honest turned a blind eye, as long as corrupt officials ensured their bribes reached him. The Empire's descent into darkness could largely be attributed to Honest, the true source of its corruption. Although Psyche operated from the shadows, he and Honest were cut from the same cloth. I remember that kid was recommended by General Esteth. How does she really feel about him? Psyche asked with a sneer, crossing his arms. Does she care about his life or death? I don't think so. I know Esteth's personality, she never cares about anyone's survival. Anyone who dies is simply weak, Prime Minister Honest replied casually. He had long understood Esteth's deeply ingrained belief in the law of the jungle. He had never seen her mourn the loss of any subordinate. Besides, this wasn't the first time she'd done something like this. The three beasts were also talents she had taken an interest in, and among them, General Liver had previously offended him. Even though it was just a matter of not bribing him, Honest would go after anyone who displeased him. Now that the three beasts, including General Liver, had become Esteth's subordinates, she didn't seem to regard them with much importance, only as strong assets to be used. That's good. Just make sure that when the kid dies, General Esteth doesn't come after me, Psyche said, visibly relieved. Almost everyone in the imperial court knew how dangerous Esteth was. She didn't care about ranks; if someone offended her, she wouldn't hesitate to kill them. After all, General Esteth was the Empire's strongest, and aside from Great General Budo, no one could restrain her. Esteth is currently leading a campaign against the northern tribes, so she won't be back for a while. But don't worry, I'll inform her when the time comes, Prime Minister Honest said confidently. Esteth was a born warmonger, a natural predator. To her, battle and slaughter always came first. Honest's understanding of Esteth was indeed deep. Later in the original story, she developed her ultimate move, Ice Commander-in-Chief, which created a blizzard capable of engulfing the entire empire. Ordinary people couldn't survive in such an environment, only the strong could. Her reasoning was simple: not only could it wipe out enemy armies, but it also served as a test to separate the strong from the weak. As for the weak, she had no interest in their survival. Even when it came to her subordinates' families, she only showed the slightest consideration. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Esteth a living calamity, a force of nature with a will of its own. The only thing that could ever shake her was falling in love at first sight. Because of this, Prime Minister Honest had no concerns about Esteth. As long as he could provide her with the war she craved, she would have no reason to cause trouble. All right then. While General Esteth is busy fighting the northern tribes, I'll deal with that kid quickly. Better to take care of it before anything unexpected happens. With that, Psyche stood up and left. Meanwhile, Chelsea had returned to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters in the southern region of the Empire. She was not yet a member of Night Raid and was still working directly under the main command of the Revolutionary Army. Having shifted back from her black cat transformation, she now appeared in her usual human form, a striking young woman with long, orange-pink hair and a slender, graceful figure. She wore an English-style uniform paired with black, ribbon-tied boots. Her distinct features included vibrant orange-red eyes, a headset resting over her ears, and a lollipop between her lips, an unmistakable signature look. Chapter 66, White Mask Set. Phew, finally back. Chelsea felt a sense of relief as she returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters after several days away. That said, during her time infiltrating the Empire's assassination unit, she hadn't found herself particularly worried. On the contrary, her target had actually taken good care of her. It was all thanks to her decision to transform into a black cat on a whim. Had she chosen a different form, she doubted it would have worked out as well. The Revolutionary Army headquarters was located in the southern region of the Empire. The base covered a vast area and wasn't particularly hidden. The Revolutionary Army had a certain level of confidence. They possessed several taigu of their own and weren't too concerned about the Empire discovering their base's exact location. Additionally, they had formed alliances with the western region and the northern tribes. The Empire was already preoccupied with fending off those external threats and had little capacity to focus on the Revolutionary Army. Of course, this alliance had come at the cost of ceding imperial territory, otherwise, those foreign nations would never have agreed to cooperate so easily. For now, the Revolutionary Army had ample time to prepare for the Empire's downfall. Chelsea, you're finally back. How did it go? The moment she returned, someone immediately approached her for an update. Not bad. I've learned a lot about the target. Let's hear it. That guy, I remember he's the commander of the Empire's assassination unit. Is he really as upright as Najenda claimed? The Revolutionary Army had an extremely low opinion of the Empire's assassination unit. To them, it was nothing more than a group of mindless killers led by a bloodthirsty commander. AKAME was the sole exception, but only just. And Blaine? He was an even more exceptional figure, an assassination unit commander. They found it hard to believe that someone like him could truly become an ally. Surprisingly, yeah. He's different from any Imperial official I've ever met. Honestly, he gives off a vibe that's even more principled than the so-called conscientious party. Chelsea's assessment was straightforward. More principled than the conscientious party? He's an assassination unit commander, how is that even possible? The person was immediately skeptical. I get why you think that, but I'm just telling you what I saw with my own eyes. Chelsea shrugged, exasperated. She then recounted her experiences within the Empire's assassination unit over the past few days to the Revolutionary Army's key leaders. Of course, she deliberately left out certain details, like the part where Blaine had helped her bathe. Some things were just too embarrassing to mention. As expected, Night Raid's instincts were spot on. Just like Najenda said, Blaine is definitely someone worth recruiting. After reviewing Chelsea's report, the Revolutionary Army's leaders formally classified Blaine as a potential ally. And what about what you said earlier, Blaine trying to change those kids in the assassination unit? Are you certain about that? They were particularly interested in this point. After all, the Imperial assassination unit was one of their primary adversaries. If Blaine was truly working to change those children, the best-case scenario would be successfully bringing Blaine over to their side. If that happened, the assassination unit itself might follow under his leadership, turning from a formidable enemy into a valuable ally. That would be a massive advantage for the Revolutionary Army. I'm not completely certain, but it's highly likely, Chelsea said. He's gone against his superiors on multiple occasions, halting brainwashing, reducing drug dosages, even taking those kids out to explore the Imperial capital. Taking such risks means he must have a clear intent. Hearing this, several key leaders nodded. Whether he succeeds in changing the Empire's assassination unit or not, his current situation is dangerous. This is the perfect time for us to win him over. Agreed. Chelsea, after this, head over to support Night Raid. Also, inform Najenda about this matter and have her take charge of recruiting Blaine, just like she did with AKAME. But, if you're still not over what happened with Orberg, we can have someone else take your place for now. Orberg had been the organization Chelsea was previously affiliated with, an assassination unit under the Revolutionary Army, much like Night Raid. While she had only been away on a mission for a few days, by the time she returned, the Empire's assassination unit had completely wiped out Orberg. The leaders were concerned that she hadn't fully recovered from the loss. The death of even a single comrade was difficult to bear, let alone losing all of them at once. I'm fine. They all completed their missions with honor. At least they had no regrets, Chelsea said with a natural expression. Is that so? Then there's no problem. With that, the leaders let go of their worries. As Chelsea left the meeting room, her face remained composed, but the moment she was out of sight, a fleeting sadness flashed across her eyes. Teiko, the adorable yet naive girl. Mayor Raid, the eccentric but dependable leader. Gilberta, Cassandra. So many comrades she had once fought alongside were now gone. How could she truly not care? She had simply forced herself to forget, numbing herself with excuses. She had lost too many companions before. Crying wouldn't bring them back, and dwelling on sorrow would only waste time. So, she quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Needing a distraction, her mind instinctively wandered to Blaine. I ran off so suddenly. I bet that guy was a little upset. If I get the chance next time, I'll thank him. He really did take care of me all those days. Placing her hands behind her back, Chelsea walked away with light steps. She couldn't wait to surprise Blaine the next time they met. That guy would never guess that the little stray black cat from before was actually her. The thought instantly lifted her mood, and she found herself looking forward to their next encounter. But first, she needed to head to Night Raid's base and relay the leader's decision about Blaine. Perhaps influenced by Blaine, Chelsea ended up joining Night Raid earlier than expected. Meanwhile, the main character of all this, Blaine, had no idea. At that moment, he was busy testing out the white mask he had just obtained. The mask was pure white, adorned with the REINCARNATION pattern, featuring 3 tomo-shaped holes, 2 of which perfectly aligned with his eyes. Its functions were twofold. First, wearing it granted a +10 boost to all attributes, including ocular power. Second, it was intricately linked to the Gunbai Uchiwa. Both items were part of the white mask set, and obtaining the white mask was a prerequisite for purchasing the Gunbai Uchiwa. Chapter 67, Uchiha Fan. Host, Blaine. Age, 18. Strength, 50, +10. Agility, 50, +10. Constitution, 130, +10. Ocular power, +10. System points, 54. Existing items, white mask. System shop LV2. With a thought, Blaine opened the system panel and confirmed that all his attributes had indeed increased by 10 points. In other words, he had spent just 10 system points on a mask worth 40 system points, an absolute steal. Of course, the attribute boost only applied while he was wearing the mask, but that wasn't a problem. After all, wearing a mask wouldn't hinder him in combat. More importantly, the white mask was part of a set with the Gunbai Uchiwa. He needed the mask before he could purchase and use the fan. Ding! The host has redeemed Tiger Skin Mask 1, deducting 10 system points. Blaine had also redeemed the Tiger Skin Mask from the Crimson Night Blade set to test the bound Tachi weapon, Crimson Night Blade, and see what it was capable of. He then opened the system shop. Item, White Mask, Set. Details, the starting item, White Mask, has been purchased. The next item is, Gunbai Uchiwa, modified, with base stats surpassing ordinary Taigu. Effect, absorbs damage and converts it into wind energy for counterattacks. Price, 50 system points. Item, Crimson Night Blade, Set. Details, the starting item, Tiger Skin Mask, has been purchased. The next item is, Crimson Night Blade, modified, with base stats stronger than typical Taigu. Effect, greatly enhances the user's abilities at night. Price, 50 system points. Now, he could finally check the details for both the Gunbai Uchiwa and Crimson Night Blade. After reading through them, Blaine immediately understood why they were labeled as modified. It made perfect sense. In a world without chakra or ninjutsu, the Gunbai Uchiwa would be useless without adjustments. Thankfully, its ability to reflect attacks had been preserved. As for Crimson Night Blade, its main modification was its power boost at night, significantly increasing the user's strength. And at 50 system points each, the price was quite reasonable. He couldn't afford them just yet, but considering their value, they weren't expensive. I'll focus on getting these 2 weapons first. I still need 56 system points. With that in mind, Blaine decided to earn the remaining points by the end of the day. By now, the Empire's assassination unit, led by Blaine, had returned to base. He had only tested the white mask in his room. Naturally, he wouldn't wear it all the time unless he was in combat. Master, where's Shady? I haven't seen it at all, Sarius suddenly asked, realizing the black kitten was missing. It disappeared on the way back. I doubt it'll return, Blaine replied, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Oh. Maybe Shady prefers the outside world, Sarius said regretfully. Are you sad, Master? Not really. We were planning to find it a proper home once it recovered, weren't we? Blaine said with a smile. To be honest, he had known from the beginning that the black cat was actually a transformed human. There was no reason for him to be upset. Sarius nodded. That's true. As long as Master isn't sad, that's all that matters. By the way, I need to head out for a bit. I'll be back by tonight at the latest. You'll be in charge while I'm gone, Blaine informed her. Understood. I won't let you down, Master. Sarius responded with enthusiasm. Just make sure you don't fill their heads with any weird ideas, Blaine added as a reminder. I won't. Please don't worry, Master. Blaine trusted Sarius' promise. While her sense of justice was a bit twisted, she was simple-minded and easily influenced, but she was always obedient. Back in his room, Blaine activated his right eye and transported himself directly into the Kamui space, a vast, dark dimension completely isolated from the real world. Only he could use the power of double Kamui to freely travel through it, either alone or with others. Aside from a series of towering gray pillars, the Kamui space was completely empty. Blaine briefly considered decorating it in the future, but for now, he put the thought aside. Opening another spatial portal, he set his destination to a mountainous forest where special-class danger beasts roamed. Since he had visited this location before, he could precisely lock onto it from the Kamui space. If it were an unfamiliar location, he would have to take a guess and wouldn't be able to teleport with such accuracy. The moment he teleported himself, Blaine donned the white mask. If he was going to hunt danger beasts, there was no reason to waste the +10 boost to all his attributes. As luck would have it, Shiel and Mine were also in the area, training by hunting danger beasts. As he landed, Blaine immediately surveyed his surroundings. A danger beast was right behind him. It seemed startled by Blaine's sudden appearance, locking eyes with him but not attacking right away. Blaine reacted first, drawing his twin swords and throwing them like darts, piercing both of the creature's eyes. The danger beast let out a piercing scream. As Blaine retrieved his swords from its eye sockets, its eyes had already become bloodied craters. He then leaped onto the beast's head, using a spinning sword technique to deliver a clean strike to its massive skull. Ding! The host has slain a Class 1 danger beast. Reward, 10 system points. Meanwhile, not far away, Shiel and Mine heard the beast's agonized cries. That noise. Someone else is hunting danger beasts. Mine immediately became alert, her expression turning serious. This area wasn't far from the night raid base, and usually, no one came here to hunt. If someone was here, there was a chance they were an enemy. Shiel, despite being an airhead most of the time, was never absent-minded in battle. With a cautious and focused expression, she looked toward the source of the sound and asked, should we report back first or check it out ourselves? Let's check it out first. We know the terrain well, so if things go south, we can use it to escape. Mine made the decision. Meanwhile, Blaine was busy redeeming items, having now accumulated 54 system points. Ding! The host has redeemed Gunbai Uchiwa 1, deducting 50 system points. Chapter 68, Uchiha Return. After the exchange was successful, the Gunbai Uchiwa appeared in the Existing Items section of the system panel. With just a thought, Blaine summoned it into his hands. A massive, gourd-shaped fan materialized, its surface adorned with 2 pairs of red tomo patterns on both sides. A chain was attached to the handle, giving it a unique appearance. Blaine immediately noticed the weight of the fan, but with his current strength stat, wielding it posed no issue. Now that he had obtained the Gunbai Uchiwa, he had no plans to return just yet, he still needed to exchange for the Crimson Night Blade. With that in mind, Blaine continued searching for danger beasts to hunt. Thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan, he easily spotted a special-class danger beast in the distance. Coincidentally, it was in the same direction as Mine and Shiel. As Blaine moved in to hunt the beast, the two, who had been stealthily approaching, unknowingly drew closer to him as well. I might as well test out the Gunbai Uchiwa on this thing. Gripping the fan tightly, Blaine eyed the massive, rhino-like danger beast in front of him. The moment it noticed him, the creature charged at full force. Its enormous body made for an incredibly powerful impact, shaking the ground as it rushed forward. The loud commotion startled Mine and Shiel once again, giving them a clearer idea of where to go. By now, they had gotten close enough to catch sight of the person fighting the beast. From their vantage point in the trees, they watched cautiously. Due to their angle, they could only see the side of his face. Aside from the strange white mask he wore, there was nothing else recognizable, except for the unfamiliar fan strapped to his back, which was likely not an ordinary weapon. However, what they could recognize was his outfit, the distinct style of the Empire's assassination unit. That information alone was enough to put them on edge. Mine and Shiel exchanged grave looks. The fact that an operative from the assassination unit had made it this far was concerning. But wasn't the assassination unit known for working in teams? Why was this masked man alone? Or was his squad still nearby? Uncertain of the enemy's numbers, neither Mine nor Shiel dared to act rashly. For now, they decided to observe. The masked man was currently dealing with the special class danger beast, providing them with a chance to assess the situation. They watched as the rhino-like danger beast barreled toward him at full speed. Yet, the masked man didn't even attempt to dodge. He stood still, unmoving. Is this guy insane? He's just standing there waiting to get hit. Mine thought in disbelief. Shiel was equally puzzled, but when she saw him lift the fan from his back and take a defensive stance, she started to get an idea of what he was planning. The beast's massive horn, larger than a full-grown adult, crashed straight into Blaine, only to be completely stopped by the gun by Uchiwa. The impact, along with all the force behind it, was instantly absorbed. Blaine didn't even budge. Immediately after, all the accumulated damage was converted into energy. Uchiha returned. With a single swing of the gun by Uchiwa, Blaine unleashed a violent storm. The resulting gust was strong enough to shatter boulders. Everything in front of him, rocks, trees, and anything in range, was completely torn apart. The rhino-like danger beast was no exception. Its armored hide was instantly ripped open, chunks of its flesh torn away by the raging winds. However, it wasn't quite enough to kill it outright. After all, the gun by Uchiwa's ability relied on absorbing the opponent's attack and reflecting it back. In other words, the damage dealt depended on the power of the enemy's own strike. Essentially, the beast had run headfirst into its own attack, but that alone wasn't enough to kill it. Blaine swiftly followed up, swinging the gun by Uchiwa like a massive hammer. Even without its reflection ability, the fan's base stats were superior to most Taigu. With its armor broken and its body already heavily damaged, the danger beast was left completely vulnerable. With a final, decisive strike, its massive head was sent flying. As the body of the rhino-shaped danger beast stopped moving, Blaine earned system points. Ding! The host has hunted a special class danger beast and received a reward, 20 system points. Seeing this unfold, Shiel and Mine were both stunned. They didn't understand the mechanics behind the round fan's ability, but their first thought was that it had to be a Taigu. There were only 48 Taigu in existence, and not only had most people never seen all of them, but no one knew every detail about them. Even searching through the Empire's ancient records wouldn't provide complete information, they were heavily fragmented. It made sense. No emperor would allow records to document Taigu too thoroughly. If those books ever fell into enemy hands, it would be like handing them a weapon against the Empire. To Shiel and Mine, the fan in the masked man's hands was most likely one of the 48 Taigu. From what they had gathered so far, this person was both a Taigu user and a member of the Empire's assassination unit. That was bad news. Worse still, he wasn't among the known members of the assassination unit, which meant that at some point, they had gained another Taigu user. The enemy kept evolving, making things even more dangerous for Night Raid. Just then, Shiel and Mine noticed that the masked man had begun dealing with the danger beast's corpse, his back turned to them. Now's our chance to take him out. Without hesitation, Mine raised Pumpkin, ready to fire an energy blast. This was their best opening. Sooner or later, they would have to fight him, and they couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. Wait. I think he's already noticed us. Shiel warned. The masked man had turned his head slightly to the right, his right eye casting a cold sidelong glance in their direction, almost as if he was warning them. His gaze met Shiel's. In truth, Blaine had sensed them from the start. Unless someone was completely out of his sight or capable of true invisibility, nothing could evade his Mangekyo Sharingan. He simply hadn't intended to act unless they moved against him first. As Shiel locked eyes with him, she took notice of his crimson pupils. Those strange yet familiar blood-red eyes instantly reminded her of a certain boy. Mine, maybe he's not our enemy. Chapter 69, Shiel and Mine. We've been discovered. Mine found it hard to believe. How could he be so perceptive? Her finger, which had been about to pull the trigger of Pumpkin, hesitated for a moment. Luckily, that moment of hesitation meant she didn't fire. If she had, Blaine would have undoubtedly used the gun by Uchiwa to deflect the energy wave right back at them. Wait, how are you so sure he's not our enemy? Before she could finish her sentence, Mine suddenly noticed something familiar about the masked man's right eye. That scarlet hue, that unmistakable pattern, it was too distinctive. That's Blaine's eye. Even with the mask, I'm almost certain it's him, Shiel explained. Blaine's current appearance was completely different from what they remembered. Not only was he wearing a white mask, but he had also swapped out his previous dual swords for the gun by Uchiwa. If not for his uniquely recognizable eyes, they wouldn't have realized who he was. Mine nodded. I noticed it too. What's he doing here? And why is he dressed so weirdly? Maybe he's hunting danger beasts like us. I'm going down to say hi. With that, Shiel prepared to jump down from the tree. Wait. We don't even know why he's here. Isn't this a bit reckless? Mine quickly warned. It's fine. Didn't AKAME already say he doesn't mean us any harm? Shiel replied. Besides, I heard that the Revolutionary Army's spy returned safely with good news. Doesn't that mean Blaine might actually become our ally? Fine. Mine sighed. She lowered Pumpkin, sensing that even though Blaine had noticed them, he showed no intent to attack. Shiel was the first to leap down. Despite her airhead demeanor, she was incredibly agile, landing smoothly before walking toward Blaine with the cutter of creation strapped to her back. After a brief hesitation, Mine followed behind her. Excuse me, you're Blaine, right? Shiel asked to confirm. So, you recognized me. Are you two here for training as well? Blaine responded in a neutral yet friendly tone. Shiel gave a small nod. Yes. So, you're training here too? Something like that. Just happened to run into you, Blaine replied casually. To an outsider, their conversation might have seemed like a reunion between old friends. Nothing about it suggested a confrontation between sworn enemies, Night Raid and the Empire's assassination unit. You're really not here to attack us? Mine, who had been standing behind Shiel, now stepped forward with a questioning gaze. Of course not. Once I'm done hunting danger beasts, I'll be on my way. No need to worry about me, Blaine stated bluntly. He hadn't expected to run into Night Raid members here either. Hearing his response, Mine started to think she might have been overreacting. Maybe he really was just hunting danger beasts and had unknowingly strayed close to their base. Alright then, suit yourself. But seriously, what's with the weird getup? She finally couldn't hold back from commenting on his mask. Why wear a mask at all? It just made him look even more suspicious, like he was here to attack them. Personal preference. Blaine couldn't be bothered to explain and had no intention of taking off the white mask. Without it, he wouldn't be able to use the gun by Uchiwa properly. Plus, it provided an all-around stat boost. Using the fan didn't drain him much either, certainly not as much as the dual kamui technique. At most, it just required a bit of strength and took a slight toll on his stamina. Mine couldn't understand this so-called hobby. It definitely looked intimidating, she had to admit it had a certain oppressive aura. If she hadn't recognized Blaine, the eerie mystery of that white mask would have made her even more nervous. If you don't mind, could we talk for a bit? Shiel spoke sincerely to Blaine. Mine immediately realized what she was implying and whispered, Shiel, you're not seriously planning to bring that up with him, are you? Shiel gave a small nod. It's rare to meet him alone. Wouldn't it be a waste to let the chance slip by? Besides fighting, I want to do something that can actually help everyone. The Imperial Assassination Unit usually worked in groups, making it difficult to find an opportunity to talk to Blaine alone. If they wanted to recruit him into the Revolutionary Army in Night Raid, they had to do it one-on-one. The other members of the Assassination Unit were still openly hostile toward Night Raid, meaning Blaine was the only one they could approach. Another big reason was that Shiel was hopeless when it came to anything outside of combat. She genuinely wanted to help, but more often than not, she made things worse, like that one time she accidentally threw Mine into the washing machine along with the laundry. She had always wanted to find her own value. Being a Night Raid assassin had given her a purpose, but if she could do more, she absolutely wanted to try. You're not wrong, but he's still part of the Empire's assassination unit. We should be careful, Mine said, though she didn't try to stop Shiel. I will be, Shiel assured her with a smile. I don't mind, but I need to hunt a few more danger beasts first. It won't take long. If you're willing to wait, go ahead, Blaine said bluntly. He had no idea what they wanted to talk about, but he was sure it wasn't as important as acquiring the Crimson Knight blade. Earning enough system points for the exchange was his top priority. No problem, I'll wait, Shiel agreed without hesitation. Mine wasn't thrilled about Blaine's attitude, making them wait like this, but since Shiel had already agreed, she didn't argue. Blaine then continued his hunt for danger beasts, with Shiel and Mine following along. By the way, isn't your eye technically a taigu? How are you even handling two at once? Mine suddenly asked. No comment. Blaine thought for a moment but chose not to explain, since it involved double kamui. What's with that attitude? Mine muttered, feeling her irritation build. Alright, asking personal stuff like that probably isn't fair, she'll try to smooth things over. Blaine, however, turned to them seriously and said, let's get one thing straight, don't try to compete with me for the danger beasts. Chapter 70, Shiel's Promise. Blaine was just short of outright saying, let me have all the experience points for myself. But if he had, Shiel and Mine might have actually understood. After all, in the world of AKAME GA Kill, the concept existed. One of Istefa's 3 beasts, for instance, constantly rambled about experience points. TCH, as if we'd even want to help you, Mine huffed. Okay, Shiel, however, responded cheerfully, showing no complaints. As they followed Blaine, Shiel took the initiative to speak. I don't think I've introduced myself yet. My name is Shiel. Blaine didn't actually know their names. He could tell they were Night Raid members because he recognized Pumpkin in Mine's hands. During his previous encounter with Night Raid, he hadn't gotten a good look at Shiel or Mine. Back then, aside from AKAME, the entire team had kept their faces hidden under hoods. But Mine's Pumpkin was unforgettable. Last time, she had fired a shot at both him and Kurome. Blaine found it a bit odd that Shiel was being so proactive, even introducing herself so openly. Is she trying to recruit me? He wondered. Well, since you already know who I am, I'll introduce myself anyway. I'm Blaine, he responded politely to Shiel's friendliness. Mine, however, seemed unwilling to introduce herself and remained silent. Blaine didn't mind. In fact, her attitude seemed completely reasonable to him. Ding. The host has hunted a Class 1 danger beast and received 10 system points. Ding. The host has hunted a Class 2 danger beast and received 5 system points. Since all the danger beasts he encountered next were low tier, Blaine didn't even need to use the gun by Uchiwa's reflection ability, he could just swing it and take them down effortlessly. After casually killing a few, he had accumulated enough system points, plus a little extra. System points, 64. Ding. The host has redeemed Crimson Knight Blade ×1, deducting 50 system points. The redeemed Crimson Knight Blade was stored in the system's inventory rather than appearing directly in Blaine's hands. There was no need for him to take it out just yet. Alright, I'm done, Blaine said to Shiel. Good. Then let's talk here, Shiel replied. Blaine gave a slight nod. The last time we were in the Imperial capital, you didn't seem hostile toward us, did you? Shiel got straight to the point. Well, since your targets are corrupt officials who deserve to be executed, I don't see any reason to consider you my enemies, Blaine answered bluntly. There was no one else around, so he had no problem being honest. So that's how you see it. Although Najenda had long believed that Blaine was a rare, upright official within the Empire, Shiel was still a little surprised to hear him openly express his views on Night Raid. She continued, in that case, you should understand our goal, to overthrow the Empire's tyranny and bring true happiness to the people. I understand, Blaine nodded. Hearing this, Shiel smiled brightly, feeling hopeful that they might actually win him over. If possible, we'd like you to join us. She wasted no time extending the invitation. Blaine had originally planned to refuse outright, but seeing Shiel's innocent and expectant smile, he hesitated for a moment. Instead of a blunt rejection, he responded more tactfully, I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I have my own matters to take care of, so I can't join you. Is that so? All right. Shiel's smile stiffened slightly. Mine was also a bit surprised at how decisively Blaine refused, but when she thought about it, it wasn't unexpected. She remained composed and said, "She'll, just let it go. Turning against the Empire takes an enormous amount of courage, and comes with a lot of trouble." When AKAME left the Imperial Assassination Unit to join the Revolutionary Army, it had caused a massive upheaval. Blaine didn't intend to explain further. After all, his plan to establish the Akatsuki organization was still in the works. "Well, I just hope you won't reject us so quickly. I'm not great at explaining things, but if our boss speaks with you, she'll be able to lay everything out much more clearly. She'll wasn't ready to give up just yet. I won't say no to a conversation, but let me make it clear, I'll probably still refuse in the end," Blaine stated directly. If what she'll said was true, and the leader of Night Raid could provide him with valuable information, then he figured it was worth listening. "Amichim, you can decide then." She'll nodded. "Do as you like," Mine said coldly. After realizing Blaine had no intention of joining them, she was even less willing to introduce herself, and her attitude turned noticeably colder. "3 days from now, same time, same place. We'll be waiting here for you," she said, setting a meeting time. She had carefully calculated the timing. The messenger from the Revolutionary Army headquarters would need time to reach Night Raid's base, and they also needed to prepare properly. If they wanted to recruit someone as important as Blaine, they couldn't afford to be careless. She'll blamed herself for his rejection, thinking she had been too hasty. She hadn't explained enough before attempting to recruit him so abruptly. If it had been Agenda handling this, she surely would have done a much better job. That thought only made She'll more frustrated with herself. "All right. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way," Blaine said, preparing to leave. "No, nothing else," She'll nodded. "Then, see you." With that, Blaine turned and walked away. Once he was out of She'll and Mine's sight, he used Kamui to shift into his personal dimension. The next moment, he teleported back to the Imperial Assassination Unit's base. As soon as he arrived, the first thing he saw was Seiryu, Kurome, and the others locked in a standoff with a group of unknown individuals. At this moment, Blaine had yet to remove his white mask, and the gun by Uchiwa was still strapped to his back. His sudden appearance caught the strangers off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. Even the members of the assassination unit hesitated for a second before realizing the masked figure was actually Blaine. "Who are you?" The unfamiliar individuals immediately grew wary, their leader stepping forward to confront Blaine. The man at the front wore a hawk-beaked mask, and his right forearm was fitted with a strange device that resembled a remote control, likely some kind of taigu. Among them, more than 3 were suspected taigu users. Chapter 71, Atmosphere of Despair. Before Blaine left the base to hunt danger beasts, an uninvited group arrived at the assassination unit's headquarters. They had been sent by Saikyu to carry out his orders. Saikyu was well aware that, besides Blaine, the Empire's assassination unit had 2 other taiga users, Seiryu, the wielder of Hekatonkires, and Kurome, the wielder of Yatsufusa. To ensure things went smoothly, he had dispatched 3 taiga users of his own. Although Kurome, having undergone repeated brainwashing, was unlikely to resist, it was always better to be cautious. Of course, these men weren't here to pick a fight with Blaine outright. They would only resort to violence if necessary. However, upon arriving at the base, they found that Blaine was already gone. "Where is Blaine? Where did he go?" The man leading the group, wearing a hawk-beaked mask, stepped forward and questioned Seiryu with an overbearing tone. "My master went out on business. What do you want with him?" Despite the man's harsh attitude, Seiryu remained composed, showing no signs of displeasure. It was clear at a glance, these men had been sent from higher up. "We have orders to arrest him. This is a direct command from Lord Saikyu. We hope you will cooperate and not make any pointless attempts to resist." The hawk-masked man then added coldly, "But aside from Blaine, you'll also have to come with us." Blaine was Saikyu's biggest thorn in the side, and Seiryu was the next greatest concern. There was no way they could allow her to remain in the Empire's assassination unit. However, since Hekatonkires had only ever shown compatibility with Seiryu, she was considered a rare asset. And because she wasn't the primary target, Saikyu didn't intend to dispose of her. Instead, his plan was to put her through the same brainwashing process as the other assassination unit members, ensuring her absolute loyalty to the Empire and preventing any further complications. "You're arresting Master." Seiryu's heart sank. The very thing she had feared was happening. Her master's actions had indeed drawn the dissatisfaction of the higher-ups. Now, both she and her master were going to be dealt with. That's right. That brat couldn't keep his nose out of things. What he did was a direct affront to Lord Psyche. Frankly, exterminating his entire bloodline wouldn't even be excessive, the hawk-masked man sneered. There's no saving him. But if you behave and follow orders, Lord Psyche is willing to let you live. Seiryu fell silent. She was torn. On one side was the empire she had sworn loyalty to. On the other was her master, the person she admired most. She didn't want to betray the empire. But she couldn't bear to see her master executed either. What should she do? Let's wait here for him to return. Also, gather the rest of the assassination unit, we have something to announce, the masked man ordered. Seiryu immediately went to notify the others, using the moment to steady herself. She had finally sorted out her thoughts. The things she and her master had done were not truly evil, it was Psyche, the so-called great talent, who was tainted with evil. Even though Psyche was a high-ranking official of the empire, she could never submit to evil. That was what her late father had taught her, and she had always held on to those words. Even if it meant betraying the empire. In the end, her master was more important. Once she gathered everyone, Seiryu explained the situation in detail. Hearing that Commander Blaine and Commander Seiryu were to be dealt with, Blaine even facing execution, the group was momentarily unable to accept it. And it wasn't just Blaine and Seiryu in danger. The men sent by Lord Psyche had summoned them for a reason, and it certainly wasn't for idle conversation. They could guess they were about to face punishment as well. Before Commander Blaine's arrival, the Empire's assassination unit had always been ruthlessly strict. With heavy expressions, they stepped forward to face the men. The entire assassination unit is present, the masked man asked. Yes, everyone is here, Kurome replied flatly. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside, her emotions were in turmoil. Not only were her comrades in grave danger, but Commander Blaine was about to be executed. She had long anticipated that this day would come, but now that it was actually happening, she found herself completely unprepared to face it. Tisk, so it's just you lot left. What a pathetic bunch, the masked man sneered. Despite the open mockery and insults, none of the assassination unit members dared to complain. They even forced themselves to keep any dissatisfaction from showing on their faces. Kurome slightly lowered her head, remaining silent. Seeing that no one dared to speak, the masked man continued coldly, anyway, your little streak of good fortune is over. Your recent performance has greatly disappointed Lord Psyche, so you will be punished. There's someone named Yasha, isn't there? According to the Empire's assassination unit regulations, she was supposed to be dealt with before. Naturally, she won't be spared. The punishment will proceed as scheduled tonight. As for the rest of you, you'll be confined for 3 days. During that time, you will receive no medical treatment. But before your confinement, there's still Yasha. You all need to personally execute Commander Blaine. Each of you will take a turn cutting him, piece by piece, until he dies. Otherwise, your punishment will be far worse. As he spoke the last sentence, the masked man's gaze turned sharp and ruthless. His expression was hidden beneath the mask, but it wasn't hard to imagine the twisted, sadistic grin lurking underneath. He relished the sight of despair. Forcing them to personally carve apart their most trusted and respected commander, there was no punishment more cruel than this. At his words, Yasha's face instantly turned deathly pale. She had no way of escaping her punishment after all. She had just begun to see hope again, only to be dragged back into the depths of despair. And this time, it was even worse than if she had been dealt with from the start. To personally execute Commander Blaine. That was something she could never accept. Kurome and the others felt the same. If they were to be executed or tortured, they would accept it. But to be forced to personally tear apart Commander Blaine. That was something they could never bring themselves to do. Yet, they had no options. Before the men sent by Lord Psyche, they had no power to resist. Obey, or die. They didn't want to harm Commander Blaine. But they didn't want to die, either. They had not yet gained the Empire's recognition. If they were executed here, then all their fallen comrades would have died in vain. Watching their reactions, the masked man was utterly delighted. The overwhelming despair in the air sent a thrill through him. He lived for moments like these. Just then, Kurome became the first and only one to step forward in defiance. With an icy expression, she said firmly, I refuse to execute Commander Blaine in such a manner. Chapter 72, all of you, come at me together. That's right, we refuse to do this. Me too. Punishment or discipline, whatever, but this is something we absolutely won't do." Kurome's defiance immediately ignited the others, and they all voiced their protests. Their unexpected resistance caught the masked man off guard. It seemed that Blaine had indeed spoiled these people, making them bold enough to stand against orders. Another likely reason was that they hadn't undergone their scheduled brainwashing last time, weakening its effects. Rather than backing down, the masked man only grew more vicious. He sneered, "Refuse? Fine, then you can wait for the torture. Let's see how long you can keep up this brave front." In the Empire, there was no shortage of cruel and inhumane tortures. Even so, Kurome refused to yield. Still, their resistance remained only in words, they dared not take direct action. Because acting against orders would be outright betrayal of the Empire. Even with the brainwashing weakened, the idea of never defying the Empire was still deeply ingrained in their subconscious. At that moment, Seiryu struggled to suppress her urge to eradicate evil. Her master had warned her time and again not to act impulsively, and now was the worst possible moment for rash actions. She clutched Koro tightly, as if afraid the creature might suddenly lash out, or perhaps as a way to restrain herself. "Take them away." At the masked man's command, the soldiers stepped forward. As they closed in, Kurome and the others hesitated, torn between resisting or submitting. Just then, a tall, slender figure suddenly appeared between the two sides. A mysterious white mask covered his face, and on his back, he carried a massive, strange-looking fan. His sudden arrival stunned everyone. "Who are you?" Ignoring the demand, Blaine studied the men in front of him. Their armor was the standard issue of Imperial soldiers. That alone made their origins obvious. They had likely been sent by the higher-ups. Given their aggressive stance, they clearly weren't here for a friendly chat. "If you're looking for Blaine, then you found him," he said calmly. "So, you're Blaine?" The man wearing a hawk-beaked mask sneered. "Come quietly. Lord Saikyu has issued an order for your arrest." Blaine didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, he turned to Seiryu and the others. "What happened here? Fill me in first." "Master." The moment she saw him, Seiryu's face lit up with joy. Good thing she had held herself back earlier, waiting had paid off. "Commander." Kurome also smiled, but the relief was fleeting. Almost immediately, her expression darkened with concern. There was still a serious crisis at hand. Seiryu quickly summarized what had happened, keeping it brief. Upon hearing the situation, Blaine's gaze turned ice-cold. If they had only come for him, he wouldn't have cared. But targeting Seiryu, Kurome, and the others? That, he could not tolerate. Initially, he had only planned to resist. Now, he wanted these men dead. Reaching behind him, he gripped the chain attached to his gunbai and drew it out. Seeing him ready for battle, the masked man's eyes hardened. "Are you planning to rebel?" he asked in a low voice. Blaine had no interest in answering such pointless nonsense. His life was on the line. If he didn't fight back, was he supposed to just wait to die? "You should think this through carefully. The cost of rebellion is that everyone around you will suffer because of you." The masked man continued to threaten Blaine. However, Blaine was unfazed and took the initiative to attack. He quickly called out to Seiryu, "Seiryu, I'll leave their protection to you." He hadn't asked Kurome and the others to join the fight, knowing they were still hesitant about turning against the Empire. Though in his view, this wasn't betrayal, just an act of self-preservation. Did absolute obedience really mean loyalty, even when faced with high-ranking officials who were completely irrational, if not outright insane? Yes. Seiryu immediately moved to shield Kurome and the others. Even so, she was deeply worried about her master. He was facing numerous enemies alone, and among them, there were surely Taiga users. Seeing Blaine charge forward, the masked man let out a cold snort and pressed a button strapped to his right forearm, resembling a remote control. The moment he pressed it, shells suddenly appeared from all directions, raining down on Blaine. This was clearly a Taiga's ability, though its exact nature was unknown. It was obviously a trap-type Taigu, capable of conjuring traps out of thin air. But against Blaine, such a Taigu was meaningless. With the heightened perception granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan, even sudden ambushes wouldn't catch him off guard. Since the barrage was coming from all directions, the gunbai Uchiwa couldn't block everything at once. Blaine first used the gunbai Uchiwa to absorb the impact of the shells coming from the front. The masked man sneered. "You can block the ones in front of you, but what about the ones from behind?" However, His smirk instantly vanished when he saw the shells from the other three directions phase straight through Blaine's body without leaving a scratch. In fact, the ones that passed through him continued on, now flying toward the masked man and his group. Panicked, the masked man quickly pressed another button on his remote, causing the incoming shells to disappear just before impact. Uchiha return. Taking advantage of the distraction, Blaine suddenly swung the gun by Uchiha, sending back the energy absorbed from the earlier shells straight at the masked man. However, the attack's power was limited, it had only absorbed a few shells. Even so, the shockwave sent weaker soldiers flying, slamming them into the walls and leaving deep dents. Many were knocked unconscious, while the rest could barely move. Only 6 remained standing, including the masked man, clearly all Taigu and Shingu users. The masked man wielded a trap-type Taigu, while the others had already revealed their own Taigu and Shingu. What kind of Taigu is that? The masked man stared at Blaine in shock. Facing the 6 opponents before him, Blaine remained calm and unfazed. His gaze was indifferent. Come at me together. It'll save time. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, One Against Many. Stop acting like you're some kind of god. Feeling humiliated, the masked man flew into a rage. No matter what kind of Taiga their opponent was using, they had 3 Taiga users and 3 Shingu users on their side. The power gap between Taiga users was usually not that significant. If the 6 of them couldn't take down a single Taiga user, they would be nothing but a joke. Unless, of course, their enemy was someone like General Death, the Empire's undisputed, strongest, a warrior in a league of her own. In the original story, Negenda once stated that to defeat Death, at least 10 Taiga users, including AKAME, would be needed, along with an army of over 50,000 elite soldiers. Yet in reality, even that wasn't enough. Aside from AKAME, who used Murasame's secret technique to amplify her strength with its deadly curse, the rest of the Revolutionary Army's Taiga users couldn't even stand against Death in direct combat. As for those so-called elite soldiers, no matter how many they had, they were useless. After enduring relentless attacks, Death was only defeated when AKAME forced her to turn herself into ice dust using Murasame's unavoidable death curse, proving beyond doubt why she was called the strongest. Clearly, the masked man and his group had categorized Blaine as just another ordinary Taiga user. After all, there was only one Death. If every Taiga user were as strong as her, the Empire would have crumbled long ago. This brat is way too cocky, he actually thinks he can take on all 6 of us at once. A burly man wielding a hammer-shaped Taiga scoffed. I heard this kid's a real pretty boy, a plump woman holding a horn-shaped Taiga added. What a shame he's wearing a mask. I just love taking care of handsome young men. You mean feeding him to your danger beasts, don't you? The burly man quipped. Well, what choice do I have? The woman giggled seductively. I can't bear to let my babies go hungry. Though, to be fair, I did feed them once before coming here. Enough with the chatter. Cripple his arms and legs first, make sure he can't fight back, the masked man ordered coldly. At his command, the other 2 Taiga users grew serious, moving in unison to attack Blaine. Commander Seryu, we should help Commander Blaine. Watching Blaine prepare to fight back, Kurome seemed to have made up her mind. At this point, there was no turning back. If Blaine lost, they would all be implicated and executed. In that case, she might as well risk everything. She couldn't die yet. Not until she had killed her sister with her own hands. Kurome, do we really have to do this? Kelly asked in a low voice. It wasn't just her, aside from Kurome, none of the assassination unit members had fully made up their minds. Or what? Are we just going to stand here and watch Commander Blaine get overwhelmed and killed? After that, we'll be next, there's no escaping death. Maybe this is betrayal, but if we all die, then what's the point? Kurome voiced her thoughts. She had made her decision faster than the others because her feelings for Commander Blaine were different. You're right. As expected, Kurome is calmer and smarter than us. My mind is a complete mess right now. Either way, it's death. We might as well go all in. At least, in all my time with Commander Blaine, I've never been this happy. Kurome's resolve, along with Blaine's fearless defiance, made the others waver even more. If you've already made up your minds, then fight. Seryu's voice was filled with conviction. Master always said that these evil people don't represent the Empire. We are upholding justice, not betraying it. If anything, we're purging the filth from within. Her words struck a chord with everyone. Even if they weren't the most persuasive, they provided just the justification they needed to push forward, enough to ease the subconscious weight of betraying the Empire. Seeing that the assassination unit was about to intervene, the masked man's heart sank. Damn it! He hastily ordered, quick! Finish this as fast as possible. As a trap taiga user, he wasn't suited for direct combat, so he remained in the back, coordinating the fight while using his taiga to harass Blaine. The first to attack was the burly man wielding a hammer-shaped taiga. He charged in and swung his weapon down with immense force. Blaine instantly raised his gunbai Uchiwa to block the strike. Got him. The burly man sneered, certain of his victory. His taiga had an incredibly powerful ability, absolute penetration. No matter how tough an opponent's armor was, it would pierce right through, completely ignoring all defenses. Even blocking with a weapon wouldn't negate its effects. On top of that, its destructive power was immense. A weaker taiga could be shattered by a single blow. However, the next moment, the burly man's grin vanished. Blaine stood completely unscathed. As disbelief flashed across his opponent's face, Blaine's lips curved into a smirk. Uchiha return. With an internal shout, a violent storm erupted, sweeping toward the enemy. This windstorm was far stronger than before, on a completely different level from the previous trap-based attacks. No matter how lethal an enemy's taiga was, regardless of penetration abilities, the gunbai Uchiwa could absorb and redirect it, making it the perfect counter to the hammer's power. Its only real limitation was that it couldn't defend against attacks coming from multiple directions at once. Gah! The burly man's clothes were shredded by the raging winds, his body torn open in multiple places, with exposed bone visible in some areas. He tumbled backward, barely managing to stabilize himself by driving his hammer into the ground. That single strike had already cost him dearly. One or two more would spell his death. Just then, multiple flying danger beasts suddenly appeared in the sky. Summoned by the plump woman's horn-shaped taiga, the creatures dove toward Blaine in unison. Their speed was astonishing, and some launched attacks mid-flight, feathers, bone spikes, energy blasts, forming a near-impenetrable barrage from all directions. At the same time, additional traps materialized out of thin air, further complicating Blaine's situation. Koro. Realizing the danger, Seryu immediately commanded Koro to protect his master. The massive Koro leaped in front of Blaine. But Blaine was already gone. He had teleported directly in front of the burly man, swinging the gunbai Uchiwa to finish the job. Chapter 74, Kurome's Embrace. None of them, including the burly man, had any idea that Blaine possessed teleportation abilities. Still injured, he had no time to react, only despair and terror filled his eyes as the massive fan swung toward him. In the next moment, his vision spun rapidly. His head twisted through the air, rotating countless times before finally crashing to the ground. Even then, he wasn't completely dead. As he saw his own headless corpse beside him, realization struck, and an overwhelming sense of hopelessness consumed him. A few moments later, his consciousness faded entirely, his face frozen in an expression of unwilling defeat. Ding! The host has slain a taiga user and earned 40 system points. Blaine instantly received the corresponding reward. A thought crossed his mind, killing taiga users granted quite a lot of system points. Weren't these people just here to deliver him free points? 3 taiga users and 3 shinga users, that was at least 100 points waiting to be collected. Damn it! Watching his comrade get killed, the masked man felt a deep sense of dread. They had severely underestimated Blaine's strength, especially his ability to appear and disappear unpredictably. It was completely abnormal. And worst of all, no matter what they tried, they couldn't land a single hit on him. How were they supposed to fight someone like this? They had never seen or even heard of a taiga with such ridiculous capabilities. Wasn't this essentially invincibility? As shock overwhelmed the masked man, Kurome had already drawn her blade and slashed at him without warning. Fortunately, his close combat skills weren't lacking. He quickly dodged and countered with the short blade equipped on his other arm. Little girl, I'll give you one last chance. The punishment you deserve can still be erased. Sensing how dire the situation had become, the masked man tried to sway the assassination unit to his side. But before he could finish, Kurome's sword was already swinging at him again. She clearly had no interest in his words, her resolve to follow Commander Blaine was unwavering. Yatsufusa. When 2 strikes weren't enough to finish the job, Kurome decisively summoned the Yatsufusa dolls. She deliberately avoided summoning the superclass danger beast, Death to Go. With so many allies nearby and their base situated within the imperial capital, its sheer destructive power could easily result in collateral damage to civilians. However, the 5 humanoid dolls alone were more than enough to give the masked man a serious problem. Koro, Berserker. At that moment, Seryu shouted and activated Hecatonchire's secret technique without hesitation. She knew that using this ability would leave Koro bedridden for months, but to relieve her master's burden, it was a price she was more than willing to pay. Koro's already massive form expanded even further, his muscles swelling to monstrous proportions. His face twisted into a fearsome, beastly expression. In this berserk state, all of Koro's abilities doubled in power. The attacks from the flying danger beasts barely fazed him. Even as wounds covered his body, they healed almost instantly. With a single effortless leap, Koro soared dozens of meters into the air, grabbing 2 of the flying creatures in his massive hands before slamming them straight into the ground. He followed up with several devastating punches, reducing them to nothing but pulverized remains. Ah! My sweet babies! The plump woman shrieked in anguish, her face contorted with grief. But she didn't dare to rush forward, otherwise, she'd be the next one smashed into pulp by Koro. At that moment, however, a chill ran down her spine. A real assassin never ignores their blind spot. A cold voice rang out behind her. Before she could even turn around, a powerful gust swept past her, generated by the swing of Blaine's gun by Uchiwa. In the next instant, her body was split in 2. Her head flew through the air, embedding itself into a wall 10 meters away, while her body collapsed, rolling over twice before going still. Ding! The host has slain a Taiga user and earned 40 system points. Blaine couldn't help but feel that the system reward was a bit underwhelming. This woman had been far too weak. A Taiga's power was formidable, but its true potential depended on the strength of its wielder. Take his death, for example, she continuously developed new abilities with Demon's Extract while also mastering top-tier combat techniques. In contrast, this woman had no real combat skills, relying entirely on a Taiga that simply tamed flying danger beasts. With 2 of the 3 Taiga users already dead, the last one was barely holding on. Seeing the tide of battle turn against them, the 3 remaining Shinga users panicked. Outnumbered and stripped of their fighting spirit, they stood no chance against the elite warriors of the Imperial Assassination Unit. Within moments, all 3 were eliminated. Blaine, eager to claim the kill, focused Kamui's spatial distortion ability from his left eye directly onto the masked man's neck. Under relentless attacks from the Yatsufusa dolls, the masked man was rapidly losing ground. It was only a matter of time before Kurome finished him off. His trap-based abilities were also useless against her, thanks to the corpse doll Natala, which was specifically tasked with protecting her. Already overwhelmed, the masked man failed to notice the space around his neck warping at an alarming rate. In an instant, his neck twisted unnaturally, snapping cleanly. His head hit the ground with a dull thud. What happened? His final thought was one of utter confusion. He hadn't even realized how he died. Ding! The host has slain a Taiga user and earned 45 system points. With the system notification confirming his kill, Blaine smirked. Kurome, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. Her opponent had just dropped dead out of nowhere. Turning to scan the battlefield, she realized that every enemy had already been wiped out. The scene near Koro was especially spectacular, the ground littered with the mangled corpses of flying danger beasts, all slaughtered mercilessly in his berserk rampage. And miraculously, none of their own seemed to be injured. But what Kurome cared about the most was Commander Blaine. When she looked over, she saw him walking toward her. "It's over," Blaine said, reaching out to gently brush some dust off her clothes. As for his little stunt of stealing the last kill, he didn't say a word about it. Of course, even if he had, Kurome likely wouldn't have cared. After all, it wasn't as if there was actual experience to be gained from it. She gave a small smile. But her expression quickly turned serious in a way that made her look a bit adorably clueless. Then, without warning, she reached out and tried to pull down Blaine's pants. Her movements were so fast that he barely had time to react. But in the end, his reflexes were still sharper. He immediately grabbed her wrists. "What are you doing?" "I need to check if you're injured," Kurome replied, completely serious. "I'm not hurt." "Isn't that obvious?" Blaine said flatly. Even his clothes were still perfectly intact. "A comrade of mine once seemed fine after a battle but later collapsed from an unseen injury. I don't want the same thing happening to you." Kurome's tone was earnest as she explained. Seeing her concern, Blaine's expression softened into a smile. Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. That's a relief. Kurome's face lit up with joy, and before she could stop herself, she threw her arms around him. This time, Blaine didn't dodge or resist. Chapter 75, Kurome's Little Thoughts. Held tightly by Kurome, Blaine could feel the softness of her delicate body and catch the faint, lingering fragrance on her. It was just the subtle scent left behind by the petals from her bath, nothing artificial or overpowering. But it smelled nice, natural and pleasant. Though Kurome acted on impulse, her mind remained clear. She knew exactly how bold this was, especially in front of everyone. Yet, she didn't feel embarrassed. Her personality had always allowed her to express her emotions directly, and she was well aware of her feelings for Commander Blaine. Even so, openly confessing was beyond her. Taking it slow like this was fine, she even enjoyed it. Surely, Commander Blaine would understand her feelings now, right? Unfortunately, things weren't as simple as Kurome imagined. Blaine didn't think too deeply about it. Just as he had remained steady even when his death had made her intentions obvious, he wasn't about to assume anything now, especially when Kurome's actions were even more subtle. He simply chalked it up to her being overwhelmed by the situation, assuming she'd calm down soon enough. To be honest, I feel like I should apologize. I didn't expect to make you worry so much. Blaine spoke with a touch of guilt, gently patting Kurome's head. Kurome, unaware of the misunderstanding, assumed he had understood her feelings. But in reality. Meanwhile, the members of the assassination unit, who had just finished inspecting the enemy corpses, turned around to see Kurome clinging to Commander Blaine. Some faces turned slightly red, some were surprised by Kurome's boldness, while others silently cheered her on. Overall, though, no one seemed too shocked. After all, they had long since noticed Kurome's unusual attachment to Commander Blaine. Wow, little Kurome is amazing. She can be so straightforward with Commander Blaine. If it were me, I'd never have the guts to just hug him like that. Well, Commander Blaine is so gentle, he wouldn't get mad even if someone hugged him. That's only because it's cute little Kurome. If one of us big guys tried it, I'd love to see how Commander Blaine reacts. The group whispered among themselves, their light-hearted chatter making it seem as if nothing had happened, a stark contrast to the battlefield littered with corpses. Only Seiryu stood apart, feeling something different. Watching the scene unfold before her, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, just like last time. Except this time, the feeling was even stronger. Holding Koro, who had just finished his berserker state, she murmured to herself, Koro, what's wrong with me? Could I be coming down with some strange illness? But Koro, now weak and drained, had no strength to respond. Not that he could speak even if he wanted to. The more she thought about it, the harder it was to ignore. Once might have been a coincidence, but this was the second time. She couldn't just brush it off anymore. Seiryu decided she needed to get to the bottom of this. And deep down, she already knew where to start. Both times, the cause had been the same, her master and Kurome. Master, Kurome, why do I suddenly feel unwell? It's this tightness in my chest. I'm a little scared. Could I have some kind of strange illness? Seiryu asked Blaine and Kurome directly, her usual bluntness on full display. Her extreme innocence and naivety made her easily misled, which was also why she was so easily swayed by others. Hearing Seiryu's words, Kurome's expression visibly stiffened. Blaine, too, was puzzled. Don't scare yourself. But it's best to get checked out when you have time. It's probably nothing serious. Kurome's face turned a little strange at their difficult-to-comment-on conversation. She had already figured it out, this was obviously because Commander Seiryu liked Commander Blaine, which explained her reaction. And considering how close they always seemed, it only reinforced her suspicion. But it was also clear that Commander Seiryu didn't understand her own feelings. Could it be that she didn't even know what liking someone meant? That level of innocence felt almost unfair. Girls like that might be even more popular with boys. Kurome hesitated, torn about whether to tell Seiryu the truth. If she did, Seiryu would definitely realize her feelings and start competing with her for Commander Blaine. That wouldn't benefit Kurome at all. By now, she had already started seeing Seiryu as a rival. And helping a rival defeat her? That made no sense. So, in the end, she decided not to say anything. Sorry, Commander Seiryu. I really can't help you with this. Of course, Kurome couldn't say it out loud, that would be too suspicious. Instead, she could only apologize silently in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly realized she had been holding on to Blaine for quite a while. That wasn't good. Without hesitation, she let go. A moment later, Sarius suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Huh. That discomfort is completely gone." "It was probably just psychological," Blaine said. "Still, just to be safe, you should get checked later." Kurome kept her mouth shut, feeling even more guilty inside. Commander Sariu was so pure that Kurome almost wanted to tell her the truth, but she couldn't. And so, the matter ended in an unclear and unresolved way. In the end, neither Blaine nor Sariu figured anything out. Only Kurome understood everything. "Commander Blaine, what should we do now? Lord Psyche will be furious when he finds out we killed them." With that, they returned to the topic at hand. Kelly and the others looked uneasy. Many had already resigned themselves to the possibility of being executed by the Empire. "Even now, you still call that man Lord Psyche?" Blaine said bluntly. "You've all seen the Empire's corruption firsthand. The darkness we live in today exists because of the greed and tyranny of people like Honest and Psyche. If we keep obeying them, we'll only help destroy the Empire further. That's why we need to sever ties with them and create a new organization, one with our own code of conduct. We can't just keep submitting, waiting to be used and discarded." Blaine felt that the time had come. The members of the assassination unit had already dared to defy Psyche's men, proof that they were ready. "But if we do this, wouldn't it be betrayal?" Before Kelly and the others could finish speaking, Blaine cut them off. "Wrong. We are going to change the Empire's corruption from within and guide it toward a better future. That's not betrayal, it's the highest form of loyalty. The organization I will establish is called Akatsuki, meaning dawn. We will bring an end to the Empire's darkness and war. We will bring light and hope. Will you follow me?" Chapter 76, The Establishment of the Akatsuki Organization. I do. Me too. As long as the commander doesn't mind that I'm not very strong. Commander Blaine is right. Loyalty isn't just about blind obedience. After carefully considering Blaine's words, Kelly and the others finally broke free from their dead-end thinking. They had already seen the dark side of the Empire with their own eyes. Once or twice, they might have dismissed it as a coincidence, but they had witnessed far too many instances. And these atrocities had nothing to do with the rebels, it was the Empire's own officials who brutally oppressed the lower class. Compared to those corrupt and tyrannical officials, they would much rather follow Blaine. Changing the Empire from within was fundamentally different from what the Revolutionary Army aimed for. The rebels wanted to overthrow the Empire entirely, something they found difficult to accept. Then it's decided. Kurome, what about you? What do you want to do? Blaine turned his head to ask Kurome. Kurome smiled slightly. Of course, I'm willing. As long as I can stay with Commander Blaine. Her straightforward response made several people gasp softly. Kurome really knew what she was doing, there was no need for anyone to tease her about it. Alright, collect the T-Gus and Shin-Gus from those guys. Then check if anyone among us is compatible with them, Blaine instructed. When he killed the 3 Taiga users, he had been careful not to damage the T-Gus. Even in the life-and-death struggle between the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army, both sides deliberately avoided destroying T-Gus during battle, they were too valuable and useful. Not to mention T-Gus, even the Shin-Gus from the 3 Shinga users had been carefully preserved by Kelly and the others. Having more Taiga users and Shinga users would be a huge advantage for the Akatsuki organization they were about to form. Understood. Since they had already decided to follow Blaine in establishing a new group, they naturally understood how important it was to strengthen their ranks with more Taiga and Shinga users. Later, pack up your things. We can't stay in this base any longer. We'll find a hidden place outside the Imperial capital to set up a new base, one completely free from Psyche's control, Blaine continued. He already had a rough plan, they would use the lair of the superclass danger beast, Death to Gol, as their base, the Saiga Cave. It was a well-known danger zone, but no one knew that Death to Gol had already been killed by him. Now, the Saiga Cave were actually one of the safest places, aside from the occasional danger beast lurking nearby. As long as they weren't facing a superclass danger beast, there wouldn't be much of a threat. Alright, but there's one problem, what about our supply of drugs? Kelly and the others immediately thought of this issue. Without the drugs, their abilities would decline significantly, and they would suffer unbearable withdrawal symptoms. That's easy. We'll take the experimenters with us. They're only working for a paycheck, just offer them a higher salary than before, Blaine said casually. The real headache wasn't the researchers but the drugs themselves. The assassination unit had been on long-term drug regimens, leading to irreversible side effects. The withdrawal symptoms were so severe that quitting was impossible. Blaine's solution was to gradually reduce their drug intake. While this would weaken them somewhat, it would at least mitigate the side effects. Otherwise, according to the researchers, if they continued at the original dosage, the entire unit wouldn't survive beyond 5 years, they would age prematurely and die. Now, Blaine would only allow them to use substances with trace amounts of the drug to stave off withdrawal, similar to what Curome did. It was just enough to prevent severe reactions. As for combat, he absolutely wouldn't let them go back to taking those highly concentrated white pills like before. They simply disposed of the bodies of those sent by Psyche, acting as if nothing had happened. They had no intention of drawing attention to themselves. It was better to wait until the Akatsuki organization was fully established and settled before making any moves. When Blaine offered the lab technicians a generous salary, nearly all of them agreed to go with him. Mainly because they didn't have much of a choice. Of course, Blaine didn't force or threaten them. It was just that once Blaine led Curome and the others in breaking away from the Imperial Assassination Unit, the unit would automatically disband, leaving the technicians unemployed. Finding another job as good as this in the Imperial capital wouldn't be easy. Besides, the salary Blaine offered them was even higher than before. As for money, Blaine had no shortage of it, hunting countless danger beasts had already made him rich. There were still a few lab personnel who were reluctant to leave, mostly because they feared for their lives. After all, defecting from the Imperial Assassination Unit alongside Blaine was a dangerous move. But what they feared even more was being silenced. Now that they knew too much, they couldn't shake the feeling that refusing would get them killed. In reality, Blaine had no intention of silencing anyone. However, given the Empire's ruthless nature, it was understandable why they thought that way. Getting silenced for knowing too much was just the norm. Let's all try these T-Gus and Shin-Gus. Whoever is most compatible with one will be the one to use it. With that, Curome placed the 3 T-Gus and 3 Shin-Gus on the table. One by one, the others stepped forward to test them out. Curome and Seryu, already possessing T-Gus, didn't need to participate. In the end, only one girl showed strong compatibility with the horn-shaped Taigu. For the other 2 T-Gus, the best candidates had only average compatibility. They could use them, but not to their full potential. Even so, a Taigu, even one not used at full power, was still far superior to a Shingu, making it more than sufficient. As for the Shin-Gus, they didn't have strict compatibility requirements, so they were simply given to whoever handled them best. The preparations are nearly complete. Next, we head straight to the Saiga Cave. That will be our new base, Blaine announced to the group. Although the Saiga Cave were quite a distance from the Imperial capital, the horn-shaped Taigu had the ability to summon flying danger beasts, significantly reducing their travel time. Since the deaths of the masked man and his subordinates had yet to be reported, the Empire's guards wouldn't try to stop them as they left. At that moment, Blaine turned his attention to the system shop. He was about to redeem the Red Cloud Robe, the symbol of the Akatsuki organization. Since the organization was named Akatsuki, the Red Cloud Robe was a must. Chapter 77, Chelsea joins, Night Raid. Night Raid Base. As Blaine returned to the Imperial capital, Shiel and Mine also arrived back at the base. We just ran into Blaine while hunting a danger beast, Mine immediately reported upon their return. You were training nearby, weren't you? How did you end up running into Blaine there? Najenda asked, surprised. Could he have discovered our base? Did he say anything to you? No, he probably doesn't know our base is here. He looked like he was hunting danger beasts as well, seems like we just ran into each other by accident, Mine replied. He didn't say anything to us, nor did he try to fight, Shiel added. I did tell him outright that we wanted to recruit him, but I was too hasty and didn't express myself well, so he turned me down. She looked regretful. That's not Shiel's fault, it's that guy's loss for not appreciating the offer, Mine said immediately. That kid, Blaine, really doesn't know how to count his blessings, turning down our sweet and beautiful Shiel, Leon teased. Don't make it sound like she'll just confess to him, Mine retorted, sounding a little annoyed. Shiel, however, remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to that kind of thing. It's not surprising he didn't accept right away. We had to go through a lot of trouble for AKAME too, Lubbock pointed out. Strictly speaking, recruiting AKAME had come at a steep price. Most of the assassin group Orberg had been wiped out, with Chelsea as the sole survivor. If not for the efforts of Orberg, especially its leader, Mayor Raid, they wouldn't have been able to win AKAME over so easily. It was Mayor Raid who had shown AKAME the countless dark sides of the Empire. Are you talking about Mayor Raid? AKAME suddenly recalled the woman. She had been an odd one, but without her, AKAME might never have realized that her work for the Empire's assassination unit had been misguided. But in the end, AKAME had killed Mayor Raid with her own hands. At the time, she hadn't yet awakened to the truth. If she had, she never would have slain the one person who could have been considered her benefactor. No, no. I was just giving an example. Lubbock quickly realized he had messed up and tried to backtrack. What nonsense. Leon didn't hesitate to land a punch on him, making Lubbock yelp in exaggerated pain. Of course, he was just acting, it didn't actually hurt that much. It's okay. It was my mistake in the first place, you don't have to be so concerned about my feelings, AKAME said. Anyway, what was Blaine's attitude? Did he reject outright, or was there any room for negotiation? Najenda steered the conversation back on track. He was polite about it, but his rejection was pretty firm, Sheil replied. Oh, right. Sheil also arranged to meet him again in 3 days, and he agreed, Mine added, then reassured Sheil, so you don't need to blame yourself. If anything, you've given us an even better opportunity, haven't you? A smile returned to Sheil's face. Though in her mind, it was because everyone was so kind that they never blamed her in the first place. After getting more details from Sheil and Mine, Najenda quickly grasped the situation. In that case, we'll all wait for Blaine at the spot Sheil agreed on with him. By the way, the Revolutionary Army has sent someone who will be arriving soon. Not only will she bring us detailed intel on Blaine, but she'll also be joining Night Raid as our newest member, Najenda informed the group. Oh. We're getting a new teammate already. Leon said excitedly. A new ally was always a welcome addition. Really? Is it a guy or a girl? It'd be great if it's a cute girl, Lubbock said, visibly eager. You really only ever think about pretty girls, Mine shot him a glare. You'll find out when they arrive, Najenda teased, keeping it a mystery. I hope it's a guy. With only 2 men in Night Raid, it feels a bit unbalanced, Bullet suddenly chimed in, flashing a gleaming white smile. With that healthy grin and those words, it was easy to misunderstand his meaning. No, 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 let's go with a girl instead, Lubbock protested firmly. So, AKAME, would you prefer our new teammate to be a guy or a girl? Leon leaned in, asking with curiosity. It doesn't really matter. Whether they're male or female, they'll be a comrade who shares our cause, AKAME answered flatly. Ha, should have figured you'd say that, Leon chuckled, a little exasperated. AKAME was so serious that teasing her was almost impossible. AKAME tilted her head slightly, as if a question mark had appeared above her head, clearly not understanding what Leon was getting at. You're at the age where you should be interested in romance, right? Have you really never met a guy who makes your heart skip a beat? Leon asked more directly. No, now's not the time to think about things like that, AKAME said firmly, shaking her head. Until she completed her mission, she wouldn't even consider such things. Besides, to her, Kurome would always be the most important person. I knew you'd say that. But honestly, falling in love doesn't have to interfere with your mission. If you ever meet someone you truly like, not even your mission will be able to stop you. Leon patted AKAME on the shoulder with a grin. Maybe. AKAME didn't take Leon's words seriously. While the Night Raid members were enjoying their laughter and banter, Chelsea was on her way to their base, riding atop a danger beast. The creature she rode was a special-class danger beast tamed by the Revolutionary Army, called Air Manta. It looked almost identical to a manta ray from the ocean, except it was many times larger, capable of carrying multiple people at once, and, most notably, could fly. Being a special-class danger beast, its flying speed was naturally incredible. Chelsea wouldn't need much time to reach her destination. She held a lollipop in her mouth, a faint smile on her face. She was looking forward to meeting her new companions. And that innocent and kind-hearted guy, he would likely become one of them as well. At that moment, Blaine's face surfaced in Chelsea's mind. Chapter 78, Red Cloud Robe. At this moment, Chelsea had already met everyone in Night Raid. This is our new companion starting today. Her name is Chelsea. I hope you all get along with her. Najenda introduced Chelsea to the others. It was clear that Najenda already knew Chelsea, but the rest of Night Raid didn't. Chelsea smiled warmly, giving off a friendly impression. Even when facing AKAME, her former enemy, she showed no signs of hostility. Looks like the new girl should be easy to get along with. Mine's first impression of Chelsea was quite positive. But that opinion probably wouldn't last long. Oh. What a beautiful girl. Lubbock exclaimed as he took in Chelsea's appearance. Well? Are you already itching to make a move, Lubbock? Leon teased him in a hushed tone. Of course not. I already have someone I like. Lubbock muttered back. Huh? You already have a crush on someone? Hearing this, Leon's curiosity was immediately piqued. Who is it? That's a secret. I can't tell you. Lubbock refused to answer. Come on, just whisper it to me. I won't tell anyone. Leon nudged Lubbock with her elbow. AKAME? Mine. Shiel. The girls in Night Raid are all pretty cute. The only one she didn't mention was the boss, because, well, Najenda had a more masculine look and demeanor. Besides, after being around Lubbock for so long, Leon knew that while he could be a bit of a pervert, he was always serious when it came to Najenda. No comment. It was clear Lubbock didn't trust Leon one bit. If she let it slip and the girl he actually had feelings for found out, he'd be mortified. Alright, so it's a secret crush, huh? Well, good luck with that. Leon had already figured out that Lubbock was keeping quiet because he was too embarrassed to admit who he liked. The others, however, weren't paying attention to their whispered conversation. Chelsea had already started reporting information about Blaine to Najenda. Just like she had back at the Revolutionary Army base, Chelsea recounted everything that had happened at the assassination unit's base, except for the things she couldn't reveal. In that case, Blaine is even more suitable than I originally thought, Najenda said, slightly surprised. Based on Chelsea's description, Blaine was even more of a pacifist than she had imagined. We can see hints of that in how he's changed the Imperial Assassination Unit. During his time in charge, they haven't clashed with Night Raid or even the entire Revolutionary Army. Even in the 2 encounters we've had, there was no hostility. Najenda speculated, it must be intentional. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the Imperial Assassination Unit would be targeting us at any time. That guy's attitude isn't great, but he really hasn't done anything to hurt us, Mine admitted. But when she'll try to recruit him today, he turned her down, Najenda added thoughtfully. I wonder if he's hesitating over something. We'll have to wait until our next meeting to find out. Huh? He already refused. Chelsea was a little surprised. From what she knew about Blaine, he wouldn't reject an offer unless he had serious concerns. And she could think of at least one thing he might be worried about, the people in the assassination unit. Given Blaine's personality, he likely valued them deeply. If he abandoned them to join the Revolutionary Army, the Empire would surely punish them harshly. Yeah, but he didn't give us a reason, Shiel said. I think I know why. He probably can't bear to leave the assassination unit behind, Chelsea guessed. If that's the case, then we need to figure out how to address that concern and convince him, Najenda said. Fortunately, thanks to Shiel's agreement with Blaine, we'll get a proper chance to talk to him in 3 days. 3 days, huh? Chelsea nodded slowly at those words, a sly smile creeping onto her lips, as if she had already thought up a fun little prank. What's up, Chelsea? You look like you're enjoying yourself, Najenda asked curiously, noticing her expression. Chelsea chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just looking forward to surprising that guy. I can't wait to see how he reacts. Meanwhile, Blaine and his group were en route to the Saiga cavern. The flying danger beasts carrying them had been summoned by a horn-shaped taiga known as Sky Horn. This taiga granted its user the ability to raise and tame flying danger beasts. It could directly tame any flying danger beast below the superclass level but had no effect on land-based ones. However, the taiga had its limits, for example, it could only control up to 10 special-class danger beasts at a time. If the user wanted to tame a new one, they would have to release an existing one to make room. Its secret skill, Sacrifice, allowed the user to permanently bind up to 2 flying superclass danger beasts at the cost of their own lifespan. Every time a bound superclass danger beast was summoned, the user's life force would gradually be drained. The girl best suited for this taiga had inherited it from its previous owner, an obese woman who had left behind a handful of danger beasts. Only one special class and 4 class 1 danger beasts remained, the rest had been killed by Coral. At that moment, Blaine was browsing the system shop, exchanging his accumulated points. System points, 139. Ding! The host has redeemed Red Cloud Robe times 24, deducting 24 system points. Ding! The host has redeemed Constitution plus 55, deducting 55 system points. Ding! The host has redeemed Strength plus 20, deducting 20 system points. Ding! The host has redeemed Agility plus 20, deducting 20 system points. Ding! The host has redeemed Ocular Power plus 20, deducting 20 system points. After redeeming the Red Cloud Robes, Blaine distributed his remaining points among his attributes. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Constitution, 185. Ocular Power, plus 20. Before long, with the help of the flying danger beasts, Blaine and his group arrived at Saiga Cavern one after another. They chose a moderately deep section of the cave as the initial base location. Blaine then retrieved all the Red Cloud Robes from his system inventory and handed them out. These will be our Akatsuki uniforms from now on. Try them on and see if they fit. Chapter 79, Mazura Village. These Red Cloud Robes were purchased by Blaine based on his general memory of everyone's body sizes since he didn't know their exact measurements. So, they needed to try them on first. If any didn't fit, they could simply return and exchange them. The system was quite user-friendly in this regard, ill-fitting items could be swapped out immediately. There were a total of 24 Red Cloud Robes, including Blaine's own and Seryu's. Thanks to Blaine's exceptional memory and the system's ability to tailor the robes based on his mental image of each person, most of them fit perfectly. Only 1 or 2 were slightly too big or small, but those were quickly exchanged for better-fitting ones. This looks way cooler than what we wore in the assassination unit before. Commander Blaine, did you design these yourself? Not surprising. Commander Blaine definitely has great taste. Now that the Akatsuki organization is officially established, we must not let Commander Blaine down, we have to see the organization's mission through to the end. Everyone seemed quite pleased with the Red Cloud Robes. You don't need to call me Commander anymore. We're no longer part of the Imperial Assassination Unit. Just call me by my name, Blaine told them. But no one could bring themselves to do it. Addressing Blaine so casually felt too inappropriate. No, Kurome spoke up bluntly. I'm used to calling you Commander, and since you're now the leader of Akatsuki, there's nothing wrong with continuing to call you that, is there? I guess that's fine, Blaine said with a hint of helplessness. Now that they had settled on a location, the next step was to build the base. Blaine's plan was to recruit workers from nearby cities and villages, offering them a fair wage. By doing this under the guise of an imperial official, they could avoid most unnecessary trouble. As for security concerns, there was little risk of the base's location being exposed. The workers would be blindfolded during the journey and only have their blindfolds removed once they reached the depths of the cave. That way, they would know they were inside a cave but have no idea which one. Blaine still had a clear memory of the Empire's map in his mind. He knew exactly which cities and villages were near Saiga Cavern, so finding the right places wouldn't be an issue. Of course, nearby was a relative term. A place like Saiga Cavern was uninhabitable, so there were no settlements directly adjacent to it. Even the closest town was quite far away. Let's head to Mazura Village first, Blaine said, bringing Seryu, Kurome, and the girl who wielded the Taigu sky horn along. The rest of you stay in the cave or explore the surroundings to get familiar with the area. Mazura Village was a small settlement. Given their situation, recruiting workers from a village was the most practical approach. Riding atop the special class Danger Beast, they quickly arrived near Mazura Village. As they descended, they immediately drew the attention of the villagers. That's a special class Danger Beast. Quick, report to the village chief, there's a special class Danger Beast approaching. Wait a second, there are people riding it. There really are. But they're dressed strangely. Could they be from another region? Most of the villagers were on high alert. If these people were foreigners, and they had a special class Danger Beast with them, then the village could be in serious danger. Before long, the village chief, an elderly white-haired man, arrived at the village entrance, escorted by a group of well-armed militia. By then, Blaine and his group had already dismounted from the special class Danger Beast, which was resting nearby. Even so, the sight of the massive creature left the villagers shaken, keeping their distance in fear. "May I ask who you are?" The village chief looked at the mysterious figures dressed in matching attire, his expression serious. "We are officials from the imperial capital, but we cannot disclose our true identities," Blaine stated, pulling out an old identification badge. "This is proof of my previous position in the imperial capital security force." It just so happened that the village chief had visited the capital many years ago and had seen the unique insignia worn by the captain of the imperial capital security force. "This is indeed the imperial capital security force, and that is the captain's badge." The old village chief immediately believed Blaine's words. Since he had once been the captain of the imperial capital security force, his current rank was likely even higher than before. Still, the village chief was puzzled. Why would someone of such high status suddenly visit their impoverished village? Apart from tax collection, the imperial capital had never shown the slightest concern for them. "We need to construct a fortress at a key location and urgently require a large workforce. Each worker will be paid 100 gold coins, with full payment upon completion." Blaine stated his purpose directly, making no mention of the Akatsuki organization. 100 gold coins. The old village chief was stunned, and the surrounding villagers were equally shocked. Gold coins, not silver or copper, 100 of them was an enormous sum. To put it into perspective, an ordinary family in the village could work and save diligently for half a lifetime and still not accumulate 100 gold coins. To them, this was an astronomical amount. "My lord. Just tell us how many workers you need, we will absolutely provide enough to meet your expectations." The village chief spoke quickly, as if afraid Blaine might suddenly change his mind. The village's finances were already on the brink of collapse. With such a lucrative opportunity placed before them, there was no way they would let it slip away. "Start with 100 workers. The demand will increase gradually over time. The first 100 will each receive 100 gold coins, while future workers will be paid based on hours worked." Blaine spoke calmly. "Understood. We can gather 100 skilled workers for you right away." With that, the old village chief turned and hurried back into the village, moving so quickly he seemed 10 years younger, his cane now an unnecessary burden. Meanwhile, he instructed the villagers to bring Blaine and his group into the village and treat them well. Upon entering, they could see that most of the buildings were old and worn down, though the village still had a sizable population. Blaine had already guessed the village was extremely poor based on the chief's reaction. It was clear they were desperate for money. And he just so happened to provide them with a much-needed financial boost. Of course, he wasn't giving them money for free. But after being exploited by the Empire for so long, these villagers saw him as exceptionally generous. In reality, the wages he offered were only slightly above the standard rate. The key difference was that, without middlemen taking a cut, the workers would actually receive fair compensation for their labor. Blaine and his group were taken to a room where a variety of local snacks had been set out on the table. The moment Kurome saw them, she couldn't resist, she immediately started eating. A little while later, the old village chief returned, bringing 3 young villagers with him. "These 3 are the best young warriors in our village. They are strong and highly capable." He then turned to the 3 youths and said, "Tatsumi, Seo, Ayasu, show this gentleman what you can do." Chapter 80, Tatsumi. There were 2 boys and 1 girl. The brown-haired boy with a stray lock of hair sticking up was named Tatsumi. The dark-haired boy with a white cloth tied around his head was named Ayasu. Lastly, there was a cute girl with long, silky black hair named Seo. The 3 of them were not only the most outstanding young warriors in Mizura village but also childhood friends who had grown up together. "I understand, Grandpa Chief." Tatsumi, clearly a swordsman, gripped his long sword and dashed forward, slashing through the air. His speed and strength were impressive, far beyond that of an average person. Considering Tatsumi's young age, Blaine thought he had decent potential. Seo and Ayasu were about to follow suit when Blaine spoke up. "No need to go through all that trouble. I don't have high requirements for workers, just being in good health and having basic construction knowledge is enough." For a rural village like this, that was practically no requirement at all. In the Empire, especially in struggling villages like this one, most people knew a little bit of everything. "That won't be a problem. The rest of the workers are already prepared." The village chief responded immediately. Finding 100 suitable workers was easy. However, to leave a good impression on these powerful figures, they had carefully selected a group of physically stronger villagers first. That was why even Tatsumi, Seo, and Ayasu had been included. Their real combat ability was enough to take down Class 1 danger beasts. Special class danger beasts would be a challenge, but in a remote village like this, they were already among the strongest. Originally, the three had planned to leave for the imperial capital in 2 days, carrying the hopes of their entire village as they joined the military, determined to carve out a future for themselves and eventually lift their village out of hardship. Although this sudden job under an imperial official disrupted their plans, the high pay would provide immediate relief to their village's financial struggles. Besides, if they performed well in front of this high-ranking official, who, according to the village chief, held a significant position, they might even be recommended for early enlistment. That would make climbing the ranks in the army much easier. We'll give it our all. Tatsumi beamed with youthful energy, filled with anticipation for his future. Naive as he was, he had no idea what the imperial capital was really like. Tatsumi's really fired up. We can't slack off either, Ayasu said with a grin. Seo smiled as well, but her attention was soon drawn to a black-haired, black-eyed girl sitting nearby. She watched as the girl quietly nibbled on the snacks laid out on the table. Seo couldn't help but feel curious. The girl looked to be around the same age as her, and the adults accompanying her had already made a name for themselves in the imperial capital despite their youth. If she, Tatsumi, and Ayasu could achieve the same, they could surely bring hope to their village. At that moment, Kurome also noticed Seo staring at her. After a brief pause, seeing that Seo still hadn't looked away, Kurome wordlessly pulled all the snacks on the table toward herself and, with a serious expression, stated, "These are mine." Then, as if realizing something, she reconsidered. After all, the snacks weren't actually hers. But I suppose I could share a little with you. Seo blinked in surprise. This was nothing like the imposing imperial official she had imagined. And no, I wasn't looking at the snacks. I was just thinking how young and amazing you all are, Seo hurriedly explained, snapping out of her daze. With your talents, you'd stand out even in the imperial capital, though it's not as wonderful a place as you might think, Blaine remarked. Really? Tatsumi's excitement grew. Blaine's words only reinforced his confidence. Now, more than ever, he was eager to go to the imperial capital, convinced that as long as he worked hard, he could make a name for himself. In reality, if Tatsumi hadn't been swindled out of all his money by Leon at the start of the original story, and if he had successfully enlisted in the army, he likely would have caught the attention of great General Budo and been personally trained. After all, more than his current strength, Tatsumi's greatest asset was his potential for growth, something even Budo had acknowledged. Of course, once Tatsumi learned the truth about Seo and Ayasu's deaths, he would probably still join Night Raid and take the path toward overthrowing the empire. Soon, 100 workers had gathered at the village entrance. Since the construction of this fortress is highly classified, you will all remain blindfolded until we reach the worksite, Blaine announced to everyone. So when you're riding on the danger beasts later, make sure to hold on tight. Wait, does that mean we're actually going to ride on the backs of danger beasts? It must be pretty far. I've heard that flying danger beasts are the fastest way to travel. Honestly, this is kind of scary. I've never ridden a danger beast before. Some were visibly nervous about the idea, while others were excited at the rare opportunity to experience riding one. Don't worry, all of our danger beasts have been fully tamed, they won't harm you, Blaine reassured the group. With that, all the workers, including Tatsumi and his friends, were blindfolded. Once they were securely seated on the backs of the danger beasts, the journey back to Saiga Cavern began. The flight didn't take long. Once they had arrived deep within Saiga Cavern, Blaine finally allowed the workers to remove their blindfolds. As they opened their eyes and took in their surroundings, they could only tell that they were in some kind of cave. But none of them dwelled on it, they were here to work and earn money, not to ask unnecessary and potentially dangerous questions. Right from the start, they showed great enthusiasm. In this world, those who had undergone proper training tended to have strong physiques, making their work efficiency naturally high. The first step was to construct a small base, which, with such hardworking and sturdy laborers, wouldn't take more than a few days. The expansion could come later. With a little supervision, the workers would take care of everything, there was no need for Blaine to involve himself too much. He had his own matters to attend to, specifically, his meeting with the leader of Night Raid. After all, he hadn't forgotten his promise to Shield. Chapter 81, Chelsea's Assault. On the day Blaine led Kurome and the others out of the Empire's assassination unit, Saikyu immediately sensed something was wrong, his men should have returned by now. He quickly sent people to investigate, only to find the entire base of the assassination unit completely deserted. Not a single person remained, not even corpses. Even the T-Gus and Shin-Gus were gone. Saikyu refused to believe his men had simply vanished into thin air. After digging into the city gate records, he confirmed that Blaine had indeed left with the members of the assassination unit and never returned. He had even taken the lab personnel with him. It was almost certain, his subordinates had been killed, and the T-Gus had been seized. Damn it! Fury overtook Saikyu as he crushed the teacup in his hand. His subordinates dared not utter a word, fearful of being dragged into his wrath. Only after a long pause did Saikyu finally regain his composure. No one is to spread a word of this without my permission. Otherwise. His voice carried a menacing threat as he swept his gaze over everyone present. If this got out, he would be nothing more than a laughingstock in the imperial court. He had founded the Empire's assassination unit himself, yet now, it had been completely wiped out. Until he took down that brat Blaine and restored his reputation, no one could know about this disgrace. Right now, the most pressing matter was finding out Blaine's whereabouts. The appointed day arrived. Blaine prepared to return to that familiar mountain forest. He hadn't told Seryu, Kurome, or the others where he was headed, no need to make them worry. Using Kamui space, he teleported himself once again to the agreed-upon location. The entire night raid was already waiting for him. From a distance, Blaine could make out several familiar figures. Among them, he recognized AKAME, Mine, and Shiel. The rest were unfamiliar to him. However, the tall, muscular young man with the distinct crew cut was easy to identify. He was likely the previous wielder of that armored taigu. He's here. Leone spotted Blaine and called out. Seeing him arrive, Shiel's face brightened with a hint of joy. So he really showed up. At least he didn't stand us up, Lubbock remarked, crossing his arms behind his head. If he dared to stand Shiel up, I wouldn't have let him off so easily, Mine huffed. Blaine came to a stop in front of them, slightly surprised. You all came here just for me. He had expected to meet only Shiel, Mine, and maybe the leader of Night Raid. He hadn't anticipated the entire group to show up. Yes, so you should be grateful. Not everyone gets this kind of treatment. Mine crossed her arms, her tone far from polite. Of course. Given your status and abilities, it's only natural that we treat you this way. Najenda, on the other hand, had a much friendlier demeanor as she spoke to Blaine. My name is Najenda. I'm the leader of Night Raid, and AKAME is the acting captain. We also have 6 other members. She gave Blaine a brief introduction. Najenda. Blaine's attention was immediately drawn to her name. Wasn't that the name of the former Imperial general? Isdeth had mentioned her before. Looking at the woman in front of him, an eye patch covering her right eye and a mechanical arm replacing her right hand, he was almost certain. This had to be the one Isdeth had crippled. You were a general of the Empire? Blaine asked. That's right, but I'm with the Revolutionary Army now, Najenda nodded. From what I know, you came to the capital with Isdeth. I used to be her colleague. I've heard her mention you before, Blaine replied casually. Oh. She actually talked to you about that? What exactly did she say? Najenda's curiosity was piqued. In her experience, Isdeth wasn't the type to engage in idle conversation. She just mentioned that the Empire had a general around her age and brought up your name. But that was a while ago, before you had. Blaine trailed off. I see. So even that woman can say something nice, Najenda said with a hint of nostalgia. By the way, besides you and the acting captain, didn't you say there were 6 others? I only see 5. Blaine suddenly noticed the discrepancy. There's also Chelsea, but she's not with us right now. You'll see her soon, though. Let's talk as we walk. Najenda led the way as the group headed toward a wooden house, likely one of Night Raid's temporary hideouts. Outside the cabin was a large stone table, big enough for several people. Let's sit here and have a proper talk. Najenda gestured for Blaine to take a seat. Just then, a small black cat emerged from the cabin and slowly walked toward Blaine. His pupils twitched slightly. Wasn't this the same little guy he had named Shady last time? He had long suspected that it was someone from the Revolutionary Army, so seeing it again wasn't all that surprising. It seemed this cat was the last member Najenda mentioned, hence its presence here. Huh? Why is there a cat here? Mine looked surprised. So cute, Shiel murmured in admiration. Clearly, neither of them was familiar with Chelsea's Taigu ability. They hadn't realized that this black cat was likely Chelsea in disguise. There shouldn't be any stray cats around here, Lubbock remarked, puzzled. With danger beasts everywhere, how did this little guy even survive? Probably been hiding in the cabin all this time. Now that I think about it, we haven't been here in a while, Bullet speculated. AKAME remained silent, staring blankly at the small black cat. At some point, a bit of drool had gathered at the corner of her mouth, almost as if she were tempted to eat it. Najenda, however, was the first to suspect that the cat was actually Chelsea. She knew Chelsea's ability well, but she had no idea what she was trying to do. Then, all of a sudden, the black cat pounced toward Blaine. Chelsea's sudden action only confused Najenda further. What was she up to? As it soared through the air, the cat suddenly transformed into a beautiful young woman, Chelsea. Meow. She maintained her cat-like posture mid-air, heading straight for Blaine. At this rate, she was going to land right on top of him. Chapter 82, Heartless Man. Blaine calmly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the so-called ambush. A move like this didn't even require him to use intangibility. Chelsea missed her mark but landed gracefully, just like a cat. Getting up, she gazed at Blaine with a pout and complained, "Really now, why did you dodge?" "Why wouldn't I dodge?" Blaine countered. Even though Chelsea had spent a few days with him in her little black cat form, he had never let his guard down around her. Especially here, on Night Raid's turf, staying cautious was the smart move. "You did such terrible things to me before, and now you don't want to take responsibility?" Chelsea's voice carried a wounded tone. "What? You actually did something to Chelsea?" Mine gasped in shock. "Oh. So something interesting happened in just a few days?" Leone smirked, clearly intrigued. "Damn, I'm so jealous." Lubbock muttered enviously. Najenda, however, remained silent. She knew Chelsea well enough to tell this was just one of her pranks. In fact, Chelsea had even mentioned wanting to give Blaine a surprise, which Najenda now suspected meant a series of elaborate tricks. Something terrible. Blaine was momentarily confused. Then it hit him, she was probably talking about the time he bathed her. "Not only did you touch me all over, but you even groped me in my sleep. And now you're acting like nothing ever happened. You heartless man." Chelsea sounded even more distraught, playing the role so convincingly that, aside from Najenda, the rest of Night Raid actually believed her. Blaine could feel mine glaring at him in pure disdain. Leone looked like she was enjoying the show. Lubbock was seething with jealousy. AKAME, Shield, Bullet, and Najenda, on the other hand, remained unfazed. "You were still a little black cat back then. How was I supposed to know it was you?" Blaine sighed in exasperation. Sure, he had figured out that the little black cat was actually a transformed human. But at the time, he had no way of knowing whether it was a man or a woman, let alone that it would turn out to be a beautiful girl. Her outfit stood out too, especially the over-ear headphones, which felt oddly out of place in this world setting. Honestly, Blaine was a little surprised. So this world had things like headphones, huh? The technology in this world was a complete mess. If someone tried to map it out like a tech tree, it would be total chaos. But now you know, I'm actually a member of the Revolutionary Army. To be precise, I'm part of Night Raid now. Chelsea smiled. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. My name is Chelsea. But if you still want to call me Shady, I won't mind." "No thanks, let's just stick with Chelsea," Blaine said, feeling a bit awkward. "You're not even a little surprised?" "That little black cat was actually a beautiful girl like me all along," Chelsea teased with a sultry tone. "I definitely didn't see that coming," Blaine admitted. Chelsea gave him a meaningful smile, staring at his face for a long moment. His reaction was too calm, it felt like a waste. All right, let's get back to business." "I won't mess with you anymore," Chelsea said, ending the short charade. She took a seat next to Blaine, and once everyone was settled, Najenda spoke up. "Shield should have already told you, we want to recruit you into the Revolutionary Army." Najenda's tone was serious. "We've been watching your actions, and it's clear that you're nothing like the corrupt and tyrannical officials. You're a righteous man with a conscience. But in the Imperial Court, the conscience faction has no real power. If this continues, the Empire will only spiral further into ruin. That's why we believe the Empire must be overthrown." "You're not wrong about that, but I've heard that you've allied with foreign tribes, haven't you?" Blaine asked slowly. The Revolutionary Army's cooperation with foreign tribes was no secret within the Empire. And in his view, that was a major issue. A civil war between the Empire and the Revolutionary Army was one thing. But involving foreign powers turned it into something else entirely. If both the Empire and the Revolutionary Army ended up exhausting each other, leaving an opening for foreign tribes to invade, wouldn't it be just like the fall of the Ming dynasty? Yes, the Qing dynasty did establish its place in history, but that didn't erase the brutal massacres of civilians during the transition. If the situation had any chance of heading in that direction, there was no way Blaine could support the Revolutionary Army. Yes, we've allied with the Western tribes. Our relations with the Northern and Southern tribes are also relatively good. Right now, the Empire's so-called strongest, death, is locked in war with the Northern tribes, which works in our favor, Najenda admitted. Have you signed any agreements with them? Blaine pressed further. We have. Once we successfully overthrow the Empire, we'll return a portion of the Western territories to the Western tribes. That land originally belonged to them, Najenda explained honestly. Blaine fell silent. Even if those lands had once belonged to the Western tribes, history didn't work like that. Take the Han dynasty, for example. During its early years, the Heshi corridor was controlled by the Xiongnu. But during Emperor Wu's reign, generals like Wei Qing and Hua Zubing reclaimed it. Now imagine, after decades or even centuries, someone suggesting it should be returned to the Xiongnu. Who would accept that? The more Blaine studied the Empire's map, the more it reminded him of his homeland before he arrived in this world. The resemblance was uncanny. He could easily view the Empire as an ancient dynasty and the Western tribes as an equivalent of the Xiongnu. If the Empire truly fell, how much of its territory would foreign powers try to claim? Blaine's concerns likely stemmed from his ingrained perception of foreign tribes in ancient history. The most infamous example? The Five Barbarians Uprising, which nearly led to the complete extermination of the Han people. To Blaine, it was simple: an internal conflict should remain internal. Foreign nations had no place in it. The phrase, "those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions," might sound extreme, but history had proven its validity time and again. And as it turned out, his concerns weren't unfounded. In the original timeline, if his death hadn't crushed the 400,000-strong Northern Army, the Empire's northern regions would have suffered the same fate as his own people had in the past. Not to mention how, during the war between the Imperial Army and the Revolutionary Army, the Western tribes took advantage of the chaos to invade. And historically, when foreign forces invaded, massacres were commonplace. Even after the Empire fell, things didn't end there. The Northern and Western tribes ended up forming an alliance. The irony was undeniable. His death had led the charge to cripple both of those foreign forces, single-handedly stopping their invasions. But with the Revolutionary Army taking over, the new empire pursued peace and even ceded land to those same tribes. So then, why did the Northern and Western tribes suddenly decide to form an alliance? The implications were interesting, to say the least. Chapter 83, Differences in Ideology. It's not like they formed an alliance for fun. This isn't some child's game. 9 times out of 10, the Northern and Western tribes joined forces with the intention of invading the empire. Even though the newly established empire remained strong and still controlled many Tegus, that alone wouldn't be enough to deter them. If his death hadn't crippled both the Northern and Western tribes before, would they really just sit back and watch the Revolutionary Army establish a new empire? Back in Estetha's time, these foreign tribes were the aggressors, launching invasions that she crushed in response. They were never the type to remain peaceful forever. Historically speaking, the land occupied by the empire was incredibly fertile, just like the Central Plains of ancient times. It was only natural that foreign powers would keep their eyes on it. Its death had been slain by the very revolutionary army that founded the new empire. Yet, ironically, it was her past suppression of these foreign invaders that had allowed this so-called new empire to enjoy its current peace. "I understand," Blaine said. "Then forgive me for declining your offer. I've already established my own organization." He only stated one of the main reasons. The other, of course, was that he simply couldn't accept the Revolutionary Army allying with foreign tribes to attack its own nation. "You've already formed a new organization?" Najenda was visibly surprised. "That's a bit of a shame, but perhaps we can cooperate instead." She assumed that whatever organization Blaine had created must also be working against the empire. "I doubt that will be possible," Blaine responded. "Our ideology is to change the empire from within." He put it in a somewhat diplomatic way. He didn't outright say that he disagreed with their philosophy, but his stance was clear enough. "I see. We actually considered trying to change the empire from within as well," Najenda admitted. But we soon realized that it's simply impossible. Prime Minister Honest's influence in the court is too strong, any attempt at reform is immediately crushed. Right now, the conscience faction barely survives under Great General Budo's protection, and even then, they can't accomplish anything. She let out a small sigh. More importantly, a revolution can rally the people's support. Trying to reform the empire from within would make it difficult to connect with the masses. The revolutionary army had grown as powerful as it had precisely because it had won over the people's hearts. The common folk, with their limited perspectives, had long harbored resentment toward the empire. Their understanding of the situation was narrow, they weren't thinking about the bigger picture. Throughout history, countless peasant uprisings had run into similar problems. Most rebellions weren't meticulously planned political movements, they were driven by the simple desire to overthrow a cruel and oppressive regime. If the goal was to reform the empire rather than overthrow it entirely, it would be much harder to gain popular support. Of course, there would still be people in favor of reform, much like the late Qing dynasty's reformists. But their influence wouldn't be nearly enough to help Negenda and her allies take down Honest. In truth, even in the original story, the revolutionary army's primary goal had been to overthrow Honest's regime. The new empire's government still consisted of many of the same officials from the old empire, the only difference was that they had eliminated the corrupt ones. When you looked at it that way, the difference between the two approaches wasn't as drastic as it seemed. The only real distinction lay in their likelihood of success. Given how things had played out in the original timeline, attempting to reform the empire from within had been practically impossible. That left revolution as the only viable path forward. I won't force you to think like me, but working together will be difficult. However, when it comes to overthrowing Honest's regime, I suppose we share the same goal. Blaine understood the revolutionary army's struggles. That works for us. Our main objective is to take down Prime Minister Honest, and in that regard, we can cooperate, Negenda said. But let me be clear, I don't want you to overthrow the entire empire, Blaine stated bluntly. More precisely, I don't want you creating chaos within the Imperial Army, which could give foreign forces an opportunity to invade. So that's what you're worried about. But without the strength of those foreign forces, it would be nearly impossible for the revolutionary army to defeat the empire, Negenda replied. She understood Blaine's concerns. After all, the empire had suffered invasions from foreign tribes for centuries. However, there was no other way. If the revolutionary army wanted to win, they needed to rely on outside forces. Leave it to me. I have the confidence to overthrow Honest's regime, so there's no need for you to seek aid from the foreigners, Blaine said in a deep voice. The Akatsuki organization might still be weak, but his personal strength was on an entirely different level. And besides, there was his death. She had told him before, if he could defeat her, he could do whatever he wanted. So why not make her submit to the Akatsuki organization? If his death, the regime's ultimate trump card, was out of the picture, then the rest of Honest's forces would collapse like a house of cards. If he didn't have the confidence to defeat his death in a one-on-one fight, then his Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui abilities would be wasted. I always thought you were a bit strange, but now I see, you're just full of yourself. And completely naive, Mine suddenly spoke up, unable to hold back. Being a half-blood of a Western foreigner and an imperial citizen, she had been bullied as a child because of her heritage. As a result, she was particularly sensitive to discussions about foreigners. Hearing Blaine talk about them in such a way naturally irritated her. And then he had the audacity to claim he could single-handedly overthrow Honest's regime. That only made her angrier. If one man could accomplish that, then what was the point of the revolutionary army's entire movement? Mine. Shill said worriedly, trying to calm her down. But Mine wasn't backing down. Forget everything else, what about his death, the so-called strongest in the empire? Can you really defeat her? I'm confident. And besides, how would I know unless I try? Blaine replied calmly. He understood why she was upset, so he didn't take offense. TCH, arrogant fool. If it were really that easy, we wouldn't be in this situation, Mine scoffed, eyes filled with disdain. Alright, Mine, that's enough, Negenda interrupted before the argument could escalate further. Since you know his death, you should also understand how powerful she is. Based on my estimates, it would take at least 10 Taiga users and 50,000 elite soldiers just to have a chance at taking her down. Can your organization muster that kind of force? Mine huffed, turning her head away like an annoyed child refusing to acknowledge someone. I can handle it alone. Of course, you won't believe me now, so there's no point in discussing it further. I've made my stance clear, Blaine stated, ending the conversation before it turned into a pointless dispute. Najenda remained calm as she responded, whether it's true or not, if you can really defeat his death, then we're willing to follow your lead. Chapter 84, Chelsea's welcoming gift. Although Najenda thought the chances of Blaine defeating his death were slim, his confidence made it hard to completely rule out the possibility. Her top priority was taking down Prime Minister Honest. As long as that goal was achieved, she didn't mind whether it was through internal reform or outright revolution. Alright, Blaine nodded slightly. He didn't want to antagonize Night Raid either. After all, once Honest's regime collapsed, a lot of positions would need to be filled. Many members of Night Raid and the Revolutionary Army were originally officials or military officers of the Empire, making them the most suitable candidates. Since Blaine and Najenda had already stated their positions, mine had nothing more to say. Still, she couldn't shake her annoyance toward him. Seeing mine sulking, she reached out and patted her head in an attempt to comfort her. "Don't touch my head. I'm not a kid," mine grumbled. She quickly withdrew his hand, flustered. Sorry. I didn't know you didn't like that." It's fine. No need to apologize. I'm just not used to it," mine muttered, now feeling like she had to reassure Sheil instead. "Even if we don't completely agree on ideals, we can still work together. For now, we all share the same enemy, Honest's regime." At that moment, Leon, who had been sitting on Blaine's other side, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Besides, Night Raid has so many cute girls. Don't you have any thoughts about that? This is a great opportunity, you know." "I'll pass." Blaine was speechless. Given what he'd just said, he was sure he had already annoyed most of Night Raid. The fact that Leon was still joking with him probably just came down to her personality. "Blaine. That's your name, right?" Suddenly, AKAME addressed him. Blaine responded with a hint of confusion. "I want to talk to you about Kurome. You've spent some time with her in the Imperial Assassination Unit, so you should know how she's doing," AKAME said directly. "She believes that fulfilling the Empire's missions and fighting for her comrades is her purpose in life. With that mindset, she's trapped in an endless cycle of battle, constantly suffering from the side effects of the drugs they force on her. That's why I want to save her, to free her from that suffering. As her sister, it's the least I can do. I just hope you won't interfere with our duel to the death." I believe Kurome feels the same way. AKAME rarely spoke so much at once, which showed just how much she cared about her sister. Blaine, however, looked at her in confusion. "What are you even talking about? Kurome isn't part of the Imperial Assassination Unit anymore. There's no reason for you to fight her to the death." "What? Kurome left the Imperial Assassination Unit?" AKAME's eyes widened in shock. She had spent days trying to convince Kurome to leave, but even as her closest sister, she hadn't been able to persuade her. Yet this boy named Blaine had succeeded. The revelation left her both stunned and a little unsettled. "Yeah. Kurome and the entire assassination unit left the Empire with me. You could say the Imperial Assassination Unit doesn't even exist anymore." Blaine explained it simply. "How? How did you get Kurome to go with you?" AKAME was particularly fixated on this and wanted to understand why. "I put an end to the brainwashing sessions they were forced to undergo, weakened the Empire's influence over them, and shifted their ideology from within, all without directly violating their ingrained sense of loyalty to the Empire. That's pretty much it," Blaine said casually. "It wasn't exactly a secret." "I see." AKAME now understood. However, another question quickly surfaced in her mind. "By the way, what exactly is your relationship with Kurome? Are you her lover?" She stared directly at Blaine, clearly eager to hear his answer. "No wonder AKAME is like this, she really cares about Kurome," Leon sighed. "We've all heard that Kurome is nearly impossible to convince. Honestly, you're incredible for managing to take not just her, but the entire assassination unit with you," Najenda remarked, unable to hide her admiration. This was undoubtedly good news for them. The Empire's assassination unit had been completely turned around, what was once an enemy force had essentially become an ally. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Blaine's organization and the Revolutionary Army had at least one thing in common, they both wanted to overthrow Honest's regime. At the very least, he wouldn't stand in their way when it came to eliminating Prime Minister Honest. "No, Kurome and I aren't in that kind of relationship," Blaine said, dismissing AKAME's assumption with ease. Since it wasn't true, his denial came naturally. "I see. Thanks for clearing that up, AKAME said, visibly relieved. She then continued, also, when do you think I'll be able to see Kurome? I'll ask her when I get back and let you know, Blaine replied. Alright, AKAME nodded, looking forward to reuniting with her sister. So, all the former members of the assassination unit are in your organization now? You must really care about them, Chelsea commented from beside him. I couldn't just abandon them, Blaine answered. For now, there's nothing urgent. If you're in a hurry, you can head back first, Najenda said. But if not, since you're already here, why not stay for lunch? I wouldn't want to impose. Blaine wasn't in a rush, but he also didn't want to trouble them. Why so polite? Don't you want to taste a beautiful girl's cooking? AKAME's personally making lunch, Leon teased. Yeah, AKAME's cooking is delicious, Bullet added, giving a thumbs up. Blaine had no reason to doubt that. When she was in the assassination unit, she had always been the one cooking for the elite team. Faced with their enthusiasm, he hesitated briefly before nodding. All right. Mine didn't voice any objections. Since Najenda had already come to an understanding with Blaine and their goal remained the same, to take down Honest, she had nothing more to say. With that settled, they prepared to eat at the stone table while AKAME handled the cooking inside the cabin. Ingredients weren't a problem, there were plenty of danger beasts roaming around. As AKAME and Shiel left to hunt, Chelsea, still seated next to Blaine, wasn't idle either. It's a shame you didn't join Night Raid, but at least we're not enemies anymore. Here, consider this an official welcoming gift. She took out a lollipop, still in its wrapper, and handed it to him. Blaine blinked in mild surprise. He hadn't expected Chelsea to offer him a lollipop. Seeing his reaction, Chelsea smirked and seized the chance to tease him. What's wrong? Or were you hoping for the one in my mouth instead? Chapter 85, The Scheming Chelsea. As she spoke, Chelsea took the lollipop from her mouth and casually offered it to Blaine, showing no embarrassment at all. It was as if even if Blaine actually chose the lollipop she had already eaten, Chelsea wouldn't mind in the slightest. That's unnecessary. Blaine knew full well that Chelsea was teasing him, so he naturally wouldn't let her have her way. Instead, he reached for the other lollipop in her hand, the one still wrapped, and took it calmly. Thanks. Chelsea, you and Blaine sure are close, Leon remarked, watching the exchange. Of course. He's taken care of me plenty of times before, Chelsea said, referring to the time when she had transformed into a black kitten and Blaine had looked after her in the assassination unit. Hearing this, Najenda thought it was a good thing for Night Raid to have someone on good terms with Blaine. Not long after, AKAME and Shiel returned from hunting danger beasts. As Taiga users, they had no trouble taking down even special-class danger beasts. Each of them dragged back an ingredient several times their own size. With the food gathered, AKAME immediately headed inside the hut to cook. Shiel, however, didn't follow to help, because when it came to daily tasks, she was hopelessly clumsy. If she tried cooking, there was a real chance she'd blow up the kitchen. In fact, before AKAME took over Night Raid's meals, Shiel had been in charge, and the results were, well, let's just say they weren't great. Never underestimate how absent-minded she can be. Shiel was well aware of her own shortcomings, which was why she hesitated to take on certain tasks, afraid she might end up causing more trouble than helping. Kurome loves good food, she's a total foodie. And since AKAME, as her older sister, happens to be great at cooking, they get along really well, Blaine mused. Two sisters who get along so well should never have to fight to the death. Fortunately, he was fairly certain he had already prevented that tragedy. Judging by AKAME's reaction earlier, she no longer seemed intent on fighting Kurome to the bitter end. Actually, AKAME's a foodie too, Leon corrected. She volunteered to be in charge of cooking just so she'd have a legitimate excuse to sneak extra bites. Is that so? Blaine wasn't surprised. Well, considering they're sisters, that does make sense. At that moment, AKAME brought out large plates of meat dishes one after another. The meals were predominantly meat, with only a small amount of vegetables mixed in. It was obvious, AKAME really loved eating meat. As they started eating, Blaine remained polite, only picking at a few dishes as a gesture. But just then, Chelsea picked up a piece of meat, lightly blew on it to cool it down, and then held it up to Blaine's mouth. Ah! This! Blaine was momentarily taken aback by the sudden gesture. Don't be shy. You took care of me like this before, so of course I have to repay the favor, Chelsea said with a smile. Blaine suddenly recalled that he had indeed fed Chelsea, back when she was in her black kitten form, with a spoon. But that had only happened once or twice. After taking the bite, Blaine said, "All right, I can do it myself from here." "No way. Just one bite isn't enough." Chelsea, however, wasn't planning to stop and continued having fun feeding Blaine. Blaine had no intention of letting himself be played with so easily, but before he could say anything, Mine, who was sitting next to Chelsea, seemed to have had enough. "When you're showing off your affection, at least consider the feelings of others." "Oh. My bad, I didn't notice a little shrimp sitting here," Chelsea said in an apologetic tone, but her words only made Mine furious. "Who are you calling a shrimp?" Mine snapped, her anger flaring. "Isn't it true? But don't be mad, small things can be cute too," Chelsea teased, looking completely amused. "Damn it." Mine's face turned red with rage, but she was completely outmatched by Chelsea's relentless teasing. At that moment, Blaine was once again reminded of just how devious Chelsea could be. "Damn it, I wish I had two cute girls arguing over me too." Lubbock sighed dramatically as he ate, practically grinding his molars in envy. "Lubbock, if you come train with me later, you won't have to worry about things like this," Bullet said, his tone sounding way too suggestive. No, I'll pass on that." Lubbock immediately broke into a cold sweat, looking like he wanted to escape at all costs. "AKAME's cooking is as amazing as ever. Yeah, no matter how many times you eat it, you never get tired of it." Leon and Shil jumped in to change the topic, seemingly trying to defuse the tension between Mine and Chelsea. After their little squabble, Chelsea finally stopped her antics. "By the way, AKAME, I want to confirm something," Blaine said, turning to her. "Do you still feel the same way about Kurome as before?" If AKAME still had any intent to kill Kurome, he needed to seriously reconsider whether to bring up her request. "No," AKAME replied. "She's no longer serving the honest regime, she's finally free. That's all I ever wanted." "That's good," Blaine said. "But she might still hold some resentment toward you. You should understand why." AKAME quickly realized what he meant and gave a slight nod. "I understand." Even now, Kurome likely still harbored hatred toward her. In Kurome's mind, betraying the Empire was unforgivable. While Blaine had managed to shift the Empire's ideology from within, sidestepping that issue entirely, it didn't change the fact that Kurome still saw AKAME as a traitor. "Well, that's not a big deal," Blaine said. "Besides, your cooking is great, Kurome would definitely love to have it again. If the sisters could reconcile, it would be the best possible outcome." Kurome had never denied that, deep down, her sister was still the person she loved most. Thanks for the compliment." A rare, faint smile appeared on AKAME's face. If there really was a chance, of course, she wanted to take it. Lunch ended. It was about time for Blaine to head back. "I'll be going now," he said before leaving. "Be careful on the way," Najenda said. "Come visit more often when you have time, meow," Chelsea added, waving at him. "Yeah," Blaine nodded before turning and walking away. As his figure disappeared into the forest, he shifted into Kamui space. Inside, he unwrapped the lollipop Chelsea had given him. "Not bad, it actually tastes pretty good." Chapter 86, Kurome's Willfulness and Affection. Back at the current base of the Akatsuki organization, Saiga Cave. The prototype of a small base had already taken shape, and the progress was fairly quick. "Commander, where did you just go?" As soon as Blaine returned, Kurome immediately questioned him. "I went to discuss some things with Night Raid," Blaine answered truthfully. "Night Raid?" Kurome's expression darkened slightly, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" She was still hostile toward Night Raid, and the thought of Commander Blaine meeting those people alone made her uneasy. "Well, actually, their attitude was quite friendly. Also, I spoke with your sister about a few things," Blaine said, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. In reality, he had gone alone purely for convenience. If Kurome had known and insisted on going with him, he wouldn't have been able to use Kamui space for an instant transfer. Kamui space was a crucial secret tied to his eyes. Both his right eye's intangibility and his left eye's spatial distortion were deeply connected to it. For example, the principle of intangibility involved shifting parts of his body into Kamui space. His body wouldn't disappear to the naked eye, but this created the illusion of transparency. In truth, his physical form existed within Kamui space, which was why maintaining intangibility made him untouchable, but also unable to attack. No matter who it was, Blaine had no intention of revealing the existence of Kamui space so easily. My sister? What did she say? Blaine had successfully redirected the topic, and Kurome immediately focused on her sister. I told AKAME about our current situation. She wants to meet you. I told her I'd ask for your opinion first. I can't wait to see my sister again, so I can kill her. Kurome's normally cute face turned cold in an instant, revealing a dark, almost sinister expression. But AKAME has already said that she doesn't want to fight you anymore, because you've changed. Blaine immediately countered. But she hasn't changed. She's still siding with the rebels. She betrayed the Empire, she betrayed us. Kurome was still unable to let it go. Blaine felt a headache coming on. How should I put it? At least for now, we aren't enemies with Night Raid. We can interact with them peacefully. Your sister is fighting for the well-being of the people, and so are we. In that sense, aren't you and your sister on the same side? The question of overthrowing the empire and territorial disputes could come later. If he could topple the honest regime, what reason would he have to fear the revolutionary army? Kurome's thoughts became muddled. She pressed her fingers against her forehead as a faint stabbing pain surfaced, an aftereffect of the repeated brainwashing she had undergone. Seeing this, Blaine instinctively reached out and gently massaged her temples, hoping to ease the discomfort. The pain was only temporary, and before long, Kurome felt better. But instead of moving away, she took the opportunity to bury her face against Blaine's chest. She rarely showed it, but when given the chance, she still wanted to be spoiled. Does it still hurt? Seeing that Kurome hadn't moved for a while, Blaine asked. A little. Just a bit longer, Kurome replied playfully. In reality, she was already fine. If I can convince my sister to return, I don't want to fight her. But if I can't? Kurome suddenly spoke again. I understand. Blaine didn't say much more. The relationship between AKAME and Kurome wasn't something that could be resolved so easily. It was already this difficult trying to convince Kurome, convincing AKAME wouldn't be any easier. The two sisters couldn't convince each other, and that was precisely why they had ended up in this life-or-death situation. Their relationship might only have a chance to improve once Kurome's brainwashing weakened further. Otherwise, if they met now, there was no telling what might happen. Also, next time you're going to do something dangerous, I want you to tell me first. Kurome's voice carried a rare hint of vulnerability. If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do? Hearing this, Blaine felt a pang of guilt. All right. Maybe next time, he wouldn't keep it from her. Even if bringing Kurome along meant riding a danger beast and taking an extra hour or two, it wouldn't be that much of a hassle. And if worst came to worst, he could always blindfold her, ensuring his Kamui space remained a secret. After a while, Kurome finally stepped back, pulling away from Blaine's embrace. While the workers were busy building the base, Blaine didn't stay idle. He frequently went out to hunt danger beasts, earning system points in the process. Before long, the Akatsuki organization's base had reached its initial stage of completion. Now, it just needed gradual expansion. At the same time, Blaine planned to investigate the Righteous Conscience faction. His knowledge of the Imperial officials was too limited, and he wasn't sure which ones belonged to that faction. The best way to gather information? Naturally, by asking Night Raid. The Revolutionary Army had access to a wealth of intelligence. This would also be a good opportunity to fulfill AKAME's previous request, exchanging information for a chance to arrange a meeting between her and Kurome. That way, they'd both break even in terms of favors. I need to go talk to Night Raid again. This time, Blaine made sure to inform Kurome in advance. But before he could even finish speaking, Kurome decisively said, I'm going with you. That's fine, but you have to promise me that when you see AKAME, you won't attack her. If you agree, I'll take you with me. Blaine set his condition. I promise. Though reluctant, Kurome still agreed in order to go with him. If you don't keep your word, I won't take you next time, Blaine warned. I'll definitely keep my promise. Kurome vowed. With that settled, Blaine took Kurome with him, flying toward the mountain forest on a danger beast. Soon, they arrived at the same wooden cabin from last time. Although Night Raid's members didn't usually stay there, Magenta had previously mentioned that pressing a specific mechanism inside the cabin would send them a signal. Blaine still remembered the mechanism she had told him about, a small brick hidden behind a mural that could be pressed. He tested it, and sure enough, it worked. Night Raid should have received the signal by now. Alright, they should be here soon, Blaine said, glancing at Kurome. Kurome nodded calmly, but inside, her emotions were a tangled mess. She was about to see her sister again. Chapter 87, Lady Esdeath might be in love. The front lines of the battlefield, fortress city of the Northern Tribes. Originally, the Northern Tribes, led by their prince and warrior, Numa Saika, had gathered their elite forces in this fortress city, using it as a stronghold to intensify their invasion of the Empire. For a time, the Northern Tribes were at the height of their power. Numa Saika, a fierce and skilled warrior, had crushed the corrupt and poorly trained Imperial army in battle after battle, causing the Empire to lose vast amounts of territory. Brave and intelligent, he was revered by his people and regarded by the Empire as a formidable threat. In response, the Empire formed the Northern Crusade army to counter the invasion, led by Esdeath herself. Under her command, Esdeath and the three beasts utterly annihilated the Northern Tribes' army of 400,000 with overwhelming force. The so-called hero of the North was mercilessly slaughtered. He was never a match for the Empire's strongest general. No wonder she's General Esdeath. The dignity of these barbaric foreigners has been completely trampled under her feet. Ha ha ha. The hero of the North. In front of the general, he's nothing more than a dead dog. Suppressing 400,000 troops in an instant, only the general could achieve such a feat. As Esdeath completed her total victory over the Northern Tribes, the soldiers around her showered her with praise. Their words carried the tone of classic villains, but then again, neither the Imperial Army nor the Northern Tribes were particularly righteous. It was important to remember, the Northern Tribes were the true aggressors. Esdeath's army was merely fighting a defensive war. General, there are still hundreds of thousands of people in the fortress city, including soldiers and civilians. Should we take them captive and bring them back? A subordinate stepped forward to report the situation. No. They're just a waste of food. Bury them all alive. The three beasts will handle it. Sitting atop a throne, Esdeath casually crossed her long legs. Her right hand propped up her cheek as she gazed down with an air of absolute dominance. Her cold, indifferent words sent chills down the spines of even her own soldiers. This was an order to bury hundreds of thousands of people alive. Of course, their shock was fleeting. They had no sympathy for the enemy, nor would they ever dare to defy Esdeath's command. First of all, the Empire simply couldn't afford to support hundreds of thousands of prisoners. The amount of food alone would be a massive drain on resources, not to mention the constant threat of rebellion. Besides, Esdeath was merely carrying out orders from the imperial capital. She simply saw no need to explain herself to her subordinates. More importantly, she truly didn't care about the lives of the weak. This wasn't about vengeance for the destruction of her homeland by the Northern Tribes years ago. Esdeath had always been ruthless toward her enemies. At her command, the three beasts set to work. Their subordinates began digging massive pits, preparing to bury the captured soldiers and civilians alive. The three beasts were second only to Esdeath in rank, each one a fearsome warrior handpicked by her personally. During their selection process, Esdeath had implemented brutal training regimens. Many had died in the process, leaving only these three as the sole survivors. Moreover, all three were Taiga users, making them incredibly powerful in their own right. Lady Esdeath, the burial work will take a few more days to complete. Liver, one of the three beasts, knelt on one knee before Esdeath. He was a middle-aged man with grayish-white hair, formerly a general of the Empire and Bulat's superior. After certain events, he had become one of Esdeath's trusted subordinates. Beside him, the other two members of the three beasts, Niao and Daidara, were also kneeling. Niao, despite his petite stature, delicate features, and feminine attire, was actually a man. Daidara, in contrast, was a tall, muscular man wearing a strange eye patch and carrying a massive double-bladed axe on his back, his taigu, the double-bladed axe belvok. Well, let's hold off for now. Soon, the imperial capital should send new orders, whether to press forward and eradicate the remaining northern tribes or to focus on something else, Lady Esdeath said indifferently. The fate of the northern tribes still lingering in the fortress city was already sealed. Among them were not only soldiers but also a large number of civilians. However, it was important to note that this fortress city had been established after the northern tribes invaded and occupied imperial territory. This was a war fought within the Empire's own lands. The civilians about to be buried alive had entered along with the invading northern army, settling in the conquered land. This was part of a strategy devised by Numa Saika, the hero of the northern region, an approach that combined military invasion with large-scale migration to ensure a more effective takeover. In the end, both the warriors and the civilians who followed him into imperial lands would become casualties of war. This entire plan had been designed with the sole purpose of invasion. One fact remained unchanged: Lady Esteth was undeniably ruthless. However, rather than portraying her as indiscriminately slaughtering innocents under orders from the imperial capital, it was more accurate to say that Numa Saika himself had doomed the people who placed their faith in him. It feels like Lady Esteth has been preoccupied lately. Has something been troubling you? Liver asked cautiously. He had noticed Esteth behaving unusually, often lost in thought, distracted by something. Normally, she would never act this way. There is indeed something on my mind. Lately, I've been thinking about that man more and more, Esteth admitted as Liver brought up the topic. Almost immediately, the image of Blaine surfaced in her thoughts once again. Who is this person? To have captured Lady Esteth's attention like this? Niao asked, clearly surprised. He's Blaine, the one I mentioned to you before, Esteth answered without hesitation. I'm not sure if I should say this, Liver said, hesitating. He seemed to have realized something but was unsure whether to voice it, fearing it might offend Lady Esteth. Just say it. I won't take offense, Esteth said firmly. Understood. Liver nodded before stating, I believe it's very likely that Lady Esteth is in love. Niao and Daidara both turned to Liver in shock. Neither of them, one being a battle maniac and the other obsessed with his own twisted hobbies, knew much about love. However, the idea of Lady Esteth being associated with that word felt completely unimaginable to them. Chapter 88, The Urge to Fall in Love. Esteth, with her overwhelmingly dominant personality, is hardly someone you'd associate with love. Niao and Daidara both figured that, at most, Esteth might take in some male playthings to torment at her leisure. But since they'd never actually seen her do so, it was obvious she had no interest in that at all. They simply couldn't imagine Esteth falling in love like some ordinary woman. Or rather, the very thought of Esteth being in love was inconceivable. I'm just speculating. If I'm mistaken, I ask for your forgiveness, Lady Esteth, Liver said cautiously. Love. Esteth fell silent for a moment before speaking again. I've heard of it before. It's the feeling of mutual affection between a man and a woman, correct? Yes. Lady Esteth, you may be in love with Lord Blaine. The fact that you keep thinking about him is a common phenomenon among those experiencing love, Liver explained. I see. That does make sense. I don't feel this way about any other man, only him, Esteth mused, deep in thought. It seemed Liver's words had struck a chord with her. The icy, peerless beauty of her face was suddenly tinged with an unfamiliar hint of red, not a sign of embarrassment, but rather, the unmistakable glow of someone in love. Niao and Daidara were so stunned that their jaws nearly hit the ground. This was an expression they never imagined Esteth could make. Liver, equally shocked, widened his eyes. Now, he was even more convinced, Lady Esteth was definitely in love. Though the three beasts had never met Lord Blaine, anyone capable of earning Esteth's favor, let alone being seen as a romantic interest, had to be an extraordinary man. She would occasionally mention Lord Blaine to them, such as how he was soon to become her deputy general. They were already aware of that. Now fully realizing the cause of her earlier inexplicable discomfort, Esteth understood, it was love. I never would have thought. I've only ever known battle, yet now, suddenly, I have the desire to fall in love, she murmured to herself in amazement. Perhaps it's because, until now, Lady Esteth had never encountered such an exceptional man, Liver suggested. Esteth considered it. Indeed. He is outstanding, and in every way, he happens to suit my tastes. It is a joyous occasion that Lady Esteth has found her true love, Liver remarked. What about you? Esteth asked idly. None of you seem to be in love either. I'm already an old man. At my age, it's not really appropriate, Liver replied calmly. In truth, he was only 40, but to him, that was already old. He had long since lost interest in such matters. As for me, I prefer dissecting small animals and collecting women's faces over romance, Niao said with an innocent, childlike smile, while uttering something utterly disturbing. That was simply his twisted hobby. Your tastes are as unique as ever, Liver sighed. Same here, Daidara added, his grin far more sinister than Niao's. I just want to rack up more experience points. Right, Esteth muttered, saying no more. She was already itching to return to Blaine. However, for now, the battlefield took priority. As they slaughtered the northern tribes in the fortress city, they also had to remain vigilant against further incursions from those beyond the Empire's borders. In the original story, it was around this time that Esteth had a similar epiphany. After returning from the northern front to the imperial capital, she directly told the young emperor and Prime Minister Honest that she wanted to fall in love. Meanwhile, the members of Night Raid had already heard of Blaine's arrival. "Blaine's here. He must have something important to discuss with us," Najenda said. "Just like last time, let's go together." Before long, the entire Night Raid team gathered once again at the wooden cabin, their temporary base. However, this time, there was someone unexpected among them. Kurome. AKAME's face showed a flicker of shock as she saw the figure standing beside Blaine, the very person who had occupied her thoughts day and night. "Sister." Kurome wore a faint smile, appearing calm and without hostility. However, had she not promised Blaine beforehand that she wouldn't act recklessly, she might have already drawn her sword. "I didn't expect you to bring Kurome here yourself. I thought you'd have AKAME meet her on your side instead," Najenda remarked in surprise. "I also have something to ask you all, so I brought Kurome along," Blaine explained. "What is it?" Najenda asked. "I want to know who in the Empire belongs to the Conscience faction." Blaine didn't mince words, getting straight to the point. "We have a detailed list on our side. Might as well just give it to you," Najenda said. "I can't guarantee it includes every official from the Conscience faction, but it covers the key figures." "Alright, I appreciate it." Blaine nodded, and Najenda headed back to the base to retrieve the list. Just then, AKAME turned to Blaine. "Blaine, can I have some time alone with Kurome?" "Of course, but don't do anything reckless," Blaine agreed. "We won't." AKAME stepped toward Kurome. "Kurome, let's go." Kurome gave a small nod and followed her sister. After a short walk, the two arrived at a secluded spot. They sat together on a large rock. It had been a long time since they last sat like this, just the two of them. "Kurome, I heard from Blaine that you've left the Empire's assassination unit. I tried convincing you for so long, but you wouldn't listen to me," AKAME said, breaking the silence. "Because you joined the rebels." "I didn't want to betray everyone like you did," Kurome replied softly, though her words carried a sharp edge. "I really admire how serious you are about pursuing your ideals, but in the end, I still have to kill you. I want you to stay by my side forever." AKAME remained unfazed, as if she had anticipated this response. After all, Blaine had already warned her. "As expected, you're still the same, Kurome. But this time, you didn't draw your sword right away. Is that because of Blaine?" Chapter 89, Temporary Reconciliation. "Well, Commander forbade me from making a move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me come along." Kurome nodded slightly. "I see." AKAME said, "That's not a bad thing. At least we still have the chance to talk properly. I brought some snacks. Do you want some, sister?" Kurome took out a small bag of snacks from her pocket. Of course, there were no drugs in them, otherwise, she wouldn't have offered them to her sister. Turning her into one of Yatsufusa's puppets was entirely different from harming her with drugs. At the very least, Kurome didn't want to hurt her sister in that way. AKAME took the snacks from Kurome without hesitation, showing complete trust in her. "It hasn't been that long since we were separated, but it feels like forever," Kurome suddenly said with a sigh. "Just 2 months ago, we were together every single day, no matter what. Yeah, back then, you even wanted to follow me into the bath." AKAME and Kurome sat on the same rock, but there was at least a meter of distance between them. "You were the same. Every night, you insisted on sleeping next to me." Kurome smiled. "Even though our training was harsh and exhausting, I was happy just being with you every day." "Yeah. But we can still be together from now on." AKAME spoke in a calm tone. Kurome still wanted to kill her, but AKAME had long since changed her mind. Ever since she learned that Kurome had left the Empire's assassination unit and was now working with Blaine to change the Empire from within, she no longer felt the need to personally put an end to her suffering. "You're still saying things like that? If it weren't for the commander forbidding me, I would have killed you already, then we really could be together forever." Kurome's expression darkened, and she gripped her sword hilt tightly, restraining herself with great effort. If they fought now, it was hard to say who would win. In the original story, Kurome's fate was always to be defeated, whether by AKAME's blade or at her hands. But before that final battle, Kurome had already been severely weakened. Chelsea's assassination attempt had left lasting damage, and even her drugs had lost their effect. Her Yatsufusa puppets were far weaker than before. Knowing her time was running out, she had still dragged her broken body into a last fight against her sister. At this moment, she might still lose, but AKAME wouldn't have it as easy as in the original story. Fortunately, Blaine wouldn't allow Kurome to throw her life away. "Kurome, you really have changed. In the past, no one could have stopped you," AKAME said, sighing. She knew that Blaine was the one who had changed Kurome. If Blaine hadn't already denied having a romantic relationship with Kurome, AKAME might have directly asked how far things had progressed between them. "Yeah. The commander is like a savior to all of us. If not for him, who knows how many of our comrades would have been disciplined by now." Kurome nodded. "I know expecting you to recognize the Revolutionary Army is unrealistic right now, but we're fighting for the same thing. The ones corrupting the Empire, aren't they our common enemy?" AKAME hoped to slowly mend her relationship with Kurome. Kurome remained silent for a moment, as if her sister's words had stirred something in her. But only slightly. "I understand," she finally said, her voice cold. "Once we've eliminated those vermin, I'll kill you." "All right." AKAME smiled slightly, as if relieved. "If that day comes, I'd rather die by your hands." She had long since accepted the possibility of death. If she had feared it, she never would have left the Empire's assassination unit to join the Revolutionary Army. Once Minister Honest and his ilk were gone, her mission would be complete. Without regrets, she would willingly let Kurome take her life. She knew her hands were stained with blood, both from her time in the assassination unit and night raid. Perhaps dying at Kurome's hands would be a fitting redemption. Kurome's eyes widened slightly, surprised by her sister's words. "So until then, we need your help," AKAME continued. "I'm not asking you to join the Revolutionary Army, just to work with Night Raid for now. Minister Honest is the ultimate target. Once he's dealt with, you can kill me. I won't resist. It's a deal." Kurome nodded, accepting AKAME's terms. "I don't want you dying at someone else's hands, so until then, I'll protect you." Only then did AKAME close the distance between them. She moved to sit beside Kurome and gently took her sister's left hand in hers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Blaine was casually chatting with the rest of Night Raid. There wasn't much to talk about, but with Leon and Bullet's lively personalities, the atmosphere never felt awkward. Mine, on the other hand, remained as unfriendly toward him as ever. Chelsea, however, was the complete opposite. She was the one who treated Blaine the most warmly. Standing right beside him, Chelsea asked, "Did you try the lollipop I gave you last time?" It tasted good," Blaine nodded. Mine, watching Chelsea's actions, couldn't help but feel puzzled. She had no idea why Chelsea was being so friendly with Blaine, especially when she found him so irritating. Just then, Najenda returned with some documents. She handed them to Blaine. "This contains a list of officials from the Conscience faction." Blaine took the papers and quickly scanned them. The number of officials in the faction was surprisingly small, and many of them were already dead, eliminated by Minister Honest's orders. As he flipped through the list, he came across a particularly significant name, the former Prime Minister, Choyuri. During Churi's tenure, the Empire had been strong and prosperous, a time of stability compared to the chaos of today. After Honest took over, Choyuri withdrew from public life. If not for the protection of Great General Budo, he would have long since been purged by Honest. Suddenly, AKAME and Kurome returned. They were holding hands, looking unusually close. "AKAME, you too?" Najenda was visibly surprised. AKAME got straight to the point. "For the next assassination mission, I want to carry it out with Kurome." Chapter 90, Zenka the Beheader and the Prime Minister's relatives. Blaine's attention shifted from the Conscience faction list to AKAME and Kurome. He couldn't help but be surprised, had their relationship suddenly improved? Given Kurome's previous attitude toward AKAME, he had assumed there was little hope for reconciliation anytime soon. The others seemed just as taken aback. Now, AKAME and Kurome looked like nothing less than a pair of close sisters. "There's no problem with you two working together, but I'm curious, how did your relationship suddenly get better?" Najenda asked. "I made a promise with Kurome. After we kill Prime Minister Honest, she will be the one to kill me," AKAME explained. "That's why she's willing to cooperate with us now." "I see. Najenda nodded slightly. As for AKAME offering to die at Kurome's hands, Najenda didn't comment. She respected AKAME's decision. They had previously agreed to let AKAME handle matters between herself and Kurome, and now it was time to honor that promise. Then. AKAME, that means you'll. Mine's face filled with sorrow. I've already made up my mind, AKAME said calmly. All right. Mine didn't know what else to say. Understanding the situation, Blaine felt a sense of relief. While this was only a temporary reconciliation, it was still a crucial step forward. Kurome's brainwashing would gradually weaken over time, and by the time Prime Minister Honest was eliminated, there was a chance it would have faded almost entirely. But there's something I need you all to handle next, Najenda said. A serial killer has been terrorizing the imperial capital, striking only at night. He randomly beheads innocent people on the streets. So far, there are at least 20 to 30 confirmed victims, but the actual number is likely much higher. Even imperial guards have been targeted, she continued. He's become so unhinged that he attacks indiscriminately. That must be Zenka the Beheader. I heard he's a Taiga user, Lubbock said. Najenda nodded. That's him. Zenku the Beheader. Blaine hadn't been keeping up with the security issues in the imperial capital lately, so he wasn't aware that a serial killer was running rampant. If this had happened while he was in office, he would have led the imperial security forces to take him down long ago. Look at you, completely clueless. Some official of the imperial capital you are, Mine said, deliberately mocking Blaine. Sorry, I don't know about this either, Sheil admitted, raising her hand with a blank expression. No, Sheil, you just forgot, Mine sighed, exasperated. Zenku the Beheader was originally the executioner at the Empire's largest prison, Najenda explained. Under Prime Minister Honest's tyranny, countless innocents were beheaded. After carrying out so many executions day and night, Zenku became addicted to the act itself. She laid out the full details of Zenku the Beheader's past for Blaine. Zenku also stole the taiga that originally belonged to the prison warden. With such powerful weaponry in his hands, he became even more reckless, slaughtering people without restraint, Bullet added. When he escaped with the taiga, the prison warden immediately formed a squad to hunt him down. But I never expected him to be bold enough to start killing people openly in the streets of the imperial capital. Looks like executing prisoners in the prison wasn't enough for him anymore. This guy is a perfect match for AKAME and Kurome to handle. That shouldn't be a problem, right? As Najenda spoke, she turned to Blaine. Now that Kurome is part of your group, I should check with you first. At that moment, AKAME and Kurome both looked at Blaine expectantly, clearly hoping for his approval. I have no objections. You two just focus on working together, Blaine said. He was actually glad to see their relationship improving. If things continued this way, they wouldn't have to fight to the death. Good. Zenku the Beheader should still be lurking in the streets tonight. Because of him, the civilians are too afraid to go out after dark. If AKAME and Kurome patrol the streets, he'll likely see them as targets. Najenda continued, at that point, you'll take him down. With my sister and me working together, failure is impossible, Kurome said confidently. But we can't be careless. He's a taiga user as well, AKAME warned, remaining cautious. Najenda had complete confidence in them. One was the ace of the Revolutionary Army, the other the ace of the Empire's assassination unit. Sending both of them after Zenku almost felt like overkill, but better safe than sorry. If they lost a comrade due to underestimating the enemy, it would be too late for regrets. Besides that, we have another assassination target, Prime Minister Honest's distant relative, Ayako. Najenda continued, using Honest's influence, he kidnaps women at will, tortures them to death, and has remained untouchable this whole time. This mission is critical. While AKAME and Kurome deal with Zenku the Beheader, the rest of us will focus on eliminating Ayako. Oh, and don't forget, the mercenaries guarding Ayakar are just as guilty. They're all assassination targets as well. These aren't just any hired thugs either, they're elite fighters from the Imperial Fist Temple. Don't underestimate them. With that, Najenda laid out the next objective. Then, she turned to Blaine. The only question now is, are you willing to join us on this mission? If Blaine agreed to help, their chances of success would increase significantly. No problem, Blaine nodded. At the very least, when it comes to purging the Empire's filth, we're on the same side. Great. Then let's go over the battle plan. Mine will be our primary attacker for assassinating Ayako. She can take him out from a distance with her taigu, but she'll need protection, her close combat skills are lacking. Najenda explained, apart from mine and whoever protects her, the rest of us will deal with Ayako's mercenaries. This is the safest approach. No one objected to the plan. That just leaves choosing who will guard mine. How about Blaine? Najenda suggested. She knew that mine and Blaine didn't get along, so this could be a good opportunity to improve their relationship. Since they might have to work together long-term, it would be a problem if tensions remained high. Chapter 91, Airfield. Just so we're clear, I'm only following the boss's orders. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to be in a team with you. Mine looked reluctant. Yeah, Blaine replied casually. Hearing his obviously perfunctory tone, Mine immediately huffed. Blaine is stronger than you. If you keep acting like this, aren't you afraid he'll find a chance to get back at you later? Maybe grab you and bully you real hard. As she spoke, Chelsea mimicked a grabbing motion with both hands, her expression as sleazy as an old pervert. What? Mine's face turned bright red as she hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest. She shot Blaine a furious glare. Pervert. Blaine, looking helpless, waved his hands in denial. No. I'd never do something like that. And Chelsea was the one who said it, why am I the one getting blamed? True, not everyone's into airfields. Chelsea covered her mouth, chuckling. What she meant by airfield was obvious. Mine instantly felt insulted. Who are you calling an airfield? If little Mine wants to take it personally, there's nothing I can do about it. Chelsea spread her hands innocently. You. Mine was so mad her twin tails practically stood on end. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't out-talk Chelsea, and she definitely couldn't beat her up, attacking a teammate wasn't an option. So all she could do was fume. Blaine remained silent, deciding not to get involved in Mine and Chelsea's antics. Still, despite her anger, Chelsea's words had reminded Mine of something important. Strictly speaking, Blaine wasn't really part of Night Raid. His ideals weren't fully aligned with theirs, they were just temporarily working together. Her teammates might tolerate her temper, but an outsider wouldn't. Maybe she really needed to watch herself. Seeing how close Mine and Chelsea are, I feel relieved, Najenda said with a smile. Ha! Where do you see us being close? Mine protested immediately. After some light-hearted banter, Blaine, Kurome, and the rest of Night Raid got ready to move out. They split into two teams. AKAME and Kurome were tasked with taking down Zenka the Beheader, while Blaine and the rest of Night Raid targeted Ayako, a relative of the Prime Minister. Blaine and the others were making faster progress than AKAME and Kurome since the two sisters wouldn't have a chance to confront Zenka the Beheader until late at night. By now, they had already arrived near Ayako's estate, an enormous, extravagant mansion. Located outside the imperial capital, the estate's secluded position made it an ideal target for an assassination. However, Ayako's personal guards were no pushovers, they were all elite fighters from the Imperial Fist Temple. Without such protection, he wouldn't have dared to build a mansion in such a place. The estate itself was heavily guarded, making infiltration nearly impossible. Blaine and Mine had already positioned themselves at a high vantage point, a hill not far from the estate, perfect for a sniper shot. From here, they had a clear view of most of the grounds. This is the best spot for a sniper kill. Once that bastard comes out, I'll take him down in one shot. Mine had already set up her pumpkin cannon, eyes locked on the mansion. He's out, Blaine suddenly said. Huh? Where? I don't see him, Mine asked, confused. He just stepped out of his room. The angle is too obscure, he hasn't reached the front gate yet. Wait until he gets there before you shoot, that'll be the safest option, Blaine said calmly. Mine was the designated sniper, yet Blaine seemed to have an even sharper eye than she did. TCH, I don't need you telling me what to do. She felt a sudden wave of irritation, as if her expertise was being challenged. He's coming, Blaine reminded her, ignoring her attitude. Ayako was approaching the gate, surrounded by a group of maids dressed in elegant cheongsams. Two of them clung to his arms, making it significantly harder to take the shot without harming innocent bystanders. Still, Blaine figured that since Najenda had entrusted the job to Mine, she must be more than capable. There was no need for him to say anything more. I know. In an instant, Mine's entire demeanor shifted, her focus sharpened, and her eyes burned with deadly intent. Watch closely, this magnificent shot. The moment her words fell, the pumpkin cannon fired. A blast of energy streaked through the air in a perfect, unwavering line, piercing straight through Ayakul's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. By the time he registered the flash of light before his eyes, he was already dead. His skull was completely obliterated, and as his lifeless body fell backward, the surrounding maids were still clueless about what had happened. The two women he had been holding remained unscathed. A flawless assassination. What do you think? I am a genius sniper, after all, Mine boasted, her confidence unwavering. She didn't even bother to check her handiwork, she knew her shot was perfect. That was impressive. A perfect hit, Blaine praised without hesitation. Mine blinked in surprise. She had made it abundantly clear that she disliked him. Most people would feel at least a little offended by that, yet Blaine didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he just outright complimented her without any hesitation or sarcasm. Thanks. She felt a little flustered. But almost immediately, she added, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just being polite, it's not like I'm happy about it or anything. Blaine tilted his head slightly. He had no idea what she was trying to say, but he didn't dwell on it. Now, their priority was to leave the area before reinforcements arrived. Shiel's group would handle the Imperial Fist Temple elites. At that moment, several masked guards rushed out of the mansion. We have to capture the assassin at all costs. If we fail, Prime Minister Honest will have our heads. The assassin can't have gotten far, stay sharp. The Imperial Fist Temple guards charged in Blaine and Mine's direction, but before they could get far, Shiel and the others intercepted them. Here they come. Leone cracked her knuckles, the sharp popping sounds echoing through the air as she grinned eagerly. She was more than ready for a fight. But then, they noticed something strange, there were supposed to be 5 guards. Only 4 had shown up. Where was the last one? Chapter 92, Shut Up. Blaine and Mine were making their way to the designated rendezvous point, sticking to a safe route as they navigated through rough terrain. This is such a pain. This route is way too troublesome, Mine grumbled. Blaine remained silent, steadily moving through the overgrown landscape without a word. The tediousness of the route only made Mine more restless. Unable to bear the silence, she started chatting. We should be the first ones to reach the rendezvous point. Those guards trained at the Imperial Fist Temple, so even Shiel and the others won't have an easy time dealing with them. Noticing her eagerness to talk, Blaine figured it would be impolite to ignore her completely, so he gave a simple response. Yeah, I've encountered Imperial Fist Temple masters before. None of them are weak. Ayakul is a relative of the Prime Minister, so of course his guards wouldn't be pushovers. I can't stand guys like him, those who abuse their power and act like they own the world. The moment Blaine responded, Mine immediately launched into another rant. Before long, they spotted a large tree standing alone in the grassy field ahead, the rendezvous point they had agreed on earlier. Once Shiel and the others finished dealing with the guards and regrouped here, the mission would be officially complete. Finally, we're almost there, Mine sighed in relief. Compared to the rest of Night Raid, her physical endurance wasn't as strong, which made traveling through rough terrain all the more exhausting for her. But just then, Blaine suddenly sensed the faintest movement behind them, almost imperceptible, but enough to put him on alert. His sharp instincts immediately told him they were being followed. He spun around, and sure enough, a figure had appeared just a few meters behind Mine, a man with braided hair and shoulder armor. His ability to conceal his presence was impressive. Blaine had only detected him because he was moments away from launching an attack. Assassins in this world were exceptionally skilled at masking their presence, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't all powerful, it couldn't instantly sense a completely undetectable stalker. Mine, we've got company, Blaine warned immediately. Mine reacted swiftly. Her expression darkened as she swung her pumpkin cannon around and fired a shot backward. But their pursuer was quick. He dodged the energy blast with ease. This guy. When did he get here? Mine's expression turned grim as she realized she had missed her shot. I'm the strongest among the hired guards. I noticed long ago that you split into 2 groups, the man sneered. He then turned his gaze to Blaine. You're not bad, kid. Not many people can detect me that fast. Blaine remained silent, his face expressionless. He had no interest in exchanging pointless words. At the same time, he had already transferred Mine's missed energy shot into the Kamui space, though neither she nor the man noticed. I'll capture you both alive and hand you over to the Prime Minister as my ticket to glory. If you cooperate, I might just go easy on you. The man spoke with full confidence, acting as if victory was already his. His reasoning made sense. Since the assassins had split up, it was logical to assume the stronger group had stayed behind to intercept the guards, while the first to retreat would be the weaker ones. Unfortunately for him, he had run into Blaine. "If you're from the Imperial Fist Temple, then you must specialize in hand-to-hand combat," Blaine suddenly spoke. "Huh? Are you actually suggesting a fight in close combat? Do you have any idea how insulting that is to us?" The man was momentarily surprised but then smirked arrogantly. The Imperial Fist Temple wasn't just the strongest in the Empire when it came to martial arts, they claimed to be the strongest in the world. While he wasn't at the level of the 4 Rakshasa demons, he was still a first-rate fighter, confident enough to face some Taiga users barehanded. Against someone like mine, who lacked close combat abilities, he had a clear advantage. "Don't be stupid. You have a Taigu, don't you? Just use it and finish him off." Mine, completely misunderstanding Blaine's intentions, thought he was about to fight the man unarmed. She was referring to the gun by Uchiwa. Having seen its power before, she figured it was the perfect weapon against an opponent skilled in melee combat. Blaine ignored her and instead looked at the man. "Tell me, can you dodge this?" Before his words had fully left his mouth, an invisible, spatial gate opened right in front of the enemy. In an instant, the energy wave that Blaine had previously stored in the Kamui space shot out. The Kamui space was nearly limitless, and Blaine had complete control over it. Anything stored inside could be retrieved and used at will. Wah! The man barely had time to register the slight distortion in space before a blast of energy materialized out of nowhere, aimed directly at his forehead. Before he could react, the shot pierced through his skull, killing him instantly. Ding! The host has eliminated an Imperial Fist Temple Master and received 15 system points. Even though the energy blast had been fired from Mine's pumpkin cannon, the system still credited the kill to Blaine. It was even smarter than he had expected. Mine stood there in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. That was my energy shot just now. How the hell did you do that?" She turned to Blaine, utterly baffled. The shot had unmistakably come from her pumpkin cannon. But since she was the only one capable of using it, she couldn't wrap her head around how Blaine had managed to fire it again. "It's a secret." Blaine had no intention of revealing anything about the Kamui space. "A secret, huh?" Mine huffed, clearly displeased. She turned away, folding her arms. "Humph. Fine. Not like I really wanted to know anyway." A short while later, Blaine and Mine arrived at the rendezvous point under the large tree. Sheil and the others hadn't arrived yet, giving them a brief moment to rest. "But thanks for earlier." Despite still feeling a little annoyed about the secrecy, Mine was at least reasonable enough to show gratitude. Without Blaine's intervention, dealing with that enemy would have been a lot harder. If she had been captured alive, she didn't even want to think about what would have happened. Her voice grew softer and softer until her final words were barely audible. "What was that? Were you saying thank you?" Blaine genuinely hadn't heard her, so he asked. "Ugh, shut up." Chapter 93, Unexplainable Inner Irritation. As Blaine and Mine rested, Mine suddenly spoke up. "I wasn't exactly nice to you before. Maybe it's because of your beliefs, or maybe I was just being selfish." Blaine glanced at her, slightly curious. "How so?" "My hometown is on the western border of the Empire. I'm a mixed-race child with Western region ancestry, so I was constantly discriminated against. Everyone treated me like an outsider. My childhood was miserable." Sitting under the tree, Mine stared into the distance, recalling her past. "It wasn't until the Revolutionary Army allied with the Western region that I joined them. They told me that once the empire was overthrown and a new nation was established, the country and the different ethnic groups would form diplomatic ties. If all the peoples united, there would no longer be children who suffered like I did." Her tone suddenly grew firm. "I never want anyone else to go through that kind of discrimination. Even if it means going against your beliefs, I have to do this. So, maybe that makes me selfish." It was clear how deeply she believed in this. After a brief silence, Blaine finally spoke. "I understand, but you might be looking at it too simply. A new nation doesn't automatically mean diplomatic relations with other groups. In fact, conflicts could worsen. Ethnic integration isn't something that just happens overnight." Mine had been expecting an argument, yet Blaine remained calm and reasonable. That caught her off guard. "Then tell me, what do you think is the right way to make it happen? She asked immediately. To be honest, even she had felt the Revolutionary Army made it sound too easy. But she hadn't known of any other path, so overthrowing the empire had always seemed like the only solution. Besides, she didn't mind working as an assassin in Night Raid. Eliminating corrupt officials was a worthy cause. Blaine responded, for real integration to happen, you'd need an emperor and foreign leaders willing to reform, a stable and peaceful environment to encourage cooperation, cultural exchanges that lead to shared traditions, and, most importantly, time. The reality is, the biggest obstacle right now isn't the existence of the empire itself, it's Honest's regime. What matters is how the country's leadership enacts policies. If the new rulers still discriminate against other ethnic groups, nothing will change. Integrating different peoples wasn't that simple. In his past life, even China had undergone thousands of years of cultural blending, conflicts, and wars before reaching a certain level of unity. The empire wasn't anywhere close to that level of civilization. Blaine wasn't against regime change, but he didn't want foreign nations exploiting the chaos. Besides, after Honest's downfall, the situation wouldn't be much different from an outright change in government. The so-called new nation in the original story. It had still been run by former empire officials. What truly made Blaine wary was the Revolutionary Army's leadership. Did they have their own hidden agenda? He couldn't say for sure, but he had a strong feeling that mine had been misled. And even if the leaders did have personal ambitions, that was just human nature. Of course, Blaine added, I do have my own biases about foreigners. You and I both have our flaws, so let's just call it even. Mine was surprised for a moment, then suddenly let out a small laugh. I never thought I'd hear something like that from you. But, you're right. Integrating different ethnic groups isn't as easy as I thought. After Honest's regime falls, I'll figure out what comes next. She found herself warming up to Blaine a little. Maybe he wasn't as annoying as she had thought. Still, taking down Honest remained her top priority. As for what came after, she'd deal with that when the time came. Anyway, no matter what, I'll make sure I'm remembered as the hero who overthrew Honest. That way, I can become a noble and live a life of endless luxury. In an instant, her serious expression disappeared, replaced by a dreamy, almost silly smile as she envisioned her glamorous future. Beyond her wish to protect future mixed-race children from discrimination, she also had a very real, very personal goal, becoming rich and enjoying the good life. Ahaha. Blaine let out a slightly awkward chuckle. Well, at least it was a practical dream. By now, the 4 intercepted guards had all been eliminated. Some were sliced in half by Shield, some were beaten to death by Leon, some were taken out from behind in a swift kill by Chelsea, and some were completely overpowered by Bullet, whose hand-to-hand combat skills were approaching Estef's level. Lubbock was the only one who hadn't landed a single kill. These guys were way too weak. That wasn't even satisfying, Leon grumbled, rolling her shoulders as if the fight hadn't even been enough to warm her up. She was still in her transformed state after activating her Taigu, the King of Beasts transformation, Lionel, which took the form of a belt wrapped around her waist. After beastification, she had grown animal ears, and her hands had turned into sharp claws. Other than that, she hadn't changed much physically. More importantly, her strength had skyrocketed, along with an enhanced sense of smell. You guys finished them off too fast. I didn't even get a single kill. And there were only 4 of them, what a letdown, Lubbock complained, clearly disappointed. You barely did anything. Then your share of the reward is getting cut in half, Leon said casually. Wait, no. I was working hard to support you guys. Lubbock panicked at the thought of losing half his reward. Shield hesitantly raised a hand. Weren't there supposed to be 5 guards? Where's the last one? They might have slipped past us to track Mine and Blaine, Bullet said, his tone serious. An enemy with that level of awareness might be a problem. They went after Mine. Blaine's with her, so they should be fine, Leon said, though she had never actually seen Blaine's full capabilities. She just had a gut feeling that he was reliable. Blaine's strong, no doubt about that. But we should still go check on them, just in case, Shield added. Having witnessed Blaine use the gun by Uchiwa to hunt danger beasts, she was the most qualified to vouch for him. Without wasting any time, the group rushed to the rendezvous point. When they arrived, they saw Blaine and Mine sitting under a large tree, chatting and laughing without a care in the world. Neither of them looked injured. Everyone immediately relaxed. Huh. When did those 2 start getting along so well? Leon asked in surprise. Mine had always looked irritated whenever Blaine was around, but now she was smiling at him. This is a good thing. Wasn't the boss hoping they'd get along? Lubbock pointed out. That's great, Sheil said, genuinely happy about it. Looks like something happened while we weren't around, Chelsea mused. On the surface, she was smiling, but deep down, a strange sense of irritation bubbled up. Chelsea wasn't clueless like Seiryu, quite the opposite. She understood things very well. And right now, she had a bad feeling. Crap. Don't tell me I. Chapter 94, Omnipotent 5 Sites. Imperial Capital. Late at night, AKAME and Kurome walked side by side through the empty streets. Both had slipped into the city undetected. AKAME, being a notorious wanted criminal, couldn't afford to be seen, and Kurome knew that Saikyu's people would be watching her closely. Neither of them wore disguises or bothered to conceal their faces, simply moving through the dimly lit streets as they were. Not a single soul was in sight. The recent string of serial murders had left the city gripped with fear. No one dared step outside after dark. Wanted posters covered the walls, and among them, AKAME's was the most prominent. The likeness was eerily accurate, nearly identical to her real appearance. Sheil, Bulat, and Najenda were also on the wanted list, which meant they had to keep their faces hidden during missions. Bulat, however, had an advantage. The difference between his wanted poster and his current look was drastic. His once handsome hairstyle had been replaced by an eccentric pompadour. With such a drastic change, he could probably walk right past someone without being recognized. My sister's bounty is the highest. Well, she is the trump card, after all, Kurome said with a small smile, glancing at the reward amount. AKAME gave a faint smile in return. That's not exactly something to be happy about. The two had been searching the streets for quite some time but had yet to find any sign of Zenku the Beheader. Unbeknownst to them, Zenku was already watching them from the highest point of a nearby clock tower. His Taigu, Omnipotent 5 Sites, Spectator, granted him special abilities, allowing him to observe AKAME and Kurome from afar without them even noticing his presence. A serial killer and an assassin? The Imperial Capital really is the best. Delightful, delightful. A grin spread across Zenku's face as he chuckled to himself. He had already recognized AKAME. The countless wanted posters plastered throughout the city had made that easy. So, whose head should I take first? He locked his gaze onto AKAME and Kurome, carefully deciding which of them would be his first target. AKAME and Kurome still hadn't found Zenku the Beheader, but he had already begun to make his move. At this moment, the two sat on a bench, taking a short rest. As expected, finding Zenku the Beheader isn't easy. We'll just have to keep searching, AKAME said. It's only been one night. Back when we were in the Imperial Assassination Unit, didn't we often go to great lengths to eliminate our targets? Kurome recalled the past when her sister was still part of the unit. Back then, their days were filled with either assassinations or the journey to one. They had long since grown accustomed to this kind of life. Hearing this, AKAME felt a bit nostalgic. You're right. If necessary, we can stay in the Imperial Capital for a few more days until we find Zenku the Beheader. Let's split up. It'll be more efficient that way, Kurome suggested. She was simply following the principles ingrained in her from her time in the assassination unit, prioritizing efficiency, even if it meant increasing the risk. Alright, but don't go too far, AKAME said with a hint of concern. Got it. Kurome nodded with a small smile. With that, they went their separate ways in search of Zenku the Beheader. Unbeknownst to them, he was already nearby, using his Taigu, Spectator. Even through buildings, he could see AKAME and Kurome. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity, and the moment they split up was exactly what he had been looking for. AKAME hadn't been apart from Kurome for long when she suddenly spotted her in a narrow alley. Kurome. You. AKAME frowned in confusion. She was sure Kurome had gone in the opposite direction, so how had she gotten ahead so quickly? In reality, this Kurome was an illusion created by Zenku the Beheader. It was one of Spectator's abilities, Illusion Sight, which could make its target see hallucinations. The Kurome before her was nothing more than an illusion conjured by her own mind. Kurome slowly walked toward AKAME, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Although something felt off, AKAME remained unsuspecting. Just as Kurome reached her, the illusion suddenly vanished, revealing Zenku the Beheader, a tall man wearing a taiga shaped like a large eye on his head. At the same time, two sharp blades extended from his sleeves, slicing toward AKAME in a sudden attack. AKAME's expression shifted, and she quickly leapt back. Even so, her clothes were slashed, leaving a tear in the fabric. Luckily, her reflexes had saved her. Any slower, and she would have been hit. Who are you? Without hesitation, AKAME drew her demon blade, Murasame, and fixed a wary gaze on her opponent. She had initially thought the person in front of her had only disguised themselves as Kurome, so she hadn't immediately connected him to Zenku the Beheader. You assumed that because I could take on Kurome's appearance, I couldn't be Zenku the Beheader, right? Zenku smirked coldly. Unfortunately, you were wrong. I am none other than the kind and friendly Zenku the Beheader. AKAME remained silent. He had read her thoughts. Was this the ability of his Taigu? But more importantly, this man was the very target they had been searching for. That's right. This is one of Spectator's abilities, insight. By reading subtle changes in facial expressions, I can see exactly what you're thinking. Oh, and just so you know, I've been watching you two this whole time using Farsight and Clearsight. Zenku didn't seem to be in any rush to kill AKAME. Instead, he started chatting casually. Since you guessed correctly, how about I turn you into a shrunken head as a reward? He enjoyed conversations like this, talking to his victims as he toyed with them. I really love Farsight. No matter how dark or foggy it is, I can see everything crystal clear from a distance. As Zenku rambled on, AKAME remained silent. She was focused on one thing, making sure Kurome was safe. And when the opportunity presented itself, she would strike. But once again, Zenku saw right through her. Naive. He effortlessly dodged AKAME's attack and laughed. I can see every thought running through your head. He was toying with her, not even bothering to counterattack, clearly amused by her struggle. You always keep that emotionless look on your face. Kind of boring, really, Zenku remarked. But the expression people make the moment they're beheaded? Now that's something I never get tired of. Most of them have this dumbfounded look and let out a little, huh, before it's over. I wonder, what kind of face will you make? I can't wait to find out. This is getting exciting. Meanwhile, Kurome, having picked up on subtle noises in the distance, was already on her way. Chapter 95, Kurome slays AKAME. Facing Zenku the Beheader, a Taigu user, for the first time was certainly troublesome, especially because of the sheer power of his Taigu, Spectator, and its omnipotent 5 sights abilities. But AKAME had yet to go all out. So these are your Taigu abilities? However, even if you can read my thoughts, it's meaningless if your body can't keep up, she said. After enduring Zenku's endless chatter, AKAME finally made her move. To be fair, it wasn't all pointless talk. Zenku had practically explained his own abilities to her. AKAME's speed suddenly surged, far surpassing what it had been before. Even though Zenku could anticipate her thoughts, his body couldn't react in time to match her rapid movements. Normally, Zenku relished toying with his opponents, exposing their every thought word for word, driving them into despair, watching them crumble. That was his greatest source of enjoyment in battle. But against AKAME, he didn't dare act so arrogantly. Not only was she incredibly fast, but she was also overwhelmingly strong and carried an immense amount of combat experience. Forced on the defensive, Zenku was pushed back again and again. However, AKAME had yet to land a hit. If Murasame so much as grazed him, its deadly curse would end the fight in an instant. Realizing that her current approach wasn't getting results, AKAME momentarily halted her pursuit. Taking advantage of the brief pause, Zenku caught his breath and cheerfully resumed his chatter. As expected, I can't underestimate you. After all, you're the infamous killer AKAME, who wields the demon blade Murasame. But this is exactly the kind of battle I was hoping for. This is fun. However, AKAME hadn't stopped just to let him recover, she was preparing a more effective strategy. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly shifted into a completely different state. This was the mindlessness state. Now, Zenku would no longer be able to peer into her thoughts. He immediately noticed the change. You actually entered a state of mindlessness. Impressive. Yet, rather than being intimidated by AKAME's power, Zenku only grew more excited. Because he still had a trump card. Spectator's 5 abilities included Insight, Farsight, Clearsight, and Illusion Sight, but there was one more. Foresight. By reading the slightest muscle movements, he could predict his opponent's next action before it even happened. My Taigu also has the ability of Foresight, I can see exactly what you'll do next. Now, what will you do? Switching from insight to foresight, Zenku activated his new ability. It seemed he could only use one at a time. With foresight in play, the tide of battle shifted. Zenku quickly gained the upper hand. He even managed to land a hit on AKAME, though it was just a minor graze. That sword of yours is seriously unfair. If I had been the one cut just now, I'd be dead, Zenku the Beheader quipped. Your Taigu isn't much better, AKAME replied coldly. By the way, AKAME, how do you deal with the voices? What? The voices of the people I've killed. Whenever it's quiet, I can hear them. They curse me, telling me to hurry up and go to hell. Back when I carried out executions, I heard them every day, but it's getting worse now. Talking helps distract me. So, how do you handle it? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hear anything, AKAME said flatly. Hearing this, Zenku was genuinely shocked. He had assumed that someone like AKAME, who had taken countless lives, would be the same as him. He had even considered discussing their shared burden with her. How boring. In that case, just die. Zenku switched abilities again, activating illusion sight. The figure of Zenku in front of AKAME's eyes suddenly transformed into Kurome. Illusion sight was a deadly ability that made the target see the person most important to them. Although it could only affect one person at a time, the illusion it created was flawless. This was Zenku's greatest trump card. In his experience, no assassin could bring themselves to kill the person they cherished most. Kurome. Seeing her sister appear before her once again, AKAME hesitated. Even though she knew something was off, she froze. And unlike before, this time she couldn't simply steel herself and strike. Just then, Kurome arrived. Hearing AKAME call her name but seeing her standing dazed in front of a towering man, and noticing that AKAME was injured, Kurome immediately sensed something was wrong. Looks like AKAME's companion has arrived. Delightful, delightful. Zenku shamelessly greeted Kurome. Since AKAME was caught in the illusion, she couldn't hear him, nor could she see the real Kurome behind her. Of course, Zenku himself had no idea that Kurome was actually the person AKAME held dearest. You are? Kurome asked. I'm Zenku the Beheader. You must be wondering what's going on, Zenku said, never missing a chance to chat. Right now, AKAME sees the person she cares about most. It must be amusing, don't you think? Watching her beloved sister kill her. Delightful, delightful. Hearing this, Kurome immediately understood. So that was it, her sister was trapped in an illusion and mistook Zenku for her. Her expression darkened. What angered her wasn't that AKAME had mistaken Zenku for her. It was that AKAME couldn't bring herself to strike. Without hesitation, she closed the distance in an instant, appearing right next to AKAME. Sister, this won't do, Kurome whispered coldly into AKAME's ear. You should have cut me down without hesitation. The sister I love isn't this soft-hearted. The sound of Kurome's voice snapped AKAME out of the illusion. What? Zenku was stunned. He never expected that AKAME's most cherished person would actually encourage her to kill her without a second thought, like a complete lunatic. But he reacted quickly, instantly recognizing Kurome as the bigger threat. Before AKAME could act, he decided to take her out first. Zenku immediately turned illusion sight on Kurome, making himself appear as AKAME in her eyes. He refused to believe this crazy girl would actually attack her beloved sister. But in this critical moment, he had no time to waste on words, he lunged straight at Kurome. Yet Kurome didn't hesitate for even a second. She knew exactly where the real AKAME was. And if necessary, she was perfectly capable of cutting her down. With a swift motion, she activated Yatsufusa, summoning all of her corpse puppets except for Death to Go. They launched an all-out assault on Zenku from every angle. Zenku had never encountered Yatsufusa's abilities before, and for the first time, he panicked. Completely unprepared, he was instantly overwhelmed, his arms severed, his abdomen pierced. Before he could even process what was happening, Kurome was already upon him. The entire sequence of events, from Kurome snapping AKAME out of the illusion to Zenku's downfall, happened in mere moments. Even AKAME, who had just regained her senses, hadn't had a chance to intervene. Lying on the ground, fatally wounded, Zenku looked up at the glinting blade of Yatsufusa above him. But strangely, he felt no fear. Because, for the first time in years, the voices had gone silent. Cough, cough. He spat out blood, using the last of his strength to mutter, delightful, delightful. The voices are gone. Thanks. No need, Kurome replied expressionlessly, not bothering to understand his words. She simply drove Yatsufusa into him one last time, turning Zenku into yet another of her corpse puppets. Watching Zenku rise again under Yatsufusa's control, AKAME felt a strange sense of conflict. But in the end, she remained silent. Sister, the mission's complete. Let's head back, Kurome said cheerfully. It was as if nothing had happened, despite the fact that she had just killed her sister in the illusion. Chapter 96, Kurome is acting spoiled again. By the time AKAME and Kurome returned to the night raid base, it was already quite late. For Blaine and Kurome, this was their first time visiting the base. Nestled in the mountains, the night raid base was well hidden from the back, shielded by towering peaks. However, from the front, it was completely exposed. Even so, the Empire had yet to discover its location. It wouldn't be surprising if your base got discovered one of these days. Blaine remarked. Leon laughed heartily. Don't sweat the details. But are you really fine with me knowing where your base is? Blaine asked. After all, he wasn't part of Night Raid or the Revolutionary Army, his cooperation with them was only temporary. No problem, Najenda replied. After today's mission, we all agree that you and Kurome are trustworthy allies, so bringing you here isn't an issue. But don't forget, Blaine reminded her bluntly, once Honest's regime falls, our ideals will clash. That's fine. We'll just move to a new base, Najenda said nonchalantly. All right then. Blaine didn't push the issue further. There was no need for him to worry about their affairs. Speaking of which, AKAME and Kurome should be back by now. It's already this late, Shil commented. Najenda nodded. It's about time. I told them not to linger in the imperial capital too long, even if they couldn't find Zenka the beheader. Then, glancing at Blaine and Kurome, she added, since it's so late, why don't you both stay the night? We have plenty of spare rooms. Works for me. Blaine had no reason to refuse, especially since Kurome hadn't returned yet, he wasn't about to leave without her. Just then, Leon felt something was off. After a moment of thought, she realized what it was, Mine hadn't said a single word. At a time like this, Mine not voicing her opinion felt oddly unnatural. Leon grinned and sidled up to her, whispering, Hey, Mine, don't you hate Blaine? The boss just invited him to stay the night, but you don't seem to mind at all. Caught off guard, Mine instinctively tensed. I am not some unreasonable person, okay? Besides, that guy did pretty well today, so I guess I can acknowledge him a little. Hearing this, Leon's grin widened knowingly. She seemed to have figured something out, but she chose not to say anything. After a while, AKAME and Kurome returned as expected. How did the mission go? Najenda asked immediately. The mission is complete. Kurome killed Zenka the beheader, AKAME reported. As expected, Kurome is impressive. You two working together make for an unstoppable team, Najenda remarked. Before this, Kurome had been one of the Revolutionary Army's most feared enemies, a top assassin of the Empire. Now, she had more or less become one of their own. Commander, Zenka the beheader is now part of Yatsufusa. His abilities seem decent, but unfortunately, they're useless against me, Kurome said as she walked over to Blaine, looking like a child awaiting praise. And she wasn't wrong. Spectator's abilities were almost entirely countered by Kurome. Insight, which allowed Zenku to read his opponent's thoughts, was ineffective against Kurome's corpse puppets, after all, they had no thoughts to read. Farsight and Clearsight weren't suited for combat to begin with. Foresight was similar to the Sharingan in function, but Zenku's physical abilities were no match for Kurome's. Foresight alone couldn't bridge the gap between them, especially when she had Yatsufusa. As for illusion sight, that was completely useless. If Kurome ever needed to kill AKAME, she would do it without hesitation. Well done, Blaine said, recognizing that Kurome was looking for praise. But she still seemed unsatisfied. She slightly lifted herself onto her toes, clearly expecting a head pat. Blaine hesitated for a moment. Seeing her eager gaze, he finally raised his hand and patted her head. Hee, Kurome beamed with joy. AKAME, watching from the side, froze in place. The relationship between Blaine and Kurome, this wasn't normal, was it? Would a simple superior and subordinate act like that? Then again, maybe it wasn't impossible. She recalled how, despite Kurome's usual cold demeanor toward outsiders, she was actually quite warm at heart. Back when they were in the Imperial Assassination Unit together, Kurome often clung to her. AKAME wasn't the best at reading people, so even though she initially felt something was off about Blaine and Kurome's interactions, she quickly brushed aside her suspicions. Meanwhile, the others had also taken notice. No one said anything, but certain individuals were deep in thought, particularly Mine and Chelsea. Watching Blaine and Kurome's close interaction, Mine felt an inexplicable irritation welling up inside her. No, wait. Why am I getting annoyed? Who cares what that guy does? She lightly patted her own cheeks, trying to shake off the feeling. Compared to Mine, Chelsea was much more self-aware. She had already noticed Blaine and Kurome's unusual relationship back when she infiltrated the assassination unit disguised as a black cat. Now that she had acknowledged her own feelings for Blaine, seeing him interact so intimately with Kurome did make her a little jealous. As much as she hated to admit it, she had broken one of an assassin's biggest taboos. She, someone who could die on a mission at any time, had actually developed feelings for someone. It was reckless, it was foolish, but now that it had happened, she had no intention of regretting it. Someday, if she got the chance, she wanted Blaine to praise her too. It's getting late. Blaine, Kurome, pick whichever room you like, but fair warning, most of them haven't been used in a while, so they're probably covered in dust, Najenda said. If you need help cleaning up, just let us know. AKAME was the first to speak. I want to sleep with Kurome, so she can stay in my room. Of course. As long as you're fine with it, Najenda said with a nod. It's fine, AKAME affirmed. I want to sleep with my sister too. Kurome said happily. Alright then, let's clean up Blaine's room. Najenda suddenly gave Blaine a look of sympathy. You don't have to worry about me that much, Blaine muttered, feeling a bit exasperated. Before long, his room was tidied up. But while the others left, Chelsea remained. Chelsea? Not heading to bed? Blaine asked. Chapter 97, Chelsea's proactive strike. Chelsea showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she casually sat down on Blaine's bed. Remember back at the Imperial Assassination Unit's base? We slept together every night, and you were always all over me, she teased, propping herself up on her hands. That was, because I didn't know you were actually the Black Cat, Blaine replied, feeling slightly awkward. True, Chelsea said with a smirk. But now that Kurome's gone off to sleep with AKAME, how about I keep you company tonight? Don't joke about things like that. Blaine assumed she was just messing with him, so he remained calm. I'm not joking. Or is it that you had no problem when I was a little black cat, but now that I'm a beautiful girl, you're getting shy? Chelsea's grin turned a little mischievous. Do whatever you want. If you really don't mind, then I don't either, Blaine said indifferently, refusing to take the bait. If she was serious, well, he wouldn't exactly be at a disadvantage. But there was no way she was serious. Any second now, she'd huff and leave in embarrassment. That was exactly what Blaine expected. And sure enough, Chelsea stood up, tossing the stick from her finished lollipop into the trash. Whatever I want, huh? You said it, she said playfully before heading for the door. Blaine watched her go, unsurprised. As expected, she was just messing with him. She wouldn't actually go through with something so bold. Or would she? After Chelsea left, Blaine went to take a shower and prepare for bed. But just as he was about to lie down, there was a soft knock on his door. Who would come this late? Blaine frowned in confusion. It couldn't be Chelsea again, could it? He got up and opened the door, only to find that, yes, it really was Chelsea. This time, however, she had already changed into her pajamas, her damp hair showing signs of a recent bath. In her arms, she clutched a pillow. What are you doing? Blaine was momentarily speechless. Was she actually serious about sleeping here? You said it was up to me, didn't you? So here I am, Chelsea said with a playful smile. Then, without hesitation, she turned around, closed the door behind her, and locked it. With that, she walked over and placed her pillow on Blaine's bed. Are you serious? Blaine suddenly felt like he'd been completely caught off guard. He never imagined she wasn't joking. What else? Chelsea sat back down on his bed, her face showing not a hint of embarrassment. I already told you, I wasn't joking. And honestly, I get kind of scared of the dark when I'm alone. If I'm with you, I won't have to worry about that. That last part was a lie. A trained assassin afraid of the dark. Ridiculous. She had only said it to cover up the bit of shyness creeping up on her. After all, no matter how bold she acted, she was still a girl around Blaine's age. Is that so? Blaine didn't bother questioning whether she was telling the truth. What mattered was that this situation was already crazy enough. Sure, he had slept beside Chelsea in her black cat form for days, but that was completely different. Back then, he hadn't even been sure if the cat had originally been a boy or a girl. Sleeping beside a cat and sleeping beside an actual girl were two entirely different things. If she had transformed back into her human form back then, he never would have touched her so casually. And by touching, all he had really done was rest his hand on the small cat's body for convenience. That way, if she made any sudden movements, he would wake up immediately. Now, though, Blaine didn't say much. He simply lay down as if nothing was out of the ordinary. If she, as a girl, wasn't embarrassed, it would be ridiculous for him to start acting shy. But this bed is kind of small, don't you think it's a bit cramped? Blaine suddenly realized the issue. It's fine. If it's too small, we'll just sleep closer together, Chelsea said casually. All right. Blaine shifted slightly toward the edge of the bed, maintaining some distance so it wouldn't feel too crowded. The room was pitch dark, and they were lying back to back. Neither could see the other's face. Because of that, Blaine didn't notice the faint blush that had crept onto Chelsea's cheeks. Despite all her confidence earlier, she couldn't completely suppress her nervousness. After coming to terms with her feelings for Blaine, even if she wasn't entirely sure what those feelings meant yet, she had decided to trust her instincts. Especially since she had already identified Kurome as her biggest rival, and then there were mine and even Seiryu as potential threats. With so much competition, she figured she might as well take the initiative and make her move before anyone else did. Besides, she was naturally bold and outgoing, not like mine, who always played hard to get. She was going to win. Chelsea was even thinking that if she made her move now, maybe Blaine wouldn't be able to resist. He was a guy, after all. And at his age, well. If things went all the way, that wouldn't be so bad either. It would be exciting, actually. But then she calmed down. That was rushing things way too much. She had never done anything like that before. Just thinking about it made her a little nervous. Better to start with something simple, maybe just holding hands or a kiss. However, just as Chelsea was lost in her thoughts, Blaine had already fallen asleep. After a long while, she still hadn't felt him move. "Blaine, are you asleep?" she whispered. Blaine, who had only been in a light sleep, woke up instantly. But instead of answering, he chose to stay silent and continue sleeping. All she could hear in response was the steady rhythm of his breathing. He really had fallen asleep. Chelsea blinked in surprise before letting out a quiet, self-deprecating laugh. She had spent all this time overthinking things, getting herself flustered, and yet this guy just fell asleep like it was nothing. Now she felt like she had been getting worked up over nothing. And, honestly, that made her feel a little embarrassed. At this point, she had to admit, she was feeling a bit frustrated. So, as revenge, she decided to pull a little prank on Blaine. Chapter 98, Mind Flips Out. Chelsea quietly slipped out of bed, tiptoeing toward the door and deliberately unlocking it. Blaine, who had yet to fall back asleep, heard the sound of the lock clicking open. What is she up to now? Judging from the sounds, Chelsea hadn't left the room. Instead, she had quietly returned to bed. Not understanding her intentions, Blaine didn't think much of it. But then, just as she got under the covers, Chelsea suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind. His body tensed slightly. Although he quickly relaxed, Chelsea still noticed. As an experienced assassin, her senses were razor-sharp. She caught even the slightest reaction. So you were awake after all, she thought to herself, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. She tightened her embrace slightly, resting her chin on his shoulder. Then, leaning in close to his ear, she spoke in a sultry voice. Why are you ignoring me when you're obviously awake? To top it off, she playfully blew a soft breath against his ear. Like most people, Blaine's ears were sensitive. With an exasperated sigh, he immediately covered them with his hands. I just want to sleep. Why do you always have to make things complicated? I can't fall asleep yet, Chelsea replied casually. Then count sheep, Blaine said flatly. Don't be so cold. If you coax me a little, I might just fall asleep right away, she said, her voice teasing. Enough. Just go to sleep, Blaine said, feeling increasingly helpless. He had no clue how to coax a girl to sleep. That kind of thing was completely beyond him, and just imagining it made him cringe. Besides, Chelsea was clearly toying with him. If he played along, she'd only take things further. Fine, I'll stop. But you have to be my pillow, she suddenly demanded. Do whatever you want, Blaine muttered. Satisfied, Chelsea settled in, using him as her personal pillow. Sleeping like this felt a little strange, but her body was soft and warm, making it surprisingly comfortable. Meanwhile, in AKAME's room. She and Kurome had been lying awake for a long time, chatting about various things. By the way, sister, what was that sound Zanka the Beheader mentioned before he died? Kurome suddenly recalled the strange words he had spoken in his final moments. Oh, that. He probably killed too many people, good, bad, innocent, it didn't matter. So after death, their voices haunted him, constantly demanding his life. But I think that was just his own guilt manifesting, AKAME explained. She, too, had taken many lives, especially during her time in the Imperial Assassination Unit. She had killed people who shouldn't have been killed. But she had always understood the nature of her work. Her mind was strong, and she had never heard any lingering voices. I see. I think he was just overthinking it, Kurome said with a light smile, unconcerned. The next morning. Blaine had slept reasonably well. However, since he and Chelsea had gone to bed late, they naturally woke up later than the rest of Night Raid. She'll decided to wake Chelsea first, but after knocking on the doors several times, there was no response. She called out a few times, still nothing. So, she tried the door and found that it was strangely unlocked. Upon entering, she saw that Chelsea's bed was empty. The quilt was there, but her pillow was missing. She'll immediately went to inform the others. Everyone, Chelsea is missing. I thought she was still sleeping in, but she's already gone. Mine asked. No, I don't think so, because her pillow is missing too. She'll said. If she went out, she wouldn't need to take her pillow, right? Maybe she's sleeping somewhere else. She'll was too naive to think in any other direction, assuming Chelsea had simply moved to another spot. Mine, however, immediately sensed something was off. Wait, you said her pillow is missing? Yeah. She'll nodded. She's not in her room, and her pillow is gone, where else could she be? Lubbock started thinking. No way, could it be? A thought popped into his head, and his eyes widened. It was just a wild idea, but it wasn't entirely impossible. What if Chelsea had taken her pillow to Blaine's room? What if something indescribable had happened? And then, in the morning, she'd wake up blushing, stretch lazily, and say, "Good morning, darling." The mere thought made Lubbock break out in a cold sweat. No, I have to confirm if Chelsea is in Blaine's room. But before he could act, Mine was already striding off ahead of him, not saying a word. Watching their strange reactions, she tilted her head in confusion. Najenda paid no attention to any of this, continuing her work as long as Chelsea wasn't in danger. As for AKAME and Kurome, they were still asleep, having stayed up even later than Blaine and Chelsea the previous night. Mine was the first to reach Blaine's room. I'm coming in. Impatient as always, she knocked but didn't wait for a response before turning the handle. Luckily for her, Chelsea had unlocked the door last night, so Mine was able to open it with ease. One glance at the bed, and she instantly noticed something was off. The blankets were visibly lumpy in a way that wasn't normal. Though her height of 1.55 meters, 5 feet 1 inch, made it hard to see Chelsea's head, the shape of the covers clearly indicated that there were two people underneath. Chelsea, you really are here. Mine's face turned red with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. She had already been 90% sure that Chelsea was in here. But seeing it confirmed was a different story. At this moment, Blaine was actually awake. He had already heard Mine knocking earlier. But there was a problem. Chelsea had latched onto him like an octopus, making it impossible for him to sit up. Chelsea, too, was awake. But instead of reacting, she pretended to be asleep, just to mess with Mine. Seeing no response from the bed, Mine grew even more impatient. She didn't know why, but this whole situation was irritating her. Without hesitation, she marched over and yanked the blanket away. And there it was. Chelsea, clinging tightly to Blaine like an octopus, wrapped around him so snugly that there was no denying it. You too. Mine's twin tails practically stood on end, her whole face burning red. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, The Little Tsundere. Meanwhile, Lubbock and Leon peeked into the room from outside the door, watching the situation unfold. Before long, she'll join them, sticking her head in as well. Seeing Chelsea actually lying in Blaine's bed, Lubbock instantly felt a surge of jealousy. He clenched his teeth and bit down on his sleeve to vent his frustration. Damn it! Why don't I ever have this kind of luck? Haha, how youthful, Leon chuckled. Sheil, however, didn't quite understand the situation. She tilted her head in confusion. Chelsea chose to sleep in Blaine's bed. Does that mean it's more comfortable than her own? Wait, seriously? That's what you're thinking? Lubbock was dumbfounded. Looking at Sheil's genuinely puzzled expression, he realized she wasn't joking, she really didn't get it. He had always known she was a bit of an airhead, but to this extent. That was unexpected. Sheil is just pure-hearted, unlike you, who spends all day thinking about nonsense, Leon scolded Lubbock. Lubbock had no comeback. But soon, his focus shifted back to Blaine and Chelsea. At that moment, Chelsea groggily opened her eyes, rubbing them sleepily. She looked like she had just woken up. Instead of letting go of Blaine, she nuzzled her face against his back like a cat, completely ignoring the fuming Mine standing nearby. Get up already. Mine snapped. Chelsea finally turned her head toward Mine and lazily greeted, Good morning, Mine. Good morning. Mine instinctively responded but immediately realized something was off, this wasn't the time for pleasantries. Just get up already, she huffed. And you too, Blaine. It's already late, why are you still in bed? I'd like to get up, but Chelsea's making it a little difficult. Blaine said helplessly. Hearing that, Mine immediately tried to pull Chelsea off him. However, Chelsea clung on tightly, and since Mine wasn't as strong as her, she couldn't budge her no matter how hard she tried. Alright, that's enough. Time to get up, Blaine finally said. Hearing the seriousness in his voice, Chelsea let go, otherwise, she probably would have kept teasing Mine a little longer. Hugging her pillow, she got out of bed. Mine stood with her arms crossed, still looking annoyed. The blush on her face hadn't faded, but it wasn't out of embarrassment, it was because she couldn't help but react to seeing Blaine and Chelsea, alone together in the same bed. Blaine also got up and prepared to wash up. So, Chelsea, you had a perfectly fine bed in your own room. Why did you come here instead? Mine questioned Chelsea, clearly bothered by the situation. Because I felt like it, Chelsea replied casually with a smile, raising a finger. Besides, didn't I infiltrate the Empire's assassination unit before? Back then, I actually slept with Blaine every day, so I'm already used to it. This. You guys. Mine was at a loss for words. Chelsea continued, oh, and by the way, Blaine even forced me to do some rather embarrassing things. Her expression turned slightly coy, but there wasn't a hint of resentment, whether it was just an act or something genuine, only Chelsea knew. What? Mine's face instantly turned an even deeper shade of red. She glared at Blaine, stumbling over her words. Why you actually did such shameless things to Chelsea. Outside the door, Lubbock was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with jealousy. If only the girl he liked would sleep beside him and do some embarrassing things together. No. Even just lying next to each other would be enough, he could die happy. Oh my, looks like Chelsea and Blaine have quite the close relationship, Leon mused, stroking her chin with a knowing smile. Even though Chelsea hadn't shown any real signs of romantic feelings toward Blaine, it was obvious she was having fun messing with Mine. But still, if their relationship weren't at least somewhat special, what kind of girl would boldly sneak into a guy's bed? Well, as long as we all get along with Blaine, that's the most important thing. Sheil, ever pure-hearted, genuinely believed it was a good thing that Chelsea and Blaine were getting along so well. No, Chelsea is just deliberately saying things that are easy to misunderstand, Blaine said flatly. I don't believe you. Mine huffed, though deep down, she felt a small sense of relief. After all, Chelsea was exactly the type to pull pranks like this. But that aside, whether I sleep with Blaine or not doesn't really have anything to do with you, does it? So why do you seem so worked up about it? With a sly smirk, Chelsea suddenly shifted the focus onto Mine, clearly enjoying herself. I am not. Mine instantly grew flustered. Who said I care? I just can't stand how shameless you two are. You barely even know each other. She turned her face away with a huff, unwilling to meet Blaine's gaze. But her agitated tone, her flushed cheeks, and the way she kept trying to explain herself all betrayed her true feelings. Chelsea's words, however, struck a chord with mine. Why was she so bothered by this? It really had nothing to do with her, yet she couldn't shake this uncomfortable feeling. Unable to make sense of her emotions, mine instinctively blamed Blaine. Damn him. He was just some guy she had barely started to acknowledge, and now he was acting all cocky. This was all his fault. Humph. Chelsea let out a satisfied hum. She had completely seen through mine. The more mine tried to deny it, the more obvious it became. Chelsea was almost certain now, mine had started developing feelings for Blaine, though it seemed even mine herself hadn't realized it yet. Definitely a potential threat. But fortunately, mine was a stubborn Sundra. Chelsea didn't have much to worry about. It was clear, she had already won. Chapter 100, like an old married couple. To be honest, Chelsea was just using this opportunity to gauge mine's true feelings toward Blaine. Now, she had her answer. After the brief commotion, mine left Blaine's room. It wasn't until then that she noticed Lubbock, Leon, and Sheil lingering outside the door, clearly eavesdropping and peeking in. They hadn't exactly been subtle, but mine had been too distracted to notice earlier. You guys. She suddenly realized that Leon and the others had seen everything that just happened. It wasn't a big deal, but for some reason, it felt a little awkward. Come on, let's go wake up AKAME and Kurome. It's been so long since they reunited, so they probably stayed up talking late into the night. Acting as if nothing had happened, Leon turned and headed toward AKAME's room. Since AKAME never locked her door, Leon and the others walked in without hesitation. Inside, AKAME and Kurome were still fast asleep, curled up together. Both sisters looked completely at peace, faint smiles lingering on their faces as they slept. Seeing how close and comfortable they were, Leon and the others hesitated, wondering if they should just let them sleep a little longer. But before they could decide, AKAME slowly opened her eyes. Sorry, looks like I overslept. She rubbed her eyes groggily, and upon seeing mine, Leon, and the others standing by the bed, she immediately understood the situation. I was thinking we shouldn't wake you, but it looks like you're already up, Leon said with a smile. As their voices filled the room, Kurome stirred and slowly opened her eyes. Good morning, sister. Her soft voice was so gentle that anyone who didn't know her would never believe she was a ruthless assassin. Morning, Kurome. AKAME smiled and gently pressed her forehead against Kurome's. Watching this exchange, mine and the others found it hard to believe that, during their final battle against Prime Minister Honest, Kurome had truly intended to kill AKAME. Meanwhile, Blaine and Chelsea were washing up in the bathroom. This world had basic toiletries, including a vanity mirror and other essentials. As Blaine was brushing his teeth, Chelsea suddenly reached out her hand. Blaine glanced at her in confusion, and Chelsea gestured with her eyes toward the cup. Since there was only one cup and she couldn't be bothered to go back to her own room, she simply decided to share it with Blaine. Blaine looked at the cup in his hand, already in use, and asked, I've already used this. You sure you still want it? What else? Don't tell me you're embarrassed just because we're sharing a cup. Chelsea took the opportunity to tease him. All right then. Blaine said nothing more and simply handed the cup over. At this point, he felt like he was becoming desensitized to things like this. If it happened again, he figured he'd just hand the cup to Chelsea without a second thought. Chelsea, however, didn't push her luck and simply washed up as usual. The two of them shared the sink and the cup in a calm and natural manner, almost like an old married couple. Although AKAME woke up a little late, it was still within breakfast time. She and Kurome prepared breakfast together for everyone. Of course, while cooking, the two had already snuck quite a few bites. Still, the final meal was more than enough, as what they had eaten could barely count as an appetizer. Even for breakfast, AKAME and Kurome had filled their own plates with meat. Meanwhile, the portions for everyone else were much more balanced. Commander, I made this for you. Kurome personally handed a plate of food to Blaine. Thanks. Blaine accepted it without hesitation. Chelsea ate her breakfast as usual, not openly glancing at Kurome but keeping an eye on her from the corner of her vision. Kurome was an obvious potential rival, and compared to mine, she was much more straightforward. In Chelsea's eyes, Kurome posed the greatest threat. After finishing breakfast and resting for a bit, Blaine said, All right, Kurome and I should be heading back. Thanks again for yesterday. If not for you two, it would have been much harder to complete both missions at once, Najenda said. If you ever need our help, just let us know. Got it. Blaine nodded slightly. Then, he and Kurome mounted a flying danger beast and set off for their base. As they took off, Kurome did something different from usual. Instead of holding onto Blaine's clothes with one hand, she simply sat directly on his lap. Commander, hold me, Kurome said matter-of-factly. That way, I can use both hands to eat my cookies. It actually made sense. If Blaine held her from behind, she wouldn't need to use one hand to keep steady. All right. Blaine, unfazed by Kurome's insistence, wrapped an arm around her waist. This should be fine. Not enough. I want you to hold me with both hands, or I won't feel secure. Kurome pushed her request even further. Blaine sighed but complied, wrapping both arms around her. Satisfied, Kurome sat comfortably on his lap, happily munching on her cookies. When they arrived at the Saiga cavern, the workers were still busy expanding the base. As for food and lodging, Blaine had taken care of that from the start. He had specifically hired a professional cook, ensuring that the workers had plenty to eat. Sleeping arrangements were simpler, they had to make do with tents. But even those were provided along with temporary furniture. The conditions weren't perfect, but Blaine had already paid the workers half their wages, with the rest to be settled upon completion. With that much money promised, the workers were highly motivated. Besides, they were used to hardship. Sleeping in tents was nothing to them, especially with the extra furniture Blaine had provided. Even if they had to sleep directly on the ground, they'd consider it worth it for the pay. Master, where did you two go yesterday? Seeing Blaine and Kurome return, Seiryu immediately asked. We went to Night Raid's base, Blaine answered truthfully. Night Raid? Aren't they rebels? Well, if you think about it, in the Empire's eyes, Akatsuki is also considered a rebel. But that's not the point, Blaine explained. The point is, for now, our goals align with Night Raid's. He continued, we can work together when needed. They don't see us as enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I see. That makes sense, Seiryu nodded thoughtfully, quickly accepting his reasoning. Blaine considered something for a moment. If Seiryu got to know AKAME and the others, it might help change her perspective. Next time, I'll introduce you to them. Chapter 101, General Estetha's Recall. Imperial Capital, Royal Palace, inside a certain palace. The young emperor was already in court, with Prime Minister Honest standing beside him. Despite holding the title of emperor, he was still just a child, a young boy with light green hair. A soldier stepped forward and reported that 2 more generals had defected. Why 2 more? Because this wasn't the first time high-ranking officials had fled to the Revolutionary Army. The court officials murmured anxiously, troubled by the Revolutionary Army's growing strength. But then, the young emperor stood up and spoke with surprising authority. There is no need for my ministers to be afraid. Those rebels are nothing more than ignorant southern peasants. We can deal with them at any time. It's actually better to let them gather together, once they do, we can wipe them out in one swift strike. That is the most efficient way. After delivering his speech with great conviction, the young emperor turned to Prime Minister Honest. Minister, that should be fine, right? Very good, very good. As expected of your majesty, so calm and wise, Honest chuckled, gnawing on a large chunk of meat right in the middle of the court. His blatant disregard for the dignity of the palace was clear, but no one dared to voice their objections. Anyone who spoke out would be dragged away, and being torn apart by horses would be one of the more merciful punishments. His Majesty is correct. Compared to the southern rebels, the real threat lies with the criminals lurking right under our noses, Honest added between bites of his meal. My dear relative, Ayako, was murdered by those scoundrels. And then there's Zenku the beheader, killed as well. Not that I care about him, but the important thing is that his taigu was stolen by those wretches from Night Raid. They are becoming too brazen. It's making me so upset that my appetite has skyrocketed. My weight keeps going up, too. Honest furiously tore into his meat, his words completely contradicting themselves, claiming to be upset while blaming his ever-growing appetite. After Ayako's assassination, Honest had been the first in the palace to receive the news. There was no solid proof linking Night Raid to the act, but anyone with common sense knew there was no other possibility. Honest had already made up his mind, it was definitely Night Raid's doing. He had no real concern for his relative's death, and in fact, his appetite had only increased. But that didn't mean he would let Night Raid go unpunished. But those rats are strong. Just to be safe, let's recall General Esteth from the northern campaign and bring her back to the capital. His decision was set, Night Raid had to be eliminated. Still, we must remain vigilant until Esteth returns. Make sure those useless Imperial police actually do their jobs and tighten security. I won't waste money keeping a bunch of deadweights around. Oh, right, what about the Imperial Assassination Unit? Can't we use them? The young Emperor suddenly recalled the elite assassins created by the Empire. A significant sum had been taken from the treasury to form that unit. No idea. I'll ask Saikyuu about it next time I see him, Honest replied offhandedly. In truth, he was just brushing the Emperor off. As far as Honest was concerned, the Imperial Assassination Unit was already worthless. Most of its elite members were either dead, defected, or had run away. By then, he had already lost interest in them. That Blaine boy, who he once saw potential in, was probably executed by Saikyuu. What remained of the unit was likely nothing but a pack of nobodies. If any of them still had decent strength, he could always hand-pick them and place them under Esteth's command. In Honest's eyes, Esteth alone was more than enough to crush the rebels. And with Esteth recruiting even more powerful subordinates, victory would be inevitable. To him, the Revolutionary Army wasn't the only concern. General Budo and his so-called conscience faction posed an equal, if not greater, threat. That was why Honest had an insidious plan in mind, one that would escalate tensions between Budo, Night Raid, and the rebels, ensuring they could never unite against him. After Prime Minister Honest issued the order, the royal palace immediately relayed it to Esteth at the northern border using the fastest means possible, flying danger beasts. Esteth received the command that very same day. Although she had already crushed the northern tribes in the fortress city, many remnants still lingered beyond the Empire's borders. However, she had no real interest in wiping them out completely. Instead, she chose to obey Honest's order, not because she had to, but because returning to the capital meant she could indulge in even more thrilling battles. Compared to the weak northern tribes, whom she regarded as mere insects, Night Raid, where every member wielded a taigu, was far more intriguing. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the fight. Of course, aside from Night Raid, there was someone else who piqued her interest even more, Blaine. The mere thought of him brought a love-struck smile to her face, her cheeks faintly flushed. At that moment, the stark contrast between this expression and her usual cold, ruthless demeanor was almost jarring. Blaine, wait for me. Chapter 102, Falling in Love. Only 4 people returned from the northern fortress city to the imperial capital, Esteth and her 3 beasts. The rest of the soldiers remained stationed at the fortress, ensuring that any remnants of the northern tribes outside the empire would not attempt another invasion. With the northern tribe's main force, led by Numa Saika, the hero of the north, completely crushed by Esteth, the remaining troops at the fortress were more than capable of handling any stragglers. It's rare to see such an expression on Lady Esteth's face. Even the mighty General Esteth has fallen in love after all. Noticing Esteth's faint blush, Liver, one of the 3 beasts, couldn't help but sigh. Yeah. Before this, I never would have imagined that Lady Esteth had this side to her. Even now, Miao found it hard to believe. The 3 beasts knew Esteth well, after all, they had followed her through countless battles. They had always assumed that someone as battle-crazed as Esteth wouldn't be interested in any man. Daidara, on the other hand, had no interest in this conversation. His mind was preoccupied with finding ways to gain more experience points. I really want to meet the man Lady Esteth likes, Miao said, his tone filled with curiosity rather than expectation. He was simply wondering, what kind of person could possibly catch Esteth's eye? No rush. Once Lady Esteth returns to the capital, that man will become our superior, Liver replied calmly. Esteth had already informed them that before long, Blaine would not only serve as a deputy general in the army but also as their direct superior in the 3 beasts. The sudden addition of a new commanding officer didn't bother them in the slightest. This was Esteth's decision, and they obeyed her without question. Liver, for instance, owed his very freedom to Esteth. If she hadn't chosen him as a member of the 3 beasts, he would have rotted away in a dungeon for the rest of his life. He knew firsthand how dark the Empire truly was, he had been one of its victims. But now, he didn't serve the Empire. He served Esteth. Her orders were the only ones that mattered. Esteth's authority within the Empire was absolute. If she refused to do something, not even the Emperor or Prime Minister Honest could force her. Honest, for his part, never interfered with Esteth's decisions. He understood her personality well enough to know that letting her do as she pleased was the safest course of action. Niao stretched, placing his hands behind his head. Right, he'll be our boss soon. I'm getting excited. Little did he know, the chances of Blaine actually becoming Estetha's deputy were slim to none. During the time before Estetha's return, Blaine and the others were far from idle. Blaine planned to initiate contact between his Akatsuki members and Night Raid. While their ideals clashed somewhat with the Revolutionary Army, Blaine's deeper interactions with Night Raid had shown him that they weren't entirely unreasonable. For instance, despite Mine's short temper, she at least listened to what he had to say, which meant there was room for negotiation. At the same time, Blaine intended to gradually expand Akatsuki's influence. His goal wasn't to recreate the elite, small-scale Akatsuki of Nagato's era but rather the larger organization from Yahiko's time, though back then, most of its members had ultimately perished. To expand Akatsuki, they had to start making moves. Blaine had already dispatched several members to the imperial capital to gather intelligence. These operatives, formerly of the Empire's assassination unit, remained unknown in the capital, meaning they weren't subject to wanted notices like AKAME. Even Saikyu, despite overseeing the assassination unit, had never seen their faces. He viewed assassins as disposable tools, used and discarded once they had served their purpose. Only top-tier killers like AKAME and Kurome ever warranted his attention. In his eyes, no matter how skilled, a workhorse was still just a workhorse. That made it all the more ideal to send everyone except Kurome to infiltrate the capital. Of course, they couldn't just wander around in matching Red Cloud robes. Strolling through the streets in identical outfits would be as good as announcing, "Hey, we're a secret organization." After these past days of investigation, we've witnessed countless crimes firsthand. The Imperial Capital Security Force barely reacts to any of it. Their patrols have become more frequent and strict, but it's obvious they're focused entirely on Night Raid. The intelligence agents regularly reported back to Blaine, and this time was no different. We only intervene when we're absolutely sure we won't be detected by the security force. If the risk is too high, we can't do anything. The female operative delivering the report had a hint of guilt on her face. To avoid exposing themselves, they had to act with extreme caution, even if it meant watching helplessly at times. "It's all right, you've done your best," Blaine reassured her. "I'll handle the rest." "Understood." Blaine then received two critical pieces of information. First, some merchants were secretly smuggling drugs, using deception to trap women in addiction and ruin their lives. It was suspected that a powerful figure was shielding them from consequences. Second, Estet had successfully crushed the northern tribes and executed hundreds of thousands, burying them alive. She had been recalled to the capital, and the news had already spread. Strangely enough, the public's reaction wasn't fear but admiration. Many citizens now revered her even more. "Oh, and one other thing," the operative added. "We haven't seen any wanted notices for you, Kurome, or Commander Seryu anywhere in the capital. By all logic, Saikyu should have been aware of what happened at the assassination unit's base by now, so why hasn't he taken any action? No idea what Saikyu is up to, but if there's no bounty on us, that's only to our advantage." That meant Blaine's movements in the capital would be much easier. Out of everything in the report, what concerned him most was Estetha's imminent return. As she had boldly claimed before departing, it hadn't taken her long to subjugate the northern tribes. Blaine decided that he needed to take care of certain matters before Estetha arrived, especially dealing with the drug smuggling operation. After that, he would focus entirely on the real threat, Estetha herself. Chapter 103, Kurome is angry. Blaine's original plan was to take Seryu with him to assassinate the drug smugglers and, in the process, announce the existence of the Akatsuki organization to the world. After all, he hadn't founded the Akatsuki organization just to hide away in the Saiga caves. Its ideals needed to be known, or else there was no point in creating it in the first place. Of course, this would inevitably draw threats from the honest regime, but Blaine wasn't afraid of that. However, there was one issue: Kurome was coming with them to the imperial capital. That's fine. Blaine agreed without hesitation. There was no downside to bringing Kurome along, and having an extra reliable fighter was a definite advantage. They traveled together on a flying danger beast. Just like last time, Kurome sat on Blaine's lap. Her smooth, practiced movement made it seem like she had already gotten used to it. "Hug me." Even her request was much more direct than before. All right. Blaine was indulgent when it came to Kurome. As long as her requests weren't unreasonable, he had no problem agreeing to them. As before, he gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Watching this, Seiryu once again felt that strange sensation creeping up on her. But this time, it wasn't just the tightness in her chest, there was also an unexpected loneliness. She lightly pinched the collar of her shirt, her expression dimming slightly. She felt like there was something wrong with her. That's why she didn't want to mention it to her master. She was an enforcer of justice. If something this trivial could shake her emotions, wouldn't her master be disappointed in her? And yet, she couldn't ignore her instincts. She didn't want to sit there alone. Getting up, Seiryu walked behind Blaine and slowly leaned against him, resting her back against his. Seiryu? Blaine was momentarily confused. Seiryu didn't answer. Embarrassed, she just quietly pressed against him, unwilling to explain herself for fear of disappointing her master. Since she didn't respond, Blaine chose not to push the matter. Maybe she didn't sleep well last night and was just tired. That was the most reasonable explanation, he thought. Kurome, though she didn't turn to look, understood what had just happened. She could be selfish at times, often acting on her own whims, but in this instance, she said nothing. Besides, Commander Seiryu's naivete made her feel a little sorry for her. At this moment, Blaine had Kurome sitting on his lap while Seiryu leaned against him from behind. To be honest, any normal person would start feeling uncomfortable after a while in this position. But with his body enhanced by system points, Blaine didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Still, a thought crossed his mind, was Kurome getting a little too close to him? Seiryu was fine, aside from acting a little odd earlier. Kurome, you know. I'm still a guy. Don't you think it'd be better to keep a little distance from me? Blaine spoke to Kurome seriously. The moment she heard this, Kurome froze. The hand reaching into her snack bag for a cookie stiffened, and her expression darkened slightly. For a brief moment, she was completely silent. Then, in a soft but pointed voice, she muttered, "Commander, are you an idiot?" "Huh? What makes you say that?" Blaine was completely baffled. He was just offering some well-intended advice, why was she reacting like this? An idiot is an idiot. Kurome seemed genuinely upset, her small lips puffing out in frustration. She sulked, refusing to explain. She had assumed that by now, Blaine would have realized how she felt. But instead, he went and said something like that, making it obvious that he was still completely clueless. The more oblivious he was, the harder it was for her to come out and say it directly. Since Kurome remained silent, Blaine could only sit there, thoroughly confused. If even Blaine didn't get it, then Seiryu had no chance of understanding. That strange feeling she had earlier had completely disappeared once she got closer to her master. Now, as she listened to the conversation between Blaine and Kurome, she felt like they were speaking an entirely different language. After some time, the flying danger beast carrying the three of them landed a short distance from the imperial capital. They couldn't just ride the danger beast straight into the city, that would be far too conspicuous. From there, they proceeded on foot. With their abilities, scaling the city walls undetected was a simple task. Blaine, Seiryu, and Kurome all possessed physical capabilities beyond that of normal humans. After infiltrating the imperial capital, the three of them immediately made their way to the target location. According to the intel we have, the target is located in the red light district of the imperial capital. The exact spot is, over there. Standing on a rooftop overlooking red light district, Blaine, clad in his red cloud robe, extended his index finger, pointing toward their destination. Seiryu and Kurome stood beside him, also dressed in red cloud robes. This mission wasn't just about assassinating drug dealers, they were also here to spread word of Akatsuki's existence. Naturally, wearing their red cloud robes was a must. Below them stretched the most infamous district of the imperial capital, a place that, to put it bluntly, could make anyone blush and their heart race. Given the level of their opponents, a detailed battle plan wasn't necessary. The drug dealers weren't particularly strong. Blaine led Seiryu and Kurome straight into the secret base where their targets were hiding. It was a large, standalone mansion, heavily guarded by men in suits and sunglasses, all armed and patrolling the perimeter. If any outsiders were caught trespassing, these guards would undoubtedly intervene, or even attack outright. But against Blaine and his group, this so-called security was meaningless. These guards weren't even Taiga users. As the trio moved past them, the only thing the guards registered was a sudden gust of wind. By the time they turned around, not even a shadow remained, leaving them to assume it was just their imagination. In the blink of an eye, Blaine had led Seiryu and Kurome into an attic space above their targets. The sounds of the drug dealers talking below were clear to them. However, inside the attic, Blaine unexpectedly ran into two familiar faces. Sheil and Mine. At that moment, Sheil and Mine had also heard a faint, unusual noise. When they turned around, they were met with the sight of Blaine and his team. Kurome was a face they recognized, but for Seiryu, this was their first meeting. Both Sheil and Mine were caught off guard. Sheil remained relatively composed, while Mine barely managed to suppress a startled reaction. On the other side, Blaine and Kurome were equally surprised. Running into Sheil and Mine here was beyond coincidence. But after a moment of thought, the reason became obvious. Night Raid must have accepted a contract to take out the same targets, which was why Sheil and Mine were here. Even so, the timing was uncanny. Since Seiryu didn't know Sheil and Mine, her first instinct was to assume they were enemies. Without hesitation, she drew her sword, her killing intent flaring. Chapter 104, The Heinous Drug Dealers. Feeling a strong sense of hostility from Seiryu, Mine and Sheil immediately tensed, their expressions turning serious. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and took defensive stances. "Wait, they're not the enemy," Blaine whispered to Seiryu. His voice was low enough that the drug dealers below wouldn't hear him. Realizing her mistake, Seiryu put her large sword back on her back. Her previously fierce and aggressive expression instantly softened into an awkward smile as she scratched her head. "Sorry about that, I thought you were the bad guys," she apologized quietly to Mine and Sheil. Mine and Sheil let out slight sighs of relief. If a fight had broken out, their entire assassination mission could have been compromised. "It's fine," Mine replied, then turned to Blaine. "So, what are you doing here?" "We're here to take care of the drug dealers too. We'll talk about the details once the mission is done," Blaine said. Mine nodded. She carefully removed one of the wooden panels from the ceiling and placed it aside. The ceiling was made up of multiple wooden boards supported by an iron framework, allowing for easy assembly and disassembly. Now, through the small opening, they had a direct view of what was happening below. Below them, a group of lavishly dressed women lay sprawled about, none of them able to stand properly. They were smoking opium in unnatural positions, completely intoxicated. It was clear that the merchants were using drugs to destroy these women. Mine's face darkened at the sight, and Sheil's expression grew more solemn. "Ha ha ha, looks like they're having a great time," a voice rang out. A man wearing a monocular eye patch and gold chain strolled into the room, likely the drug smuggler. His accomplices followed closely behind. "Listen up. Make good money for me, and I'll let you smoke as much as you want." The smuggler used the drugs as bait, luring the women into selling their bodies in places like the red light district. Yes. The women, already hopelessly addicted, couldn't resist the temptation. They had no choice but to keep prostituting themselves in exchange for more opium. The smuggler's gaze shifted to a woman lying in the corner. Her face was ashen, her body lifeless. "This one's done for. She reeks, completely useless now. Just toss her out and find a new replacement. Go grab some dumb girl from the slums. Those worthless pieces of trash will do anything for a bit of money." With no regard for human life, the smuggler discarded the dying woman like garbage, already planning to prey on another victim. It was obvious that all the women hooked on opium had been abducted from the slums, only to be turned into tools for profit. From their vantage point in the ceiling, Blaine, Sheil, and the others silently observed the disgusting scene before them. "These merchants are exactly as described in the commission," Sheil stated calmly. Nothing seemed to shake her composure. "What a piece of shit." Mine clenched her fists as she took in the miserable state of the women from the slums. No matter what, drug smuggling is an unforgivable crime. Seiryu's expression darkened, barely restraining herself from rushing down to deliver justice to this evil. "Let's move," Blaine said calmly. Aside from him, Seiryu, Kurome, Sheil, and Mine were all Taiga users. Their overwhelming strength made dealing with the merchants and bodyguards effortless. There was no need for any elaborate plan, just strike. With her master's permission, Seiryu wasted no time. She stomped down hard, blasting a massive hole in the ceiling. The deafening crash startled the merchants. Wah! Before the leading merchant could even react, a massive sword came crashing down on his skull. Seiryu had dropped from above, swinging her great sword in a brutal downward strike, splitting the man clean in half. The gruesome sight left the remaining merchants paralyzed in shock. Seiryu's vicious grin only made her appear even more terrifying. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the bodyguards outside. They rushed in to check the situation, only to find several unknown intruders, assassins. Get them. Kill the intruders. The bodyguards charged forward, confident in their numbers. However, within seconds, they were all dead. Kurome didn't even bother using Yatsufusa's corpse puppets. A single effortless slash was enough to kill each one. Mine's pumpkin cannon took down enemy after enemy. Though her close combat abilities were weak, she was always paired with Shield, who ensured her protection. Even though the merchants and guards carried firearms, Shield easily deflected the bullets with her massive scissor-shaped taigu. Wait. Just as Seiryu was about to finish off the last remaining merchant, Blaine stopped her. Her raised sword came to an abrupt halt. If he had spoken a second later, the man's head would have burst apart. The merchant collapsed to his knees, his legs giving out in terror. Tears and snot mixed on his face as he sobbed pitifully. Someone's protecting you, aren't they? Who is it? Blaine stepped forward, towering over the trembling man with a cold, piercing gaze. It's Lord Bull. The merchant had already lost all composure. Just one icy glare from Blaine was enough to make him spill everything. Blaine nodded slightly. After getting his answer, he turned and walked away. Even without further instruction, Seiryu knew she was free to continue. There was no reason to spare a scumbag like this. Drug smuggling alone warranted a death sentence. Luring and destroying countless women made his crimes even more unforgivable. Koro, eat him. Seiryu suddenly changed her mind. Beheading him was far too merciful, letting Koro devour him alive was much more fitting. Chow. Koro cheerfully trotted toward the merchant, nearly stumbling along the way. Seeing the strange-looking but oddly cute dog, the merchant was momentarily dumbfounded. They want this little thing, to eat me? Even Mine and Shield, unfamiliar with Koro, exchanged puzzled glances. Then, in an instant, Koro's head expanded to an enormous size. His body remained the same, but his head grew exponentially, an unnatural transformation far more terrifying than simple size augmentation. The grotesque shift sent a chilling wave of horror through the room. His gaping maw was now large enough to swallow multiple people whole. The merchant's pupils shrank in terror. No. No, please. His scream of pure desperation echoed through the air, before it was abruptly cut off. Chapter 105, Tiger Mask. After devouring the drug dealer, Koro reverted to its usual adorable appearance. The scene had left a deep impression on both Mine and Shield. That's not an ordinary danger beast, is it? Mine couldn't help but ask Seiryu. You're right, but Koro isn't a danger beast. It's a biological taigu, Seiryu replied with a smile. Mine suddenly felt that the girl before her, along with that biological taigu, was terrifying. The contrast between their appearance in battle and their usual demeanor was like night and day. She had heard of biological taigu before, but this was the first time she had seen one in person. Our mission is complete. You two should be heading back soon, right? Shield asked Blaine. There's no rush to return just yet. That guy mentioned Bull earlier, and I think we need to deal with him too, Blaine said. In truth, he had already gathered information about Bull from members of the Akatsuki organization. His questioning of the drug dealer was just to confirm the details. The Bull that the dealer spoke of matched what Blaine had learned, an official under Minister Honest who abused his power to shield drug dealers. His rank wasn't low either. Blaine planned to use this man to publicly reveal the existence of the Akatsuki organization. With that in mind, he casually pulled out a stack of leaflets and scattered them on the ground. Each black leaflet bore a red, fire cloud emblem with the character Akatsuki in the center. What's this? Your organization's symbol? Mine asked curiously, picking up a leaflet. Akatsuki. So that's your group's name? That's right, Blaine nodded. I see. Well, I still think Night Raid sounds way better, Mine remarked. Blaine didn't bother responding to that. You're going after Bull now? Shield asked. Yeah. If we don't eliminate him, the drug smuggling problem won't be solved at its root, Blaine replied. Then, if it's okay, I'd like to help, Shield offered. Blaine and Kurome had helped Night Raid before, and she wanted to return the favor. More than that, she was always willing to lend a hand where she could. After all, fighting was the only thing she was good at. Of course. You're more than welcome, Blaine said without hesitation. Shield smiled warmly. Shield, wait, what about me? Mine suddenly felt lost as she'll made plans to go with Blaine and the others. You can come with us, or you can head back first, she'll said to mine. Fine, I'll begrudgingly help out, mine muttered. Just as she spoke, her gaze accidentally met Blaine's. She quickly looked away with a huff. But don't get the wrong idea. I just don't want to leave Sheila alone, it's not like I actually want to help you or anything. Question mark. Blaine blinked in mild confusion. I know. Not wasting any more time, he shifted back to the main issue. Let's move now before word of this spreads. Seryu and Kurome nodded, immediately falling in behind Blaine. Mine and Sheila followed closely after them. Blaine had already gathered intelligence on Bull's whereabouts long ago. Before long, they arrived at Bull's lavish mansion. Inside the grand hall, Bull was in the middle of a business discussion. There are Shinga users and Imperial Fist Temple Masters among his bodyguards. Stay alert. I'll move in and capture him alive, Blaine instructed the group beside him. After they nodded in acknowledgement, he sprang into action. Activating the dojutsu, double kamui, once again, Blaine instantly teleported to a position directly behind Bull, who was within his line of sight. Bull was deep in conversation with a drug dealer, negotiating percentages for smuggling operations, specifically, the cut he demanded as a protection fee. Lord Bull, when did someone appear behind you? The drug dealer sitting across from Bull suddenly noticed the figure, an ominous presence clad in unusual attire, wearing an orange tiger skin mask. What? Bull was momentarily stunned, unable to process what was being said. The moment he started to turn his head, Blaine struck. The masked figure was, of course, Blaine himself, and his waist was adorned with the long blade known as the Crimson Night Blade. Under the cover of night, the Crimson Night Blade's effects significantly amplified his abilities, nothing but advantages, no drawbacks. With a swift motion, Blaine grabbed Bull by the back of the neck and slammed his face down onto the table. Boom! The impact was so forceful that the table caved in beneath him. Although Bull's face was buried in the wreckage, there was no doubt that it had been mangled beyond recognition. Blaine aimed to capture him alive, not kill him immediately. So, he held back, at least for now, and shifted his focus. The drug dealer, stunned by the sudden attack, took a moment to process the scene before screaming in panic. However, before he could even finish, Blaine, moving with ghostly speed, grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Blaine had restrained his strength somewhat, as he still had use for the dealer. But restrained didn't mean weak. The moment the dealer hit the ground, the back of his head smacked against the floor with enough force to knock him unconscious instantly. Clicking his tongue, Blaine glanced at the unmoving body. TCH, maybe I overdid it a little. Let's hope this guy's got a tough skull and doesn't die just yet. The commotion inside quickly alerted the guards outside. Between the loud crash and the screams, they wasted no time reacting. However, most of them were distracted by the simultaneous assault from Kurome and the other three women, leaving only the nearest guards to rush into the hall. Who the hell are you? Release Lord Bull this instant. The lead guard barked at the masked intruder. In the dimly lit hall, the tiger skin mask radiated a far more menacing and oppressive aura than a plain white mask would. Just standing there, Blaine's presence alone sent a chill down the guards' spines. Many hesitated, cold sweat forming on their brows. Seeing their hesitation, the captain's face twisted in rage. What the hell are you idiots waiting for? Get him. If anything happens to Lord Bull, none of you will leave here alive. Shaken by the command, the guards had no choice but to push their fear aside and charge toward the masked intruder. Chapter 106, Slaying the Minister's Lapdogs. Facing the encirclement of guards, Blaine drew the Crimson Night Blade from his waist. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary katana, but a faint mist of blood clung to the blade, giving it an eerie and menacing presence. The head guard was the first to charge at Blaine. He had to rescue Lord Bull as soon as possible, his own life depended on it. As a Shinga user, he had more confidence than the other guards. Blaine swung his blade forward, his speed so overwhelming that the guard couldn't even register the movement. All he saw was a flash of light, and by the time he realized what had happened, his throat had already been slit. Gah! The head guard collapsed backward, disbelief filling his eyes. The intruder was this powerful. Could it be Night Raid? That was his last thought before death claimed him. Blaine had no intention of showing mercy to these guards. Ding! The host has killed a Shinga user and received a reward, 10 system points. Seeing their leader taken down in an instant, the remaining guards lost their nerve. They were trapped, running meant death, and fighting was just as likely to end the same way. If they had any chance at survival, it was to flee and find a place to hide. But before they could even make a decision, Blaine was already upon them. Moments later, nearly every guard had been slain. As Blaine prepared to finish off the last remaining one, who lay on the ground, gravely injured, the man still tried to threaten him. Lord Bull is one of the Prime Minister's men. Do you have any idea what will happen if you kill him? Blaine replied coldly, funny. It just so happens that I want to kill the Prime Minister's lapdogs. Under the guard's despairing gaze, Blaine swung the hilt of his sword down. After Blaine finished off the guards, Kurome and the others had also dealt with the ones outside. Before long, they regrouped with Blaine in the lobby. As soon as they entered, they were met with the sight of corpses scattered across the floor and two suited men still clinging to life. And then, there was the man wearing a tiger skin mask. Though his build and red cloud robe made it obvious that it was Blaine, mine still couldn't help but comment, "You're wearing another weird mask. And it's different from the last one. I get that assassins wearing masks is normal, but you sure have a lot of them." Blaine casually removed the mask and replied, "I just wear whatever. Looks like you've taken care of the guards here too. What about those two? You're not going to deal with them? One of them should be Bull, right?" Mine asked, eyeing the two wounded men. Their attire alone made it clear they held higher status than ordinary guards. "Yeah, it's this guy." Blaine finally grabbed Bull, whose face had been buried in the table, and lifted him up by the back of his collar. "I still have a use for him, so I didn't kill him yet." Bull's face was a mess, covered in blood, his features unrecognizable, and several teeth missing. It was hard to tell if he was playing dead or actually unconscious, but it didn't really matter. "What do you need him for?" Mine asked curiously. "You'll find out soon," Blaine replied. Then, his tone turned icy as he addressed Bull. "Keep playing dead, and I'll make sure you actually die." He had already noticed Bull's eyelashes twitching unnaturally. The guy was obviously faking it, impressive, considering the state he was in. Despite his injuries, he had endured without making a sound. The other man, a drug dealer, was the only one truly unconscious. At Blaine's threat, Bull's eyes snapped open in fear. "Talk. Where's all your money?" Blaine demanded. In the vault." With his life on the line, Bull didn't dare hold back and confessed immediately. They arrived at the vault doors, where Blaine used Bull's key to unlock the heavy, reinforced entrance. Inside, they were met with the sight of countless gold coins piled high across the floor. For a mid-level official, this kind of wealth was absurd. It was clear how deep his corruption ran, and no doubt a large portion of it came from protecting drug traffickers. Just how much did this bastard steal? Mine muttered, feeling a chill at the sheer scale of it. "Get some people to load it into sacks and haul it away," Blaine said flatly. There were still plenty of servants left alive in Bull's mansion, innocent workers who had nothing to do with his crimes. They could help, and in return, they'd be rewarded with a share of the gold, effectively freeing them from servitude. As expected, many of them were more than willing to assist. One sack after another, the gold was packed up and loaded onto carts. Blaine then grabbed Bull and the unconscious drug dealer as if they were nothing more than dead weight and casually tossed them onto one of the carts. He wasn't the least bit worried about them escaping, it was impossible under his watch. Mine and the others followed behind, but even Seryu and Kurome weren't entirely sure what Blaine's intentions were. What was he planning with all of this? "Oh, right. If you have masks, wear them. Or keep your distance from me, unless you want your identities exposed." "I don't really care either way," Blaine suddenly reminded Mine and Shiel. "In that case, we'll stay back and observe," Shiel said, pulling up the hood of her cloak. "Fine." Mine muttered, following suit. Blaine then made his way toward a bustling night market. At this hour, the place was packed with people. Up ahead, there was a stage where a group of dancers was performing. "Excuse me, I need to borrow this venue," Blaine said, tossing a bag of gold coins to the stage manager, a man in a top hat. The manager looked momentarily stunned, but when he opened the bag and saw its contents, his eyes widened in shock. It was a small bag, but it was filled with gold coins, not copper or silver, but pure gold. "No problem. No problem at all. Please, do as you like," the stage manager said eagerly, bowing with utmost respect. He then shot a glance at the dancers, signaling for them to clear the stage immediately. Meanwhile, the gathered audience was left utterly confused. What was going on? Was this some kind of impromptu performance? Chapter 107, Public Execution, The Spread of Akatsuki. After the trailer was hauled onto the stage, Blaine grabbed Bull and the drug dealer, dragging them down. The drug dealer seemed to have regained consciousness, letting out a weak groan. Blaine placed a hand on each of their shoulders, forcing them to kneel before the crowd of commoners below. For Bull, this was a deep humiliation, forcing a high-ranking official like him to kneel before a group of so-called lowly peasants. But he had no choice. If he dared to resist, Blaine would not hesitate to kill him on the spot. Meanwhile, Mine and Shiel watched from within the crowd, keeping an eye on the stage. Seryu and Kurome stood behind Blaine. By now, they had a good idea of what he was about to do. Since Blaine hadn't spoken yet, the crowd remained confused. What's going on? We came here to watch a dance performance. Even if this is some kind of act, it's a bit much, isn't it? Why does that blood-covered guy look kinda like Lord Bull? Lord Bull. I've heard of him, but I've never seen someone of his status in person. No way, it really is him. And those three on stage look like assassins. This isn't a performance, is it? More and more people began to suspect the bloodied man in a suit was indeed Lord Bull. The situation was quickly becoming serious. At that moment, Blaine grabbed Bull by the hair, lifting his face for everyone to see. I'm sure plenty of you recognize this man. His name is Bull. He's deeply involved with drug smugglers and has committed countless atrocities. I'm sure many of you have suffered under him, too afraid to speak out. Blaine then gestured to the man beside Bull. And this one here? He's a drug dealer who worked with him. Together, they smuggled enormous amounts of narcotics, destroying countless families. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. They were stunned. The once powerful Lord Bull, now kneeling before them, bloodied and beaten, it was almost too surreal to believe. The stage manager, who had allowed Blaine to rent the venue, was now beginning to panic. Was this man really about to do something horrifying on his stage? Blaine turned to Bull, his voice cold and sharp. Tell them yourself, have you been colluding with drug dealers? And not just one, but multiple. Yes, yes. Bull whimpered, reduced to a pathetic, broken man. He had no more strength to resist. Blaine's voice remained calm. Good. The justice you never got, I'll deliver for you. With those words, Blaine activated his will, donning the tiger skin mask once more. The crimson night blade materialized in his hand. And with a single, swift motion, he beheaded both Bull and the drug dealer in front of the entire crowd. Bull's severed head hit the ground with little reaction in his lifeless eyes, he had already accepted his fate. The drug dealer, on the other hand, had barely been conscious before his death. He likely never even realized he had died. The audience fell into absolute silence. Even the sound of their heads rolling off the stage echoed harshly in the dead air. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Lord Bull, just like that, he's dead. The wagons behind me contain all of Bull's possessions. You can divide them among yourselves, but don't get too greedy. Blaine deliberately emphasized the last part, don't get too greedy. Only then did the crowd erupt into cheers. They had long despised Lord Bull. Pah! Why even call him that now? Dead man suits him better. But before this, they wouldn't have dared to oppose him, one wrong move, and it would have been their heads on the chopping block. Now, the hero standing on the platform had taken care of their problem. And on top of that, he was handing out money. Even a single gold coin was enough for them to splurge for a while. Blaine then turned to the servants who had just emerged from Bull's mansion. Sort these gold coins into small bags, 10 per bag. Make sure to include these flyers before handing them out, he instructed. And take 2 or 3 bags for yourselves as payment for your help. The servants eagerly nodded in gratitude. As the gold bags were distributed, news spread like wildfire. Word quickly reached the entire night market, and people rushed over in a frenzy, eager to get their share. Even those who were already in bed, or fast asleep, bolted out of their homes to grab the gold. With Bull's fortune, tens of thousands of coins could be handed out, so it wouldn't run out anytime soon. Blaine had also prepared for the aftermath. He had the servants wear masks from nearby street vendors to prevent retaliation and assured them he would protect them for the time being. As the gold coins spread, so did the flyers, along with the name of the Akatsuki organization. The back of the flyer even detailed Akatsuki's ideology. Blaine felt that this was enough. When he saw the Imperial Capital Security Force approaching through his Mangekyo Sharingan, he quickly signaled the servants to slip away with the crowd. By then, most of the gold had already been taken. Only a small amount remained, but Blaine didn't care, someone would take the rest soon enough. By the time the security force arrived, they were met with nothing but chaos and a few scattered coins. What the hell is going on here? Move it! The leading guard barked at the disorderly crowd. Once the people dispersed, the shameless guards helped themselves to the remaining gold bags. As for the assassin who killed Lord Bull, he had long since escaped, and they couldn't be bothered to chase him. Only after looting the last of the gold did they put on a show of handling Lord Bull's body. Meanwhile, Blaine and the others had already left the Imperial capital. I heard your base is pretty far. Why don't you stay at our place for the night? As they stepped out of the city, Shill extended an invitation to Blaine, Seiryu, and Kurome. It is quite late. Mine looked up at the dark sky, where only a faint moonlight illuminated the land. That works. Blaine nodded slightly. He also wanted Seiryu to properly meet the members of Night Raid. Seiryu and Kurome had no objections. Seiryu still remembered her master's words, she should judge Night Raid objectively. Shill and Mine, the two she had just met, didn't seem like bad people. But what about the rest of Night Raid? Chapter 108, owing his death a favor. Blaine found a nearby flying danger beast mount and took Shill and Mine with him to the Night Raid base. At first, nothing seemed unusual, until Kurome, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, sat down on Blaine's lap. Mine's eyes widened in shock. What are you two doing? Kurome, still calmly munching on a cookie, looked completely unfazed. What's wrong? And nothing. Seeing Kurome act as if nothing was out of the ordinary, Mine immediately deflated. Then, just like before, Seiryu sat behind Blaine, pressing close to him. You all seem to get along pretty well, Shill remarked in her usual absent-minded way. Yeah. Mine pursed her lips slightly, looking somewhat displeased. Before long, Blaine and the others arrived at the Night Raid base on the flying danger beast. Shill briefly explained what had happened to the rest of Night Raid. I can't believe it. That just so happens to be the same target as our latest mission, Magenta said, surprised. Unlike Night Raid, Blaine hadn't taken on an assassination contract or received any reward. He had simply acted on his own to eliminate Bull and the drug smuggling merchants. Of course, it wasn't a completely selfless act, this operation had effectively spread the name of Akatsuki. Nei-san. Even though they had just seen each other not long ago, Kurome was just as excited to reunite with AKAME. The two sisters immediately embraced. For Seiryu, this was her first time meeting the members of Night Raid, but she showed no hesitation. Instead, she introduced herself with ease. I'm Seiryu from the Akatsuki organization. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Hello, Seiryu. You're more than welcome to visit Night Raid, Magenta said warmly. So far, the Akatsuki members she had encountered, including Blaine, had all treated Night Raid amicably, and their goals currently aligned. Seiryu, do you remember me? Chelsea greeted her with a playful grin. Seiryu looked at her in confusion. Have we met before? I don't remember. As far as she could recall, she had no memory of the girl standing in front of her. Just a second. Chelsea activated her Taigu, Jia Foundation, instantly transforming into a familiar small black cat. She let out a soft meow, as if to say, do you recognize me now? Shady. Seiryu's eyes lit up in realization. She had worried about Shady for 2 whole days after the little cat had suddenly disappeared. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that Shady had actually been this girl all along. Chelsea leaped onto Seiryu's shoulder and affectionately licked her face with her rough cat tongue. Huh, that tickles. A moment later, Chelsea reverted to her human form. Watching Seiryu and Chelsea hit it off so quickly, Blaine felt reassured. It seemed likely that Seiryu would get along just fine with the rest of Night Raid. After all, she wasn't inherently bad, just easily influenced. As long as she didn't stubbornly insist that Night Raid was evil, there shouldn't be any major issues. Another cute girl joins the party. Is this your pet? Lubbock asked as he looked at Koro, the small creature standing at Seiryu's feet. Just as he was about to crouch down and play with it, Mine quickly warned him, I'd think twice if I were you. That's not just some ordinary pet, it's a biological taigu. Mess with it, and it might just eat you. Eh? Lubbock immediately recoiled in alarm. This little thing was a biological taigu. Don't worry, Koro isn't a threat to good people, Seiryu said with a cheerful smile. Good people? I wouldn't go that far, Lubbock said awkwardly. To be honest, none of us here can really call ourselves good people, Leon added with a carefree laugh. No one in Night Raid considered themselves righteous. That must be the legendary, magical beast transformation, Hecatonkairs, right? Najenda speculated. As a former Imperial general, she knew this taigu was still in the Empire's hands. Though she had never seen it in person, she was familiar with its description and could recognize it from that alone. That's right. But since Koro is so friendly toward you, I know you're all on the side of justice. Seiryu declared with confidence. Blaine flicked her forehead lightly. Haven't I told you before? Stop bringing up justice and evil all the time. Ugh. I understand, Master. Seiryu pouted but obediently nodded. By the way, Blaine, I assume you've already heard about Estetha's return. Najenda suddenly brought up the topic, her tone serious. This was the biggest concern weighing on her mind today. Esteth had conquered the northern tribes far faster than anyone expected. In less than 2 weeks, including travel time, she had utterly crushed them. The battles themselves likely took no more than 3 days. Her overwhelming speed had caught the revolutionary army completely off guard. They had planned to make major moves while Esteth was away from the capital, but now, those plans had completely fallen apart. No doubt about it, Esteth truly was the Empire's strongest. I know, Blaine replied calmly. Rumor has it that Prime Minister Honest summoned Esteth back on short notice. Most likely, they're preparing to move against us, Najenda said gravely. You've said before that you could take on Esteth alone. It's not that I doubt you, but just to be safe, I'd rather we face her together and proceed cautiously. No one knows the full extent of her power. Back when she led her forces in defecting from the Empire, Estetha's interception had left a deep mark on Najenda, perhaps even a lingering trauma. The atmosphere was tense, and even mine, who usually took any chance to bicker with Blaine, remained silent. The smartest course of action was undeniably to unite against Esteth. I understand. Cooperation isn't an issue, Blaine replied smoothly. However, there were some matters he still preferred to handle himself. For instance, he had always felt that he owed Esteth a favor. Thinking back, she had looked after him multiple times since he arrived in the imperial capital. Without her, things wouldn't have gone nearly as smoothly for him. So once Esteth returned, Blaine intended to settle that debt, on his own. Chapter 109, A Subordinate Wants to Fall in Love. Alright, then there shouldn't be any issues, Najenda said. For now, let's wait and see what Honest and Esteth do next, then adjust our plans accordingly. When it came to Esteth, she wasn't willing to take any risks. Her approach was cautious and measured. However, Blaine clearly had no intention of just sitting back and watching. That said, he wasn't arrogant enough to completely dismiss Esteth as a threat. Oh, right, I remember Esteth had a pretty good impression of you. She even wanted you to be her second-in-command, Chelsea suddenly remarked. So you and that woman were on such good terms? Najenda said, a little surprised. Then again, it wasn't all that shocking. From what she knew, Esteth had a keen eye for talent and treated her subordinates well, aside from her hellish training regimen. That did happen, but there's no way I'd agree to it now, Blaine stated firmly. Now that he had founded Akatsuki, joining the enemy was out of the question. Esteth was undoubtedly aligned with Prime Minister Honest's faction. Unless he somehow defeated her and she willingly submitted to him, there was no possibility of them being on the same side. But that was something to consider later. Or I could just disguise myself as you, get close to Esteth, and then. Chelsea made a slashing motion across her neck. It's best not to be reckless, Najenda warned. Esteth isn't someone you can assassinate so easily. If you fail, escaping will be nearly impossible. Fair point, Chelsea chuckled. She was never one to act impulsively. Even if she did go through with the plan, she'd retreat the moment she sensed it wasn't the right time to strike. That was how she always operated. Even in the original timeline, Chelsea only took action when she was absolutely sure, which made her assassination success rate incredibly high. And even if she did fail, she was skilled enough to escape unscathed. The only time things went wrong was with Kurome. She hadn't expected Kurome to have been strengthened by drugs, turning her into something far beyond a normal human. If it had been anyone else, they would have died instantly, but instead, Chelsea. It was getting late. After some casual conversation, mostly helping Saryu get acquainted with the rest of Night Raid, everyone retired to their rooms. Kurome, as usual, wanted to sleep with her sister. They prepared an unused bedroom for Saryu, while Blaine naturally returned to the room he had stayed in before. And just like last time, Chelsea casually walked into his room, pillow in hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You again. If someone saw this, they'd think I stole your room, Blaine sighed. What, am I not allowed? Chelsea teased, sticking out her tongue. But seriously, if this is just you messing with me, isn't this going a little too far? There's no need to take the joke this far. Blaine's tone was serious. He had a strong feeling Chelsea was only doing this to toy with him. After all, her scheming nature was something he had long since accepted as fact. He'd be lying if he said he hadn't occasionally wondered if she actually liked him, but considering how mischievous she was, he wasn't about to assume anything. If he was wrong, he'd only end up making a fool of himself. And Chelsea would never let him live it down. Rather than risk that, it was safer to expect nothing at all. Hearing Blaine speak so seriously, Chelsea's smile froze for a moment. Then, she asked, "Do you really think I'm just messing with you?" "Yeah, what else would it be?" Blaine stated his honest thoughts. Seeing the slightly complicated look on Chelsea's face, he suddenly wondered, could she actually have feelings for him? However, in the very next moment, Chelsea's expression shifted into a mischievous smirk. "What a shame. So you saw right through me. I really thought you'd turn bright red after just a little teasing, you innocent little chick." With that, Chelsea flopped backward onto the bed. "Good night, I'm already getting sleepy." She slipped under the covers, her voice lively as she bid Blaine good night, without showing any hint of awkwardness. But in reality, she was a little annoyed. She had gone this far, yet this guy still thought she was just playing around. Then again, she had to admit, she did have a habit of being a bit manipulative at times. It was only natural that Blaine had come to see her this way. Was this her own fault? Or was he just that dense? Chelsea decided not to dwell on it. Her instincts told her that if she ever outright confessed, Blaine wouldn't be able to handle it. But she wasn't in the mood right now. She could wait. There was no rush. Mine wasn't a threat, but Kurome, now she might be someone to keep an eye on. Today, Isdeth and the three beasts returned to the imperial capital from the northern frontier. The streets were filled with crowds cheering for General Isdeth. She nodded slightly to acknowledge them but continued walking straight toward the palace. Upon reaching the throne room, Isdeth entered alone while the three beasts remained outside. She stepped forward and knelt on one knee before the young emperor. She still observed proper etiquette and saw no shame in doing so. "General Isdeth, your suppression of the northern tribes was remarkable. In recognition of your bravery, I have prepared a reward of 10,000 taels of gold," the young emperor announced from his throne. "Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. I will distribute the reward among the soldiers stationed at the northern border. They will surely be grateful for your kindness." Isdeth had no personal interest in wealth. She had always handed over her rewards in full to her subordinates. It kept morale high and made her army all the more formidable. "Although you've just returned from the front lines, I have an urgent mission for you," the emperor continued. "Recently, a ruthless group calling themselves Night Raid has been wreaking havoc in the capital. I want you to crush them with force, wipe them out completely." "I obey, but I have two requests." "What are they?" "Speak freely." "My lord. I want to experience love." Isdeth's gaze was sharp and intense, her aura carrying the weight of a battlefield declaration.